Today we're going to do something a little bit different. A couple of weeks ago, we did the interrogation of Colonel Russell Williams, and we were so taken by the interrogator. He did such a great job. We were flabbergasted. We decided we wanted to talk to him. So we sort of put the word out. We wanted to get a hold of him, and Greg got a hold of him on LinkedIn, and they talked back and forth, and now he's going to be our guest this week. So we're going to get to talk to him. Jim Smyth, Master Interrogator.
The Canadians and the Blazers.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, what is it? What is it with, at least we don't wear ties anymore. At least we've given that up.
I just took my tie off. I thought, I don't want to look like
Exactly.
There you go. There you go. So, Jim, tell us about what do you think about all this do you have geeks like us getting a hold of you going, tell us about you, how has that been? Has it been pretty weird being internet famous from doing this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, it's opened up a lot of opportunities in terms of law enforcement training. We've been all over the world talking about not just this case, but interview strategies in general. So even with all the COVID issues, I'm working with the European Union right now with their policing mission in the Ukraine. So we're teaching Ukraine officers over Skype. So which is interesting. I mean, you got all the translation issues, but yeah, it's been a little bit weird, but I mean, this case happened 10 years ago, so gradually you kind of get used to it. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, Jim, what I'd like to know is your background. How did you get to there? What training? And we all get here from different ways, and we'd love to hear your story.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I started as a police officer back in 1989, and after a bit of time as a uniformed patrol officer, my first sort of investigative role was actually in a child sexual assault unit where we focused on child sex assault cases. So I think that's really where I wanted to focus on honing my interview skills, because when you think about a case like that, a lot of them are, the child comes forward to a teacher or somebody they know, and they talk about something that happened to them, could be months or years ago. So really what we're left with is we have a child telling us something happened to them, and we have no other evidence other than their statement. So it became very critical in our view, in our unit's view, to focus on giving that interview of the suspect our best effort, obviously, and making sure that we conduct the interview in a way that it's going to be admissible, and hopefully we get the guy to tell us the truth, so we can avoid this kid having to be in court and testifying. So as a unit, we're really focused on our interview skills that way. And then after that, I developed an interest in, the whole behavioral aspect of interviewing. And I ended up going into a behavioral sciences section within our organization. So we work closely with the FBI and a number of state police agencies. And I went through a certification process and then became a criminal profiler. In 2006, I completed our forensic polygraph examiner's course at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa. And so I kind of took those two skill sets and put them together, and then focused on, high-end, high-stakes interviews, for lack of a better term. Travel back and forth across the country, assisting, mostly violent crime investigations with difficult interviews. And that's what I spent most of my time doing. And in the last 10 or so years, I've moved into more managing investigations and managing people. So right now I look after a region, basically central Ontario, about 1,000 officers, criminal investigators, and a number of different support teams.
Wow.
Yeah. Thanks for everything you're doing, for starters. Yeah. But yeah, all of that behavior stuff is what we all have a passion for. Chase, I know you're chomping at the bit to ask about specific training.
Yeah. So, Jim, what was the specific methodology, I guess, for lack of a better term, that you went through?
Well, I got to tell you, my first real training, like a lot of police officers in my generation, was the read technique. So that was my first real exposure back in the late 80s, early 90s, and then going on along those lines. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the read technique. It's probably the most well-known interview technique out there. But we've certainly developed over the years. you look at when that technique was created and built, 70s, 80s, when really that technique was only really known and taught to law enforcement. So there was no real awareness out in the general public about what was going on with that technique. And but now you look at 2021 and you can watch crime documentaries and listen to podcasts 24 hours a day. So there's a real awareness about what the police do and how they do it. And so people are a lot more sophisticated now, I think, in terms of what to expect from a police interview. So, the example I always use is, my first course that I took, they taught me if somebody was making denials, I should put my hand up, almost right into their face, and that'll stop the denials. But you quickly learn that it doesn't just stop the denials, it stops the whole conversation. And the whole point of the interview is to keep people talking. Whether they're telling us the truth or not is often besides the point. We want that information flow and that conversation to happen. So there's certainly a lot of things that I learned 20, 25 years ago that I would never teach officers today. And the reality is in Canada, I think it's the same as in States. If we're going to interview somebody that we suspect of a crime, it has to be on video. There's no real excuse anymore for us going to a judge and saying, hey, I talked to this guy about something and he confessed. And well, where's the video? Well, he just told me off video. It doesn't fly anymore in Canada. And I don't think it flies in a lot of places anymore. So, everything we do now is on video and available to be scrutinized and picked over by juries and judges and defense lawyers. So we're really focused on training officers to conduct an interview in the fairest way possible so that anybody watching it can say, that officer was doing a fair job and giving the person a fair opportunity to have their say versus, trying to control them and trying to control the interview and, some of the techniques that we may have been taught 20 years ago, so.
Yeah, I remember that hand technique. It was hand up and say, John, I know that's really important to you, and I promise we're going to get to that. But before we do, I'm going to keep going.
It destroys rapport, loses all your opportunities.
Yeah.
And that does work. It does work with certain people and with certain officers. But sometimes what happens is an officer takes the course and they just go in and they.
Hey, panelists, quick intro. I want you to meet Jess, our sponsorship specialist. Hey, Jess.
Hi, Mark.
Jess, thanks for letting me do this. I just Googled your full name. Now, is your address Los Angeles?
Yes.
And your phone number 214-428?
Where are you finding all this information?
Yeah, see, that's the scary part. Your personal info, address, phone, email is out there for anyone to find. All I did was just Google search, and it's not a hack. It's data brokers, companies that collect and sell your information to marketeers, scammers, even identity thieves. And yes, it's totally legal and totally creepy. They're supposed to remove your info if you ask, but they bury that in legalese and red tape, hoping you just give up. Or you can do what we do, which is use Aura, today's sponsor. Aura scans the web for data brokers, sharing your info, and automatically sends opt-out requests on your behalf. Just give it a few days and your personal data starts vanishing from those sketchy sites. But Aura doesn't stop there. It monitors the dark web 24/7 and alerts you fast if your info shows up. It'll warn you if someone tries to open a bank account or credit line in your name. And if something does go wrong, you're covered with up to $5 million in identity theft insurance and a US-based fraud team ready to step in. Plus, Aura includes a world-class VPN so you can browse and shop safely from anywhere. It's privacy, protection, and peace of mind all in one. So go to aura.com/TBP and get 14 days free. That's enough time for Aura to start scrubbing your personal info from the internet. Thanks again, Jess. And now back to the show.
They use the technique in a different way they were trained. And now that's an important statement that gets played in court. And and then the technique gets attacked, right? I'm sure it's been attacked in the States just like it has in Canada. So
for sure.
So,
big time. Big
Scott,
time.
what's the way that you do the denial handling?
What? I always go, come on, man. Hang on. I do sometimes put my hand and say, hang on, but it's more of a wave away than a stop. Not this. It's more of a wave. Then, hang on, man. And then go for, you can't see it. Hang on, man. And then go from there. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And.
Yeah. I never did the whole stop thing. But that's the way I don't think they're still doing it that way now, though. I think they've changed it at this point. I believe. I could be wrong because it just doesn't make any sense. And I haven't been there in a while. But and I've still got all the old books where they do say to do that. But I'm sure maybe they've changed that by now. I would assume.
Yeah, I think they have refined things a bit too. So it's but there's different methods out there. And I mean, this interview is a perfect example. When this was in the media, after his guilty plea, there was a lot of different articles and people contacting us because I'm sure you're familiar with, have you heard about the peace method? It's very popular in Britain, actually. It kind of started there and it's been brought to Canada and a lot of places in Europe, but it sort of bills itself as the anti-read technique. But when the Williams interview was in the media, we were reading articles that said, this is a perfect example of the peace method. And then some other article would say, this is a perfect example of the read technique. And I'm sure we all know, those of us have been doing this for a long time, is that, we never walk into a room saying, okay, today I'm going to use this technique, because
exactly
your direction, where you're going to go, is dictated by what that person's doing in the room.
Yeah, it's like a surgeon. You never know what you're going to find once you get down in there.
Now, I always say
intelligence. In intelligence interrogation, often we use something called source-directed interview, which means you have no idea where you're going. You listen to what they say, you pick up on their source leads, and you follow it. And I watched you do that with him very effectively here. Whether you call it that or something else, you picked up on his and followed his words and used what I would call approaches from my sharp intelligence background, and beautifully. So nice job on all that.
I always look at the read technique. I always explain it like it's like a muscle car. You can put whatever wheels you want on it. And with your themes, you can paint flames on the side and be dragging it down the beach with chains. Have a picture made of that. Whatever you want to do, you can. If you look at it like that, you can soup it up. You can keep it really calm. You can make it look real mousy, or you can make it really loud and put all that. What is it? Greg's in the cars, all that junk you put on the top that sucks in air and makes it do everything. Flames coming out the side. So that's the way I see it. I like it because you can use it anywhere. But as long as you use you don't just go. I personally don't just use a strict, go right down the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because things change in there, like yours did. Yours, as you approach, things would go over here and you'd scooch it back over this way. God, it was beautiful, man. You did such a great job with that. It's really, God, that was impressive. It really was. Because this guy is, now, did you realize that he'd been trained in resistance to interrogation? Because that's what Greg used to do. And
I expect he would have been. One of the challenges we had, and I think you guys might have been under the impression we had a whole background on him, but we didn't. The challenge was that we first became aware of him on the Thursday night, and that was 1 week after Jessica Lloyd went missing. And the evidence from that crime, we knew that Jessica had walked out of her house with the offender under her own power. So there was a real concern that she may be still alive somewhere. We knew probably she wasn't, just from our experience with violent crime, but we were still treating it as a fairly exigent investigation because of that. So when we found out about him on the Thursday night, we were actually already engaged with military investigators because of his first homicide he committed a few months earlier with Marie-France Como, who was a corporal on his base. So they were assisting us with that investigation. And they were great people, good investigators. But our case manager, who was managing all of this, Chris Nicholas, I think made a good call, because his concern was, we can ask these guys to go find out about Colonel Williams, but we knew his rank was so high. We just didn't know what information that would trigger. We thought, this guy is so high up that if people start asking questions and gathering information for us, he's going to become aware that something's happening. So the decision was made. We're just not going to go there. We're just going to assume that, because of his rank, he's had some training along those lines, but we actually didn't have a detailed background on him at the time of this interview. So.
Well, you did a great job of, I say, we know all. We know all means stop short. That's an intelligence interrogation approach where we allude to what we know based on a security clearance. And then he made the mistake of saying that out loud about a security clearance. Now you can allude to that. Did a great job of that. And when in all my years of teaching, I would say it takes a lot of smarts not to just say the wrong one more piece of information and go from we know all to we don't know. So that was beautiful to watch. And Mark, we're interrogator geeking on here, and I'm sure you got a question for Jim.
Yeah, so, as you well know, there was a lot of rank around Williams, not only within the forces, but the fact that, the Trenton base is the start of the Highway of Heroes, essentially. And that's where the Canadian forces start to celebrate, the unfortunate soldiers coming back who haven't made it all the way home, essentially. So there's huge cultural deference around that base and him especially. And so when you talk about difficult interviews, there must have been that difficulty of status, which he immediately plays at the start of that. Did anything really surprise you about what happened with him? Was it surprise because he goes from this high status to somebody, shaking your hand at the end for helping him out of this mess by confessing? What surprised you along that route?
Well, I mean, after the portions that you guys watched, obviously he confesses. And one of the things that he did was he still viewed himself as a very respectable person, a proud military person. So once he said, I did it, he was an open book. We probably interviewed him for more than 40 hours over the next couple of weeks and months about a variety of issues. And so he made that commitment to me that he would tell us everything. And even once, I think it was about 2 days later, at the behest of his wife, he retained a very accomplished lawyer in Ottawa. And you can imagine the lawyers going to tell him, as they all do, keep your mouth shut moving forward. Mm-hmm. And what he told the lawyer, we believe, or he inferred to me anyway, was that I'll take your advice because you're my lawyer, but I've also made a commitment to the police to cooperate. So he would consult his lawyer. His lawyer would obviously tell him, stop talking, but he would come and talk to us anyway because he wanted to be that person who kept his commitment. So I found that interesting that even after, getting some very strong legal counsel, he continued to speak with us because he wanted to make sure, he wanted to make sure that this was over with as soon as possible. He pled guilty to all of his charges as soon as he could. And he wanted to protect the military and he wanted to protect his wife as much as he possibly could. So he still saw himself as a man of honor, even though he'd done these terrible things.
So I'm curious about that, because what do you think it is about the character or mindset of somebody that goes from that high status right at the start to, by the very end, shaking you by the hand and thanking you for being part of this process of admitting to these crimes, and then I guess having more responsibility towards talking to you than maybe even his own lawyer? Like I find it hard to square what's happening there. So give us some insight into that.
Well, I mean, I think that issue was he believes he's somebody who keeps his promises, right? So he promised me he would keep talking to me. He promised his lawyer he would consult with him before deciding whether to talk to us again. So in his mind, he's keeping his promise to his lawyer. His lawyer is telling him, don't do it. He's saying, I get what you're saying, but I have to keep the promise to the police. So that's kind of his mindset. He took the legal advice, but he continued to speak with us. And I think really a lot of it was obviously the media attention was huge. Every time an article came out or TV news covered something about the case. It was another embarrassment to him, and it was another embarrassment to his wife in the military. And I think he was trying his best to just get it over with. I'm not sure how much you guys know about the evidence that was discovered after this interview, but it was very damning evidence. Photographs and videos. There was really no way for him to get out from under what he had done. And from that point on, he was just trying to get it over with and get it out of the media spotlight.
I think you did a great and beautiful job of, yes, there's a camera right there, and then never mentioning it again. I always am amused and amazed that you can have people feel like it's an intimate sitting and there's cameras and everything everywhere. Do you want to talk for a minute about that? Because I think that's a beautiful one.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously let people know that things are being recorded, but then we leave it alone after that. And I found over the years, even when, cameras are pretty good now, they're pretty small, but years ago, that camera was front and center in the room, right? It was hard to avoid. We used to have ones that you would actually wheel in on those big carts, like the TVs you would watch at school kind of thing. So it's right there in the room. But I mean, you guys hit on some of the things that he was going through, like anybody in his situation would be going through. He's so focused on, what do I do? How do I handle this next question? How do I manage and keep all my lies straight to convince this person I'm not worth looking at? It's that camera becomes, I think, within a couple of minutes, people just forget about it. They're just so focused on the person they're trying to convince. They're not responsible for this. So.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: in your folder, when you came in with your notebook and the folder, and we're showing those pictures, what all is in the folder?
Not much.
Really? We figured you stacked it.
There was a pad of paper. I mean, it was designed to look stacked, to make him think that we had a lot. We had, it was a good investigation, and we were definitely moving towards him. With or without this interview, he would have been caught and convicted. This interview was just really part of it that sped things up a lot for us, obviously, but the investigators were all over this thing, and the forensics were all coming. They just weren't there yet. So we definitely had a lot of information to play with. And, as you guys know, on a big case like this, I'm the face on the camera, but there was, I believe, a half dozen, 6 or 7 really experienced investigators on the other side of that camera. 2 of them that do the same job I do. Another criminal profiler, the lead investigators there. They're running through ideas and coming up with themes. So, to me, that gives me a lot of confidence. You're not there on your own. You're not trying to come up with ideas on your own all the time. You can step out of the room, and they've got 10 things that they want you to hit on, right? So you can go back in there knowing you have a good hour or 2 of material if you need it. So that's huge for me.
Yeah. Chase, now that we talked, that Jim brought up themes as well, why don't you explain what a theme is for the panelist watching this?
So a theme has some essential stuff in there, and it's I kind of categorize it into 4 things. We minimize, rationalize, project, and socialize, and maybe as a 5th thing, emphasize the truth. So those are kind of the 5 key elements we have for most interrogations. It doesn't matter what system you're looking at. We want to minimize the seriousness of the crime, project the blame, and that's, as an interrogator, especially with Jim. It didn't happen in the Williams interrogation, but that's one of those things as an interrogator where you're talking to people who've done some really bad stuff, and you may have to temporarily blame the victim to get that person to agree with you, or to get on that person's side and say, well, she shouldn't have been wearing that. She wanted sexual attention, or she wanted whatever. And it is nauseating, especially when you're first starting out as an interrogator, to say things like that. And then we're projecting, like you're not responsible for this. You have a moral compass problem, or you weren't in your right state of mind. You had 35 beers, or all of that kind of stuff. Then we're socializing it. Say, how are people going to see this? I think your friends are going to understand. I want your family's going to see you as an honest person, whatever this person is looking for, and emphasizing the truth. And we're developing that rapport, we're maintaining rapport, and saying, I want to my only job here is to figure out either A, why this happened, or, I need to get the reason that this instance occurred. So those are that's what a theme would be, but it's kind of a monologue. And in interrogation schools, you'll hear the theme described as a monologue, but in reality, there's interruptions all throughout a theme because somebody's jumping in, somebody's chopping in there, and there's more denials coming in. But a theme is basically a monologue with some interspersed dialogue.
And if you build a story around that theme, or the theme is basically a story with all those things put in there.
Yeah.
So coming back, dialing back a little bit, what are you going to say, Greg?
Yeah, I have a question for you, Jim. So I always teach people that a good interrogator looks like a swan floating nicely on the water, but underneath the water, their feet are paddling like hell. We all have been there where you get to a point where you go down a wrong path and you're like, oh, I hope he didn't catch it. Did you have one of those or more than one of those in your interrogation with him?
I think we're all our own worst critics.
Sure.
As a police officer, generally what will happen is, I'm sure most people are aware of this, but you'll take an interview like this, and then 2 years later, you're getting ready for the trial, and you're watching that same interview, and now you have 2 more years experience under your belt. Right. And you're watching that going, why did I say that? Why did I put it that way? I mean, I tell people when I teach, I think I make a mistake about every 5 minutes on average in an interview. And the things that I pick up on, but maybe other people wouldn't, but an area I start to go towards, but I realize it's premature or it's just not clicking the way I wanted it to. So you have to back off and divert to something else. But yeah, certainly with him, we had to be very careful because we didn't know a lot. We knew he had some kind of connection to all 4 of the victims that we were primarily concerned with. We knew he had the right make and model of tires on his truck, but thousands of people had those make and model of tires on his truck. So when I walked in the room with him, I was probably 50-50 on whether he was our guy or not. We've all been in investigations like this where things are looking really good. This looks like the right person. We're moving in the right direction. And then they say, hey, last week when that girl went missing, I was on the other side of the country and here's all the evidence that proves it. And you're back to square one. Yeah. So
your gut said you just weren't sure. You were 50-50 going in, huh?
Yeah. And I think maybe that calmed me down a little bit because you're thinking, it's one thing when they say, okay, this is definitely the guy and you got to get him to tell us that. A lot of pressure, right?
Oh, yeah.
But when you're starting that sort of exploratory interview, let's just find out what he has to say. Then you can go a little slower. You don't feel as much pressure. But certainly when he started to make comments, Jessica went missing the Thursday night previous. And he says to me, about 20 minutes in, I think that's Friday, the next day, he's at home with a stomach flu. So he's got no alibi. So things like that are starting to build where you're realizing, okay, this guy's not giving us anything to clear him right now. And most of what he's saying is starting to build towards us believing he's probably the person responsible.
So when did it hit you? When did you say, okay, this is it. I got him.
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay.
What was the tipping point?
When I knew we had the right guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Where in the interview was that?
I'd say probably the most glaring part was when we put the 2, the footwear comparison in front of him. And when I said, your boots went to the back of her house. And here's a colonel in the military who I've now basically said, I believe you abducted a girl. If he was innocent, he should have been jumping out of his chair saying, how dare you accuse me of this? I came in to help you find this girl. And this is what you're saying to me. He has that level of life experience and confidence that he'd be comfortable saying that to me. Some people, when they're talking to a detective, they may not have that level of confidence or self-esteem, but he certainly did. And for him to just look at that and say nothing.
So those were real prints, Jim?
Yep. Yeah. He walked through some snow. It was February, so he walked through some snow. Now, when I say to him, these are identical, I think most people would look at those 2 because we basically just took the shoe off his foot, maybe 15 minutes before that confrontation and, put it on a photocopier. We didn't have anything more sophisticated than that available to us at the moment, and we just eyeballed it ourselves. But he knew he knew those were the boots, and it's one of those things when you think about how people think. I had called him at 2:00 in the afternoon. He walks into the police station at 3. He's got about a 25-minute drive from his house to the police station. So he had about 35 minutes once he hung up the phone to figure out what the heck he was going to do. And so his mind is racing. He's got to deal with this interview. He's got to convince me that he's not worth looking at. And he just simply didn't think about the footwear he was putting on his feet.
So in my world, I would call that giving him homework, right? You give him homework to work on his way on the drive.
Yeah. No, he was spinning, right? And, of course, you saw how he walked in the room, right? He's trying to be Mr. Helpful. I just want to help the police find this girl because her disappearance was very high profile, and he wants to set an example for all his troops that he's doing the right thing. And so that was an advantage for us with him. Is quite often people say, well, why did he even come in and talk to you in the first place? Well, he's a colonel of a base. He's commanding 3,000 people. And when the police ask him to help, he's got to set an example and say, yeah, we should be helping in this case. So he's really got no way to convince me that he's not going to come in, whereas we deal with other people sometimes, gang members, things like that, who never talk to the police. It's a lot easier for them to say, talk to my lawyer.
Yeah.
But he's got to look like that upstanding citizen who just wants to help, right? So
Jim, if he's being Mr. Helpful, who are you being generally in an interview?
It depends on who I'm sitting across from. For him, I think it was helpful for us. I think you saw with the interview is that I'm one of, and I didn't really say how many other people, but I wanted him to believe that I'm just following up on a task. He's on my list of things to do, and I'm giving him a call because his name's come on my list. And if he could meet up with me, I got some questions for him. And, he basically said, sure, I'll do whatever I can to help. And I certainly generally don't put myself out there as the major decision maker or the lead investigator. I'm just somebody who's collecting information. And I'm going to pass that information on to the decision makers, and they're going to come back and send me back to deliver the message they want me to deliver. So
Columbo
you're
style.
kind of a light bureaucrat of some sort, just collecting a little bit of info, nobody particularly important, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I think that, and it sets people at ease. Like even an innocent person, I find they're more comfortable, believing that they're just speaking to a peripheral investigator on a case versus a lead investigator, because we do deal with innocent people quite often, and we're trying to set everybody at ease, not just Russell Williams because we think he's responsible, but we need the innocent people to talk to us too, because quite often if they're willing to talk to us, even if their lawyers told them not to, the information they give us allows us to clear them and move on to somebody else.
But you say this is situation dependent. So if you're not being kind of the pleasant bureaucrat who's just kind of getting through the day, what are the other situations you end up in that you maybe have to take a different role, and what would that role look like?
Well, there's some videos out there of me being a little bit more assertive. Yeah. Yeah. And they're dictated by the attitude of the person we're dealing with, right? And the level of crime we're dealing with. I think it was Scott was talking on the show that I watched there about the guys who want to grab that pad of paper and just get rid of it because they just hate the fact that it's there. So we've been in those situations too. I've been one that I use for training where it's actually a laptop computer, where I'm playing an interview of a witness who's pointing the finger at a gang member for a murder, and he doesn't want to listen to it. So he just throws the computer off the desk, and I put it back on the desk, and it keeps playing. He throws it off the desk again. I put it back on the desk. The screen breaks, but you can still hear the voice. And, it's sort of his last sort of tantrum to try and get me to just give up and leave. And, it's a good training video for us because it shows investigators that if you can work through that seemingly, strong wall that this person's putting up. This particular guy, he has that tantrum, but he realizes that once he realizes that I'm not going anywhere, he puts his head down on the table, and 20, 25 minutes later, he's starting to tell the story and pinning it on somebody else, which is what we want to do. Keep talking, right? So
that's what I call the Caesar Milan approach. You just stay there and stay consistent the entire time, and you get it. And Caesar Milan had a quote, which I think is one of the best ever. He said, "Humans are the only creatures on Earth that will follow an unstable leader," which really shows how powerful stability is, especially in environments like that. And I have a quick aside question for you, Jim, that I think our subscribers, which we refer to as panelists. So for the panelists watching this, have you had an unusual encounter where somebody recognized you from the internet, like out in public or something? It's like, oh, hey, you're that guy.
Yeah, a few of them. I'm a pretty nondescript looking guy, so I usually get away with not being recognized. But usually it's police officers that will recognize me because they've seen the videos, they've seen the training, and but yeah, I can't think of one where just somebody's come up to me out of nowhere. But I've got two young sons. Well, they're not young anymore; they're in their 20s, and they both done a lot of world traveling. And my one guy talked about being in a bar in Chile, and telling him from Canada, and the guy starts talking about watching the video of Russell Williams, and so that was kind of cool for him. He's going, "Well, that was my dad on that video." Of course, the guy didn't believe him, but
Wow.
Well, have you ever walked into an interview room and the person there's gone, "Hang on, it's you. All right, I did it. I'll cut to the chase." Has that ever happened?
I don't think it's ever been that clean, but certainly the year or two after this, all the media hype around this case, I had other investigators say, "Well, you can talk to me, or you can talk to the guy that interviewed Russell Williams," and it had a positive effect. It worked the way it wanted to work. So yeah.
Darth Vader suit.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Jim, how do you think being an interrogator has helped you the most with your kids, like raising kids as they were growing up?
Oh man, I've always said that they're the only two that can probably get away with lying to me, and I can't figure it out. But they're good guys, and they were really exposed to all of this. When they were only 12, 13 years old, this was all happening and out in the media, and so they would go to high school law class and be watching this video with their classmates. So it certainly impacted them, and they've always kind of blamed me about maybe they would have had more friends come over to the house if I wasn't their dad.
You're sort of the Justin Bieber of interrogation. That's what it looks like. Millions of views, fans.
Both a Canadian.
What I always find funny is that people think that you're going to be it's going to be hard. Like you said, you can scream and yell and do all that. And then when you're not at home, especially when you meet new people, they're always afraid you're going to be doing this to them. How do you deal with that? Because I'm sure, especially with your level of popularness at this point or renown, that anybody you meet is going to be going, that's that guy.
Yeah.
How do you deal with it?
It's I mean, my friends are my friends, right? I mean, my neighbors. And so we joke a lot about it, right? If only people really knew what you were really like, because, they talk to people and they say that they know me or they're my neighbor, and but they know who I really am. And so it hasn't really affected my personal life that much. But yeah, it is a bit odd as a police officer to have your work out there in the public realm like that. In Canada, anyway, this was one of the first cases where a judge approved the release of this type of evidence to the public realm. So, there was obviously a lot of media interest. And so these clips that you see on YouTube were the same clips that were played in the sentencing hearing. And as a result of it being played in open court, the judge ruled that they're now public property and they can be given to the media and put out there. So it wasn't something we even expected to happen because it was one of the first cases where there was enough interest that it got released. So yeah, it was odd to go from, somebody who you just kind of doing your thing and working away like, tens of thousands of other police officers in the country. And then all of a sudden you're all over the front page and on news shows and, over and over again. So it's been hard to get used to.
I think
here's
all
an
of our wives
opportunity
would say,
for-
"Sure, you are," to us,
So here's an opportunity for us, Jim, to get some feedback because, we're able to take that footage. We're able to do our analysis of it, make a show out of it. But when you watched, our analysis, was there anything there that you kind of went, hang on, what is that English guy talking about? That is nonsense. Is there anything that we really got wrong? You can pick on me because I'm asking the question.
Or us. We don't have an ego about it.
Yeah. So what did we get wrong, if anything, there?
Nothing really significant, guys. I mean, I know you're obviously looking at it and trying to surmise what's happening. I think you had a lot of things that were going on in his mind. His body language was bang on. I got to tell you though, like my conduct in that room, I think a lot of it is subconscious. When you've been doing it so long, you don't say, okay, now I'm going to roll closer to him. I'm going to back up. You don't have those conscious thoughts. You're just sort of doing it because it just feels right at the time. And I got to tell you, like it was 3:00 in the afternoon on Super Bowl Sunday when this interview started, but I was exhausted, when the interview started because I'd been called on the Friday morning. He'd been stopped on the Thursday night. Obviously, the alarm bells went off, and the major case manager said we got to look at this guy. But they had been already going for a whole week looking for Jessica, so they're already exhausted. Now they've got me there. Now we're working through all the issues about how do we best approach this. So 3 long days, and when you're looking for somebody who you're worried is maybe still alive somewhere, even when you put your head down for a few minutes, you're not doing anything close to getting meaningful sleep. So, that when I offered him that coffee at the beginning of the interview, I really needed that coffee. But yeah, I mean, I didn't see anything you guys said that really set me off as far as, they're way off base there. And really, I mean, that's primarily why I decided to reach out to you, because I thought that you guys were doing a good service, and you obviously have a lot of skill and knowledge yourselves, and I thought it'd be great to have a conversation with you.
So I just want to follow up on that because it's interesting for me. You're saying, it's hard to get sleep when you've got that pressure of there's somebody out there that you could still, help discover. Just give me some insight into that. Because, again, we're just analyzing a film that's over. You're living that moment. What is that kind of pressure like? And what does it do to you in the room? What are you having to handle in the room knowing that there's that pressure out there?
Well, I guess you kind of get used to that kind of pressure. I mean, that's really what my job was at the time. I was, almost 10 years into doing this kind of work. So most of the time when I'm going into a room, it's because I'm dealing with somebody who they just haven't been successful with yet. I mean, in this case, it was our first interview with him. They knew right off the bat that this was going to be a challenging interview. But quite often, I'm called in to interview people, or my colleagues are called in to interview people that have been interviewed 2 or 3 times already, and they just haven't gotten anywhere. And they don't have any other significant evidence to help them move their investigation forward. So there's quite often a lot of pressure on us to come through with something meaningful out of the interview. It doesn't always have to be a confession, but at least let's get this person talking so they can give us some information that we can go out and investigate and decide if it's true or not. So yeah, there's pressure there, but go back to what I said a couple of minutes ago. That pressure is really relieved by the fact that I know I have 2, 3, 4 sometimes people that are just as highly trained as I am out there to come in and take the reins if I run out of things to say, and that happens quite often. There's times where, I went from beginning to end with this guy, but there's times where I'm a few hours in and whatever's happening, the relationship's not building the way we think it should. We're just not making the headway we think we should. And it's time to come out and regroup and try another angle. So.
Now, when you as you're going through there, I said, "This guy looks like an accountant. He looks like he's getting ready to do your taxes." Did you go that? Did you or did that? I didn't mean for it to by me. I meant from as a respectful thing, because you went in and you did not look aggressive at all with this guy, who's somebody who can. Obviously, he's ready for war. He kills people for a hobby. So it's one of those things where you, I hope you weren't offended by that, because I didn't mean that to be mean. I meant it as,
no, absolutely.
Wow.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, that's the goal, right? To keep him in the room.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Our job.
I love the fact you went in with an approach, meaning in your mind how you're going to be, and that whole demeanor and keeping that demeanor, and giving him pressure. And I think I'd ask you to talk a little bit about when you run out of things to say to him, where did you hit? Because we could see a couple of times where you were just like, man, this guy needs. We could tell you're right on the edge, and you could feel it. What were those cues for you to tell you I need just a little more pressure?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think for all of us, we can understand how difficult it is to let those silences happen, right? When we hire police officers, we hire people that we expect them to do a number of different things. One of the things we expect to do is to run into dangerous situations that everybody else is running away from. So you're looking for that type of personality in somebody. And I'm a good example of it. It took me a long time to not fill those awkward silences when they happen. But again, when they're happening, I'm trying to think of the next thing to say to him that's going to cause him to consider, talking further to me. But I'm also not wanting to say the wrong thing, and I don't want to interrupt what his thought process is. And so it's tough I think for most police officers to allow those silences to happen and to give him the time to think and mull over what his next step is or what he should be doing is difficult. So there was definitely times during those silences where I'm like, should I say this thing now that I want to say, or should I just let it go a little bit longer? So they're judgment calls, right? You're trying to figure out, what's actually resonating with him. And, the nice thing about this particular person and his approach to me was he just came out and said it at some point. I'm concerned about my wife, and I'm concerned about the reputation of the military. So he just laid them out. These are the things that I'm worried about. And all I had to do was try and figure out how to help him mitigate those concerns and let him know that we were going to work with him on those issues. And I think
I like that you said that. I like that you said, what are we going to do, Russ?
Yeah.
And as a team, from a team perspective, I think that really, I think that was one of the things that might have helped him start moving forward.
I think so. Yeah. Letting him know that I'm there to get him through this. And, as much as we want to make sure he's convicted and held responsible for the horrible things he did, that is part of our role, is to help him work through that process of telling us what happened. Yeah. It is, I would never want to think that I'm part of a team with Russell Williams, but when you're in those interviews, you are working together to try and get that information out there as succinctly as you can. So,
was there any point at all you thought this guy's a psychopath? How did you approach that with him from his personality type, from that perspective going in? Did you think that he was a psychopath? Did you think he was just a malignant narcissist? Did you think what did you think when you were going in there? What was on your mind?
We thought he probably wasn't a full-blown psychopath. He definitely has psychopathic traits to do what he did. So we knew he had a side to him that wasn't purely selfish and psychopathic, that there was other issues going on there. And that's why I think the approach where you see on the video talking to him about, you don't want to be the next Bernardo. And I think Mark explained to everybody who Paul Bernardo is to Canada. Everybody knows who he is. He is a pure sadistic psychopath. And, and that's what I wanted to make him aware of. I wasn't seeing him that way, that we had an awareness that as bad as what he had done was, we knew he could have done worse, and he had opportunities to do more horrible things, and he chose not to. So I think letting him know that we had that awareness, kind of continued to build that rapport, that we were giving him a fair shake, that we weren't trying to make him even worse than he was. So,
excellent. Mm-hmm. Who's next?
Well, I'm kind of interested in where you see yourself going now, because here you are with us. We're not looking for a fifth member right now, but who knows? Who knows in the future? We'll let you know. This isn't an interview of any sort, but we'll let you know. But what you've got an incredible history, an incredible renown now. I don't know when you plan on retiring and what your world is at the moment, but where do you see yourself going? I'm just fascinated with that.
Well, I do plan on retiring. Actually, I'm probably going to retire in the fall.
Okay.
And I love teaching. I mean,
okay.
The days that go fastest for me, I do a lot of teaching to police officers now, and when you talk to police officers about what they want to learn more about, it's how do I communicate with people? How do I get that conversation going so I can get information to find out what happened, no matter what it is. It could be a shoplifting, a stolen car. Mm-hmm. Whatever they're looking at. So when we sit in a classroom and talk to police officers about the things we're talking about today, they can't get enough. And we end those days and they're saying, when can we come back and do this again? Because it's their bread and butter. That's what they do every day, trying to get people to talk to them and give them, reliable, truthful information. So it's pretty gratifying.
So that's that's an amazing thing for Canada, and I guess you'll travel elsewhere as well. You've got an audience in front of you now. What would be your number one thing for getting somebody to talk to you? Just for the general watcher out there, the panelist out there. What's the number one thing for getting somebody to talk?
Just respect. I mean, and showing genuine respect, right? No matter what you want them to talk to you about, everybody wants to be respected, right? And when it comes to my line of work, when you're dealing with people, whether it's a victim, a witness, a suspect, the suspects know they've watched, all the TV shows out there. They know what a stereotypical police interrogation looks like. So. I've got tons of examples where people are just so surprised about how the interview actually went. We talk about a case where, a sort of dyed-in-the-wool hardcore street gang member that we believe was involved in a homicide, and wasn't a coffee that time. It was he was hungry, so we got him a Big Mac from McDonald's, and that's how we started off the conversation. And that was a very difficult interview. It went on for a long, long time, much different than Russell Williams. And, eventually he does give us information and does admit his involvement. And I always like to debrief them right after. Once they've got it off their chest and they've told us the truth, then I like to go into that conversation. What made you decide to tell us this today? What about our interaction here made you decide to talk to us? And, that guy, when I asked him that question, he said, nobody's ever bought me a Big Mac before. And he's been interviewed by the police.
That's beautiful.
Some simple things, it's just trying to treat them like they're, no matter what they've done, that they still have, a right to be treated with respect. And, even when we're dealing with people that have committed crimes like Williams has, at the time we're dealing with them, they're not convicted yet. They're still, relatively free people. I mean, obviously we're going to arrest him and he's not going to be free anymore, but, we try and portray that as much as we can.
It's funny. It's rather like you get a very high net promoter score, which is when somebody says, would you recommend me to a friend? It's like, would you recommend Jim Smyth to other perpetrators that you know? They're like, yeah, 10 out of 10. Jim's the guy. You get coffee, you get a Big Mac. It's a great experience. Everybody should have it.
Greg, what were you going to ask?
Is there a book in your future? Because I'd love to have one on my shelf back there.
Me too.
I don't know. I think one of the things we talk about now is that, when you look at technology that people have access to now, that they can communicate with. I mean, back when I started in policing, we didn't even have cell phones, right? So the we were hiring people that were used to communicating face to face and having difficult conversations face to face, and now we're seeing more and more people in society in general that if they want to have words with somebody, if they're upset with somebody, they'll text them, they'll email them, they'll choose that less personal conversation. So when we hire them as police officers, they may not have that life experience that allows them to be comfortable having those face-to-face difficult conversations. So we're really putting an emphasis on seeing those people and realizing they may not have that life skill to the level that somebody their age may have had 20 years ago. You add COVID into the mix, and just the fact that everybody's staying apart from each other, right? You lose that ability to have those, more intimate conversations, and so we're focusing on those issues to try and see how we can overcome that, because there's really no way you can interrogate somebody, via text message. You have to sit down with them face to face, and if they're not used to doing that, it can be challenging.
Yeah, and Jim, I will tell you that it's not just police work. It's corporate America. It's you name it. It's the same problem, because altercation is not a comfortable space for people, the capability. Yeah. So I think there's certainly room for a book in that today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've certainly got clients at the moment who I'm saying to them, you have employees now who have never had a face-to-face conversation with anybody else in the organization, never been face-to-face with a customer. And some of them have never even been face-to-face with anybody yet. They've come straight from, straight into their first job and no experience of being in the same location as somebody in a professional manner. So I can totally see what the force is up against there in terms of getting in the right material, essentially. Yeah. And
we're hiring a lot of smart people. They have all those other skills, but they just haven't had that exposure to, and then as soon as they're a police officer, that's like I said, that's the majority of their time is speaking to people face to face and often difficult circumstances, right? It's, and they're right into the fire.
Wow. So Chase has disappeared somewhere. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He'll be knocking on the door to try and come back in.
But listen, seriously, thanks for being here with us. We really do appreciate it, man. We were so excited we could hardly stand it, and so we really hope you'll come back and talk to us again.
Well, I really had a great time, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you think you'd want to be? You think you would be a guest panelist on here with us one time and do what we do with us?
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
We'd love it.
That's your call. I guess it would depend on what we're talking about, and but yeah, I'm open to that for sure.
You could pick what we talked about if you wanted to.
Yeah.
If it came down to it, well, whatever it is, we'll do it.
I always say we cover murderers, politicians, and other liars. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sounds good. Yeah. We'll stay in touch for sure. Let me know what you're working on, and maybe we can do something again.
Okay. Thanks so much, man.
Wonderful.
All right, guys. All right. You guys take care. Stay safe.
Thanks, Jim.
Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house. This is getting beyond my control.
Today, we're going to do something a little bit different than what we usually do. There wasn't a whole lot going on in pop culture this week. So we decided we'd talk about one of our favorite things in the whole wide world, interrogation. Deciding which interrogation video to break down wasn't hard at all, because you let us know what you wanted to see in the comments. And when the panelists speak, we listen. So we're going to talk about the interrogation of Colonel Russell Williams, a long-time panelist favorite. You might think that's going to be pretty exciting, but it's not going to be exciting. It's going to be horrifically boring. It's what we like. There's nothing to do in pop culture, so we're going to nerd out on it. There's a lot of silence in the videos we're going to be watching. That's because nobody's talking. And that uncomfortable silence is what we feed on. So again, we're going to talk about body language, but more than that, we're going to talk about interrogation. All right. You ready? Here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the #1 online body language course, bodylanguagetactics.com, with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language. I help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, and gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
I'm Chase Hughes. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language. I teach intelligence agencies and the general public in extreme forms of persuasion, interrogation, and people reading. Greg.
Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior and put together this course, the #1 body language course online, bodylanguagetactics.com with Scott Rouse. I spend most of my time on Wall Street and in corporate America.
All right. Today we're going to talk about a guy named Colonel Russell Williams. And we got the panelists, we get, tons of those every week, asking for this. So there wasn't a whole lot going on in pop culture. So what we decided we would do was focus on this one, on Russell Williams, because what it is it's an interrogation. And most of the time we focus just on body language or mostly on body language. But this time we're going to focus on interrogation because we get a lot of requests for that as well. So today it's going to be a little bit boring. We're going to geek out and nerd out on interrogation, and you'll learn a lot from it. But we'll be talking about body language, but not as much as we usually do. It's going to be mostly focused on interrogation. Greg, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah. So guys, I'm a pig in mud here. I spent most of my life doing this. Mark, you not being an interrogator need to be the guy who keeps us sane and makes us not go too deep, because 3 of us have spent our entire lives here. And I spent more than most people's lifetime doing this crap. So we're going to love it. We're going to dig into it. We'll nerd out a little. Mark, keep us at the body language and the sane part, and don't let us go too deep.
I'll do that.
All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
You just have to see here, Russell.
The guy I was speaking with on whatever night that was Russ as well.
Oh, yeah.
And he took every number I had.
Yeah. No, they were doing some pretty thorough interviews that night. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was
All right.
glad to see it.
I'm just going to move your gloves here. That's a little microphone, just to make sure there's nice and clear. As you can see here, everything in this room is videotaped and audio taped.
Check.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before? Or?
I've never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Let's get this set up here.
I guess the closest interview by NIS for top secret clearance.
Oh, yeah? All right. Well, again, Russell, I appreciate you coming in. An investigation like this, I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate it's been big news, especially down Belleville way. And, obviously our approach to cases like this is that we don't give up on somebody being alive until we get evidence that they're not. So because of that, we're treating Jessica's case as an emergent situation, obviously. Yeah. So we're fast forwarding things that we might normally take our time with. And that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon. Sure. So again, I appreciate it. Okay. We're going to do a pretty thorough interview today. Okay. And the reason for that is because the last thing we want is to be calling people back again and again and again, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a number of things, and I'm going to explain what all those are to you, okay? I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or not, but I didn't want to drink in front of you, so...
No, I appreciate that.
All right, go ahead.
I could definitely... Are they black?
Yeah, they're just black with sugar.
I could definitely... probably have it a little bit.
Started your what, sorry?
Gum. Just
okay.
first piece of gum.
Well, there's napkins there if you want to toss it or whatever.
I appreciate that.
All right. And again, like I said, this interview is going to be very thorough. But again, I have a simple rule when I talk to people. It's I'm sure you're the same way. I treat everybody with respect. I don't want to ask if they do the same for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by going through what your rights are, okay? Just like everybody else.
All right. Greg, you want to go first?
Sure. Now here, guys, you're going to hear the interrogation instructor and me. I'm going to tell you things you may or may not want to hear, and Mark, keep me honest here. But interrogation is a process. Everybody thinks it's voodoo and the guy just says what he wants to say. And that process, regardless of what you call it, will fall into a handful of categories. It starts off with establishing control. And by establishing control, I mean put a fence around what we're going to do and how we're going to behave. We always also establish identity. We make sure we're talking to the right person. This is the interrogation cycle. Then we establish rapport. And that's small talk, and it means nothing. It's simply me trying to get you into a place where you feel comfortable. Then I run an approach, and I'll go through approaches as we run through here today. But approaches are psychological ploys, things like fear up, fear down, about pride and ego up, pride and ego down, Futility, and I can list them all off. They're 14. I'll go through them as we go through here because he's going to use about 7 of them if I remember right. And then once I get the approach going, I start my questioning technique, but I never forget the approach that's working, and I keep reinforcing it. It's an approach, questioning, extract information, redrive the approach, and then once I get what I need, I terminate. And termination quite simply means finish the conversation. This has use in daily life. I use it in corporate America to teach people to run businesses. Quite simply, use the same basic process, and I'll run back through that as we go through here. But I want you to get your head around establish control, establish ID, establish rapport, run an approach, questioning, and then we'll see termination at the end. He starts off in his establishing control by not using this guy's title. The minute you start using a title, you put a guy on notice and he straightens his uniform and goes back to who he is. But when you call him Russell, you've taken him out of that uniform and he's a human being and you're starting down that way. He's starting by developing that rapport. And I always said rapport doesn't need to be positive. It can be negative. Hey, scumbag, sit in that chair and answer my question. I had enough of you. That's a way of approaching rapport as well. But he immediately begins collecting information, and you'll see that this colonel's face is straight on, and he does something really dumb, and that's chew gum. Because your jaw works at the rate your brain works. And you can watch it as he goes through. It's going to ramp up and then stop, and it'll be a really good indicator. I'm going to tell you that based on my experience, I would just about guarantee you that Colonel Russell Williams is resistance trained. There are a couple of things that jump off the plate at me, and I'm not going to point those out simply because when this guy starts off, he's not your friend. He's setting up the parameters. He's establishing control, and he even smooths when he reads your rights. Hey, we do this for everybody. The only real immediate jump off the plate from the colonel is he does a resume statement, as you would call it, Scott or Chase, and he tries to save some face by saying, when I did my top secret clearance interviews, the only time I've been this way. Well, there you go. That right there is saying, look, I'm trustworthy. Look, I'm a man of God. Look out for me. That's the beginning of this. And I'll leave it at that because there's a ton of other stuff here I don't want to jump into, but this is a great start. Remember the process because the process is going to make a difference here. And then I'll loop back at the end of this and give you how you can use this in your daily life in meetings. As soon as we finish this section. If you don't want to watch that, skip over it. Scott, what do you got?
All right. This is all of us. It's one of our favorite interrogations of all times because it's executed brilliantly. Everything from top to bottom is just perfect. So let's start off with when he's building rapport. He throws so much stuff in there. The part about the coffee, right there, he's putting in the law of reciprocity because what he's getting ready to say is, as we go, when I have a thing, and I'm sure you're just like me, I treat everyone with respect, and I'm going to treat you with respect. And then he gives them the coffee as they're doing that. Oh, because later on, that's going to come into play. He's setting up all these things psychologically that are going to come back into play later on. Now, the table where he's sitting, a lot of times on TV, you'll see someone sitting directly across the table from, like here, I've got a little table here, and you'd be sitting there, and I'd be sitting here. That's one way of doing it. But the thing is, what you want to do, this guy's done perfectly. He set this guy sort of in the corner, and he's at the corner of the table talking to him. So there's no table in the way, but he still has a table there to show that he's the guy in charge because the other guy doesn't, the suspect doesn't have the table, but the interrogator does. So he at least he has his arm out and has all this stuff on it, and he spread this stuff out. So it looks like there's a lot going on there. So he's set that into play, like Greg was saying earlier, and he's going to go through these things one at a time. In other words, he's told him where to sit. Because when you walk in, the interrogator's chair is way over there, and he walks him right there to where that chair is, so he just knows naturally where to sit down. So that's really great. Now, as we go through this, pay attention to the tone of voice of both of these guys. Number one, listen to the interrogator. What was his name? What would you say his name was?
It's Jim Smyth.
Jim Smyth.
Yeah, DS Jim Smyth.
Yeah, let me tell you something. So anyway, so listen to his tone of voice. It doesn't change. Just toward the end, it changes a little bit, and I'll explain why in a little while. But he comes in with the same tone of voice, and he looks like Michael from The Office, on the TV show. He's not, but he comes on and he looks like an accountant, and his voice is just like, you get the feeling, you don't get the feeling this guy's a detective. You don't get the feeling you're going to go to prison talking to this guy. You get the feeling you're going to talk about what you did this year in taxes. So as he goes along, listen to his tone of voice. It's so important because he's completely setting this guy up, which we'll see at the end. When all these things we're seeing here now will come back around, and he'll use them at the end. I'll stop there. Chase, what do you got?
Yep. Agree with you guys so far. And one of the things that we look for as interrogators is this rapid head movement in response to your voice. So he's looking the other way. The interrogator starts talking, and there's a jerk to look. This rapid response, jerky responses, and the quick movements is a way above baseline. And he's a colonel, but he's not a colonel in this room. And the interrogators made that very clear. So he's building authority and credibility with his clearance. And I call this gesture conformity when he's nodding quickly. There's the time between an ask and a nonverbal response is very quick, like less than a quarter of a second. So the first things I teach people to start looking for in the interrogation room when you're going to have compliance or not is gesture conformity. Are there these little quick movements? And guilty people do this a lot more often than innocent people, a lot. But as far as the interrogator goes, he is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He's building rapport, talking about respect and gaining respect and lowering barriers. And he's starting to do another thing, which is understanding. You have to understand that person, their life circumstances. We're going to talk about that ad nauseum probably in a few minutes. I have no idea, but I'm sure we're going to get there. And we'll get to a point where we understand that person. And during the small talk that Greg was talking about a second ago, this is where we see the baseline. Are his hands crossing his body? No. Are his hands covering his genitals? No. He's very open. He gestures with his hand while he's talking. That's great. And when we get down to that, understanding that person, that's when we as interrogators have to say things like, this isn't a big deal. Anybody could have done this under the same circumstances and those kinds of things. I'll leave it at that. Mark, what do you got?
So first of all, to Greg's point, who have we got in the room? Yes, we've got DS, Jim Smyth. Fantastic job there. Yes, Colonel Russell Williams. So we might call him Colonel Russell Williams throughout this. And he's not a colonel anymore. He is inside. His medals were struck. He is now not associated with the military service at all. In fact, all his uniforms were incinerated in the Trenton incinerator. So he has absolutely zero association anymore to the Canadian Armed Services. But at times we may refer to him as Colonel because it's important that we do. So you can see exactly what's happening here in terms of the lowering of power and how he's resisting by taking the power back. So D.S. Smith says, calls him Russ and takes away that rank, gives him a shortened name. He instantly talks about another Russ in the police force that he was talking through. So he makes a link instantly, a social link with another Russ in the police force, instantly countermeasuring the loss of status there. And what you're going to get throughout this is this idea of losing control and gaining control. And in fact, what the colonel needs to do here is to make himself a very unattractive subject. The idea is that if you make yourself unattractive, that the interrogator would go off and find somebody else. It's like, this is too hard. Have we got somebody else? Because this is just annoying to do this. Can we swap this out for a different one? So he's taking this tack of being unattractive. What the DS needs to do here is to create a sense of futility. Like, it is now futile to try and get out of that. And he does that by the end. And we'll see this right at the end of that, how it becomes utterly futile trying to get out of this. But as it transpires at this moment, rank is taken away. He then tries to create a social link through this idea of Russ. Very skillful. Ever been interviewed in a room like this? That's designed to lose control, to take control away from him. He says, no, I haven't, and smiles up at the camera. No, I haven't. And then he brings in NIS and top security clearance and brings back that winning back of status. So this, for me, is just this interplay of power going on here to work out who's going to be in control of this moment. To Scott's point of the coffee there and using the coffee to win rapport, look what he does with that coffee. Okay, he asks, is it black? Yeah, it's black with sugar. He then doesn't drink it. Okay, he's taken the gift, but he's having power by denying himself the gift of the coffee. He'll have the coffee when he wants to have the coffee. Somebody not resisting that interrogation would probably get straight into the coffee. Yeah, the gums may be a bad idea, but at least he's in control of that gum. At least that's something he can self-soothe with and actually create an experience through his own control of that and control the coffee. So he's been pretty smart here. The unfortunate thing for him is he doesn't know what they have or what they're about to get. And also, I would suggest he's arrogant. And that arrogance, that feeling that he's better than D.S. Smith here, is going to cause him a lot of problems down the line. So that's what I got for you.
Yeah, so guys, two things. First, it's a compliance, the way he uses the coffee. It's a compliance training method. He didn't offer him, hey, would you like some coffee with cream or sugar? Would you like some black coffee with sugar? That's a compliance thing. That's number one. Yeah, you can have anything you want as long as it's black. You know, that's Henry Ford 101. You can have any color you want as long as it's black. It's a compliance training thing. The second one, Mark, you just hit one of my favorite and hardest to get people capable of doing is the futility approach. The futility approach is one of the most powerful in all of interrogation, but people get to this point, they're like the Borg from some Star Trek show saying resistance is futile, and you want to just slap them on the head. It is a very subtle, very nuanced approach, and wait, and you'll see this guy in full. Hey, do you guys mind if I do the meeting thing very quickly? Just say how this works in meetings.
No, dude.
There you go for it.
Okay, cool. I'll run through it very quickly then. So I said you can use this in your daily life, and we said we start off with establish ID, then we go to establish control, then we go to establish ID, establish rapport, question, and if we walk that over to now your normal daily life, we would say in a meeting you can establish identification, because what we mean by that is who's in the meeting. We want to make sure everyone who's there belongs there, and there's someone who was invited. If you have an opposing counsel and you don't know they're a lawyer, then you need to clear that up. Then we do something called an upfront contract. In that meeting, we say there's always somebody in control of a meeting. It's just a matter of whether you choose to take it. If you're in control, you say, hey, Chase, do I have an hour of your time? If the guy says yes, he's not going to get up when things get hot and when he gets upset. He's going to sit there through that hour, and you're going to get to go through the things you want to do. Then you run through a list of agenda items. You take that list of agenda items and say, Chase, do you agree that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are important? And if Chase says yes, then you say, okay, then we're good. And I might even say, Chase, are they in the right order? Are they in the right sequence? Is this the right list and in the right sequence? And once he says yes, now we have a contract. He's given me time. He's agreed to what I want to talk about. Guess what? I'm now in control of the entire environment. I can walk him through every one of those agenda items, operating according to the plan we've agreed on. And if things get too confusing and too deep, I can say, hey, how about we park that until later? Or is that more important than everything else on the list? It's a powerful way of taking what we do in interrogation and using it in your daily life. So establishing identification, getting an upfront contract with a timeline, with agenda items you agree to in list and sequence, staying on the agenda, and parking anything that doesn't work. It's something I use in everyday life in corporate America, and you can use it too.
You just have a seat there, Russ.
The guy I was speaking with whatever night that was Russ as well.
Oh, yeah.
And he took every number I had.
Yeah, no, they were doing some pretty thorough interviews that night.
Yeah, absolutely. I was glad to see it.
I'm just going to move your gloves here. That's a little microphone, just to make sure there's nice and clear. As you can see here, everything in this room is videotaped and audio taped.
Check.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before? Or?
I have never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Let's get this set up here.
I guess the closest interview by NIS for top secret clearance.
Oh, yeah? All right. Well, again, Russell, I appreciate coming in. An investigation like this, I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate it's been big news, especially down Belleville way. And, you know, obviously our approach to cases like this is that we don't give up on somebody being alive until we get evidence that they're not. So Because of that, we're treating Jessica's case as an emergent situation, obviously. Yeah. So we're fast forwarding things that we might normally take our time with, and that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon. Sure. So again, I appreciate it. Okay. We're going to do a pretty thorough interview today. Okay. And the reason for that is because the last thing we want is to be calling people back again and again and again. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a number of things, and I'm going to explain what all those are to you. Okay. I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or not, but I didn't want to drink in front of you. So
no, I appreciate that.
All right, go ahead.
I could definitely. Are they black?
Yeah, they're just black with sugar.
Definitely. I just started my phone. Probably have it a little bit.
Started your what, sorry?
Gum. Just
okay.
First piece of gum.
Well, there's napkins there if you want to toss it or whatever.
I appreciate that.
All right. And again, like I said, this interview is going to be very thorough. But again, I have a simple rule when I talk to people. It's I'm sure you're the same way. I treat everybody with respect. I don't want to ask you to do the same for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by going through what your rights are, okay? Just like everybody else.
Excellent. Okay, we good?
Love it.
And essentially, Russell, in a nutshell, that's what we wanted to talk to you about, okay? Those 4 cases are of concern to us. And, you've kind of almost hit the nail on the head about some of our issues that kind of make us want to talk to Russell Williams, okay? Because essentially, there's a connection between you and all 4 of those cases. Would you agree? Geographically,
and then I guess I drive past. Yes, I would have to say there's a connection. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'll be quite frank with you. That's why things kind of evolved when the officers talked to you on Thursday night.
Okay.
We kind of went from there because when I think you discussed with them the fact that you were a colonel at the base.
I was in uniform at the time, so.
Yeah, so pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, then the connection with Miss Como was made.
Okay, Chase, what do you got?
We've got the interrogator going back to calling him Russell, which I just think was just a slip. Every one of us has made mistakes way worse than that because it's very on the fly, this job. He's non-confrontational and explanatory. But we see Russ going into fig leaf mode already. The hands are kind of coming in front of the genitals. The interrogator copies some of this behavior, I think unconsciously, because it was probably involved in training. He's done it so often in interrogations that it's an unconscious thing. You never want any of these skills. If you're learning behavior profiling, you're learning how to read people, you don't want them to live behind your eyes. You want the skills out here, where it's a natural thing. The interrogator here is using lots of softening language in his statements. He's saying, I think, possibly, sort of, essentially. He says kind of 3 times, and then finishes with an upward tone. So this is interesting that he establishes authority and then gains a little rapport, just pretending this is what I would call a Columbo method, where he's just figuring out, I'm not really sure about a lot of this stuff. Can you confirm some of this for me? And I think that's really what's going on here. But I know exactly what Greg's going to say here. So, Greg, I'll pass it to you first.
Yes, I'm going to leave a lot here, but I'm going to hit a few things. First thing he does is call out third party. Third party is the right way to go when you're trying to build rapport and trust. What he's really trying to do is to establish a new normal. What I always say is what we do best is we create a reason why you're allowed to do the wrong thing. If it's all confrontational, this is why I always say if you think confrontation is a way to interrogate, you're missing the boat. It's about trust. Once you get the person to a point that they trust you and they're bonded to you, it's hard as hell for them not to tell you the truth. And what this guy's doing very well is that he's calling out a third party that's going to become the bad guy, the booger man, the boogeyman, the guy out in the woods. So he first starts by saying they. You hear him use the word they. And he uses a lot of soft language, Chase. I love what he does with his soft pedaling. I'm also going to tell you that interrogators are kind of like swans. When they're good, they look elegant and floating nicely along the top of the water. But if you look under the water, their little feet are paddling like hell to keep them moving along. And I want you to start watching for mistakes he makes. I see them every time. He does great recovery, but you'll see his respiration increase, and you'll see the interrogator starting to go a little bit himself. He controls it very well, but pay attention. His mirroring, I'm with you, Chase. The mirroring is beautiful. He crosses his body. It becomes second nature. You interrogate 100 people, you'll get to where you know that when they do something, you do something. You'll change your cadence. His cadence has slowed already. He's trying to get this guy off of his high horse, off of being a colonel, and down to being a guy who's in trouble, and he's talking slower, moving him more into that plane. And we call, in the old days, they would call it kinesthetic plane. You get a guy down to where his eyes drop down, left, down, right, down, left, down, right, just before you get to pre-confession. And you start that by talking lower and slower. Watch the colonel respond. Respiration is up. He's crossed his torso, put his hands in his crotch, just what you're saying, Chase. I call it the jaw rate or the chew rate. His chew rate is increasing like all hell now. And even more importantly, he's rolled his gum to between his front teeth, and he's focusing on it. That's why I said it was a bad idea for him. When you're trying to resist interrogation, there's a lot of tricks you use, and we teach a lot of them. What we never teach is how to interrogate. We teach how to resist interrogation. And when you know both, it's very interesting. I actually once had a very interesting line in Spin magazine when they asked me if being interrogated in SEER meant you knew how to interrogate. I'll leave that line there because it was provocative, and you can go find it in Spin magazine. I'll tell you guys what it is later. He moves that gum to the front, and he starts to chew like hell, and he starts to nod. And when he's really affirming something, which is interesting, his nod rate's pretty quick because he's nervous, and you see it. Chase, I agree. You see his head whip around to the interrogator already. It'll get more pronounced as we go, but this interrogator is setting him up for a game of trust. He's moving him off of what he expects, where it's going to be the harsh interrogation he faced at resistance school, to more of a soft sell, and it's working. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so to your point, Chase, I think confusion is being built up purposely here, or very well accidentally, because we get D.S. Smith, first of all, talking about Russ, then talking about Russell Williams in the third person, so disassociating there. I think that's a possibility of setting up a Russell Williams that we can then ascribe crimes to. We can put it down to Russell Williams as opposed to Russ, who I have in the room with me. So I think there may be a setup there of a possible out on that. Maybe. But then he goes back to connecting you with the crimes. So we've now got Russ, who we like Russ. Then we've got Russell Williams, who we're not sure about him. And then we've got the connection to you with the crimes. That's quite confusing. And I think that might be on purpose, because again, we're trying to up this loss of control of who are we actually talking about right now. There's a lot of confusion there. Well, the head does turn in there to give an ear, and there is this look of maybe confusion, but I think it turns to criticism. And again, I think that is Williams trying to be an unattractive subject. Who wants to interrogate somebody who is just quite critical of what you're coming up with? Like, what are you talking about here? Again, I would suggest that's purposeful on his part, of just trying to be critical, unattractive to be around. However, what we do see as well, which I think is important to know, and you can use in your own environment when you're talking with people and you want to build rapport, is let's just go back to basic geometry. What you see is these two sitting in what we call in geometric terms the complement to each other. If you've got one thing here and one thing there, that's called the complement. And so if you're interviewing somebody at the complement, it's more likely they'll fall into complementary behavior than if you place yourself in antagonism. In geometry, that's called antagonistic. It was Churchill who said, I think we make our places and then our places make us. And that's what happens when you set up a room for interview, interrogation, therapy, whatever you're doing, you're trying to set up the right geometry, first of all. That means it's most likely you're going to get the performance that you need, not only out of yourself, but out of your client or your subject. they have gone for, or it's been set up here in compliment rather than antagonism. That would just cause more argument. Here's what I do. In a meeting where I want to build rapport really quickly, I go, hey, you know what? I haven't had a chance to get a cup of coffee this morning. Would you get up with me and let's just take a walk to go and grab a coffee? And then we move together in parallel. And it's in parallel as we walk along together, not looking at each other, but looking at what's going around. That's the point where I'll try and get information, rapport out of people, because there's so little conflict. Think about how bars are set up. So mainly guys can talk to each other in the main and not fight. You sit them side by side and you get them looking at something else so they don't get into conflict. They don't look at each other, with alcohol and get into conflict with each other. So think about how often can you get yourself into parallel with somebody rather than ever antagonism, or if you can't do that, get into the compliment. Scott, what do you got?
All right, well, let's talk about what Greg brought up as well as the chew rate. And I forgot to hit that on the first one. As you know, I love gum. So on the first one, his chew rate was 60 times a minute. That was the average, averaging it out like you do a blink rate, Chase. So I averaged it 60 times a minute. That's pretty good clip there. He's coming in. He's a little bit nervous. He hadn't done this before, but he knows he's done it. So he doesn't know if he's going to get in trouble or not, but he knows he's guilty. So his chew rate's at 60 there. Now, when we get to this question where he says, the thing where he says, you hit the nail on the head, then it goes up to, then we're down to 42 a minute, 42 chews a minute. That's when he talks about that. Then when he says, let's talk about the issues that make us want to talk to Russell Williams. That's when it goes to, he has 14 and 11 seconds. That's a lot. 14 chews in 11 seconds. I'm a professional gum chewer. That's a lot. I can tell you that right now. It's coming out of the gate. That's a whole lot. You guys covered all the, his hands and all that. One thing that I noticed, and I heard this from this, who talked about it almost the very same way I did. It's this British guy, wrote a bunch of books. What's long-haired dude? What's his name? Blonde-haired guy. TEDx talk has like a gazillion views. British guy. I can't remember his name. Bowden. Is it Bowden? Mark Bowden. That's who it is. The same thing. If you watch this guy, what he does is he turns his ear toward him when the suspect, when Russell's talking, he's got his ear toward him. Now, there's a thing that I like to do for years and years, and this is how I picked this up. Or when I saw Mark doing this on a TV show somewhere, I was like, oh, gosh, he knows. If you're talking to someone and you want them to listen and you got a lot to say, you don't want them to say anything, this is what I found that helps. As you're talking to that person, when you're listening to them, your ears kind of like you're pointing toward them. You're listening to them. Okay, great. And usually your illustrators, these are the things that we know are when your brain is emphasizing specific words and phrases like I did just then. Those are illustrators. Instead of your illustrators going out when you're talking to this person, what you want to do is give their brain the impression that they're the ones talking and you're the ones listening. So you get your head going like this a little bit and you shake your head up and down a little bit as you're saying something. And then you sort of, instead of making your illustrators go outward, you bring them in this way a little bit, almost like you're dragging information out of them as you're talking. You don't make a whole big thing about it, but you do very subtly as you're talking to them. And you do a couple of pauses like that. And the next thing you know, when you're shaking your head and you're doing this, they'll be shaking their head and listening. And theoretically, their brain is under the impression they're the ones talking and you're the one listening. So they're not thinking about something else to talk about next, what's going to come up next. However, in this case, Russell Williams' brain is just flying around in there everywhere. You can tell by how still he is and how tight he gets and how loose he gets. His breathing rate here is 18 times a minute. It's not a whole lot at this point. That's not a whole lot. 18 times a minute isn't a whole lot. So, but he's practiced that. He knows to do to keep his breathing under control. So, as his brain's flying around, he's trying to think what's going to come next. How much trouble am I in? And this is when we see things start to come together. This is when from this moment on, we see his approach is going to go from when Greg was talking about him bobbing his head up and down. When he hits that point where he says, let's talk about the connection with you and Miss Cuomo or how that was made. That's the deepest head nod. It's almost a pre-confession nod where he goes down and he guards that neck with his chin. Because other times he's doing this, it's pretty big. But when that phrase hits, man, that thing goes all the way down and stays for a second and then comes back up. That's a warning. What are you going to say, Greg? You're moving.
Yeah, no. I just moved to correct.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something to add to it. Sorry, man.
But I do have something to add. I do have something to add when you're done.
No, I'm done. Go ahead. What do you got?
Yeah. So the last one for me, I said you shouldn't call him by his title. He's doing it here intentionally. He's setting it up for pride and ego up, pride and ego down later. Yeah. And what you do is you call him out. You say, hey, you are a colonel. So later when you say, hey, what kind of scumbag colonel does this? Then you can get him. Because remember, when you get a person off balance, you get them out of their thinking brain. What you'll see is when we always know when we're about to get a confession because you get them in their brain case. Once they're in their brain case and there's no outside world existing, you're the only voice they hear. And they entirely forget there's a camera and a microphone because the only space they're existing in is in that kinesthetic plane, and they're down in just turmoil. They're like a squirrel in the road trying to figure out where to go next. And we just reach over and go, it's okay, Bob. We're going to help you. Now, again, professional liars that we are, we're going to help you right into jail. But that's what we do. So there we go.
And essentially, Russell, in a nutshell, that's what we wanted to talk to you about. Okay, those 4 cases are of concern to us, and you've kind of almost hit the nail on the head about some of our issues that kind of make us want to talk to Russell Williams. Okay, because essentially there was a connection between you and all 4 of those cases. Would you agree? Geographically,
and then I guess I drive past. Yes, I would have to say there's a connection. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'll be quite frank with you. That's why things kind of evolved when the officers talked to you on Thursday night.
Okay.
We kind of went from there because when I think you discussed with them the fact that you were a colonel at the base.
I was in uniform at the time, so.
Yeah, so pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, then the connection with Miss Como was made.
Okay, I'm good. You guys good?
Yeah.
All right, let's move.
I'm not going to walk you through November, but I'm going to take you to a date that's probably pretty fresh in your mind. The day that Marie Franz Como.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you found out?
I do. Yeah, I was sent an email. Well, as soon as the ops staff and the base learned, they told me.
Okay.
So I got an email. I can't remember if it was late at night, early in the morning. It was certainly, I saw it, I want to say first thing in the morning because I had just come back from Ottawa. I was in Ottawa for a set of meetings on one of the days. I can't remember what day of the week we're talking about, but yeah, no, I mean, obviously when your people gets killed, it gets your attention. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I very much remember that coming in.
And how did you know Marie Franz Como?
I'd only met her once. She was on a crew I was on just after I got to the base.
Okay.
So I can't even remember. I think it was a one-day trip. I did a number of trips in Canada transporting our troops, sort of first leg out of Edmonton. We tend to hopscotch them across until they get into theater. So anyway, I can't remember which trip it was, but we did a number of them out to Edmonton just to pick up the troops, bring them to Trenton, and then put a fresh crew on, and because we'd fly out and back in the same day, so pushing the edge of that, and fresh crew on, and then continue on after a couple hour delay.
Okay.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, one thing that really interests me is that heavy sigh in there. What I would be interested in around that is that something he is performing in order to try and get an idea of emotional connection to the victim, or is it a heavy sigh around something else, a release of the tension that's going on there? Or is he using that moment to release tension at a place where it would feel normal to do that? Because we're talking about the news of the death of a colleague, although, his whole assertion is he didn't really know this person anyway. So I'm going to go for he's using it to release tension. We're starting to see the build-up in him of the tension here due to the duress of this, and he does need to release something at that point. Remember, what's happening is you got a build-up of, as you get fight and flight, you got a build-up of lactic acid, and you need to burn that off, and so you got to emit carbon dioxide, so you got to sigh out. You got to get that stuff out. It's just part of respiration. Look, here's what happens is lots of detail around this stuff. He suddenly goes into detail around Ottawa. Well, that's a play for status. Ottawa is Canada's ruling capital. It's the political capital. It's where the government of Canada have all their high offices, including the armed forces. So he's making a play for, hey, I was in Ottawa, very important trip to Ottawa. But then he goes into a whole kind of seductive story about exactly how you move troops, I guess, when they come into the East Coast, back from Afghanistan into Europe, onto the East Coast. You know, now I'm getting them back to Alberta, across Canada. It's like, we don't really need that kind of detail. Well, what you're trying to do, again, is up your status around this. D.S. Smith, brilliant, just goes, okay, so I don't care about that. Okay, not of interest to me. So again, immediately crushes that status there. So Williams trying to make himself unattractive by being too important. Smith there strikes him down on that. But what is interesting for me is we see, I think it's hard to see because we're only really seeing the arm, but I think we're probably starting to see a few more illustrators on that story. So he's being a bit more verbose with his body language on that, which means we're probably getting a baseline of here's what he's like when he's telling us the truth. When he's telling us the truth of here's how you move troops across Canada, we're going to get a lot more movement from him. When he's trying to hold stuff back, he's going to lock himself right down. So that's what I got on that one. Chase, what do you got for us?
Yeah, absolutely agree. That was a fantastic point about bringing up Ontario there. And I think his eyebrows start to stick upward in this request for approval about just a few seconds into this. And his gum chewing here, we can see it start to increase. His chew rate goes up a little bit. And when he says one of your people gets killed, it gets your attention, or I'm paraphrasing, you can see him tighten his cross-body grip, that he's reaching across his body with a single arm. And I think this confirmation glance continues throughout to the end of the video. He maintains his eye contact to ensure that he's still on solid ground with the interrogator. So we see him continuing to look back during anything that might be questionable to check for the response of the interrogator. And this grip that he's grabbing his other arm continues while he's speaking, and he's reluctant to use his hand. And this is the source of internal security for right now, this grip across his body. And he's flying the troops, obviously, with the eyebrow flash to say, yeah, how impressive is that? He's building a little more credibility with the interrogator. And I'll leave it at that. I'll keep it short. Scott.
All right. When he says, let's talk about his chew rate again. So when he says, how did you know Marie Cuomo? He says, I only met her once, and he says it really loud. It's like his brain is saying, no, man, we only met her the one time. We got to get that out. At that point, his chew rate blows up to 96 times a minute. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. Then, like Chase was talking about, his arm moves up and starts. That's where his adapters start kicking in. He's been using his gum as an adapter up to that point, trying to blow off some of that built up stress or tension and trying to be cool and relax himself. But that's when we start seeing that. The interrogator at the same time, he's got the same posture, he's got the same tone, everything's just the same. Whereas we're slowly starting to see Russell Williams get into that. He's starting to get wound up, man, because his brain at this point is just flying in there because he's starting to get worried. He takes a deep breath, I think, to sort of control his breathing. Try to, as he gets relaxed. So because his breathing rate's pretty heavy, it jacks up in there. I don't have it written down on here. I thought I had it. But his illustrators, they stay pretty small at this point, because when he came in before, he was doing a little bit. We'll see him get big in a couple of minutes, a little bit bigger. But usually when someone is worried and they're being a little bit deceptive, you'll see those illustrated. That's one of the things that I personally look for. If I'm trying to decide whether this person is being honest or not, or they're making something up. Watch those illustrators. If they get smaller, they disappear when they've been doing this the whole time. Watch out for that. It's really, really important. So you guys cleaned me out on that one, a lot of it. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm going to go in reverse order because I agree, Mark, you're dead on. We get a baseline. When he starts talking about this whole baseline thing, he's you see him illustrating. Big mistake. Big mistake. It's the reason the interrogator allows him to talk, because now he can compare it to something. The interrogator does an artful question. How did you know? Not, hey, did you know? Not, hey, tell me about, boom. How did you know? That causes a guy to tell you something. Now, here's what I think the big respiration is. I think if you look at him, when he's talking about, let me go back. When you look at him, when he's doing his baseline, his face is kind of slack. His muscles are relaxed. There's not a lot of this wrenched face that you see when he's under duress. When he first starts and he asks, how did you know? His head is up, request for approval. He's got concrete face here, like that demon from Japan you were talking about one time, Mark. I forget the name of the one.
Tanya.
Really rigid face. His nodding is more intense. His barriers are up. His internal conversation is going 90 to nothing. And he has a respiration exhale. The reason he does that, in my opinion, is because he's hit something he's prepared for, and that's chaff and redirect. And you watch that adapter in sacred space disappears a little, and his hands start to move, because now he gets to talk about that he doesn't have to think about. It's real fact. He's chaffing and redirecting and hoping you'll bite into, hey, how do you fly that plane? I'm surprised he didn't say, I flew Her Majesty, because he did. And I could imagine him saying something like that, because this is his chance to get away. Then when he asks, how did you know, when he says the part about how did you know her, and he says she was on a crew, I only met her once, she was on a crew, tongue jut. Distasteful subject. Now, it could be accidental because he just had an exasperated breathe, but I'm thinking, no, it's more, okay, that's a real tongue jut in the Desmond Morris, distasteful, want it out of my mouth kind of thing. Then he goes back into that normal baseline. This interrogator is just sitting going, zzz, zzz, waiting for a bite, and he'll get it in a bit. Fantastic job. If you're listening to us, we would love to have you on our show. Come and see us.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's all I got.
That'd be great.
I'm not going to walk you through November, but I'm going to take you to a date that's probably pretty fresh in your mind. The day that Marie-France coma.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you found out?
I do. Yeah, I was sent an email. Well, as soon as the ops staff and the base learned, they told me.
Okay.
So I got an email. I can't remember if it was late at night or early in the morning. It was certainly, I saw it, I want to say first thing in the morning, because I had just come back from Ottawa. I was in Ottawa for a set of meetings on one of the days. I can't remember what day of the week we're talking about, but yeah, no, I mean, obviously when your people gets killed, it gets your attention. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I very much remember that coming in.
And how did you know Marie-France coma?
I'd only met her once. She was on a crew I was on just after I got to the base.
Okay.
So I can't even remember. I think it was a one-day trip. I did a number of trips in Canada, transporting our troops, sort of first leg out of Edmonton. We tend to hopscotch them across until they get into theater. So anyway, I can't remember which trip it was, but we did a number of them out to Edmonton just to pick up the troops, bring them to Trenton, and then put a fresh crew on, and because we'd fly out and back in the same day, so pushing the edge of that, and fresh crew on, and then continue on after a couple hour delay.
Okay.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
So that particular week, do you have any recollection? Well, for instance, when you got the email,
Yeah.
do you remember where you were?
I was at home in Tweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No, I had been in Ottawa. I had been in Ottawa earlier in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau for one of the, it's actually for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I told you before, we look like swans until you see our feet under the water. Watch him. Watch the interrogator. He does something with his hands, and he's keenly observant of his own body language and kind of moves glitchy because he's afraid that it'll be perceived by the other guy. That's the curse of being us, right? When we're sitting across the table, we're like, oh, yeah, he might understand that. And we do something glitchy to move it around. So it's an interesting turn. He does it, again, this interrogator knows what he's doing. He uses leading questions, did, will, have, are, can. Those words allow you to cut short a conversation and redirect it. He does a masterful job of asking in that way. Now, watch the feigned misunderstanding of Williams. I'm going to stop calling him a colonel, and I'm really proud of them for burning his uniforms. That says something about the Canadian military. Dishonor goes in the furnace with everything else. So he turns away and he barriers a little more. And then his chew rate increases and his barriering and adapting. When we say adapting and barriering is I need space. I'm putting something between me and you. Adapters are ways of releasing nervous energy, whatever it may be. And he's doing both. And I call that sacred space. And he shrinks a little as he gets into this. He's making the target smaller, psychological all in it. And then he bumps up when he says, he looks like he's comfortable until he says, were you at home all the time? And then suddenly he's like, oh, now I got to tell the truth. And I'm going to have to say, no, I was in Ottawa and I was here. I was in a place I shouldn't have been. Then his barriers increase, but he makes more eye contact and he starts to chaff and redirect and resume statement, to use Chase's term, again with the C-17 project leader. So I seem important. Now, here's where everything's starting to unravel to me. There's a new word we've not heard from him yet. I seem to remember. Now he's getting plausible deniability. He's starting down that path of, well, I seem to remember, not I remember. So he's hedging, he's distancing, and he's giving this opportunity to create reasonable doubt as to whether he was there or not. Now, the other thing is this interrogator is using very specific language. Do you remember? That's intentional. That's very intentional. Now, I will also leave it at that because I don't want to step into something I shouldn't, and I'll push that over to Scott.
I know it's killing you. I know it's killing you.
It is killing me. It is killing me.
All right. I know. All right. Well, his chew rate actually goes to 90 here. That's pretty good. That's a whole lot. So when he says I've been in Ottawa, he says it twice, and then he makes that big adapting move. Man, he's so uncomfortable. And we actually see a micro expression here when he says, for some meetings I was over in Gatineau. I don't know what Gatineau is. Anybody know what Gatineau is?
I'll tell you.
What is it?
Yeah, it's specifically the part of Ottawa where the government offices are for the services. Okay. So he's being very, very specific about I was at government meetings in Gatineau.
Okay.
The Pentagon and U.S. speak, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's where we see that contempt, that thing on the side of his nose goes up right there, side of his face. So he's either had a hard time there in Gatineau, or he wasn't there, and he's making that up at the same time. I think that's what you said, Greg. So we see that, and then let's start noticing how far apart they are. The distance between Smyth and Williams. Let's start looking at the distance in that, because that changes drastically here in a little while as we get to going. Again, his brain, he's starting to think and he's starting to move around a little bit. He's trying to keep that in control, but he's having a real problem with it. Greg ate up 2 or 3 of mine, so I'm going to move on. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So as a postmodernist, I have something very meta coming up. So hang in there. What I want you to pay attention to is you can read all the books you like on body language about this and that, and there's the other and this and that. Just look out for the significant change that you see in him on this significant. When I talk about, is there a significant change? This is the kind of thing that I'm looking at. Okay. It's very significant. Now, what does it mean? I don't know. But it happens on that area of I had been in Ottawa. Significant change there. And just as Scott says there, that look of disgust on Gatineau. I don't see why him at that kind of rank, to turn up, when you turn up to Gatineau, that's a cool thing. That's good. It means you've made it. Yeah, I know you might be getting all kinds of problems from your peers and higher ranks there. I know there's all that, and it's hellish to get out there, and it's, it doesn't look great, okay, especially in the winter. but it's a good thing to be there. So I think the disdain or the disgust there is around about he's smelling his own lie. He's making this one up on the fly, and it smells really bad to him. Okay. Now here's the meta piece. Here is the where we disappear into a beautiful tautology, which is he starts talking about, to raise his rank, the C-17. Okay. And if you don't know C-17, it's a big plane that can shift lots and lots of stuff. It'll cost you about $350 million, super expensive. So if you're put in charge of the acquisition of that, and this one particularly is being moved to going over to Trenton, where it's going to be flying out of, that's a big thing. Now, and look how he gets into that story. We've gone from, so where were you, into a story of, I'm buying a $350 million plane. And just so you know, that $350 million plane has its own countermeasure dispensing system. And that's what we call chaff and redirect. And that's exactly what's happening here. There, I'll leave it at that. Chase, what do you got?
Talk about full circle.
That was beautiful, that was Mark.
Great.
Yeah.
That was good.
Oh, we've all been? No,
Chase.
Yeah, I think the interrogator's non-confrontational. He's able to let him talk without interruption, which is uncommon for interrogators. Yeah. And I think one of the things I actually teach is this mouth covering thing that he's doing. It signals unconsciously to the other person that you're not going to speak, that you're making a decision not to speak, and makes them more likely to continue talking. So William says, I'd been in Ottawa. There's the immediate arm cross. There's grip. There's digital flexion. His fingers are squeezing into his arm. They're not relaxed. That's one of the things I always say. If you're looking at someone with their arms crossed, that's meaningless. It's meaningless. Somebody says they're being defensive, closed off, withholding, concealing. None of those things apply to that. But one thing to pay attention to is the fingers. Are they squeezing the arm? Are they relaxed? Are they comfortable? Are the palms touching the body where a person's hugging themselves for reassurance? Those things matter. The arm cross by itself is not a big deal. So I think this statement puts him in the area of the crime, or lets him know that he's internally being deceptive. So this shows he has knowledge of something going on. We see this shift. If there's one thing, if you paid me whatever for a class in body language that lasted 30 seconds, I would say the entire purpose of reading human behavior is detecting changes in past observed comfortable behavior. Class over. And that's all I got.
Yeah, you guys both just hit, and we should bring this up at every show. The difference in us and absolutist is what you just heard. All of us are looking for change. And what we see in other people is this means X. No, that doesn't mean X. It means my nose itches.
Right. Yeah. Joe Navarro calls it looking for the differences in comfort and discomfort. Very simple, right to the point. All right.
So that particular week, do you have any recollection? Well, for instance, when you got the email, do you remember where you were?
I was at home in Tweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No, I had been in Ottawa. Early in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau for one of the. It's actually for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
We good?
Yeah.
Yep.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history that somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely
did this?
No.
Okay.
Be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right, because essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is it? You seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can see how a surprise like that would certainly set off some alarm bells in our investigation. Right?
All right, I'll go first on this one. This is another setup for, this is a bait question, but he's setting him up for the biggie, which comes up next, because he's planting that thing in his mind. Is there anything I didn't think about if anyone is going to say anything bad about me? He's not ready for the next one, which we'll get into in a minute. So that's great. He's sort of setting him up for that. We see him start to squirm a little bit and start to think about what's happening, and we can see that brain is in there just flipping out, man. He's in there. It's bouncing around in there. Now, we know that because we start seeing his face and his forehead start getting flush. Up to this point, it's been fairly normal flesh wise, but now it's starting to get a little bit red because he's thinking he's heating up. He's starting to feel the heat come on, and he's wondering, what do these cats know? What's going? This isn't good. This isn't good now, because he's realizing that he's probably in trouble at this point. I think his breathing rate goes up to 24 times a minute. That's a whole lot in a minute. So now let's see what else. But then again, the Smyth keeps it light by laughing and doing those types of things. And when he says, when you ask him the bait question, we ask that, we see just a little bit of a really quick flash smile as the second part of it goes really, really quickly. That tells us as well he's thinking and he should be smiling about that, but it just busts out and then goes away really quickly. What else have I got on here? Yeah, he's just letting him know that there's a lot more coming, and he's getting ready for it. Chase, what do you got?
Yes, we see. He says, is there anything somebody might have misinterpreted? He's setting up the frame or the perception from the very beginning, and I think this is beautiful. I would add on here, if I was teaching a course, of course, we could always do everything a little better, a little differently. But it's good to set up this question with something like, I'm glad you're here. We've got 76 officers canvassing the neighborhoods, talking. We've already spoken to 97 people just since yesterday morning. And then the question comes in to build credibility into the bait question. So I always like to establish a little bit of credibility inside the bait question. And if you watch the Dr. Phil episode we were on, Scott, Greg, and Mark passed a person down to me and for me to use a bait question followed by what we call a mind virus. But we don't have time for that tonight. So next, the follow-up with the interrogator's appeal to the man's intelligence need is a chef's kiss. Beautiful moment. I love watching that. And it's kind of just one final chance to tell us, what do you think somebody might have said? This is it. I mean, this is the final chance. And that is a powerful tool with guilty people. And you'll see guilty and innocent people respond to this in completely different ways. That's the power of a bait question. It's not a leading question, and it's not a question that assumes facts, not in evidence, or it doesn't assume facts. We're not lying to anyone. We're asking if there's any reason. We'll see a few more bait questions throughout here tonight. And I think the interrogator's doing a wonderful job so far here. So, Mark.
Yeah. What I love about D.S. Smyth is he plays his weakest cards first. And so we do see that he doesn't really, out of this first bait question, I mean, I think it sets up futility. It works towards futility of the situation, but it maybe doesn't get the information that might have been more useful. And so we do see a difference in Smith's body language there. I think there is a touch of disappointment that he doesn't get more information out of him because Williams, his countermeasure here to be unattractive to the interrogator is, I'm very boring. And the idea would be is that then D.S. Smyth goes, hey lads, have we got a more interesting one to bring in? Because this one is, is very, very boring. He's hoping to make himself super unattractive, super uninteresting. So this kind of goes over and we might swap him out for somebody better. Of course, that isn't going to happen here because he's the option that they have right now, and maybe even at this point as well. I'm not quite sure when they get the shoe print from him. I've been through the videos that we looked at, not the whole thing, and I can't see where his shoes leave him. But at some point, his boots, he gives over his boots.
I think they did that before they started.
Oh, they did it before they start. So they've brought him in and said, can we have a look at your boots as you walk in? By the way, taking somebody's shoes, one of the best ways to reduce their status. One of the best ways. If you've ever been to a British football match where the police are expecting crowd violence, one of the things that the police will do is say, yeah, lads, give us your shoes before you go in. And you'll go in barefoot so that they know that way less is going to kick off. Not only is it hard to fight in bare feet and not get yourself damaged, but you don't feel safe. So it's a great reduction of status by taking people's shoes. So he goes for the unattractiveness. I'm very, very boring. But then what D.S. Smith does is to bring in this idea of we don't want any surprises, okay? Surprises would be bad. And again, that's building the futility of it. The more surprises you give me, the worse it's going to get for us here. So give over the information. But anyway, first bait question. Oh, by the way, I think the bait question always also has disassociation in it. I've certainly got that in my notes, but I can't remember how it's done. So why not go back and look at that for me and put below how that bait question also has disassociation in it. So it might not be, somebody could kind of give you information which is applied to a version of you, something distant from you, not actually you in the room with me right now. That's what I got on that one. Greg, what do you got for me?
Yeah, so guys, I'm going to try not to be long-winded here because I'm about to go into the mechanics of interrogation. We're going to talk about how this works, how an interrogation actually works. So we talked about approaches. Approaches are these levers, these psychological ploys we use to get in someone's head. And those include things like, I'll list a handful of them and then we'll go from there. Direct. People ask a question, you answer or you don't. Incentive. I offer you something, you give it to me. People have given me information for cookie or ice cream before. It just works that way. Sometimes it's alcohol or something else. Emotional. That means love or hate of something. Fear. Up and down. And that can be harsh or it can be aggressive. Pride and ego. Up or down. Let me see if I can even repetition, establish ID. All of these things come together. And then futility, rapid fire, all silence. All of those are approaches and ways to get you to talk. What you're seeing here is a very artful beginning. Now, if he stumbled into it, fantastic, but I don't think so. I think what he's doing with this pseudo bait question is he is establishing we know all, like that. He said, hey, you had this security interview. Is there anything in there people might misunderstand? That is a shot across the bow for, hey, I've seen your security interview. I know a lot of stuff about you that is not public knowledge. It's already starting down that path, and it's very subtle, but it's the first step. Now imagine I start bringing in the mechanics of this, and what he's after is a reaction. Does he get a reaction? Go back and watch the video and turn the sound off. Watch him, because he starts with that blink right up. His legs are crossed. He throws that forehead up as he trying to, he says this whole thing about it'd be very boring, and his legs open. His legs blossom wide open in kind of a cocky leg position after. Does it mean he's being cocky? It means something changed. Ding, ding, ding. What an orchestration is, we talk about these 14 approaches. None of them work in a vacuum. The only one that works in a vacuum is direct. Hey, Chase, did you do this? Well, yeah, Greg, I did it. That's a direct. But the rest of them, we feather them together and we create this beautiful story that allows you to be the hero. If the hero is telling us where the body is or something else, all these approaches go together. Here comes this. There's an incentive, there's a carrot dangle going on right now while he's talking. And that's I'm trying to allow you to save face. He's starting those two approaches right now. This is masterful, and we're going to see later one of the single best sentences I've ever heard an interrogator deliver. So this is interrogation geeking from me because I've taught it for so many years. I just love watching it. Thanks.
You need to calm down, Greg. You're getting too into it, man.
I told you I'll geek on this one because this is masterful.
Nobody's going to watch this anyway.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history that somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely.
did this?
No.
Okay.
Be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right, because essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is it? You seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can see how a surprise like that would certainly set off some alarm bells in our investigation, right?
So,
Russell, is there anything you can think of? Let's go talk about Marie-France Como for a minute, okay?
Mhm.
Is there any reason at all you can think of that during our investigation, obviously we're searching computers, things like Blackberries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Electronic devices, looking through houses for things that are in handwriting, written notes, diaries, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, but is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie-France Como would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings?
Not at all.
No?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is there anything that she ever said to you that led you to believe that there might be something more than a passing interest with her towards you?
Not at all. No, we spent, one flight together talking. I'd go back occasionally and talk. No, if that's the case, that's very surprising.
Okay. All right.
all right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So another bait question. He's building on the last one. There could be a sense there of Williams thinks, great, if that's the best bait question that you have, I got through that one. Well, here comes another one. And it has a couple of kind of non sequiturs in it, or what we might call nested loops, kind of interruptions in the pattern there. So that, look, really logically, if you went into that bait question, all you'd come out with is like, yeah, you don't have anything, do you? You just don't have anything. Because that's what, when you put those words together that DC Smyth says, it basically says, they actually don't have anything, but, could it be possible that there is something? Well, he's in a place right now where he's not really able to undo that, because we do see him take that bait, and we do see him lean forward, lean in, look for that. He is going, what have they got? So he thinks they have something. He isn't cognitively able at that point to deconstruct that question for what it is, which is they don't have anything, no written material in anybody's diaries or anything, that references him. Anyway, so he comes in, though, still, because he sees he is pretty good. He comes in with a strong denial. No, not at all. But his head reels back right in there. And then here for me is the significant change. No, absolutely not. And I want you to go and listen to that tone of voice on no, absolutely not. And that's the biggest thing in there. So, yeah, the DS does not get a big spiel of confession from him. I don't know whether he's expecting that. I think probably not. He's on a build-up of the futility of this, but he does get a nice reaction and a nice tonal change out of him on that build there. Chase, what do you have for me?
One thing that I tell everybody in our interrogation courses to purchase and bring with you in your briefcase, because a lot of these interrogators are carrying these pocket recorders for their own recordings, which is on the table there, is a washcloth. They come in handy, big time. They absorb a lot of sound in the room. They just pick up voice. Washcloths are extremely effective. And so what we're doing here, or what we're seeing here in this interrogation, is we're starting a potential transition from what we call an interview to what we call an interrogation. So right now we're still kind of in this phase that depends on what technique you're looking at, but this is the interview phase. We're asking a series of very, very pointed questions, one of which is the bait question, to determine whether or not we think there is a high or low likelihood that this person is guilty. And that's what we're seeing here. So once the interrogator determines this person is probably guilty, then we go from interview mode to interrogation mode. And that all starts with a confrontation, which we're going to hear in a little bit. And anytime we're saying, is there any reason, it's not a leading question. So he provides a list of potential evidence like we just talked about before. He says, we're doing this. We're searching computers and BlackBerries. He's listing all of the things, but what he's actually doing is instructing William's mind exactly what to worry about. So all the things he wouldn't have worried about otherwise, he's telling him specifically what he needs to start worrying about before the question comes out. And I think this bait question is walking a little bit of a thin line between saying there is something and there isn't, but I think he's still on the right side for sure. But I think the interest level of a suspect in whether or not they want to discover more, they want to learn what you have and what's going on before they answer. So they're holding back before they answer. This is a guilty behavior. Doesn't mean guilt. It suggests guilt. And we see this again confirmed with speaking in fragments. The movement is sped up with these jerky, responsive movements and this stress behavior. His arms haven't moved. He's still locked in place. Greg.
Yeah, I think one of the things you just hit's key. A person who is being accused of something is not going to be interested in the case. They're going to be interested in getting the hell out of there. The more interest they show in the case, the more liable they are to wanting to know what it is you have. And I think that's a great call out, Chase. In terms of the bait question, you're right. It's not a leading question. It's a poke. It's a prod. It's a look to see. It's a start to do a we know all approach. It's start to say, look, we got stuff you don't know about, and we're going to share it with you slowly, and I'm going to slowly choke you. That's the way it goes. Because he's got no gum. Remember I said in the beginning, big mistake to start off with gum. All the energy is going to go somewhere because your energy level is going to increase when you come into an interrogation, not decrease. Now, you might just get worn out, but trust me, after having done a 14-hour interrogation, you don't get the opportunity to get worn out because we keep poking and prodding and making your head turn up, you have fight or flight. So he does a deep swallow. His jaw clenches instead of milling. And when he does that thing, Mark, where he does that, I'm not sure I understand, that fake glance and that fake disbelief. Chase, or Scott, you talk about this all the time. That fake disbelief is gone in a microsecond. It doesn't look real. If you accuse me of something, I'd be like, what? Not gone that quickly. So good indicator, it means something. Remember, he should have kept his legs in front of him. Now his feet are under his chair and he's leaning forward. He's all bunched up. All that baseline is shifted from when he was denying things in the beginning. When he said none at all, he made way too much eye contact, like he was trying to hypnotize. He said, no, absolutely not. Nervous laugh. Really? Really? You're going to do that? Sitting in front of this guy? And the guy catches it, I guarantee you. Then he goes, no, not at all. He has a lilt, and his entire demeanor shifts, and he does that little shoulder-to-shoulder head bobble thing. One of the best parts of this entire thing is, in my opinion, this guy just took the biggest, boldest step possible when he said, or maybe she said to you. That's bold, because if you never talked to her, you would say, I never talked to her, and you would never think anything of it because you would do that. However, what happens to Williams? He falls for it and says, no, we talked about this. I went to the back of the plane twice and talked to her. Okay. That's an old interrogation trick I used to teach people all the time. If you go through basic interrogator course, they'll teach you, ask every question, are you married? What is your wife's name? Well, that's dumb because the human brain finds patterns. And if I say, tell me your wife's name, tell me your child's name, tell me your oldest son's name, your brain starts to think, I know all that. And that's what he's doing here. This is powerful. He's continuing that we know all with this bait question too. And he's driving a powerful message that we know more than you think we do, and just wait, we'll show you. That bait question is powerful. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, you see his breathing rate it gets pretty shallow here. It starts jacking down some. But for me, I think this was the bait question. I thought this was great because the way he sets this up, not only does he start asking the question, he puts him on notice that that's coming, but then he waits. And while he's waiting and talking about this other part of the question, boy, that brain starts blowing up and he starts creating this world in there of all this stuff going on that he's not sure what he knows. And what's he going to say? What's he going to say? for me, when I was going through these, this is one of those things where, and I'm sure it was for you guys as well, you're sitting there thinking, oh my God, this is awesome. This is awesome because we're watching this guy get worked up in here. Oh, it's his execution of that is just beautiful. Then he starts, you're right, Greg, he starts to freeze up. He starts to get to where we can see him start closing down at this point. And then you cover the head, snap back but he says absolutely not. Again, saying the word absolutely does not mean you're guilty, does not mean you're lying, does not mean you're innocent or anything else. But you sure hear it a lot when somebody's done something they shouldn't have done. And you ask them, did they do it? And they say, absolutely not. When he says, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, that's when it looks like he's taking a punch almost because his head kicks back. Like that's when it hits him that, well, there shouldn't be anything in there. And he's trying to look like he's reacting naturally. And that's a big cue right there. As soon as you see something like that, then let's see where else. Y'all covered most all the stuff, but man, it's so good. It's just such a wonderful setup. This guy, it's almost like a game. It is a game, but he is literally getting this guy boxed in body language wise. And we'll see a lot of times in the old days, you referred to interrogators as a box man, and they were boxing men. And because you're boxing the person in and you're trying to get them to, so there's no way out of the box and you have to say, okay, I did it. In other words, and that's what he's doing. He's doing it not just from the talking to him point of view, from the vernacular he's using, the words he's using, the construction of the sentences and questions he's using, the statements he's saying, but he's also boxing him in body language wise. We'll see that. And there's a reason for that too, but we'll get that to the end. I'm sorry, I'm getting excited here. I'll move on. All right. We good?
Yeah. I want to know what school this guy went to.
Yeah.
Oh man. But see, the funny combination. Thing is, you can tell that Williams knows what's going on. Well, he knows what he knows what a bait question is. And he's like, oh man, here it comes. I'm there. So he's having this separate conversation, this internal dialogue going, oh no.
He may not know what a bait question is, Scott, but he certainly knows what interrogation approaches are.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If he does know what a bait question is, he's lost his memory of that through arrogance. He's walked in there. This is an OPP, DS. So it's like this is a nobody out in the boonies. This is a nobody who's interviewed.
I think he does know what it is.
Going, I used to run a base, okay, and I'm about to be interviewed by a nobody, and I'm about to get away with this.
I think you're right. I think he thinks that guy is just going to be a pushover. I think you. Yeah. But I also think he knows interrogation approaches, and he's hearing a couple of them.
Sure.
What he's not seeing is the masterful buildup of what's coming. That's what he's missing.
Yeah, and you're right, Mark. That's where the arrogance misses that. But I think he knows something's up, but he just can't figure out what it is. That might be it. Yeah. But I think he knows what's happening because I can see that second inner dialogue going on in there of no, because his. Go ahead.
I think it's that big difference between knowing about a bait question and being in that situation. He's like 3 hours. He's like, I don't know how many hours into it. Like he pretty much confesses 3 hours in or something around that. Like, so, somebody listens to this and hears about a bait question. Yeah, but then have 3 in a row and you've committed a crime and I've not been through. I know what they're doing, but I've not been through that process with a DS in front of me. The first thing I would do is go, give me a lawyer.
Well, exactly.
So I'm free to leave. Yeah. Okay, I'm walking out because there's no way I'm sitting down here and answering any questions about anything. You arrest me, or I'm walking her, and if you arrest me, I'm still not speaking. I want a lawyer.
I got a lawyer.
Russell, is there anything you can think of? Let's go talk about Marie-France Como for a minute, okay? Mm-hmm. Is there any reason at all you can think of that during our investigation, obviously we're searching computers, things like BlackBerries, right? Mm-hmm. Electronic devices, looking through houses for things that are in handwriting, written notes, diaries, things like that. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, but is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie-France Como would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings?
Not at all.
No.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is there anything that she ever said to you that led you to believe that there might be something more than a passing interest with her towards you?
Not at all. No, we spent, one flight together talking. I'd go back occasionally and talk. No, if that's the case, that's very surprising.
Okay. All right.
God.
You have any questions for me right now?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to step out and see how things are going, okay? I mean, it is a Sunday, but there's probably 60, 70 people working on this file, so there's a lot of things happening.
Sure.
So let me go out and see what's happening, and then I'll come back in and we'll hopefully continue, okay? I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me. We talked about the whole idea of how we've approached you here, okay? The trying to be as discreet as possible, okay? But the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up, okay? And it's not issues that point away from you, it's issues that point at you, okay? And I want you to see what I mean, all right?
Okay, Greg, what do you got?
So first, Chase, I'd say, have you ever had anybody grab your file and dossier off the table and try to dispose of it in a meeting? It happens in real life. And my favorite thing is you do realize we have more copies, right? But people will grab that because they're so afraid of it. It is so powerful. And it's a continuation of We Know All. The guys who came back from Vietnam referred to it as file and dossier, and it was a way to track all their life. Now, you already said you got a security clearance. If you got a security clearance, you know you got a tremendous amount of information on him. Watch his chest tighten. Even before the guy walks out, watch it. But when he comes back, watch his eyes are riveted to that folder. It's power. That represents everything in the world to him. Not this investigator who's now become his friend by using words like respect and come on, Russ, who's doing We Know All, who's doing this file. It's a way to take it off of me and you and not make it about us. It makes it about the crime, and the crime is contained in that folder so that I get your trust. It's powerful. It works. I got a note down here, boa constrictor. Chase, you talked about earlier when a person has their arms around them and whether they're gripping themselves or not. This guy can't breathe because he's gripping himself so tight that every time he exhales, he can't inhale, just like a boa constrictor. And if you watch him, his breathing gets shallower and shallower. And he stops talking and starts grunting. He's barely emitting sound. Great indicator. We're getting him in his brain case now. He's going back into himself. He's not outward. He's not communicating effectively, and that whole facade's starting to crack. This is the beginning of what we all recognize as pre-confession pose. We'll see it really pronounced in the next videos coming up, but this is a great start to it. Chase, what do you got?
The eyes on the folder is fabulous. I've seen it so many times.
Yep.
Even if the folder, in many cases, hypothetically, of course, was just full of a bunch of blank pieces of paper. And
their name on it.
A lot of interrogators do that. And we'll talk about some of the ways that happens here in a minute. But I like in this, he's doing a great job of showing all the negativity that's taking place. Anything that's negative going on is outside that door. It's not me. And he's using team pronouns. What are we going to do here? I'd like for us to get this handled. I don't know what they are going to do, which is great. This is why when I train police departments, I say you should almost never have an officer in uniform in the room conducting an interrogation. It should always be a plainclothes person most of the time. And I subscribe to a different interrogation theory than probably Scott or Greg. My personal philosophy is that if the person knows there's an interrogation happening, then I have lost. So I do a completely different game than you guys do. You guys do a lot more criminal stuff anyway. My job was a little different. The 60 to 70 people that are working on this is a buildup for the technique, the credibility of evidentiary findings. So we see his immediate shift to chest breathing here, these rapid movements, rapid compliance. If you look at this again, when the video plays again, I want you to look at this. It's like maybe an 8 or 9-year-old who's been scolded and then said, sit here, I'll be back in a few minutes. You would see the same fear responses there. And it's not deceptive, but it's a lack of information, and it is really high stress. And guilty people will tend to want to see what you have on them before they continue to speak. So that's why his eyes are locked on the folder. Innocent people typically, in my experience, don't lock on the folder like that. And a lot of times it's doesn't have evidence in there. We're going to see that in a second too. I'll be talking about that. And in many interrogation schools, they say in a situation like this, we need to apply minimization or rationalization. So minimization, it's not that big a deal. I've seen way worse cases. Or rationalization, they had it coming. Anyone in your situation would have done the same thing, that kind of stuff. Not in cases like this. So typically there's damage control, recognition, saving face, significance, or getting in front of the problem, especially in these cases. And that's all I'll say about that. And Mark, I'll give it over to you. Oh, wait, did Mark go?
No, I'll go.
All right.
What I love about the DS here is he knows he's got this folder in the back, and I think really at this point he's got about a couple of things in that folder at max. He has proximity because the next door neighbor didn't work out, so he's next in row, so that's why he's in. It's like, okay, he's next door neighbor to the next door neighbor. There's something about tire width, and maybe they worked this shoe thing out at this point. I think they have. So he's maybe got three things in that folder. Pretty thick folder for three things. So in he comes, but before he plays that, he says, "You got any questions for me?" Now, what I love about that is before he plays any of his cards, he's always open to going, "Hey, just talk. I'm giving you an option to talk right now. Give me something. If you want to, give me something." Now, it doesn't deliver anything, but what a brilliant play. You have potentially your best card in the back, but you don't rush to it. You go, I can play that at any point. I'm going to try another way. Before I go and play that, I'm just going to go, you got any questions for me, and see what happens. Nothing transpires, but I think that's really great technique not to play that card immediately. So he does come back in, and we are seeing a lot of stress there. He's locked down. His breathing rate is right up. And again, the futility is pushed on him. Every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up. It's the futility of, do not let me walk out of this room again. Every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up. It's like, we got to solve it together right now. And I love that because it's pushing the drama in. And this is a classic dramatic convention. In Hamlet, it's like, Poland are coming. Don't let Poland come. And it heats up. It creates this crucible where the thing needs to get solved right there and then, because we don't want the outside influence crushing in on us. So brilliantly played there. That's what I got on that one. Who we got left?
Me. Okay.
God.
Yeah. So when he comes, this is really the first confrontational situation we've seen it when he confronts him with when he comes in and says, I've showed you respect. In other words, he's saying, you're not showing me respect. There are a couple of ways to go about doing this when you first come in. And he did it right, because he came in and he was standing when he started saying this, and he hit the word here really hard. But when I get a call from somebody from wherever they are and they go, so how should I handle this part of it? I always say, when you go in, lean on the table. Anybody ever seen that picture, Joe Navarro, where he's leaning on the table and he's leaning over? Not that hardcore, but you lean on the table and you look at him and you say, listen, is there any reason whatsoever? So you look at him when you start into that, when you start that confrontation, you're dead on him. He's not doing that because he's playing that accountant thing where he's like, hey man, these guys, I tell you what, it's Columbo. And I got to tell them back that they really want to know. I'm just here because I'm working here. Great. He handles this very well. But that's, like Chase was saying, the different styles of approaching these things, whereas Greg and I may be a little bit more aggressive. This guy's really being laid back as he's doing this. And it works great. It's perfect for this, obviously. because when he leaves to check, see, the one thing we didn't have was the video of him sitting there by himself, because I don't know how long this guy's been gone. I would love to see that. Love to see him sitting there squirm, thinking, seeing that head going, those eyes going back and forth, and him rearranging as we got in there, because now he's in that position where Chase was saying earlier, it does, and Greg's agreeing and everybody's agreeing, it doesn't really mean much, when you're doing that. Now it means everything you think it means. You've always heard it means the person is stressed, they're not into what's being said, and they're guarding themselves. That's what we're seeing here, because his feet are starting to cross, his arms are crossed, he's laying back a little bit, he's pushed back in that chair. We're seeing all the classic signs of, oh, you know what, at this point. Then he goes back to reciprocity, where when he says, I've been treating you with respect. And again, he's leaning into that. You're not treating me with respect because you're not being completely honest with me. And there are not 60 or 70 people working on this. There's probably 9 other homicides they're working on this thing. But he blows this thing up in this guy's mind like, oh my God, all these people are doing it. It's like ants running around working on figuring this thing out. That's not happening. That's not, he may have told him that. I don't know if you guys have any experience anywhere else, but I've never seen that 60 or 70 people. There might not be 60 or 70 people there, much less working on one homicide case. The departments aren't that big. So then he said, when he comes back, he said, I told you I'd treat you the same way that I asked you. I asked you to do the same thing. That's where he kind of sticks it up there and says, I ask you to do the same thing. He's getting aggressive with him there. So now it's on at this point. It's the whole thing is he knows he's pinned and he's getting ready to box him in here in just a couple of minutes. So anyway, that's all I've got. I mean, everybody else.
Yeah, Chase, a couple of things. Remember, it does vary. Like if you're going to be a hard ass and you're going to do that in law enforcement, that might be one thing. But if you're doing intelligence interrogation or you're doing something and remember, that's my ball of wax is intelligence. And then counterterror, that's a different angle. And then police is a different angle than what Scott does, where he has to go in and win these guys over. So guys, what we want you to hear is every one of these has to take a different approach. And so as a good interrogator, I always say it's theater for one. You got to be believable. From the outside, it might look goofy, but if you're believable to the guy sitting across the table from you, that's what matters. And he's believable to this guy because he's taking the right approach. Often, honestly, intelligence interrogation where you're trying to get a guy to commit treason is much like this investigation where the guy's going to roll over and die. I mean, his career is over. This is personal extinction for this guy. So all that subtlety has to go into it. And I think that's a great call out, Chase. And Mark, what you're hitting on with the futility, all this stuff is starting to come together, and the futility will come in one sentence, and it's a beautiful close when he does it. I think it comes together nicely.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
And I will say, to your point, Greg, one of the best things I've learned in interrogation is it costs less cognitive energy to actually care temporarily, just to plug that in. So I never feel like I'm acting, especially in the moment. I do the best I can to actually care to where I'm not acting, because it just burns me out. But that's a personal thing for me.
Well, if you don't have enough intellectual curiosity to wonder why the guy did it, don't go in this business, because if you don't really care why the guy did it, you can't do this because it's demanding. But if you really care and you're interested, you can meet some horrific people who've done horrific things, and sometimes in their own mind for the right reason. It's really interesting work. So anyway,
Yeah. And Greg, you're right. It's theater for one. That's the way I start off. I say, keep in mind what this is. It's theater for one. And once you get that in your brain, that's what's going on. I never say it's a game, but it really is. I mean, all it is this big chess game going on.
Yep.
I'm getting too worked.
Sometimes it's checkers. Just depends on the person.
You have any questions for me right now?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to step out and see how things are going. Okay. I mean, it is a Sunday, but there's probably 60, 70 people working on this file, so there's a lot of things happening.
Sure.
So let me go out and see what's happening, and then I'll come back in and we'll hopefully continue. Okay. I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me. We talked about the whole idea of how we've approached you here, okay? The trying to be as discreet as possible, okay? But the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up, okay? And it's not issues that point away from you, it's issues that point at you, okay? And I want you to see what I mean, all right?
That's true too.
This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January.
Yeah.
Okay? All right? Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is slightly smaller, okay, in scale. Okay?
Okay.
All right? That's not to scale. The footwear is actually bigger.
Okay.
If you look here on the ruler, you'll see that 1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch.
Okay.
Okay? But this is the way it prints off on the computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this over so you can see what I mean, all right? Because essentially when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world-renowned. His name is John Norman. And essentially with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much in the area of fingerprints, okay? And essentially what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that support an investigative position, okay? This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot just a little while ago, okay? Now, I'm not an expert in footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons, okay? You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This person walked through, there's several different prints to compare, so we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare.
Yeah.
These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay. You want discretion. We need to have some honesty, okay? Because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast. This is getting beyond my control. All right, I came in here a few hours ago and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why.
I don't know what to say. That's
Well, you need to explain it because
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so now his face has stopped all movement. He's got the fake confusion thing again, and it's gone rapidly. He's got shorter utterances. You can see he's just kind of fallen apart. Now, on the other side from the interrogator, the we know all is here tightly. Look, it's your vehicle, your boots, you. Progressively tighter loop. And then he goes out of his way to say, look, I've been trying to help you. There's a clear accusation. There's a trust request again. It's that whole thing of, look, I gave you this. There's the dangling the carrot. There's one last incentive. Look, I'm going to try to help you, but you have to help me too. You can hear, I'm your advocate, but things are running out very quickly. There's an incentive with a timeline, and this feeds to his next ploy, which is going to be, okay, I'm going to take away the carrot if you don't do what I need you to do. But there's fake confusion. There's short utterances. Remember I talked about a guy being trapped in his own head? When a person's trapped in their own head, everything slows down. And they sit there and they think they're thinking at normal speed, but they're actually, I'm sorry to giggle, but they think they're thinking at normal speed and they're rolling over dumb ideas in their head at increasingly snail-like pace. So the silences get longer and longer and longer. And Chase, you hit it dead on. The master interrogator sits there quietly and waits. The junior interrogator feels like they need to keep adding details. Women, you're watching our show, you know men don't know when to shut up talking when they're trying to close a deal on a date or any of that kind of thing. Men are masterful talkers. in their own minds. We don't know when to shut up. And this is a good example. Most interrogators don't know when to shut up. The reason women become masterful interrogators is because they listen, they stop, and they're quiet. You also will notice once he does have anything to grasp onto, his head whips toward it. When the guy mentions something, his head whips like he's in some kind of a crazy place. All these things being called out, do we hear a single denial anywhere? Not one. This guy's in his own little brain case spinning in circles right now at a very slow rate of speed, and he feels like he's moving rapidly. Mark, what do you get?
Yeah, so first brilliant thing that happens here is the DC manages to shift Williams from his resistance posture. And he does that by, what you'd normally do if you were being polite and giving somebody something, you'd hand it right into their space. What he does is just push it forward onto the table where it's not going to be quite visible. So Williams has to come forward, open up his body, and destabilize himself. So again, first of all, we make our places, and then those places decide how we're going to act and react, the way we're going to think. So he destabilizes him with this. It's a technique that I'll often use if I want to get information out of people or them to tell me stuff that they wouldn't normally tell me so quickly. I'll just say, hey, just take a look at this for me, and let's look at it together. And by getting their eyes down onto the document or the drawing or whatever it is, I can then scooch by right next to them, sit right next to them. We've not got eye contact, so there's no aggression, there's no pushback there, and we can sit and we can talk about what we have in front of us. We can make that the problem. And if we make this the problem and the issue, they'll start talking about that problem and that issue rather than it being a problem and an issue between us in antagonism. So it's great that he manages to shift him from that resistance posture. You see him doing the comparison there, trying to work out, is there something that could be different enough that I could go, hey, that's not my boot, but there's nothing there. So he ends up nodding along to the thesis. Smyth is laying on just a lot of futility here, but he does soften it by giving him an exit. It was your vehicle, your boots. I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying, can we just sign up to the idea that your vehicle and your boots, I'm not saying you were in the boots at the time. We'll get there eventually. But if you want to go, so it was possibly I guess it could have been my boots. Okay, great. So explain that. How would have your boots been going? If we're saying it's your boots, how did that happen? It's a great option that he might sign up to the boots. I think we see some contempt and disdain there. I'm not sure when. I just have it as a note here. So take a look back there. I haven't said when it is at all and what it's to do with, but I've said here that I saw it. So go find it for me and tell me where it was. Look, what's wonderful about this is he's pretty much done now. He's trapped. And at this point, he says, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So he's got nothing to get himself out of this. And so at this point, I would suggest psychologically, he's now going to accept help. If you give him some help, he's going to go, thank you very much, because I'm out of ideas right now. So I would say DC Smyth has him. He has him there in a position where he may well accept some help in this situation. Who have we got next, Scott?
Okay. All right. Well, and there's a little folder that he pulls out. I've got one thing that I always teach, and it's the thunk factor. When you pull out that folder, it's got to go thunk really loud, and you push it away so they can't get to it. I've never had anybody grab mine before. But so the bigger it is, the thunkier it is, the more power that thing has in it. The time he takes to explain what's happening to the time he confronts them with that, 1 minute and 53 seconds. That is so... wow. As he starts going through that and explaining to him what these things are, it's just, if you'll notice, it's just an inch difference in the thing. This guy's freaking out in there. He's flipping out. So he's thinking, what did they know? And when he finally says, when he tells him he's nailed, oh my goodness. But it takes 1 minute and 53 seconds to get in there. And up to that point, I don't know if you guys have ever showed a kid like a card trick or some kind of magic trick, as you're sitting there doing it, and the little kid comes up to the table, and this is exactly what he looks like. He's looking, he's watching, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So that's what that reminds me of. He's so focused. It's humorous. It's funny. I don't know why this guy wasn't laughing at him. Oh man, I've got so much stuff on here. And like going back to Mark's thing, a buddy of mine, Jason, was a sergeant, and Greg's met him over at here in Nashville, and in the homicide department. And we were talking about getting people to open up a little bit. And so what he said he would always do, if somebody was all quirked up like this, all corked up, what he would do is say, "Hey man, will you draw something? Will you sign something?" He'll bring something over, so they have to go, "Okay, and go over here and sign it." I thought that was brilliant, and I never thought of it. It's so simple, but it's so easy to get them to do it. This is one of those things. In a couple of minutes, it's going to be like a football game, and because you see, for us, not for the person watching this, you're watching this, it's boring for you. But we're going to get all worked up or I do anyway, because it's almost like a football game. He's headed down toward the touchdown, and you just want to start screaming, "Yeah, man, you got it." But it's quiet. There's nothing going on. And when we talk about how this is going to be boring and there's not a lot going on, it looks really unexciting, but we like it. This is what we're talking about. This is the big action. This is that. I don't know what the free throw shot is from a long ways away. I'm not a sports guy. But whatever it is, this is that, or the Hail. Yeah. Not Hail Mary, but it's that play where the guy's running down the field and nobody's touching him, but they're in front of him, and you're yelling for him to get through. It's so exciting at this point. God, this is so horribly nerdy to be saying that, but as quiet as it is. But it's anyway. So this is coming up on the most exciting part of the whole thing. Chase, what do you got? You're muted. Don't say anything. All right. Chase, what do you got?
I don't know a whole lot about crime scene stuff. I do know that you can present fake evidence in the United States. But before we get to that, this leaning forward thing, if you think of the time that you signed the documents to buy your first house, the time you decided to go home with someone at the end of a date, the time you decided to marry a person, the time you decided to buy a car that maybe you knew you shouldn't do, any big decision, we lean forward. Anytime I'm training in persuasion, interrogation, doesn't matter what it is, we make big decisions with our backs off of a chair. So the rule of thumb there that I have up on a slide or whatever behind me is never ask a person to make a decision while their back is touching a chair. Slide them a cup of water, slide a document across the table for them to look at, or lean forward and start speaking in a little bit lower tone, which we call a conspiratorial tone, like we're going to tell them a secret. Get them to lean forward. Leaning forward automatically, for most people, going to open their arms up. So back to fake evidence. Fake evidence is legal, sadly, and maybe it's a good thing for all the interrogators and police, but it is there and it is legal, and it can be presented pretty well. And I just downloaded this crime scene photo of one of the footprints from a suspect in Canada here, which you guys may recognize.
You'll never take me alive.
It looks very official. Looks very official. That's how easy it is to build that folder and plop it on the table, like Scott was saying. So in an interrogation, that is a big deal. His interest level in the evidence would set my meter off where I would just about bet my reputation that the guy's guilty. Just that one reaction of his anticipatory response to examine the evidence, innocent people will look at it and say, there's no possibility that there's a match. I wasn't there, didn't do it. I know I wasn't there. I don't need to take a look at that unless you're forging something. Mm-hmm. So I think he's saying footwear and all this other stuff is in the realm of fingerprints. I don't know if that's a deal or not. I'm not an expert. I'm definitely not an expert in that kind of stuff. but his willingness is a bad sign to investigate this stuff. And he's saying these are identical. Williams is nodding. So the first thing you learn in writing fiction and writing a fiction book is to set a ticking clock from the very beginning or close to the beginning, a ticking clock. And sometimes it's a true ticking clock, like in the movie Speed, where there's a real clock. But in other times, we have to get this file from this office building that's locked up within the next 48 hours or something's going to happen. He's doing this. It gets him out of control. These people are coming in. When they come through that door, we're going to lose control really fast. He says this is going to be beyond my control, which is a beautiful statement here. And then he does what's called a compound understanding when he says, we both know X. I need to know Y. So this is what's called a light alternative question. And that would have been great there to say, is it because of A or is it, the bad thing? And if I'm investigating some kind of embezzlement or somebody took some money from a company, I might say there's a human trafficking investigation going on right now that's downtown. They're laundering a ton of money, or they're pulling in a lot of trafficking money into human trafficking. If this is not related to that, I need to know right now. If this was just a simple mistake and you're not feeding these people this money, I need to know as soon as possible. So that's an alternative question where it's a horrible thing, or maybe it was a mistake. So all of his comments have been about status, rank, privilege, and these can be leveraged here. So that would be one of those things where you said, well, if you were just there to check on someone who maybe you thought they were in trouble, that's a whole different thing than, you being a bad guy. But I still think this is absolutely masterful. I'm not saying he didn't do or he did anything wrong. The long pause, the lack of denial, indicators of guilt in, I would say, just about everybody in this situation. And when he says, I don't know what to say, this is begging for help. And this is the box he's about to put the lid on. That's all I got.
Hey, at the risk of making this any longer, also when people are interested, they lean forward, they put their hands on the document. When they're not, their hands go on their thighs and they lean forward to look at it like it's a poisonous snake in a box. Watch them. Yeah. That's it.
Like, Chase, what you're saying about fake evidence, if you do have a folder full of stuff, you have it too much, and make sure that some of it pokes out. Then you can have a little plastic thing on there so you can peel off a name and put another one on and use the same one pretty much every time.
Yeah, done that a few
you were
times.
going to do something like that, theoretically. And the thunk factor, it's got to be something good.
This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is slightly smaller, okay, in scale. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's not to scale. The footwear is actually bigger.
Okay.
If you look here on the ruler, you'll see that 1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch. Okay. But this is the way it prints off on the computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this over so you can see what I mean, all right? Because essentially when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world-renowned. His name is John Norman. And essentially with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much in the area of fingerprints, okay? And essentially what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that support an investigative position.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot just a little while ago. Okay. Now, I'm not an expert in footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons. Okay. You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This person walked through, there's several different prints to compare. So we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare.
Yep.
These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay, you want discretion. We need to have some honesty, okay? Because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast. This is getting beyond my control. All right, I came in here a few hours ago and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. Mm-hmm. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why.
I don't know what to say. That's
Well, you need to explain it because.
Alrighty.
1 to 9.
Well, you need to explain it because this is the other problem we're having, Russell. Okay. Again, these decisions are made by me. Mm-hmm. Right now, there's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Ottawa. Okay. So your wife now knows what's going on. There's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Tweed, and your vehicle's been seized. Okay. You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations. Okay. You and I both know that the unknown offender, male DNA, on Marie France Comeau's body is going to be matched to you, quite possibly before the evening's over. Okay? This is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Science is on call 24 hours a day helping us with this. Mm-hmm. Your opportunity to take some control here and to have some explanation that anybody is going to believe is quickly expiring. Mm-hmm. Okay? We're applying, the investigators now applying for a warrant to search your office. All right, these aren't decisions that we can say yes or no to. This is a practical steps in an investigation like this. And Russell, listen to me for a second, okay? When that evidence comes in, when that DNA match, when that phone rings and somebody knocks on this door, your credibility is gone, okay? Because this is how credibility works, all right? And I know you're an intelligent person and you probably don't need to hear this explanation, but I also know your mind's racing right now, okay? Because I've sat across a lot of people in your position over the years, okay? The bottom line is that as soon as we get that piece of evidence that solidifies it, DNA, okay? As soon as the expert in footwear impressions, the expert in tire impressions calls and says, yes, I've examined those and they're a match, it's all over. Because as soon as that happens, where's your credibility? Where's your believability? You're just another, and again, don't take this wrong, okay? But you can see if you step outside this room in your mind and imagine how people are going to view you, okay? If the truth comes out after the clear evidence is presented to you, when you finally go, okay, I'm screwed now.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so he's given the opportunity here to take back some control, and that opportunity is pretty overt here, and that he says this is an opportunity to take back some control. The DS is very, very clear about about that. What I love, and Chase, you were talking about this conspiratorial, I guess, tonality. You were maybe saying he does move his hands into the what I would call the gesture plane of closure and disclosure, which is a great place to be conspiratorial with people around the face, because you can be covert and then very overt, but still in a covert way. And essentially that's what he's doing, is going, hey, we can work this out together. We don't have to bring in them over there. Let's not let them in, okay? Let's you and me get back some control around this. So some very skillful play there of offering him what he wants, which is to get control back, and you're going to get that through me. And that plays out really nicely for him, because he does only in the end want to talk to this DS. He wants to deal completely through him. He wants him to call him Russ and not Russell. This is now his best friend, because this best friend is secretly going to get him out of trouble. Here, of course, he's not at all. He's gonna absolutely slam the lid on him. So that's what I'll give you on that. Who we got next? Greg?
Sure. Yeah. So there's an act of submission that is one of the most powerful, and that is putting the top of your skull in someone's striking range. His skull is in striking range right now in this guy. He's put his head down. When you think of bowing, that's absolutely showing the most vulnerable part of your body. You can't see anymore. Your eyes are focused on the ground. His head is down. He's trapped in inner voice. This guy is now scrambling. All he's doing is revolving around whatever's being said to him. He's reducing his utterances to, you can barely understand him. That's all low energy. That's all internal focus, all internal conversation. We've now got him, Mark, when he puts his hand to his mouth, when he starts to do that, it's pre-confession. Now, I also want you to go back and watch. Remember, I'm going to talk good things about this interrogator, but there's a duck moment instead of swan moment in here. Go find it and tell me where you see him go, uh-oh. You'll hear him double clutch, meaning he's going to step on himself one time, and you can see it. He's like, oh, I think I just shot myself in the foot. Find it, write it in the comments below. This is a great moment. One of the few we see in this guy. So when I'm criticizing, it's not criticizing because I think he's not good. It's just he's self-aware enough to realize he's made a mistake. We talked approaches. He is doing pride and ego up. I know you're an intelligent man. He's doing fear up. Fear up, people think of throwing chairs and screaming. No, it's, hey, there's a bear on the other side of that wall right there, and I only got one can of bear spray, and it's not for you. That's a fear up. That's not screaming and yelling. That's letting him know there's a threat and he has to do something about it. It's inevitable. You've seen the evidence. Everybody's seen the evidence. There's a lot of people working on this. There's futility. Without saying it's futile, we know all. We have more information than we've even given you. And then there's that incentive. There's still a little bit of a chance that you can leave this with some dignity. That's beautiful stuff, all starting to come together. He hasn't pulled it all together yet. He's mentioning them individually. In the next round, you're going to hear the most masterful sentence I've heard in interrogation in many years, where it all locks together, and it's a beautiful thing. He's giving him permission to confess. He's being silent, and he's allowing this guy to work, and it's working. It's getting in his head. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I'll keep this one short. He's about to give up. If he hasn't just yet, but he knows he's going to have to. That's where his head's sitting, but he hasn't yet. But he's getting right there, and he starts hitting him with this evidence, like 1, 2, 3, and you can see he knows there's no way out of this at this point. He knows it, and Smyth never uses we, us. He always says you and I. So at this point, he gets it back to those that out there, back to, hey man, it's me and you. So, and then he throws out the lifeline, saying and giving him hope of having walking out of there with some respect. It's okay. That's all I'll say. I'll keep it short. Chase, what do you got?
I think it's great that he phrases everything positive, and in this room, everything that's negative is going to happen is out there. And we're executing a warrant on your house. These are decisions we don't have a choice in. You and I, we can't stop these things from happening. And he uses the word unknown offender. to describe the person. I just personally would have used the word person. I would never use a negative connotation for the criminal or the crime. So instead of murder, I would say hurt or something similar to that. Very good job here using the victim's actual name instead of saying the word victim, I think. And your opportunity to take some control here when he's saying this sentence, absolutely brilliant. And he sees him pouring through the evidence and stops. And he decides to just kind of, I'm going to back off a little bit. I'm going to let all of these gears spin because he set the machine in motion. And it's good to no longer use their name toward the confession. The closer you get towards a confession, the less often you want to use their name. That's what their parents call them. That's what their friends call them. That's what their identity, their ego, their confidence is tied to that name. You want to take that away and just say, hey, what are we going to do here? Leave the name off. So he's using what's called presuppositions. When they find this, when they knock on the door, when this happens, all of these things, as soon as the experts tell us X, Y, and Z, it's all over. So instead of letting him sit there and stew and think of things, he did that for a few minutes. And then just in case his software wasn't processing all these other stuff, he literally uploaded and installed all the software he needs to make all that happen instead of just letting it happen through natural means, which I think is fantastic. That's one of the things that I teach, just that deliberately installing exactly the program that you need to start running. So he's forcing him. Our brain is a prediction machine. Its number one job is, besides keeping your heart beating and breathing, is making predictions. So he's forcing Williams to accept new data to add to the prediction formula in his head so the outcome changes. We're making the outcome darker and darker as it goes on. Brilliant work here. Can't wait for the next video. This is great. That's all I got.
Well, you need to explain it because this is the other problem we're having, Russell. Okay? Again, these decisions are made by me. Mm-hmm. Right now, there's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Ottawa. Okay? So your wife now knows what's going on. There's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Tweed, and your vehicle's been seized. Okay? You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations. Okay. You and I both know that the unknown offender male on Marie France Comeau's body is going to be matched to you, quite possibly before the evening's over. Okay. This is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Science is on call 24 hours a day helping us with this. Mm-hmm. Your opportunity to take some control here and to have some explanation that anybody is going to believe is quickly expiring. Mm-hmm. Okay? We're applying, the investigators now applying for a warrant to search your office. Right, these aren't decisions that we can say yes or no to. This is the practical steps in an investigation like this. And Russell, listen to me for a second, okay? When that evidence comes in, when that DNA match, when that phone rings and somebody knocks on this door, your credibility is gone, okay? Because this is how credibility works, all right? And I know you're an intelligent person and you probably don't need to hear this explanation, but I also know your mind's racing right now, okay? Because I've sat across a lot of people in your position over the years, okay? The bottom line is that as soon as we get that piece of evidence that solidifies it, DNA, okay? As soon as the expert in footwear impressions, the expert in tire impressions calls and says, yes, I've examined those and they're a match, it's all over. Because as soon as that happens, where's your credibility? Where's your believability? You're just another, and again, don't take this wrong, okay? But you can see if you step outside this room in your mind and imagine how people are going to view you, okay? If the truth comes out after the clear evidence is presented to you, when you finally go, okay, I'm screwed now, Russell, you know there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. I might be wrong. Okay, because don't get me wrong, I've met guys who actually kind of enjoyed the notoriety, got off on it, got off on having that label. Bernardo being one of them. I don't see that in you. If I saw that in you, I wouldn't be back in here talking to you, quite frankly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me fooled. I don't know. This is over. And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue. It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know. Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play. What are we going to do? Russell, what are we going to do?
Call me Russ, please.
Okay. What are we going to do, Russ? Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Like, is this something where I can make a call and tell somebody to go to a location and they're going to find her, or is this something where we have to go and take a walk?
All right, Greg, you go first.
Sure. This is my favorite ever pre-confession bite. Let's talk about both of them individually, because I want to celebrate this investigator in his own sentence. But in the beginning, this guy's asking for an out. You can't miss it. He starts the pre-confession thing. He's dropping his chin. He's trying to get away from this. He's looking away. Listen to his respiration. He's going into a very emotional respiration rate, almost like he's about to cry. You can hear emotion starting to take over. Now, remember, I talk about cat brain, monkey brain, lizard brain. This guy's getting out of cat brain and heading back into lizard brain. He's getting to where he's just barely functioning, and he's rifling around inside his own head and running around in there like I said before, in his own brain case. So now he's given an out, and you see that emotion starting to take control of him. He starts to do some throat protecting, and then ultimately he puts his hand up this way and balls up. There's a very famous confession by a guy about of a guy named Rex Krebs who killed Rachel Newhouse in California a few years ago. We need to show that video. It's beautiful, and it's exactly what he does. It takes longer than this guy does because the guy was not quite as good at closing in on him during interrogation. Now, this investigator runs an approach. Now, we talked about approaches before. He does pride and ego up. He's saying, look, I don't think you're a psychopath, but maybe you are. There's a pride and ego up, pride and ego down, both sides of it. There's an incentive. I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to give you this opportunity to look. And then he does a fear down, a fear up by saying, look, maybe you're like this other guy that I interrogated who's a scumbag. Maybe you're not a good person. Then he lowers his voice and goes into that futility piece, and it just quietly sneaks into this guy's operating system. And then he does a presumptive question. Where are we going to find her body? Game over. Beautiful end to a fantastically orchestrated interrogation. We need this guy on the show. Chase, what do you get?
This is a technique from a few interrogation manuals, depending on where you look, but you're offering an out, but it's not defined to see if they're willing to grab it. So I'm just going to hang something out, see if they want to grab it or not. Typically, innocent people won't want to grab that. They'll want to leave the room. And I want you to keep in mind as you're watching this, none of us that are sitting here are immune to interrogation. None of us. There's no, we don't get some secret vaccine that makes us immune. In the emotional state that Williams is in right here, all of us would be similarly susceptible or suggestible to a lot of those techniques. They work on highly emotional people. And I want you to keep in mind, Williams' brain is hearing less than half of what is being said. Less than half. So when they say repetition is the key to interrogation, that's not because you're repeating it to brainwash a person. That's because you're repeating stuff they're not hearing at all in the first place. So he asked this alternative question, and I think it's being used here masterfully. You can either look like X or Y when people hear about this. And depending on what course you take, there's 10 categories for why people confess. There's social preservation, justification, minimization, receiving benefits like a promise or a deal, trust, conscience, evidence, status, desire to confess, and finally force. And there's maybe some other ways, or you can pull out a thesaurus and grab 5 or 6 more. But that's a very common quote. If I thought you were the type of person to do blank, I would not have even come here at all. The reason I'm here is to figure out why this happens so we can both get ahead of this. And another common interrogation phrase I don't think you'll ever hear in an interrogation video is, I think the reason that you did this is the same reason that I wanted to come in here and talk to you. I think you are a genuine person. I think you did intend to do the right thing. And that's why I came in here. Scott, quit laughing. So I like it where he's saying we're all going to run out of cards to play. Post a secondary alternative question. Is it A or B? Are you good or bad? And when he says we're going to run out of cards to play, what are we going to do? Instantaneously, he gets, call me Russ. I need to.
Yeah, that's pins down. Yeah. That's pins down. Yeah, when he says that, I almost did this just.
Yeah. He's done.
That was it.
Call me Russ, please.
If you watch this video, the final thing I'll say here, when you watch this back, watch right after he says, call me Russ, watch the interrogator's body language and the suspect's body language. They instantaneously synchronize and the confession begins.
Guys, Scott? I always say all of this stuff works because of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And what you do, an effective interrogator bonds tightly and creates a new normal. So this person is now trying to create esteem with the person who's interrogating him. And this was masterful.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a part where that long silence, it was 26 seconds after he ends there, and he's just sitting there looking at all that stuff and thinking, and he doesn't say a word, doesn't say anything. At this point, I know we're all going, it's like that's the long football run at that point. We're all going, yeah, go, because he knows he's got to keep it zipped. And so he does right then, and the pressure builds on Williams, and it builds and builds and builds. And you can feel it in there, and you can see it on. That's the exciting part about it. And so I'll talk about part of his body language stuff as well. He's sitting way back in that chair, and then he comes as he's gripping himself. This is the highest his arms have been at this point. This is the highest they've been. And he's, again, like Greg said, it's that boa constrictor thing where he's squeezing himself and it's getting hard to breathe, but he's really, really still. At this point, that's when, if you'll take a look at their body language as well, this is where the boxing in comes to an end, because Smyth hasn't boxed in. He's got him boxed in from talking to him. He's got him boxed in from physically being there with him. This is the closest they've been the whole time. And this is usually where, if he hadn't gotten it there, what he would have done was reached over and touched him on the leg and said, "Hey, man, listen, we all make mistakes." He would have gone down that road. He's close enough to reach out and touch him. That's the key right there. Touch him on the leg or touch him on the arm, depending on the relationship you've got going at that point. Yeah, that's right. You guys have covered a lot of this. But this is like a classic confrontational pose. And then when he does say, "It's over," like that, and you go, "Was that too soon?" At that point.
Duck number 2, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, whoops. And he's like, and that's why he keeps talking. But his voice, this is the only time his voice changed. It's not a whole lot, Smith's voice, but it starts that lilting a little bit of like, "Hey, man." It goes down a little bit lower. The tone goes lower. It's not as loud. It's a little bit softer. And he starts saying, "Hey, man." That's that when he gets into that. And then when he says, "What are we going to do?" That's when that silence starts, because he's just going, "Okay, what are you going to do?" And that's when we see Smyth running down the field, and we're hollering for him, because that's when the decision is going to be made. Am I giving up or not? Am I going to give up or not? So that's when he's bobbing and weaving through there, and we see him doing this, but we're all hollering for him. Yeah, you guys got most of it there. So Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So remember right at the start, I was saying about there's this power play going on, and just think about Williams as he walked in. Cast your mind back to that character who walked in, and now who have we got? And how quickly that happened. I think we're at like 3.5 hours here, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but maybe 3.5 hours.
We've been going about 3.
Not our show, but
yeah.
Although we may be. I don't know. You tell me. But in terms of the interview here, the interrogation, it's about 3.5 hours down the line, and we talked about this the DC here is going to build this idea of futility. Well, he builds it to the point where he can be totally overt about that, and he says, there is only one option. Now, what better sentence describes futility? There is only one option. Yeah. And then, but he's not finished, because he's got a nice little card up his sleeve there where he plays Bernardo. So for anybody who doesn't know, Bernardo is a legendary serial killer in Canada, actually just from up the road in Scarborough, not far off Trenton. Okay. And he, the DS here kind of assigns some kind of knowledge to Bernardo. Everybody knows Bernardo, but he kind of ascribes some kind of connection with him as well. So there is that moment of, hey, if you want to join, if we want to join together and be like a Bernardo, we can do that, because like I've done a Bernardo before. So if you want to go down Bernardo, I'm good. Let's do that. If you want to go down another route of not being that character, hey, I'm good for that as well. I'm with you all the way. But ultimately he goes, but regardless of where it's going, this is over. Now, again, just hits the futility there. Again, we get a lot of sighs from Williams, a lot of suspended breathing as well. So I don't think his breathing quite knows what to do at this point. I don't think his mind quite knows where to go on this. And so we get that silence, and we get, hey, what are we going to do? And he's got nothing. He's got nothing, which again causes us to understand that he's now open to any offer. Any offer. He's like, now, if he'd have gone down the route of what do I want to do? I want a lawyer now. That would be a whole different thing. But he hasn't even got that. So he can lay down the idea of, look, where are the bodies? It leads into, let's get a map. You know, we're going to walk around. You're going to point to it on the map. But you can watch more of this yourselves and see where this leads. But ultimately, what we're saying here is it's at this point where it is over for him, because he's been boxed in. The lid is down. It's futile, and he's now not in control of this at all. And what a brilliant image of who you had walking in, smiling at the camera at the start, and who you have right now. All credibility there to DS Jim Smyth. I know you're in the area, so it'd be lovely to say hi at some point. So our door, our virtual door, is open to you anytime, and my actual door is open to you.
We're big fans.
Yeah.
That's what I got for you. Yeah,
too excited. Yeah. So if you see this, hit us up. It's thebehaviorpanel@gmail.com.
Russell, there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. I might be wrong. Okay, because don't get me wrong, I've met guys who actually kind of enjoyed the notoriety, got off on it. Got off on having that label. Bernardo being one of them. I don't see that in you. If I saw that in you, I wouldn't be back in here talking to you, quite frankly. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me fooled. I don't know. This is over. And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue. It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know. Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play. What are we going to do? Russell, what are we going to do?
Call me Russ, please.
Okay. What are we going to do, Russ? Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Like, is this something where I can make a call and tell somebody to go to a location and they're going to find her, or is this something where we have to go and take a walk?
And if anybody's still watching this, please subscribe. The single person, my mother, Mom, subscribe. So yeah, just hit that little red thing down there and subscribe to our channel. All right.
Thanks,
This is
guys.
a good one, fellas. All right. I'll see you next time.
See you guys.
Bye now.
That's what we should do. All right, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the #1 online body language course, bodylanguagetactics.com, with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language, help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
Hey, I'm Chase Hughes. I did 20 years in the U.S. military and published the #1 best-selling book on persuasion, influence, and behavior profiling, and I train people in those things today. Greg?
I'm Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior, put together this #1 bodylanguagetactics.com course with Scott, and I spend most of my time on Wall Street and corporate America.
All right, we have a really interesting episode for you here. Greg and I had a chance to talk to Don Wells from an investigative point of view, and we did what's called a non-confrontational interrogation. So when that's going on, a lot of times you don't even realize that's what's happening, and that's what we got a chance to do. Mark?
Yeah, a little bit of context behind this. Don Wells came directly to Scott and asked for this interview. We didn't approach him. He approached us and specifically Scott around this. So trust had been built up through Wells watching our show. He earmarked Scott as the person he wanted to confide in. So that's how this all came about. Chase.
Yeah, so Greg and Scott were the only two of us that were able to make it up there for the interview. So we sat down, prepared for this in advance, and made sure the questioning was on point, and on the interrogation or interview, whatever you want to call it, maybe a tactical interview, was going to go really well. Greg?
Yeah, so what you're going to see here is not an interrogation like the police would do to get a confession, nor is this a TV interview. This is something very different. We want you to pay attention to it. We'd call it an investigative interview.
Right. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go.
What you're about to watch is an exploratory interview or a discovery interview. Scott and I went to talk to Don Wells with one purpose in mind. His stated purpose is well. That's to get as much information about Summer Wells out as possible. Again, this is not an interrogation. Interrogation means I have control over you. I can make you sit and do whatever I want you to do. This is an investigative or discovery interview. And if you watch, what we're going to do is we'll establish some rapport. We'll get the guy talking to us, and we'll get to a comfortable position where he talks. Now, what we're going to do here is show you the entire interview as it unfolded. What we're not going to do here is to analyze. We'll be back. We'll be back with future episodes where we analyze his baseline. We analyze any deviation from baseline, and we show you what we see and our opinions. And it will be all four of us. So hang in there. We just wanted you to see this interview as it unfolded. We got water because I need it. I'm talking all week.
Oh, man.
We do this usually at home, so we're not sitting in front of other people's cameras. I got some computer cameras sticking up in front of my face, so it's easier to do than sitting in front of this and on lights.
Yeah. So I know it's weird. So today went okay, you think, for the news people?
Who'd you talk to?
Channel 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've been the guys who've been there before?
Yeah.
The British sounding girl of South Africa?
No, they sent different ones. I've met her before.
Yeah. I remember she had a weird accent for Tennessee.
Yeah. I don't speak very well, of course.
Oh, no, you're
fine.
We're Southern boys.
Yeah. So we're the same
I'm trying. Spot. I mean, I've been through a lot of trauma when I was younger, and so I've had a lot of problem dealing with that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Feeling less than human kind of thing most of my life, you know.
And Don, I think the piece that you want people to get is that you want people to know who you are, because the way we talk, is, I always say, you'll hear me say, we are what we come from and what's made us successful to now. So tell us a little bit about you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a little bit about me.
Yeah.
I pretty much raised up in the county jails and prisons and stuff like that. But that's where I found God, and I feel like He raised me. It's hard to believe you find love in a place like that, but I did, and people that had respect, and I found brotherhood, and people that very few, but there's a few that would want to read scriptures and do the same kind of thing, and tried to get away from this kind of life and go to a godly kind of life. But there are a few, very few though.
Right.
It's tough. It's really hard, and when you can find that, it changes everything.
Yes.
Forever.
Changing my life.
Forever.
For sure.
Yeah. So how long ago was that?
Well, it's been a long time since I've been in trouble, but I've seeked out churches and stuff that like the Seventh-day Adventist.
I know I've heard you say you lived in Utah, and there's a different animal out there.
Yes.
So did you deal with the Zion curtain and all that?
Oh man. Yeah, if you're a Mormon out there, you're fine,
Right.
But if you're anti-Mormon, you ain't. The Board of Pardons in Utah is almost all Mormon.
So if you're in jail there, you're a blind.
Yeah, the Board of Pardons and Parole,
Yeah. Well, and I think just living there. But where'd you live?
Ogden, Roy area.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Pretty area.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it, and I miss it.
Yeah.
So what I think is good is to talk a little bit about your background, and I don't mean jail time, but talk about where you lived and where you were, and because that gives people your speech patterns, what's made you, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I always had really good jobs out there and stuff, but for whatever reason, my parole officers, they never liked me. I had a job at Hill Air Force Base at one time, making really good money, had security clearance out there and everything. And they showed up out there 2 carloads deep. And my boss come to me, he's like, I can't use you no more, man. It was, and they got me fired. And that's the kind of, that's what they,
What were you doing then?
I was doing construction.
So were you working for a general contractor? Or?
Yeah.
I've been in the construction business, the reason I asked. I ran construction for a couple of years. So,
just we're doing drywall, what I've always done, metal stud framing or whatever.
How long ago was that?
That was a long time ago. When I finally got out of that mess, I left the state as fast as I could.
Right.
I haven't been back.
Where'd you go from there?
I think I went to Arkansas. That's where I met my wife. And then my mom got sick, so we come out here. And,
Your mom lived here?
Yeah, she was sick, had MRSA. And so we come out here to try to help her, and she, died. And so, but she left us the property, but we've had, 4 kids since then.
Yeah. How old's your oldest?
12.
And Summer's your youngest?
Yes.
Do you have your kids back? I know you went through some trouble with that.
Well, it got real dangerous at our house because of, and I'm not using that for an excuse, but it did. It got real dangerous because of everything that was happening on YouTube and the psychics wanting to come on our property. Yeah. And we was telling them, no, you cannot come on our property.
How are they contacting you?
Through Facebook and stuff like that, whatever, and other people. The whole YouTube, Facebook thing was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And people were trying all different kind of things. And then I found out, they were making all kinds of fake accounts and contacting people in Utah. And they were saying stuff back and forth. Probably a lot of stuff wasn't exactly true, or just making this whole thing keep going and going and going. So it got pretty bad and scary for a long time.
That's tough.
For quite a while.
People you don't know showing up.
And there was some.
It's dangerous, actually. On
Yeah, it was dangerous, and I didn't want my boys there.
Yeah, you don't know who's coming up.
Right.
I live in the middle of nowhere for a reason.
How old are the boys?
Huh?
How old are the boys?
12, maybe 10, on down to 8, I think.
Okay. And they're all. Is Candace the mother?
Well, there's a gag order on the boys. I'm not supposed to talk about them.
Okay.
And they're in custody.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're okay, and you get to see them.
They're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can,
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I went off the deep end.
did you? Oh, I can totally
I
understand.
started drinking and other stuff and just lost it.
Well, I think it's a hard thing to deal
really
with. You know how I feel.
But I'm back on track. I mean, no
Did you get
drinking, no nothing.
Did you get a prescription or anything for some help to keep you calm? And
No,
yeah.
no.
Okay. All right.
Nobody can make you feel better about what's going on, but
Right.
we want to make sure that you get whatever you want to say out today too. And I know people have asked you your whole stories and everything else. How long you live where you're at now?
About 12 years.
Okay, so most of your kids were born here?
Well, Josie was born in Arkansas, and then we moved directly here.
Okay, so the rest of the kids are born here?
Yeah.
So that's their home, that's what they know.
Yeah.
That's got to be tough on some level for them to go to.
Yeah.
So, and I have no idea about your house or how it's set up or anything else. How do you get to your house?
How do you get to my house?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean that from here, don't give me directions, but I mean, you're up a road somewhere, I know.
Yeah. I don't understand what you...
Yeah, so are you isolated? You can't really tell by the picture.
It seems isolated, but we do have neighbors, you know, and then you got the drug thing going on. And where we live at, you got certain groups of people, and I'm not going to mention them by name, but you got these boys and those boys that are all related, and they think that they run everything. And a lot of people for years have run moonshine out there, probably manufactured meth and other stuff like that, and they think that they are the Bloods and the Crips of the hillbillies.
Yeah, we have, where I live, there's something very similar. We call it the cornbread mafia.
Yeah, and that runs from here to through Georgia.
Yep. Down Georgia.
Yeah.
Cornbread mafia.
And they take that name and that title very seriously.
Yep. So have you had problems with them personally?
Well, we've always tried to stay away from that kind of activity and stuff, and stay in church and stuff like that, and stay positive. So I always felt like they looked at us as a target. And we've had people steal our dogs and leave their mutts for as long as we've been there. We've had people come up and just take various things, steal our gas in the middle of the night or whatever. And there's only certain kind of people that are up all day and night and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
how close to you are they?
I say they're all the way around, but I don't know. I mean, I just know a few people, personally, but.
Is it easy to just drive by your house, come by?
Well, they have to go by my house to get to one area.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of traffic out there?
Yes, so when things are, when stuff's going on, there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah. How close is the house to the road?
Our house?
Yeah.
We are Ben Hill's just down the driveway there, and then Beach Creek's out in front, but you'd have to go across the creek to get.
Do you think that from your door to the road is 100 feet, or is it 50 feet, or?
150 feet.
I bet you're pretty good at guessing distance when you're doing drywall.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I mean, we can see all the from if you go to our front door, our back door, or whatever it is, you can see all the way down Beach Creek one end, and you can go to the other side of the house, you can see all the way down Beach Creek the other way, because we're on a hill.
Right. So can you see cars coming and going?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And can they see up there easily, or is it?
Yeah.
So if you're coming up the hill, how long before you can see your house? Is it hidden from other people, or is it?
You mean our driveway?
Yeah, your driveway.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of trees and shrubs and stuff like that, but in the wintertime when all the leaves fall, you can see pretty clearly. Mm-hmm. But right now it's more secluded. But
have you ever had any scares before? I mean, around your kids and that kind of thing?
Well, we've had people come up, and say, oh yeah, I was looking for my dog or my horse or, or various things before.
Were the children in the yard, or?
Yeah.
During that?
Yeah, I've had people come up, on horses, all kinds of things, And
when was the last time that happened?
You know what? Since summer's been gone, we haven't had nobody around there except for, we had that one incident with the red truck that got hung up on the ditch there.
Right.
There was actually, I asked the police if I could take pictures, and he said, no problem, Mr. Wells. and I was taking pictures of the side of that truck, and some woman popped her head out, and I was like, wow. And she just covered herself back up and laid back on her.
So when was the last time before summer was missing that you had people up at your place? That somebody showed up, you know what I mean?
I'm not sure. It's probably been a long time, so I can't really remember. But I'm always gone. I'm always working. And I don't know these people, but I mean...
Does Candace know them?
No. I mean, all I know is the people I work for, and they've become like, they're the only ones I know.
So is Candace there all day with the kids?
Well, if they weren't in school, yeah. You know, but I mean, when we started getting involved in the Seventh-day Adventist, you know, Robin and stuff would invite them to go do this and that.
Who's Robin?
She's the one that would hold summer in church all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So they was always going and doing things with the church whenever possible.
Yeah, other people from the church come over and help?
Yeah, David's been over a few times, our pastor, and David Dotson's been over a couple times.
Does Dave ever babysit or anything?
No, nothing like that.
No.
Well, we let him take the boys to the putt-putt golf course when all this first happened.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, just to try to help us out and stuff.
How long have you known him?
Well, he come from another church, and he just kind of popped in and got to know Summer a little bit before she got gone, and. But then he met some girl in some Baptist church and started going, I guess, to church with them.
So he would come over and hang out with her and play with her and stuff?
Well, no, not until after she disappeared.
Oh, so she didn't know him very well before that?
Well, she met him a few times. Summer did, and Candace did, and they got to know Robin and everything.
But mostly at church?
Yeah.
Was there a daycare thing at church?
No, I mean... No, not a daycare. No, but they do have their own private school.
Did your kids go to that private school?
No, we was trying to get them into it. Yeah.
They go to public school?
No, it's a private school.
Okay, they're going to private.
Yes, sir. Yeah, they do go to public school.
Okay, yeah, and you were just trying to get them into that private school.
Right. Absolutely.
And is there a waiting list or something?
No, it's
just
about money.
Oh yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I was a soldier. There ain't no money in being a soldier.
Yeah.
I get it.
But they teach them a lot of good Christian ethics and stuff like that.
A lot of Sunday school. How long is the church? How long is the Sunday school part? Do the kids go to Sunday school?
Yeah, no, it's Saturday.
Oh yeah. So what do y'all
Baptist.
call that? Yeah. What do you call it? So it'd be Saturday school?
Yes, sir.
Do they really?
Well, yeah, we would go every Saturday to church.
So they call it Saturday school? Or is it just church school?
Well, yeah. They always say Happy Sabbath, because that's the Sabbath day.
Yeah. Well, how long does the Saturday school last for the kids?
We'd be there at 9:30. Well, we got our first class. It runs about an hour and a half, and then we go to the big room together.
And the kids are separated from everybody?
Yeah, at the first class, and then we all join together in the big room. And
so they have different, I guess you got different teachers.
Yeah, like Robin and other ones that teach the younger ones, and there's a lot of kids there that are extremely happy.
Yeah. How many classes are there, do you think?
Well, you got your younger kids, and then you got your, I'd say there are about 3 or 4 different classes and age groups.
Are all the girls and boys that are at Summer's age are in the same class?
Yes.
Who teaches that class? Do they have
I can't remember her name. I know Robin. I think maybe Robin teaches the youngest ones.
Yeah.
So she was her teacher.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that's why she was so proud, to give Robin that little yellow necklace and the bracelet, and so proud.
And Dave was the preacher at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did he ever teach him or anything? Did he ever do
David?
Yeah.
Our pastor?
Yeah. No, you're talking about David.
Okay, you got David Dawson, and you got David, our pastor.
David the pastor, yeah.
The pastor.
Yeah.
He teaches the adults, like I would go to his class,
yeah.
and my wife, the older ones, and he's got an awesome class. Love it. Absolutely love it.
But never kid, you never work with the youth group or anything?
Not the pastor. I don't know what he teaches in their school.
No,
I'm not familiar with that too much. I've been there, but I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
So who else did you guys interact with aside from the church? I mean, I know you were not home much, and I will talk to you a little bit about that. But it's tough.
Really nobody, because drywall takes up pretty much all my time.
Sure. Yeah. And you drive a fair amount?
Yeah, up to work, yes.
Okay. How far away do you work from?
Well, it depends. I might do a house in West Virginia somewhere.
Oh, gotcha.
Or it might be anywhere. My next house is coming up, and on Boone's Creek up here.
Yeah. When the incident with Summer happened, when Summer disappeared, where were you working that day?
Let's see, I was in Jonesboro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jonesboro, which?
Yeah, Jonesboro.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't know this area very well.
Yeah.
How far away is that from home?
Well, it takes 45 minutes to get from there to my house.
Okay.
And so up 81 all the way, and that's where I was working. And previous to the day someone come up missing, I fired a guy because he was extremely out there. And,
what was he doing?
Yeah.
He was just out there.
What kind of out there? I know you got to be careful.
I think meth.
Okay.
I can't prove
it. Did he take that well?
No. He was extremely mad.
Did he know where you lived?
Yes.
And have you heard from or seen him since?
No. Our investigators have talked to him, and he's talked, I guess pretty well, but I mean, the day after Summer had come up missing, he called my boss and he was crying and saying some really oddball things. My boss has a really good memory, so he remembered every word of it. And,
what was he saying?
Like, my kids, let's see, the hills have eyes. I got too close to that family. What was the others? I got too close, and my kids can't see me in the back of a police car again. See, he worked for us 7 years prior, and he went through all the different crews. And he worked with me for a while, and it's kind of the same thing happened.
How old is he?
He's like 36 now, I'd say, something more than there.
You don't know where he is, huh?
Yeah, I know where he is.
Has he's been to your house with you?
Well, yeah, I had him come to my house and park his vehicle so that we could ride together all the way out past Chucky, way out there somewhere, past the airport, way out there in the farmlands.
I know where that is.
Way out there, yeah. So we rode together way out there and done a little house and rode back, but I just noticed he started getting irritated and just every little thing. This man, I give him 50%. Who does that? Give him 50%, and all he has to do is show up every day. Mm-hmm. And he starts, coming up with excuses why he can't make it to work and stuff, and giving me trouble. And then the day I fired him, he was, doing a pan like that there, okay? Mm-hmm. And he spent probably 2 hours on it. Well, it should have took 20 minutes to coat that with mud, first coat. And we were supposed to do something else, and he just jumped on that, and he was speaking under his breath and just carrying on. And then he comes to me with a pan of mud, and he says, "There's all kind of trash in there, get it out of there, and give me some different mud." So I was like, "In the world, okay." I threw it away and got him some fresh mud, and he come back at me again. He's like screaming at me, "I told you, did you put it back in there or what?" And
you're familiar with that kind of behavior for somebody like that? Would it seem like that was kind of behavior?
I looked on YouTube of all the behavior that somebody on meth would have. The only one I can remember is hyperactive.
Sure.
But but he was screaming at me, "Just go home. I'll take care of this job. I got this job. I'll handle it by myself," or whatever. And I thought about that, and I went to lunch. And I come back, and I told him to leave, get off the job. Don't want to work with you one more second. And he didn't like that too well. And then he called my boss with that, what I was telling you, what he was saying and stuff, and called him probably 100 times. Tried everything in the world to get me fired. Told him all kinds of things. And I told Jesse, told my boss, I said, "See, that's how it is every day."
Yeah. So how many times had he seen Summer before?
A few times, and my wife was concerned about the way he was looking at her. She had red flags about that.
What did she say?
She said that he was just kind of looking her up and down, like you know, it bothered her. Now, she mentioned that to me before all this happened. So the very next day, she comes up missing around 6:30.
So when did you leave your house?
When did I leave my house that morning? I'm not sure. You know, it might have been about 7:30, 8 even.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And this, I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Okay,
Like I said, I need you to. I know they might be pushy and painful at times, so just take it for what they are. When was the last time you saw Summer?
That morning when I woke up, because she was sleeping in between me and her mother.
Okay. Did she wake
and
up?
I was kind of laying on her foot a little bit and stuff, and I was like, oh, my back, you know.
Yeah. Did she wake up?
Did she wake up? No.
Okay.
No.
I was wondering what she said to you, the last thing she said. What are the last words she ever said to you? Do you remember?
I'm not sure if it was that night or not, but I remember, you know, clearly, I was like, Summer, you got to sleep in your own bed. And then she come back with big old crocodile tears in her eyes, and she said, but Daddy, I want to be with you.
Yeah. Painful, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, I know. But they can't sleep with you forever, you know.
Huh.
They can't sleep with you forever. You
No.
grow up so
And that's how kids grow up, is by you doing that. So you didn't do anything wrong.
No.
And we want you to know that.
Well, it's interesting. The other day, you know, all this stuff going on, when it was so bad, everything on YouTube was so bad, I was begging God. I was like, Lord, and I was on my knees. I was just at the end of my ropes, and I said, God, I just want to be with you. And that thought came to my head, just like that, of what Summer's, and I just started crying.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And not knowing is tough, I'm sure. I can tell you from experience, I feel where you feel.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for you.
Well, I mean, God's in full control.
What did Candace say about that morning? What was she doing?
You know, I hadn't really heard from her except for she had to go to town to fill her mom's prescription. And so I called at some point because I was going to go home, and she says, well, we're still got to wait for the prescription. And
what was she getting?
Like something for her mother. I can't remember.
You don't know what the prescription was?
I can't remember. But so they was at the lake, and then Hunter and his, I guess they went, she called and says, come by the house, you know, and then she begged to take Hunter to the lake with them so they could swim a little bit.
Yeah.
Seen them videos, and then I took her back, and they said everything was okay in that situation between now.
Yeah.
Which situation?
Sir?
Which situation, sorry?
With Hunter, Allie, and Candace. I took Hunter to the lake. Everything seemed to be
I saw the little video of them playing in the water.
Yeah, everything was fine.
Yeah.
And then what happened? I mean,
well, when Summer, you know, when they went back home and everything, and then, you know, now I wasn't there, of course.
Right.
But according to my wife's story, which I believe.
You ever had a reason to not believe
no,
it? Okay.
And with her emotions, she's this close to going off the edge. It's bad.
I'm sure
it's bad.
It's hard.
And so there's no way, in my mind, I believe her.
So, and you said you were talking about Hunter?
Hunter and Allie and all of them had a
good
great
day.
relationship up to, everything was fine.
Yeah. And then?
Everybody's happy. You know, and then so she goes home, she gets the groceries out, and with her story, you know, washes a load of clothes and everything, and they plant the flowers, and you know, she gets a piece of candy from her mother or whatever, and they wash their hands. I guess they had some water on the tailgate of the truck, a gallon of water there, and they rinse their hands off and everything. Summer wants to go in the house, and the boys are in there. Video game, and of course.
How far away is Candace from the house?
About 25 feet. Her trailer's about 25 feet from her trailer to our door.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
What's the trailer about?
What's that, sir?
What's in the trailer?
What's in the trailer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, grandma and all her.
It's a
travel trailer,
All
or
her, yeah, travel trailer.
Okay.
All her stuff,
So the boys are
Sorry,
playing.
I'm thirsty.
Sure.
So the boys are playing with the game.
Right, they're upstairs playing the game, and and my one son told me, that Summer wanted him to go down and play with toys with her, and he's like, "No, Summer, I'm playing this game. I'm not going down there." So she goes down there by herself. As far as we know, I mean, that's the last she was seen was by her boys.
So she went down there, and there's 2 ways into that room, right? Down the stairs,
Right.
or a back door.
Right.
How tall is the back door knob off? I mean, you probably know.
Well, she could open it, no problem, I'm sure. But the boys would always leave that door open all the time, and we'd tell them, "You got to keep that door locked." But they would leave it wide open all the time. We'd go down there, and the door would be wide open, or unlocked.
That's common.
Yeah. And,
What's right outside the door there?
What's outside the door?
Yeah.
The driveway that goes by, the small piece of, small porch, and then the driveway that just circles around, and then you can see that generator right there, and that dog trail that I wasn't aware that dog trail was even there, but it goes straight down to I could pick up a 40-pound sack of potatoes and go down that trail probably in about 12 seconds.
Okay. So
All the way to Ben Hill Road.
could somebody drive around the house and you not hear him or see him? Or
It happens all the time.
they could drive around that back door there?
I've went and drove all the way to the top and honked the horn, and nobody can hear me. Like, come and help me get groceries.
Yeah. Okay. So what about this dog trail?
Yeah, I mean, TBI. Well, can we back up to?
Yeah, back up to where
Oh, yeah.
Back up
this
to.
is for you.
Well, at some point, Allie and Hunter and then find out that Summer's gone. They completely flip on us, on Candace. And I don't understand that, and start making all these crazy accusations and everything else, and,
What were
and
they
all this.
saying?
I can't remember everything that they actually said.
What were
Did
they?
you talk to them directly?
No, they won't talk to me. They won't talk to Candace.
What were the ideas? I mean, what was the concept of what they were saying? What were they saying? She did something, or?
I really can't remember. All I know is they really turned on Candace big time and flipped on her.
Right then.
Right at that point, yes.
Had they had any reason in the past to have? I mean, people that live close to each other sometimes get it on each other's nerves. Had that happened at any point?
We never lived close to each other. We just invited them out for their kids' sake because their kids don't have a father, and they're troubled kids. They live in the city. They can't get out and play like they could there or anything else. And we don't understand why Allie and Hunter flipped like they did at all.
But what did Candace say they said when they flipped? Was it?
I wish I could remember, and I wish she was here, and I wish I could answer them questions. They're all on YouTube, and I can't remember what all it is because they made all kind of videos. I know they was in the parade. Our church made a banner for Candace, and it was in the parade. And I was walking down there, and Allie and Hunter was in there going, "Ha ha, they got your daughter, ha ha."
Who got your daughter?
That's a good question. Who's they?
What
Who was they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got your daughter. Who was they?
Yeah.
That's a really good question.
How old are they? Are they?
Hunter's just like 14, and he's always come up and given me hugs, and always been really, and
Has he been that way with Candace as well?
yeah, and always was, everything just seemed fine up to this point.
What about Allie? Same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who's Allie?
That would be Hunter's mother, I think.
Thought.
And there's Sherry, and we just don't know why they flipped suddenly like they did. And I can't remember all the hateful things they said. I just don't remember, but I know it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
And when someone loses their kid, and then for them to say a bunch of hateful stuff like that on top of it, it's just like, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I know that's.
I don't understand why that happened.
And it began immediately.
Yes, and then
Where were they when that when?
I guess they was at their house, But we know we give Truey, one of their daughters, a dog, a puppy, and next thing we knew, it ended up back up there.
Oh.
So they brought it back up and dropped it off?
Right. Yeah.
Afterwards.
Yes, after it got grown and they didn't want it no more.
Oh, so this is after.
That's before
Before Summer went missing,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. I got you.
So you drove from, I'm just trying to get my head around
Right.
what kind of gap you have in time between the time you saw her and the time you got back.
I probably made it home in half the time it normally would, because I almost lost it in one curve. And I was able to pass in double yellow line all the way without hindrance of any kind. I was able to fly. Didn't get stopped one time, or didn't have to slow down not once. So I know I made it in probably at least 25 minutes.
Were the cops there when you got there?
I think there might have been one or two cars, if I can remember right. But when I first come to the house, I knew they was looking all over the top of the hill. Mm-hmm. So I drove straight to the bottom property and down to the creek. Mm-hmm. And I noticed my neighbor walking this way around the hill, and I seen my three boys together on this side of the hill, and my heart just sunk right then. I knew she was gone. I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew she was gone. Because I knew, and it's 25 minutes later, and nobody's found her. She's gone. So I turned around, went back up to the top, and I think there was one or two cop cars there, if I remember right. And they started asking all kinds of questions. I kept trying to tell them she's gone, she's not here. And just like I don't know. And then more cops kept filtering in. And then we had all kind of people with trailers and stuff and SUVs, and they literally blocked Beach Creek, bottlenecked Beach Creek, Ben Hill Road. You couldn't go nowhere.
How much time had passed from the time you got the call till that happened?
From when I first got home, and then I'm talking to the cops up there, and then, another 20, 30 minutes, and everything just starts getting bottlenecked. You can't even leave there.
When did you see Candace after all? What was the first time you saw Candace after you got this news?
When I first pulled up there, she was freaking out, and
yelling, screaming.
Really kind of funny. I look back on that. I had her on Messenger the whole time. Never lost her. That's really odd to me. Because in that area.
What do you think caused that?
That's a good question, because I don't know how I could have kept her on Messenger, because she got in her mother's truck, drove all around and asking people, because I watched her, and she was driving her mom's truck. I had her on Messenger. And she was driving all in the area, looking everywhere for her in her mother's truck, and I don't think I lost her the whole time, all the way.
What was the first thing she said to you in person, though?
So I says, when I seen her, I can't remember, because there was cops questioning her and cops questioning me, and probably trying to keep us apart, probably.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So what do you, I'm going to ask you some questions that are just out there. What do you think happened? I mean, what do you think happened?
I don't know. I just think it's so weird and odd the way Allie and Hunter acted after she got gone. That just blows my mind right there. That's very suspicious to me. And the way that McDonough got involved with them.
Who's McDonough? Right.
Chris McDonough. Chris McDonough got involved with them, and the way that he played into their lives like they were gold. That blows my mind. Literally.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And I don't understand that. And okay, sir, you have to get me back on the right train of thought.
No, I got you.
Sorry.
No, we want your thoughts. And
Yeah.
I told you I'm gonna have to ask you some hard questions.
Yeah.
So what do you say to somebody who says, no, you're involved, your family's involved? How do you respond to that?
Well, for 3 months, I spent on the phone for 3 months. I accepted every friend request there was. People want, well, I'm your friend, we can work for you. And, for 3 months, I stayed on the phone day and night trying to find my baby, because I figured Facebook's the best tool possible to help find her. And but there's this group on Facebook combating us the whole time, and we don't know who this group is or what they're up to, but it seems like they're trying to throw everything off.
What were they saying?
All kinds of stuff. Creating drama, trying to throw the blame our way. No, you did this, you did that. And,
What's Candace doing this whole time?
The same thing.
Yeah.
On Facebook. She might have been a little smarter than that. But I reached out to Facebook and YouTube and stuff to help find Summer, and they crucified us. Yeah. And so I'm out of it now, but for 3 months, that's all I did. So we didn't get no sleep the first 2 nights at all, and stayed up all night on Facebook. We don't know who we were talking to.
Yeah.
Could have been the police, could have been the kidnappers, could have been who knows who.
So you feel like she's been kidnapped, huh?
Oh, for sure. But by who? Don't know.
Why do you feel like it's for sure? Why do you feel like it's
because she would never leave our property. She would not even leave around the house because there was times when she was younger that she would just take off running, at the church, especially. And it's like, Summer, you can't do that. There's bad guys and stuff like that. And
So have you talked to her about how to talk about those situations? Does she understand stranger danger and those types of things?
Yes. I think we got her pretty well under control as far as that goes, especially around the house, because like Summer, there's bears, there's bad people, there's wildcats, there's wild dogs, and we just keep going through the list. And so she would never go far.
Yeah.
And even when her brothers, we taught her brothers to, if you're going to go down to the creek, you have to be together at all times, and we bought them each a pocket knife. And so they might go down the creek as long as we knew where they were, but she might go like halfway down the hill to watch them, but she wouldn't go all the way with them. She would stay at a safe distance, and when they started coming up, she would come up to the house first.
When she'd go off by herself, and let's say she'd get in trouble, when she would get in trouble and do something when she wasn't, did she mind? Did she mind?
She minded well. I've never had to discipline her or anything like that. I could just say one word to her, and she would just break down in tears. I'm like, Summer, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry.
What about Candace? Is it the same kind of relationship there?
They had a great relationship. Well, when Summer was born, she only wanted me for a long time, and if I come home from work or something, she would not want her mother. She would want me. She just wanted me for first 18 months or so. And I never expected anything like that. Yeah. But Candace, so I'd be at work all day, so Candace would take her to the park and all kinds of stuff. She got to spend all kind of time with her, and doing, that's where all them pictures come from.
Yeah.
And she was proud of her, and she built a good relationship with her that way.
Did she, when she didn't mind Candace, did Candace punish her or discipline her?
Never.
Never?
No. I mean, the worst we've ever done is like, with our boys, really. Summer just...
What do the boys do?
The boys would fight a lot.
Yeah, everybody spanks their kids. Everybody does that.
Yeah, for sure.
But the worst, we'd make them do timeouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go over there, no TV, no nothing, no games. And that's the worst thing you can do is pull the games from them.
That's tough.
So every family has drama. Every family has drama. I mean, if somebody tells me their family doesn't have drama, I'm surprised.
Right.
So tell me about yours. What's the worst drama you ever had? I mean, I'm going to probe just because.
Our worst drama is probably related to drinking.
Okay.
Candace and me drinking, and that it can escalate and stuff like that.
Does that lead to violence ever?
Violence? I mean, there's been some violence, yeah, but I got in trouble with her a while back over that stuff, but I was the one getting beat up.
Okay. So, how long ago was that?
When I first come back from Utah, we had Allie left Jose there, just dumped him off there and left him.
And who's Allie?
Allie and Hunter.
Oh, that same people.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
She wanted to be with that Jose guy, and she just dumped him off at her house.
And who's Jose?
He's just some guy that I don't know where he come from, but.
And how long ago was that?
I don't know, a year.
So it's been a year ago. There's a guy named Jose. How well did you know Jose?
Sir?
How well did you know him?
I don't know him at all.
So he stayed at your house for a while?
He stayed at my house while I was in Utah.
Okay.
And my wife was trying to make me jealous, so I'd come back, and it worked very well. So I packed up everything in Utah and come back, and I flew across the country in my little truck and got back, and we was having a few drinks one night, and we almost started fighting, but he was calling me a cheater and said I did this and said I did that, and
in your house.
And every time he'd say something, my wife would push me. He'd say something else, my wife would push me. She just kept shoving me. About the, I don't know, 5th or 6th time that she shoved me, I had a beer bottle right here, and so I pushed it out of the way, and I grabbed that beer bottle, and I was going to hit that guy.
Yeah.
But instead, I just threw it somewhere else. But
yeah.
So they called the cops, and so one thing led to the other when the cops get there, and they told them I had a gun in the glove box, which I did. I said, yes, sir, I do. It's a black powder gun, and which I'm allowed to have, but you can't have it in my vehicle.
Right.
And I kind of forgot about that. But to me, with everything going around in our area, it was the safest place and most effective place to have it. Is something happened to one of our kids or something.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, we realized alcohol and all that stuff's not good. And
where were the kids during all this?
Probably downstairs.
You think when you say probably, they were, or you just weren't cognizant of it?
I don't know where they were exactly. Yeah, I don't. It was later in the evening, so I'm assuming they're downstairs watching a movie or something.
Okay.
How'd that resolve? How'd that get fixed?
Oh, they took me to jail. My mother-in-law told them I put real bullets in the gun, so I was facing 10 years, mandatory minimum.
Ooh.
Wow, that's tough. How'd that get resolved?
I had to hire the crazy thing about that whole thing was I'm facing 10 years minimum mandatory, and I said, Your Honor, please OR me. I'm begging you. And that man OR'd me.
Wow.
I know.
So what's an OR for someone watching?
On recognizance. No bond, just promised to appear, and I couldn't believe that, but that man OR'd me.
Yeah.
He sure did.
Yeah. You got blessed.
Yes.
Somebody's looking out for you.
Yeah. So I was able to get a gunsmith. They told me to get a gunsmith and show them that was a black powder gun, which I was able to do. So they dropped it all down to a misdemeanor, and I was so happy. I was like, please, let me sign it before they change their mind.
Yeah.
I'm sure that didn't fix the problem with you and Candace, though.
Well, no. That night, Candace's mother told him to pack his stuff up and get out of there and leave. And so she hauled him out of there that night.
And how long ago was that? About a year, you said?
Yeah.
You seen him again?
Huh?
Have you seen him since?
No.
How old is he about?
I have no idea.
20s, 30s, 40s?
40, yeah.
Has Candace talked to him since?
No, she didn't want nothing to do with him. It's just, she was just trying to make me jealous to come back home.
Okay.
Because I was trying to talk them into moving back to Utah.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to do. I had a good job up there, and I wanted to sell the property and move back up there, but she didn't want no part of it. So she won, I guess.
Yeah.
That's tough. It's tough.
Yes, it is.
But that's fine. As long as she loves me, that's all good.
So did this guy have anything, did he ever interact with Summer?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm sure they did. I mean,
How long was he there?
I have no idea. Allie, when I went to Utah, they went out of state, but Allie and them wanted to spend some time with them, and they moved, all their kids in there for a few days and had their fun or whatever they did. I don't know. And so everything was fine up to the point that I don't know what happened between Allie and that dude. I have no idea. But she dumped him off there and left.
So some more hard questions for you. Did you have anything at all to do with your daughter's disappearance?
Sir?
Did you have anything to do with Summer's disappearance?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea where she might be?
I wish to God I did. If I did, we'd go get her. I'd call TBI or whatever and say, look, I did this, I did that, I messed up. Can we please go get her now? I would have done that a long time. I would have done that day one.
Do you have any reason?
No point in lying.
Do you have any reason to believe your wife knows anything?
No, I don't think so at all. She's too tore up.
Do you think she'd tell you if she did?
Yeah.
If she been in a state where you could ask her that and she may not remember if you were.
I've asked her many times, what about this? What about that?
What about what?
You know, like what about her mother? You know, and then this or that, and what about this person or her mother's ex lover, some woman? You know, I asked her that the other night, and she says she's already in an old folks home.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, she loved her daughter. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah. So what do you think happened to her?
She was kidnapped.
Do you think there's something that you did that caused somebody to behave that way?
Well, with criminals, you don't really have to do anything.
Right.
And I don't, you know, this has been brought up before. You know, maybe I owed some drug debt or something. I'm like, I got money in the bank. I don't need, you know, no.
Who would think you have a drug debt?
I have no idea. Well, this is what TBI asked me.
Sure. They're going to look at every step.
Right.
Yeah. So you're in the impression.
At that time, I had $3,000 in the bank. Why would I?
Yeah. So you think somebody got her?
For sure.
How would they do it, do you think?
Well, it'd be easy enough to sneak up that dog trail and stay hidden in the tree line. You wouldn't hardly be able to notice anybody there, especially if they had camo on.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't even see them. And they just have to wait for the right second for someone to step out that door or go into the basement or whatever. Our neighbors, you know, at that time heard a scream, and she thought it was a really weird scream, like somebody had her mouth covered the whole time, and she was trying to catch a breath, kind of a scream. She could scream loud.
How close was that neighbor?
Well, from the bottom, from Ben Hill Road down there at the bottom, their driveway is directly across from ours almost, and it just goes straight up to their hill, and we live on this hill.
So you don't think Candace would have heard that?
No, because I can pull up in our driveway and honk the horn, and they can't even hear that if the TV's going inside and everything like that. So Candace is inside the house searching, looking, going through the basement and everything else. So where's Summer? And
but I mean, when for the scream, so the muffled scream, she wouldn't be able to hear it from the front yard, but they could hear it.
Well, if she was outside, yes, but if she was inside, no.
Was she outside or inside?
Well, we don't know for sure. She was looking all through the house, everywhere. I'd say she's probably inside.
But wouldn't the scream happen, do you think?
Probably. Because if she would have been outside, she probably would have heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there anything about Candace's story that makes you question the story?
No, not the way it played out and everything like that. I mean, yeah, you always have questions, and I'd ask myself, but the way that it happened and her emotions and her state of mind.
What were the questions that you had?
I mean, I don't really have any. I mean, I don't really have any questions. I mean.
Did you talk to your boys about what happened?
The questions, yeah.
Go ahead with that.
My one boy feels bad because he didn't go downstairs and play. And I was really down one day, and my other son comes and he says, "Dad, it's not my fault." I says, "I know, son, I know it's not your fault." I had to tell him I was sorry for whatever way I was acting, you know.
Sometimes you get upset when you get a lot on your mind.
Part of being human. It's tough.
So when you had questions for Candace, let's get back to that for a second.
Yeah.
So what were you?
Well, mostly about Allie and Hunter and their family and the way they turned on us suddenly. After, as soon as Summer got gone, they turned on us, and I don't understand that. And I don't know the whole story. And I wish she was here, and I wish she would answer these questions.
Yeah.
Because she knows firsthand. I don't.
You got to remember something. Tell us. You got to tell us something.
I don't know. It's like they blamed us right away for her disappearance. Like we'd done something. You did something to your daughter or something to that effect. I can't be sure word for word, you know, but I know it was something to that effect.
Yeah. I know you've been talking to everybody on the planet, but there's got to be some. What usually solves problems is what else? What else do you know that you haven't said to anybody, or what else do you know that we haven't heard?
Yeah.
Such as
we don't know. I mean, that's the whole point. It might be that one piece that somebody can put story together.
I don't know.
Is there a part you haven't said that you've told me a couple of things on the phone?
Yeah.
You've said a couple of things. Maybe there's some things you haven't said to somebody else that you've told me. So think of the things the reasons you think she might be missing, or what may have happened.
Okay. Well. Okay. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to make my stepsisters mad or anything like that. I want them to just leave me the hell alone. But, so they said they never knew Summer on YouTube. They never knew anything about Summer. And so the day that this happened, the very next day they called TBI and say, we know what happened to her. Her daddy did this to her and her daddy did that to her, and then he probably got caught and killed her and all kind of stuff like that. Yeah. That was the first thing ever said. And then they said that both my nieces said that I did some horrific things to them for 7 years straight, and told them if anything was ever said about it, that I would kill them. Mm-hmm. And they let this ride the whole time for 70 some odd days before they clarified and straightened it out. That, I mean, these were horrific lies. So when these lies first come out, I had women calling my phone, screaming at me, "Did you really do this?" Right. I'm like, "Do what? You know, what are you talking about?" Who
are they telling this to?
Me.
I mean,
how'd they get my numbers and other questions?
Yeah, the stepsisters. Who are they telling this to?
I guess groups in Utah, Facebook, and doing videos on YouTube.
Have they been here though? Have they been here where any of that could have happened?
No, they did this all from Utah.
Well, where would they get information? Did they have any information, or they're just saying whatever?
They're making up some horrific lies about me.
So
I barely know my nieces.
But have you been around? I mean, when they're saying these things happen, were you around in that time?
No.
So they weren't. Have they been to the house?
No, they've never. No.
Have you been to their house?
I mean, I barely know Trish.
Yeah.
I barely know her, I do know Amanda a little bit, but just.
Have you
barely.
been to their house?
No, I've never been to their house. I've seen them.
Have you been anywhere with them other than?
I've seen them at my dad's house.
Okay, for how long a period of time?
I don't know. I mean, not long. I don't know them that well. They were little kids. I mean,
you got along with them though?
I don't know about that.
But when they were little kids, you knew them. That's where you got to know them when they were little kids, I guess.
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah.
How much interaction do you have with them?
Well, see, not much, because you got my side of the family, the Welleses, and then you got the Simonsons. Those are two different entities brought together by. Okay, my stepmother is my babysitter. Okay, so we've known each other our whole lives, and you know, when we were little kids, it was really good. My stepbrothers and stuff, we played together all the time. We done everything. It was good, you know, and even with our stepsisters. But I don't know what happened when. I mean, me and my stepsister have had some issues. She wants to play innocent. That's fine, whatever. She can play innocent. But you know, when we were younger, we done what little kids do.
What is that? Some stuff we talked about on the phone.
Huh?
Some stuff we talked about on the phone.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I mean, you know, little kids do stuff. You know.
No, when you're a kid, you're learning, you're exploring. That's a whole different world. There's a whole different time. Right. So people change.
Right.
You remember 1 Corinthians is when I was a child, I thought as a child and I understood things as a child. But now that I'm a man. I understand.
Right.
You know the whole.
Absolutely.
So I'm with you on that.
Right.
But did you love them? Was there love in that family?
There was, you know, when we were younger and stuff, and then, you know, as we grow older, it seems like everybody started growing apart. A lot of hate. I don't know, you know.
When were you around the nieces? When were you around them that they would even have a chance to say any of that? How old were they?
How old was
the nieces that are making up stuff?
When I was, you know, with them, I mean, I want you to understand that they've already clarified that I've never done any of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I've never done any of this stuff. So they've already said that on YouTube.
Right,
They made it clear, finally.
Yeah.
You know, okay. But when I did know, you know, Trish, she was probably, I don't know how old she was at that time. She was just, I mean,
little kid,
10 or something.
Okay, 10.
I don't know.
Is this during any time when you were having trouble with law or drugs? Or?
Well, I was pretty much raised in the county jails all my teenage years. I don't know why. You know, when my parents divorced, I had my family was good when my parents were together, but when they divorced, my dad, you know, married my babysitter, and my mother married some dude from Kentucky, and both, in my opinion, you know, I know my stepmom tries to love me now.
Yeah.
I feel she's been good to me. She's trying to be a Christian now, but before they didn't want me around.
Well, when y'all were little, and let's get back to that for a second, and because you and I talked about a few things on the phone. What was that relationship like back when you were kids, though? This is the same people, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What relationship was that?
Your relationship with your stepsisters.
When we were little, I mean, they was good and everything, you know, and I don't know. But like I say, you know, me and my brother Randy, we done a lot of stuff together. We'd go skating rinks, everything.
What about the stepsisters, though?
As far as they were good when we were younger.
Yeah.
You know, but as we got older, you know, things started changing. I don't know. I just feel like they didn't really want me in the picture. Mm-hmm. So he's trying to.
Is there anything that happened when you were little that made them? Was that stuff that we talked about on the phone? Was that maybe happen, and that's why they split up? Well, is there anything else you want to clear up during this before we?
At all.
Yeah, anything at all
that I can think of.
Yeah. So as we go through this, we can say, do you know where Summer is? Do you know where Summer is?
Oh no, I wish I did.
Do you have any earthly idea what happened to her?
No, I wished I did.
Do you think Candace had anything to do with it?
No.
And what about this? And you think what might have happened to her was what?
She was kidnapped.
Yeah.
Who in your life would you, if I ask you who in your life might have done it, what would you say?
I'm thinking one of the meth heads down the road that come in there filtering in at certain points in time looking for her. I don't know. I don't know if my stepsisters in McDonough could have possibly caused something like this, because that's another theory I have. Mm-hmm. Back to my stepsisters, they said they never knew that we had a daughter, and when they found out that she was gone, they all of a sudden freaked out and like, oh, we know what happened, blah blah blah. Okay, and they called TBI the very next day, and they put all the focus on me. TBI was asking me about all this crazy stuff, and
yeah, they have to do that for sure.
Yeah. So they took the focus off the real perpetrators right there. And and the way everything played out on YouTube and the whole 9 yards with Chris McDonough, knowing they're full well lying. You can't believe that stuff. I know Chris McDonough don't believe it, but he played like he did.
Right. So you've got some past. You said recently you've had some drug and alcohol things. Maybe who in your life would you think is less than above board that you deal with?
Who in life has been above board?
Yeah, who's less than above board? If I were saying,
not nobody that I know of except for our neighbors and stuff. You know, I mean, the guy, the meth heads and stuff like that, and whatever like that. I mean, we're trying to fly right, and we're trying to do the
No, I
things
get
the
it,
right
man.
way.
Life is. I would say life is a challenge between being this and what is underneath.
Okay, and let me back up for a minute with the stepsisters. They said they never knew we had a daughter. 2.5, 3 years ago, I called my dad, and they were there. And they were bragging, you know, it was like, they was asking about summer, and I was like, yeah, you know, and so they said they named one of theirs Winter. So they knew. They lied when they said they didn't know.
Why would they do that?
Why would they? That's a good question. Very good question.
When was the last time you talked to your stepsisters?
That one time when I was at my dad's house.
Have you had any drama with them?
No, haven't had no drama, haven't talked to them, but I know that Trish and Amanda has been spreading these lies about me for years, all my younger years and everything. These horrific lies they've been spreading all this time.
What were they?
Well, Trish and Amanda first come out saying that I raped them for 7 years and I told them that if they told anybody, I would kill them. So they've been telling everybody these lies for all these years. Plus, I molested my first set of kids, and I can't remember what else. So they've been telling people all these lies for all these years.
So I have to ask you a few questions. Did you rape your sister?
No.
Did you rape your niece?
No.
Did you molest your first set of children?
No.
Did you threaten to kill them?
I can give you my kids' number, and we can talk when this is done.
Sure.
And we'll talk to them.
Sure.
Did you threaten to kill them?
No. And they already admitted on tape that it was all BS already, Trish and Amanda both, and Jeannie.
Yeah, have you had any involvement? You
It's
talk
all
about
on
these.
tape. I feel like this whole thing, my stepsisters could be behind this with these horrific lies and everything else. And maybe they believed my daughter was in danger. Maybe they actually believe this. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I wished I did.
So you're saying they may have her, keeping her safe. What do you believe?
I don't know. This is just one of the theories that I have. And the way that everything played out with Chris McDonough, YouTube, Facebook, all these people attacking us, making us the guilty party. Trish ran with that lie for 70 days before she made it right. Plenty of time to get out of the area or whatever with my daughter.
Did Candace have baggage or drama with your sisters?
Never, don't even know them.
Okay.
And they don't know us. They've never contacted us, didn't get to know us, don't know what we're about or anything else. And why they would spread these kind of lies about me all these years and get my side of the family hating me, even my own father not wanting to be around me and stuff. Why?
What's he saying?
They don't believe him at all. He say he don't want to be around them because he's afraid they're going to do something to him.
Yeah.
Does he talk to you?
Yeah, he talks to me.
What does he think is going on?
He thinks they're conniving, no good, lying, little, you know what.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
also, you can go back. You know, when I had my first set of kids and I was in Utah, they called my POs on me constantly. They called the cops on me constantly. Called the damn welfare on me constantly. We never had a chance.
Yeah,
that's horrible. I'm sorry dealing with that.
Yeah, it sucks.
Anything else you want to add about it?
Just the history of that kind of abuse, when I'm calling everybody on me and everything else. Is it possible that they're behind my summer being gone? I think it is.
It's a hell of a lot of stress, man.
I mean, when you got Chris McDonough coming in the picture saying, well, I was 3,000 miles away, blah, blah, blah. But he shows up out of the blue and believes all these lies, straight lies that Hunter and Allie's telling him. Really? Wow.
That's a lot of stress, man. It's in the middle of some of the worst drama you can have in your life. All that stress. I'm sorry you're dealing with.
Yeah.
So
we appreciate you coming.
No, we really do appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
So let's say if somebody says, "I think I saw her. I think I've got an idea what happened." Who should they contact and talk to give them information?
Yeah. How do they pass on information?
1-800-TBI-FIND.
1-800-TBI-FIND.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other the web pages or anything else done that people?
I think there's some out there, but I'd go with the 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll make sure we put a good picture, whichever
Okay,
picture
I
you want.
appreciate that. I think Wednesday, what's his name? Walsh.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
He's got something.
John
Walsh.
Yeah. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy.
Yeah,
So
I think he does good work.
He's going to have something for summer Wednesday.
Good.
Okay, wonderful.
Cool, yeah.
What about, so David getting married, the preacher?
No, David Dawson got married.
He's the one that converted to Baptist.
Yeah,
Right.
with
What I'm
that
saying
girl.
is Dave Dotson, not Dave
He's not
Dotson,
the preacher.
Dave, the
He
other
was a
Dave.
pastor, yeah.
Yeah, now, because we want to get him for that, his flute part.
No, that's Dave Dodson, the flute guy, right?
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh, yeah, Dave Dawson's the flute guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
he's the one you're a little suspicious of?
Sir?
You're a little suspicious of him?
Well, I mean, it's the way that he appeared on the scene. Summer got gone, and then he started taking our boys, to help us, and he'd be at our house and trying to help us out and everything. And then he got with that girl, and now he's in.
So he just
some
showed
other
up that day?
Well, not that day. He got to know Summer a little bit. I guess when they was out with Robin or whatever. See, I don't know because I was always at work.
Right.
Yeah.
But we will definitely check into that.
Are there any pictures of him with her?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, those would be nice to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll send them to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So was he, when he showed up, what was he saying? Was he like wanting to know how the investigation was going and all that, or what was he saying?
That's a good question. He just wanted to help out. It was like his mission from, I don't know if David sent him or not, the other David, but he was there. He brought us pizza, and Robin was too. They brought us pizza and was trying to help out. And there for a long time, the police wouldn't even let him on the property, and they wouldn't let nobody on the property. They had the roadblock.
When was the last time you saw that guy?
It's been a while.
He hasn't called or anything anymore?
I don't know. I'd have to ask my wife.
Yeah.
She has this
I'd be
number.
interested in knowing, like I said, I'd love to see pictures of him with
Right.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You just got to be really careful,
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be.
I was talking to somebody earlier. I've lived in a lot of places all over the country, following construction and stuff like that. And I noticed when things go down in a lot of places, there's not going to be no drug activity. There's not going to be, everything's going to be shut down until they get what they want.
Right.
But here in Tennessee, it's just another day. And I thought
Why
that
do you
was-
think? Why do you think that?
Well, because the drug activity and everything still goes on, everything. Some places I've lived, they're going to shut them down, and ain't nothing happening until they get the answers they want, and then they might let them, let them have their so-called life back or whatever.
Right.
But here in Tennessee, it hasn't changed the drug activity. And that should be all over them, in my opinion.
Right. Right.
That's where I want to go.
What kind of stuff was he? Was he giving her gifts and stuff, Dave?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. I mean, he was just swinging her around a little bit and got to know her. I mean, I don't believe. I don't believe he done anything. But we'll.
Yeah, it's worth a look.
Was he picking her up and stuff? You mean?
Swinging her around and stuff like that. Yeah.
Worth a look. Anybody that close to you is worth a look.
Right, for sure.
What else? What else is he doing to make you feel weird about him, like that when he's picking her up?
Everybody else brought it to my attention that they feel funny about him, and I was
else?
like, well, who else? I don't know.
Other people, though, you said did bring it to your attention?
Like people on Facebook and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Nobody.
Not somebody close to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not somebody close to you.
Yeah.
The boys felt all right with him?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we let them take them to the putt-putt golf and everything, and they took pictures, and everybody commented, like Facebook, tore that apart. And so,
But you do feel iffy about him. You're just not sure.
I don't think he would, but it's worth a look, like you said.
Right. Just anybody close to you, Don. I mean, just
for
be
sure.
careful.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Anything else you would just want to tell us that you have forgotten, or the what else is the most powerful thing that often we forget? Hey, there's this little thing.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
But I just.
I'm not going to beat you up to get information. I'm just
No,
trying to. No reason to beat yourself up.
The two main theories that I have is my stepsisters and their side of the family causing, with these horrific lies, would that cause somebody to act to save my daughter?
Right.
I believe it would.
Right. And you don't have any kind of internet traffic or anything that would make people think that you've done anything
Well, now Candace did put a lot of stuff on TikTok, and that's a possibility that she was targeted off of TikTok.
Okay. Don, we really appreciate you making
appreciate
it.
y'all very much.
I really do.
God
I'm
bless y'all.
sorry it got off, but we.
Great example of us working collaboratively. Whether there are one or two of us on the ground, it's all four of us. So anytime you get one of us, you get us all.
Yeah. If you like what we're doing, please subscribe. And all you got to do is hit that little red button down there. It says subscribe on it, and that little bell, and it'll let you know when we have something new come out. We're going to talk about a guy named Jalen Fleer. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yes, Jalen Fleer worked for the county sheriff's jail and court services and worked specifically in the San Diego jail. He pled guilty to 20 felony and misdemeanor charges for some inappropriate behavior with underage girls. This interview is not graphic specifically, so don't worry about that. The acts took place between March and April of 2020, and he was sentenced to 12 years in prison with no probation.
So as far as the picture, this photo came up in connection with some allegations about you communicating with a younger female on Snapchat. Okay. Have you ever communicated with any females that we've already recognized that yes you have with your recruit from the past? Is there anyone else you've communicated with on Snapchat?
I mean, back then. No, just close friends and coworkers and stuff like that.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
Right here in this clip, we talk about it all the time. There's a wonderful example of shifting from abdominal breathing, which is a relaxed human, to chest breathing. And you can watch it happen in the clip where the chest rises and falls instead of the abdomen. So that's a high stress indicator. And during this part, is there anybody else that you communicated with on Snapchat? There's lip licking, lip retraction, which communicates either a need for reassurance or withheld opinions. So we're seeing similar behavior there. And he goes, I mean, back then, no, just.
I mean, back then, no, just close friends and coworkers and stuff like that.
This is a subconscious desire to deny everything. He says no, but the answer isn't no. So he's communicated with lots of people, but still accidentally lets this denial come out, which is indicative of guilt, in my opinion. This whole thing is our opinion. His denial isn't about who, it's about context. Listen again.
I mean, back then, no, just close friends and coworkers and stuff like that.
It's not a denial about who, just context, close friends, coworkers, and stuff like that. The word stuff here is about the behavior and context, not people. That's very important here moving forward because we're starting to see him lay out what I like to call a denial strategy, which typically reveals itself. And we'll see more of that in a second. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, this guy does a great job of staying calm because his demeanor doesn't change much at all throughout the whole thing, except toward the end just a little bit. There are spots where he keeps it together, but there are spots where it leaks. Now, this is going to look fairly boring to most people who don't know what to look for. And it's the little things we're looking for because you're going to see him just sitting there until we tell you what we're seeing. So you go, oh, and these are the things you'll look for from now on. Now, I want you to think about that as we go through this. And one thing I want you to pay attention to are his folded arms. So let's pay attention to where they start and where they end. And what we're seeing, are we seeing his hands or are we're not seeing his hands? We're not seeing his hands. So as we go through this, pay attention to that because we're going to talk about that later on. At first, we see a quick lip compression. That's an adapter that he's using, and we'll see that over and over as well. And this indicates stress. When we get upset or stress starts to build, we try to get rid of that by using these pacifying behaviors. And in his case, that thing where he goes, that's one of his. So let's pay attention to that as well. Not a whole lot of fidgeting at first, but he seemed swaying back and forth in that chair a little bit. Having a chair like that is perfect for this kind of situation because when a person gets nervous, they try to relax a little bit. They'll swing around back and forth a little bit. If you can get a chair on wheels, if you can get the person you're talking to into a chair on wheels when you're talking to him that goes back and forth like that, man, it's hard to beat. You can hardly beat that. His blink rate's fairly low because his brain wants to keep an eye on what's going on with the person asking the questions, with the interviewer. And he wants to make sure he pays attention to every word coming out of her mouth because he knows they know that he's done something. And he knows what it is he's done, and he wants to find out how much information they have. He doesn't know how much they have, but as we go along, it's going to dawn on him how much they actually have. His breathing rate's a little bit high, and like Chase was saying, you can see that change from the stomach area on up into the chest, and you can see it getting a little bit faster as he goes through there. That shallow breathing is what gives him a little bit of not a head buzz, but it adds to the nervousness as you go through. It definitely doesn't help calm you down. And what we're seeing here is a guy who's on alert. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I think we're going to cover a lot of the same things, so I'll try to keep it abbreviated. However, this is going to be a great example of baseline. I always say the organism does what made the organism successful. He's a jail guard, worked in a jail. You're pretty stoic when you work around prisoners. It's a good attribute to have. Chase, you've done the same as I have. You don't want to believe information to them. And he was a pitcher. Both of those businesses need to have stoic expression and not bleed a lot of information. So he does a good job in the beginning. The other thing I want you to watch here, we talk about eye accessing, and I always tell you eye accessing is powerful. This is a great one because he is so locked down. He guards those hands. He's got everything stacked and locked together. I'll talk about that in the next one. But we're going to watch this eye accessing change because when they ask him who he talked to and his eyes go over here to his right, he's not using where he's going to go for baseline when they ask him questions where he's recalling. And they get it in reverse order. It doesn't matter which order you get it in. They ask him questions about people that he should be able to answer the question. And he goes to a right eye visual accessing. And later, when they ask him about facts that they know and they're covering, he goes to his left consistently. They talk to him about his house and that. So we'll pay attention to this eye movement. But he goes to eye lock. When she brings these pictures out, I don't know what pictures she had. Those eye locks, look at him. He locks on the threat immediately. His eyes go down. And then his fight or flight increases, meaning all his respiration, everything's going to come up. I'll talk about all four of those. As she addresses the pictures and said they came from a younger female on Snapchat. His eyes narrow. His blink rate increases just rapidly for a short period of time. It doesn't stay that way, just about the threat. His breathing increases, Chase your point, rises into his chest. All that is stress, preparing for fight or to run. Whether he plans to run or fight doesn't matter. His body is taking over. And that's what's happening. That amygdala has identified the threat and is now creating an opportunity for him to get away. Watch how his neck becomes rigid. That's a good indicator in humans. All those muscles are tightening up to protect all of those arteries and sinews and all of those things. And then finally, when she says, have you ever, a couple of things after this, so not maybe finally, have you ever, we already recognized you have, that is an artful term with an interrogator to shoot across the bow, to put him on notice, and then lead him to admission and start to add some texture to it. You see him swivel in the chair at that. He does mouth grooming. And so he's trapped. You can start to see it. What they're doing right here is getting a really good baseline for a start. That's what I got. Mark, how about you?
Yep. So as is often the case, I must have been living in a cave in the Sahara when this was all going on, because I've never seen this guy before. You've maybe seen this guy before. Some of us here may have, may not. We don't talk about these cases beforehand. We don't compare notes after it. I don't know who I'm watching and how this case ends up. But strangely enough, I have all the same points here as have been mentioned there. So something's going on that four separate people who have an understanding of these indicators are arriving at some of the same points. I'm already suggesting he's under massive stress and pressure, more than I would expect if he had a level of innocence in whatever might be going on. And at this particular moment, I suspect what might have happened, but I don't know exactly. But he's under stress and pressure. Now, I love that the breathing has been mentioned. I love that Scott has talked about the crossing of the arms, because what I want you to notice is if you watch his crossed arm, you'll be able to see it moving up and down with his chest breathing. So you can look at the breathing rate by watching his arm going up and down. My guess is one of the reasons he's crossed his arms is he wants to kind of button this one down. He doesn't want to give too much away. He wants to suppress what he knows his body may well do, but he's not going to be able to, because his breathing is so high, so big, and so rapid that we can already see the stress and pressure as his arm move there. You know, we saw it in Amber Heard as well, with her jewelry moving at the top of her chest there. Another way to read people's breathing rate. So, as usual, watch his arm, breathe along with that, and get a sense of how you start to feel. It's going to be very similar to how he's feeling, because breath and levels of oxygen and carbon dioxide tend to have the same effect on our endocrine system and the neurochemicals that get launched into the brain and the feelings that come with that. So breathe along. How are you feeling? Stress, pressure, maybe even a little bit of panic already? That's maybe how he's feeling.
So as far as the picture, this photo came up in connection with some allegations about you communicating with a younger female on Snapchat.
Okay.
Have you ever communicated with any females that we've already recognized that yes you have with your recruit from the past? Is there anyone else you've communicated with on Snapchat?
I mean, back then, no, just close friends and coworkers and stuff like that.
All right. Of course, we've spoken to, obviously the other parties involved and kind of gotten some of the information. And so the reason why this particular photo was kind of brought up is because this photo was sent to this female, which is why I wonder if this photo would be in anyone else's hands.
I mean, for someone being younger, no, it wasn't anyone I sent younger.
So this photo was sent within the last 3 weeks. Have you sent this photo?
No, definitely not. It wasn't me.
Not to anyone within the last 3 weeks? Okay. And you've only shared it with a select few people?
Yeah, that was a long time ago, so.
Okay. So I want to make sure to get all the people you have shared it with, just to make sure they wouldn't try to send it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know there's screenshots and stuff. I don't remember that one being screenshotted on Snapchat. Oh.
Yeah, because Snapchat lets you know when you're screenshotting.
Yeah, it'll tell you. So that was a long time ago, so I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know who I might be able to connect with this photo as far as
that one? No, that was a long time ago.
You said you've only shared it a couple times?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a basic photo. I mean, I don't want to save that one or anything like that.
So it was either your wife or whoever the other person you might have shared it with that might have shared the photo again? My question is...
I doubt my wife would have did that.
Yeah.
We've been together and stuff for so long.
Well, so you dated this girl for 3 years, and when you were 20, that's 23, you kindled your relationship with your wife about 3 years ago?
Literally, it was about a month apart from my ex.
The other one. So you've been with her for 3 years, yeah. So you like the long-term relationships?
I've always been in long-term.
3 to 3. All right.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so we're going to see stress starting to build in him. And you could say, if you just watch this and don't know what we're talking about, you wouldn't even notice the stress. A lot of people would go, yeah, no, he looks pretty relaxed, but he doesn't. His hands have now, I always talk about people trapping their hands, don't feel as threatened. When those hands come out so they can use them, that's a good indicator they're being threatened. We're going to watch him use those hands to illustrate what he's thinking over time. But for now, he doesn't use his hands. What we see in the first 10 seconds, the very first 10 seconds, there's stress mouth wetting, some lip compression, and then he swivels in his chair. And you see concern run through his brow as these muscles all gather up here. You see him mouth groom, moving his tongue around inside his mouth, do that lip compression, cast his eyes down to the right where we associate people with emotional accessing. And he even does a thing here that's even more powerful. He goes to internal focus. By that, I mean his eyes are looking in a direction, but they're not seeing. His eyes are just disengaged and staring through the table. And then his blink rate goes up and he makes hard eye contact. Scott and I call that hard eye contact the romancer. They're trying to figure out what you know or don't know. And then he starts to throw filler words out that make no sense. I mean, there's just some words in there where he's finding space, and he swallows his words, or what you would call fading facts, when he says, it wasn't me. He avoids the question with, that was a long time ago, and we're going to see a pattern. He's going to start saying, not recently, long time ago, ooh. Those are going to be his redirects. He's trying here with a minor attempt. It didn't work. So you see a nervous smile with no involvement, and then he goes, this is ridiculous. And he is illustrating, however, and there's a really good example of an illustrator without using anything except his head because his arms are trapped. He does your left to right timeline with his head. Boom, 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 boom. It's a great example of that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So sent to this female, and there's a rise in the breathing rate. So he's already pretty high and pretty rapid, but when this idea of something being sent to a female is mentioned, you're going to see a gear change and escalation. Okay? So watch out for that. Again, breathe along. See how you're feeling around that. The swinging increases as well. It's almost a baseline through this, but it is interesting to see how certain questions are asked and the swinging increases or starts again. When does it stop? When does it start? Take a look out for that. No, definitely not. No would have been good enough. No would be okay. That would be a good enough denial. Definitely not. Okay, well, still pretty good, but we maybe don't need the definitely or the not. And then, as Greg was saying, that fading fact of it wasn't me, it's a little bit too much. Protesting a little bit too much. Make sure you haven't seen it, says the person doing the inquiry there, and he rocks back. It's minor, but in terms of his baseline, it's sufficient enough to know that something has hit him there. I mean, almost metaphorically, it's hit him. He rocks back in that chair. Yeah, no, I mean, he says. Well, that doesn't really make sense. For anybody British out there who knows Vicky Pollard, it's no, but, yeah, but, no, but, yeah, but. So we know that there's some squirming going on here. Scott, what do you got?
All right. We see lip licking and nostril flare, and together those are great indicators of stress. And his blink rate's gone up a little bit, and that's another indication that his stress his levels going up some. And we see that little back and forth wiggle in the chair. That's getting faster as well, or getting more of those sways back and forth. Again, these are all cues and indications of building stress. And keep in mind, the chair is just one of the ways he's getting rid of that built up stress and tension. It's an adapter. Of course, we know adapters are anything you use to get rid of that built-up stress and tension, from pushing on your face to biting on your lip to doing your lips like that or licking your lips, whatever it's going to be, or a repetitive behavior. That's what gets rid of that tension. Now, we can see a difference in his folded arms starting right here. So what's the difference? We can see both his hands now. So it looks like it's kind of odd, because on one end, it looks like his stress level is rising. On the other end, it looks like it's going down. So it's this really odd juxtaposition of looking like he should look, or looking like he should look, and then looking stressed. So this is there's starting to be, I think, a battle go on in his brain right now between stress and being relaxed. Like you were saying, we hear fading facts, and that's when a person's vocal volume starts to go down as they give you an answer. It's another way of separating yourself or distancing yourself from the deception or the lie you're telling. It doesn't mean it every time you hear it. There are no absolutes. But when if you ask them a question and the answer starts going down like this, a lot of times it could be something deceptive, because quite often they'll move back a little bit as they're answering that as well, but we don't see that here. But keep in mind, as we're looking at this, you have to take every cue you see, all these cues we're talking about, and put them into context with what's going on in real time. So his cadence is sped up. His cadence is when he's speaking, how fast he talks. That's sped up a little bit, and he's back to a stronger vocal tone toward the end as well. So far we're seeing cues of stress and deception, but at the same time, we're seeing a few things that say he's settling down a little bit. So it's just really odd. Chase, what do you got?
Yep, you guys covered a lot. If you just watch in the beginning when she says we spoke to these other parties, the blink rate goes up above 70 per minute. Our average blink rate in conversation is 13, 15. Blink rate's over 70 here. In this position that he's in, with these arms crossed over here, I think could mean two things. Number one, I think police usually sit in a way that uses the belt as an armrest. In many cases, you'll see this, even with like resting the arm on the gun. I was on deployment. I would rest my hands on my body armor like this, and just found ways to do that a lot. I don't think he's doing that. This is a bit more telling here than an arm cross. This behavior is what you'll hear Mark talk about in his TED Talk. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. This soft belly down here is more vulnerable than the chest, and he's protecting the most vulnerable part that's facing this potential threat that's in front of him. And he says, I mean, for someone being younger, I wasn't one that I sent to somebody that was younger. It was an incoherent thing there. I don't think younger was mentioned by the interrogator. There's a lack of denial. There's a reduction of confidence. So we see confidence, if it's, trotting along here and there's a dip in confidence, that's another indicator. There's a reduction of fluency. That's another great indicator. Fluency is trotting along and fluency starts going away. The words stop making as much sense as they used to. The chair swiveling, you guys covered that. But right here, on who shared the photo, he says, I doubt my wife would do that.
So it was either your wife or whoever the other person you might have shared it with that might have shared the photo again? My question is...
I doubt my wife would do that.
Yeah.
And I just want you to process that. What kind of person would ever say this? I doubt my wife would do that. So this is a vanishing perpetrator. The guilty people will almost always behave in ways that tend to keep ambiguity at the highest level possible. And truthful people will behave in the opposite way. And in lots of cases, suspects are going to try to keep the suspect pool as large as possible. And they're going to avoid answering one of the critical interview questions. Who could have done this? Or who might have done this? And as a quick note, the way this detective is talking here might sound a little cringy, like she's rehearsed something, but trust me, she's doing a really good job, and she's leaps and bounds ahead of most interviewers, which is less common. These skills that you're seeing here are far less common than you might think.
All right. Of course, we've spoken to obviously the other parties involved and kind of gotten some of the information. And so the reason why this particular photo was kind of brought up is because this photo was sent to this female, which is why I wonder if this photo would be in anyone else's hands.
I mean, for someone being younger, no, it wasn't anyone I sent younger.
So this photo was sent within the last 3 weeks. Have you sent this photo?
No, definitely not. It wasn't me.
Not to anyone within the last 3 weeks? Okay. And you've only shared it with a select few people?
Yeah, that was a long time ago, so.
Okay. So I want to make sure to get all the people you have shared it with just to make sure they wouldn't try to send it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know there's like screenshots and stuff. I don't remember that one being screenshotted on Snapchat.
Yeah, because Snapchat lets you know when you're screenshotting.
Yeah, it'll tell you. So that was a long time ago, so I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know who I might be able to connect with this photo as far as
that one? No, that was a long time ago.
You said you've only shared it a couple times?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a basic photo. I mean, I want to save that one or anything like that.
So it was either your wife or whoever the other person you might have shared it with that might have shared the photo again? My question is...
I doubt my wife would do that.
Yeah.
We've been together and stuff for so long.
Well, so you dated this girl for 3 years, and when you were 20, that's 23, you kindled your relationship with your wife about 3 years ago?
Like literally, it was about a month apart from my ex.
The other one. So you've been with her for 3 years, yeah. So you like the long-term relationships?
I've always been in long-term.
3 to 3. All right. This, like I said, this photo was sent to this person, so they were in possession of it, and we can't find any connection or reason why this photo would end up with this particular person if it wasn't shared by someone you may know or yourself.
I agree, yeah. My wife would have done it, so I don't know why she would share that. So, I don't know. It's a long time ago. My ex, it was a bad breakup with my ex, but she wouldn't have saved something like that either. I don't know who would have. So, I mean, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day. And yes, some save stuff, but I don't know who would save a picture like that. I mean, a nude, maybe, yeah, they would save. Not that one.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so it feels to me that it starts to become a bit of a standoff as to who's going to talk and who isn't going to talk. But you can see who's doing all the talking here, though he does go quiet. He does, try and lock down. He does try and gain strong eye contact in order to say, yeah, I'm not going to fill the space. he ends up filling the space. And if you're in this kind of position in terms of being the questioner and you're trying to get information from people, just say nothing and just think to yourself, yeah, you'll break first. You'll talk first and just stay quiet, stay quiet, stay quiet. On the whole, they won't be able to stand the silence and they'll start to fill it. So what does he start to fill it with? Well, he's, still got this squirrely bass line going on. His new bass line for me is just a consistent sense of stress and pressure now, I think. He keeps eliciting more, but some of it is undistinguishable to me. I tried to listen really carefully and I can't work out what he's saying, which is a bad thing.
So, I mean, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day. And yes, some save stuff, but I don't know who would save a picture like that. I mean, a nude, maybe, yeah, they would save. Not that one.
That's a really bad thing. If he's not making, it's not even that he's not making sense. I can't work out the words that he's saying to even work out what sense he might be making. Maybe you can, but here's what I'd make out of all of this. What are we? We're 3 videos in here and he's already starting to decay, and the decay is being caused by the interviewer here. I agree. The interviewer's doing a great job. It may look to you like, she's there saying nothing. Well, that's the skill. That's the skill, because most people will try and fill the space. Most people will go, oh, hang on, it's not answering the question. Think of a better question. Maybe my questions are terrible. Maybe I need to be a better interrogator, a better interviewer. No, you need to be no better. You just need to be way quieter. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, great cover. I mean, there's a thing in interrogation, Scharfian interrogation, called the silent approach, where we sit silently in the room and pay attention to the person. It works wonderfully. The biggest mistake that questioners make is not knowing when to shut up. Number one, hands down. You can tell a senior interrogator from a junior interrogator often by that very mistake. So he's down to barely audible at this point. He's barely spitting words out because he knows he's in a bind. Now he goes back to this photo defense. Well, it was a long time ago. Now, here's an interesting piece. Every person I've ever interrogated already has a defense in mind when they show up. They all do. I've never met one that doesn't. And his is starting to come up. It's who would have done that? This is a long time ago. That's his defense. I don't know where the picture came from. It was a long time ago. I didn't do it. I didn't talk to anybody recently. He's going to keep playing that, and she knows it. So she allows him that silence so that he has to fill in some gaps. She gives him room. So you can hear it, and then as she goes into this, you see him shifting. When he talks about a bad breakup with an ex, there's a pronounced shift in all of his body language. And he does a hard emotional eye accessing down to his right, a lot more than normal, and swivels. And then he purses his lips as he says, I don't know who would have. Disapproval. We always want to look at that because now this is outside of deviation. The 2 other things come up that are outside of deviation. The only time I see him in the entire video raise a single finger is when he says Tinder.
So, I mean, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day.
That picture could have come from Tinder. It probably did. And he sent it to somebody inappropriate at a later date. And then he raises his hand when he says who. I don't know who. And he raises his hand.
Who would save a picture like that? A nude, maybe, yeah, they would save. Not that one.
We're going to see that a few times in here. Now, here's the thing I'm going to tell you. While body language is about seeing a deviation in pattern, interrogation is about finding patterns and exploiting those patterns, taking them apart until you know there is either significance or there is no significance. She's doing an artful job here because she's pushing him, letting him do his thing, letting him talk. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, let's talk about this defense strategy revelation or whatever you want to call it. He's saying it's a long time ago, which I think could be one of 2 things here. Either A, this was very recent. He's directing attention away from that fact. So I can just push your focus away from anything recent. Or 2, you'll see some suspects that they view it as the passing of time as a cleansing agent for both him in terms of memory and his innocence, like the guilt starts going away. And I think we're stuck in the first option here. I think something happened very recently. And when he says, I don't know who would have done that, innocent people won't be trying to assist like this. They'll be making denials. Why is trying to find who sent this my job? You might hear that from an innocent person. I don't give a shit who sent it. It wasn't me. It wasn't on my phone. I'm not sitting here trying, well, maybe it's my roommate in college or something. You won't hear that. But when he says, who would save a picture like that? He's saying it's not a nude. Why would it be valuable to anyone? So I think there's some psychology being revealed here about how he views media in general. And here's one more question to layer onto your skills here. I talk a lot about asking yourself what is being concealed in some of these things, what's being hidden in the story. But this time, pay attention to what's being left out. A desire to find out who did it. Who was it sent to? What did they say? All questions that we would ask, or any person who didn't do this would ask. What's being left out? Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree with you guys that the interviewer at this point, she's keeping her voice high and kind of, not playful, but it's not the regular. She got the bad cop coming in a few minutes, but she's playing that good old nice, I'm open, let's talk, and everything sounds really like there's nothing wrong. That's great. She's doing a great job with that. But we see lip licking right out of the gate on this one. And he's got a lot going on up in his head. That's why we're seeing that push and pull from being relaxed and being all stressed. He's pretty still at first, but then he begins that swaying back and forth as he answers. So that's becoming more predominant in his behavior so far. Then he hits fading facts again when he's talking about his wife and his past relationships and his ex-girlfriend and why she wouldn't have saved a photo like that, even though they had a bad breakup. So he knows she probably did. But the interview is adding what I call these bricks to her wall of logic. So hopefully she'll be able to take all these things, build a little wall that he's not going to be able to jump over and work his way out of. And I think she's doing a fantastic job of that at this point. All right. We good?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, that's very nice.
This, like I said, this photo was sent to this person, so they were in possession of it, and we can't find any connection or reason why this photo would end up with this particular person if it wasn't shared by someone you may know or yourself.
I agree, yeah. My wife wouldn't have done that, so I don't know why she would share that. So, I don't know, it's a long time ago. My ex, it was a bad breakup with my ex, but she wouldn't have saved something like that either. So, I don't know who would have. I don't know. So, I met girls on Tinder and stuff back in the day. And yes, some save stuff, but I don't know who would save a picture like that. A nude, maybe, yeah, they would save. Not that one.
There were also some conversations that were exchanged between you and this person.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't talk to anybody younger, though.
Not on Snapchat?
No.
Not recently?
Not recently, no.
Now, you said all of your social media accounts are private, right?
Yeah.
And I know you're a law enforcement officer, so I know that you've also taken the time to make your plates confidential.
Back in the day, yeah. I don't think my current ones are, though.
Obviously I ran your plates. Okay. So you're still driving the Ford Fusion?
Yeah.
And is it black or gray?
It's gray.
Okay. And you got tinted windows on it still?
Yeah.
And so, when it comes to the photo, I really want to understand why this person would be in possession of the photo. But the only one who could really help me with that is you.
Yeah. No, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know. No.
Okay. Well, along with the photo came some additional information about your personal life.
Okay.
And based on some of the information you shared with me today, it seems to add up.
Okay.
So is there any reason why the person would say they're you and share your information?
Sounds like it'd be someone that knows me then, obviously. But I don't know who. I don't have any enemies that would be doing something like that. Can I ask what information was shared? What they know?
We know that you're a baseball player.
Yeah. A lot of people know that.
Yeah. So that information was kind of shared.
Okay.
Your work schedule?
It's been 5 years now I've worked here.
Specifically the transition to 7 days on, 7 days off.
Really? I haven't shared anything like that recently. So I couldn't tell you who that would be.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so here we're going to see him go back into this internal focus and emotional eye accessing. When we say internal focus, this is a 1,000-yard stare. Everything is internal. So his eyes are looking somewhere, but he's not necessarily looking at where his eyes are focused. He's looking down and to his right, and we associate that with emotional eye accessing. So something's going on in our head that's emotional. His respiration is up, and he's wetting his lips. That's likely tied to adrenaline. Now, his adrenaline may not show the same way somebody who has not been a pitcher, not been a prison guard would be. So we just look at it. Then when they say, my favorite part of the whole thing is when she says, you and ... this person. You see the stress rise at him. And he locks her eyes at her and his brows go up at me.
This person.
Me? Okay.
And that is feigned shock. We all know what shock looks like, so we all know how to do it. But what shock does that this does not do to him is it creates a lower blank face. Your lower face goes blank as your brows go up, and your brows remain longer, not up and down. This is the same thing we talk about with Amber Heard with all the rifling through emotions. And you don't follow it with fading facts, okay, once they put you on notice. So here we go, Scott, they got your fading facts, and they got a really bad job. Then he goes back to internal again. He casts his eyes down and right for emotional. And then he says, I don't talk to anyone younger, though. I don't talk to anybody younger, though. My immediate thing would be, did I say this was a younger person? Hold on. Where'd you get that piece of data? Then he says, recently? No, I haven't. Well, recently shouldn't matter. It shouldn't ever be talking to somebody on that who's a young person. Here he gets his eye accessing cue for his social media accounts, and he just goes back to rote memory. When he says, well, yeah, I secured those, he goes to rote memory. And we associate, anytime you recall something over and over and over in your head, it goes to rote or digital, and it kind of stays on right about where your auditory memory is. I'm not going to take all these because there's a whole lot in here. His blink rate stops, and he makes good eye contact back with her as she starts talking about locking his vehicle down. And then there's a couple of last things I want to point out here. Once she gets him and she has the first real piece of evidence where she talks about work schedule, he goes from okay to, or okay to There's a deviation in baseline. Why? I'm going to leave it there. There's other stuff, guys, but I think you guys will cover some of that. So, Scott, I'll hand it to you next.
All right. Well, right out of the gate again, we're seeing that his adapter of licking his lips. So, and he does that almost every time. I think he may do it every time at this point. And we see that, we know the stress is building, but his facial expressions and of that blank expression and of non-concern sort of help hiding that as we go through. Now, when he says, sounds like someone that knows me.
Say they're you and share your information.
Sounds like it'd be someone that knows me then, obviously. I don't know who. I don't have any enemies that would be doing something like that.
We see that single shoulder shrug on the left, and then his chin sort of points over there. Doesn't sort of, it does. His chin goes over there a little bit as well. There are no absolutes. I'm all the time saying that, but it's seldom have I seen someone do that and have their shoulder come up and point toward their chin, point toward that single shoulder, and that not be deceptive. Again, there are no absolutes, but for me, that's one I usually count on. It looks like he's relaxing, but it looks like he's getting tense. But his arms are coming down a little bit more, and they're starting to come apart a little bit. That's a big red flag for me. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so lots of great stuff in here. I love that me at the start, as if there might be a lineup of persons of interest in the room. Like, no, clearly you, because you're the only person of interest in the room right now. That is bizarre. And then he goes, I didn't. And then we see a slight upturn of the mouth there. Now, is that Jupiter's delight? It looks a little bit like it. I don't know. What I wonder is, because I think he's cornered now. I think he knows that it's really coming in on him. I wonder whether there's an element of the delight of being caught. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by that, but I don't think it's Jupiter's. But there's something going. There's an asymmetry here, and we'll see it again later on. We see his breathing settle when he's asked about the data about the car. So I want you to look at when his breathing goes up and when he's asked data questions about the car, and we'll start to see him settle. Now, are those questions about the car baseline questions, or is there some photographs with some elements of those vehicles in that need to? I don't know which one it is because I just don't know this case. But we're going to see later on data questions put towards him, which are obviously very much to do with the case. But I do want you to notice what happens on those data questions about the car. He calms down. And then other questions come and up goes his breathing rate again. So simple data questions can be used to get a baseline, but also to get somebody used to the idea that you're going to ask data questions later on. Still a great job by the interrogator here. Chase, what do you think?
Yep, you guys got a lot of this. Right when he says me, okay, he's just assuming that, yeah, that's probably something that I would do. Or that's probably something I did. He accepted it. There's no denial there. And when you hear him say, I didn't talk to anybody younger, though, this is severity softening at its finest. You'll never hear him say child or kid in here, which is why I think there's a special place in hell. A whole nother conversation for that, though. Yep. But let's go into vanishing perpetrator here. Anyone that you probably know in your life would be really pissed off if someone framed them in something like this. There's no anger at someone who did this. The focus is on denial. And this is permissive questioning. We see a spike in politeness or permissive questioning to the interrogator. This is a baseline deviation where he's like, can I ask what they said? Am I allowed to ask what they said? Instead of just asking what they said. A big difference there. There's no anger at the person who did this to him or set him up. And this is discovery versus denial. We can put this maybe on a pendulum. Maybe there's a cool graphic I can create for this, but innocent people don't want to discover details about the case. They want details about the perpetrators and what the perp did. Guilty people want information about the case and what data was gathered. Innocent people will vacillate between discovery about the perpetrator and denials. And we're not seeing any of that whatsoever here.
A couple of points. Mark, what you're calling data in the interrogation world, we typically call non-pertinent information. And it's a way to get people to feel comfortable with you collecting data. Exactly. A couple of things that I didn't mention here that I don't want us to miss. His hand rises again at who. There's the problem. We're seeing he is illustrating for some reason at who, and then he withdraws his mouth at not recently again. Those words, we're starting to see a pattern that feeds through here. Yep.
Data. I'll come back to that.
There were also some conversations that were exchanged between you and this person.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I didn't talk to anybody younger, though.
Not on Snapchat?
No.
Not recently?
Not recently, no.
Now, you said all of your social media accounts are private, right?
Yeah.
And I know you're a law enforcement officer, so I know that you've also taken the time to make your plates confidential.
I mean, back in the day, I don't think my current ones are, though.
I mean, obviously, I ran your plates.
Okay.
So you're still driving the Ford Fusion?
Yeah.
And is it black or gray?
It's gray.
Okay. And you got tinted windows on it still?
Yeah.
And so, when it comes to the photo, I really want to understand why this person would be in possession of the photo. But the only one who could really help me with that is you.
Yeah. No, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know. No.
Okay. Well, along with the photo came some additional information about your personal life.
Okay.
And based on some of the information you shared with me today, it seems to add up.
Okay.
So is there any reason why the person would say they're you and share your information?
Sounds like it'd be someone that knows me then, obviously. I don't know who. I don't have any enemies that would be doing something like that. Can I ask what information was shared? What they know?
We know that you're a baseball player.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people know that.
Yeah. So that information was kind of shared.
Okay.
Your work schedule?
It's been 5 years now I've worked here.
Specifically the transition to 7 days on, 7 days off.
Really? I haven't shared anything like that recently. couldn't tell you who that would be.
Do you guys have a master bedroom?
We do, yeah.
All right. Can you tell me about your master bedroom?
It's, just a big white room, big king bed. I mean, there's nothing really special to it.
Okay. Just because it gives me kind of some insight of like, you know, what your home life is like. You guys still sleep in the same room? That's a good marriage.
Yeah.
I say that because people have been married a long time. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we come into contact with a lot of them. Do you guys have a TV in your room?
We do, yeah.
Okay. What kind of a TV?
Just a black Samsung TV.
Okay. Is it like a large room that has like one of those double door entries? Because I know some of the houses have them.
No, it's just a single door.
It's a single door?
Yeah.
Okay. Any dressers or?
Yeah, we have one dresser. Actually, we have two nightstands and a dresser.
Okay. Can you describe the dresser to me?
Yeah, it's like a tannish brown, I guess.
Okay. Is it newer?
Somewhat, yeah. Yeah, probably.
Because you never know, like sometimes when people move in, they have like that chic style look or like the modern look. So it just helps me to get an idea of what home life is like. It must be hard for you guys though, because your schedules are complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, we still see each other at the end of the day. Here, so.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, we always talk about eye movement on this show, and I'm going to show you a great example of eye movement and why it matters. If I ask you a simple question like, what color is your grandmother's hair? That's pretty simple. You're going to go gray. But if I ask you, hey, what color are the dots on the wallpaper in your grandmother's living room? That's a different question. Now you have to access and you have to go look for information. They start off by doing some questions that are non-pertinent or appear to be non-pertinent, and then she locks down they aren't. But he goes to internal voice when she's saying, hey, tell me about your master bedroom. He's looking down like, well, what should I say? That's internal voice down into the left. Then he starts to navigate the answer, and his hands come up to illustrate it's a white room. It's just a white room. His hand does, not all his hands. Then she starts to explain away why this is non-pertinent. She's saying, look, this is about your lifestyle at home. It really isn't. This is about getting to a distinctive feature that may show up in a photo or that someone has seen either on video or that. So what she's doing is fishing. He doesn't realize that yet, but he does see his hands are freed up and they're out and stacked. We just hit the eye stuff. When she asked him what kind of TV, he goes to what we typically associate with auditory memory. But if you right now remember the words to your favorite poem, your favorite lyrics to a song, your eyes are going to go there. If I ask you to tell me about, what your grades were in 7th grade, you're going to go there because they're just memorized things. They're not things that you need to think about. And the way we memorize is we repeat our own words over and over and over, and there are a handful of us who can't hear our own voice, but they lock down. So we get to rote memory between our brow ridge and cheekbone. When he goes, wait, really, I have 3. Watch his eyes go in up high into visual eye accessing, and now he's recalling memory. They got a good baseline on this guy. You have to ask single sensory channel questions, and then you get it locked down. Now when you ask him next time and his eyes go somewhere else, you're like, hold on just a minute. Let's talk about that. Chase, what do you got?
This is great. I'm going to kick this off with a pro tip. Maybe we can get a big slamming pro tip graphic up here. We can all give pro tips out. As an interrogator, you don't need to explain why you're asking weird questions to guilty people. Innocent people are going to ask why the hell you're asking. Guilty people won't. They're going to be excited to talk about something they think is irrelevant, and they will stay on that topic as long as you want them to. He shifts to internal dialogue here when we're calling what I would think would be visual data. Greg, you hit it right on there. I'm going to skip over that, actually. Right when she asks about sleeping in the same bed and having a good marriage, you can see it on the face. There's fear and almost as what I would describe as not being a facial movement expert, I would describe it as facial nausea on the face. And you'll see something called target scanning here, where a suspect will squint to bring something that's potentially threatening to them into focus. And the interviewer makes a shift here at the end of this clip to elicitation. This is a good time to do it, and she does it pretty well.
Because you never know, like sometimes when people move in, they have like that chic style look or like the modern look. So it just helps me to get an idea of what home life is like. It must be hard for you guys, though, because your schedules are complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, we still see each other at the end of the day.
And in situations where an interrogator is high on training and low on experience, you'll hear stuff like what you're hearing in this video, which sounds kind of scripted. If your ears probably picked up on that already, that these things sound like memorized scripts. It probably is. It's still very, very effective, but the smoothness of delivery is not something you really get in training. It comes with experience over time. And I think it's probably just a young interrogator, but has some really good training. Scott, what do you got?
Right. Now, even though this has nothing confrontational in it, nothing changes in his body language much. Not much at all. His breathing slowed down a little bit more, and the same for his blink rate's pretty much the same. But now let's take a look at his left hand. That thing is open now. There's space between his fingers, and it isn't gripping his elbow anymore. So what does that tell us? That tells us he's relaxed. When you see when you're speaking with someone and their hand looks like this and they're talking, or it's laid on the table and you don't see space between the fingers, that's one thing. But when you see space between the fingers, that indicates, that denotes that they're a little more relaxed, a little more confident with what's going on. When you see space between the fingers, that'll let you know that they feel okay about things. However, we know he can't possibly feel okay about things because of the way he's sitting in the middle of all this. And even though this doesn't sound confrontational, she's just asking him, questions about his home and things like that. He still knows there's something wrong there, and they're on to him, and he's not showing any of that. I think you know where I'm headed with this, but he seems more relaxed the deeper they go. So that worries me a little bit. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think you're right. He's a little bit wise that these, as Greg was saying, non-pertinent questions are very, very pertinent, because one of the ways that serial offenders are tracked down is through the backgrounds in photographs, and AI can do a lot of that right now. So he may understand in that, from my understanding right now, is that he's he works with offenders, and he might and is maybe part of a community of regular offenders, and so might well know that the background to photographs is absolutely key to an arrest and to a prosecution, or partly key. Now, so we're seeing asymmetrical face again. So I think he thinks he has some knowledge here, and he knows he's under stress at the same time. So he does avoid being specific about the bedroom. It's just white. We know that no bedroom is just white. There's other stuff, as we find out, that's going on. So she asks questions about the TV, which just feel like data questions, as I would say. But here's the pattern that she's taking him through, which is a day-to-day pattern for me when I'm working with people to take them to a more relaxed place, is you're going from data to an evaluation of that data, because she asks about those specifics, and then she goes, well, what's the style? Is it chic? Is it modern? That's turning data into an evaluation of the data. It's giving value to that data. Well, that gets the brain to think in a whole different way, and we start to see his body relax and free up a little bit around that. Now she's going to shift him to the next moment, which is emotional, because she says, must be hard. And the voice changes, and his voice changes, because she shifted him very quickly from a data state to an emotional state in 3 moves.
Do you guys have a master bedroom?
We do, yeah.
All right. Can you tell me about your master bedroom?
It's, just a big white room, big king bed. There's nothing really special to it.
Okay. Just because it gives me kind of some insight of what your home life is like. Do you guys still sleep in the same room? That's a good marriage.
Yeah.
I say that because people have been married a long time. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we come into contact with a lot of them. Do you guys have a TV in the room?
We do, yeah.
Okay. What kind of a TV?
Just a Samsung TV.
Okay. Is it like a large room that has like one of those double door entries? Because I know some of the houses have them.
No, it's just a single door.
It's a single door?
Yeah.
Okay. Any dressers or?
Yeah, we have one dresser. Actually, we have three 2 nightstands and a dresser.
Okay. Can you describe the dresser to me?
Yeah, it's like a tannish brown, I guess.
Okay. Is it newer?
Somewhat, yeah. Probably.
Because you never know, like sometimes when people move in, they have like that chic style look or like the modern look. So it just helps me to get an idea of what home life is like. It must be hard for you guys though, because your schedules are complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, we still see each other at the end of the day. Here, so.
When it comes to the Crime Stopper that we're investigating and the Snapchat account, and of course your phone number and everything in connection with it, and some of the combinations of numbers and everything there, you can understand why obviously we have a growing concern. And of course your picture is attached to it, right? Which is even more like either someone's...
Can I ask what, you said you got nude ones too?
There were images that were shared, yes. That
Can I ask, I'm sure you got them here, can I ask to see what they are?
You want to see the picture?
Yeah, so I can get an idea.
Do you ever even not do? Yeah. So I don't actually have a clear shot of one. Yeah, so I did not
Okay, I understand.
print out those
I wait till I'm a
pictures.
lawyer, because I'm uncomfortable with this. This is weird. So
Of course, like, you definitely have the ability to do that, and of course, you know, this is completely voluntary. And so...
I just don't want to get caught up on something. I'm working this career, I don't want to get caught up on something.
I fully understand, yeah. So, you can, yes, 100% elect not to speak with us. You are not under arrest at this time.
Yeah, I understand.
Obviously, given the fact that we're here and the fact that we're speaking to you, I know that your bosses are going to want to speak with you afterwards, yeah. So, we'll go ahead and allow them to speak with you after.
Okay.
Obviously, since you don't want to talk to us anymore, my partner here may have some...
I just wanted to clarify. I have a couple of questions, but you don't want to answer, or can I ask you the questions? Because you can choose to answer or not answer. So if I ask you a question and you're like, I don't want to answer that, you can tell me that. Just so that...
All right, I'll go first on this one. He seems pretty calm. There's lots of direct eye contact, and his crossed arms don't change much at all here. But they're still in that relaxed position. His vocal tone is still strong. His cadence is a little bit faster, and his breathing rate's up just a little bit. And as the questions get more sensitive, his stress level, you can tell it starts to rise. We know that by his breathing rate increases a little bit. And like Greg was saying earlier, that stiff neck situation happens where he's spinning his head back and forth. When he lets him know he wants a lawyer, this interviewer was just beautiful at that. She just talks about how, you can have a lawyer. He doesn't need to say anything else, all that, and just keeps talking. And I just scoops right by it. He should have said, hang on a minute, I'm not saying anything. He should have said this when he first came in. I'm not talking to anybody. Get me a lawyer. And just sat there and shut his mouth. But he didn't, thank goodness. And these two work together so well, these two interviewers, they do such a great job. And this woman has done such a fine job of just getting right past that, of him wanting to shut everything down with an attorney. And he just keeps answering questions. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's talk about why a police officer might go in and talk without an attorney. It actually is harder if you're a police officer to say, I want an attorney, because you're immediately perceived to be guilty in hiding something. And remember, they'll have the police benevolent guy as a rep and all that kind of stuff. But what they're afraid of doing is tainting their career. I have a good friend, just talked to him the other day, who's a police officer who has been through this, not over the same kind of stuff, but over shooting and that kind of thing. And he says, it's always awkward for you to say, I want an attorney. As a matter of fact, what the bad cop does very effectively is say, we know your department. And so what she's doing is calling him out and saying, you want to look like a bad cop in front of your department? Go right ahead, get an attorney. That's code. That's what she's doing. And she talks him right back into it. You're right. What you should do now, if you're not a cop, when you say, I want an attorney, that's that. I'm done. You go find an interpreter who speaks my language, and that language is attorney. That's it. That would be my approach. And if you're innocent, especially if you're innocent, if you're guilty, no, go ahead and tell them you did it, because we want you to go to jail. But if you didn't, then you should look for somebody. So I just want to give you that piece. There are a couple of things here. When he says, can I ask about the photo? There's grief muscle there. You see that grief muscle? It's pronounced. When he talks about, can I talk to a lawyer? Well, of course you can. She knows that. But I like the fact she pedaled past it. I'll just leave it at that. And one last thing. Now his hand is coming up at, do you want to answer? Or his hand moves up. this is likely some kind of a sign of helplessness in this case, or perceived helplessness, the same way Who was before. In Who, I think he was doing it intentionally, and now I think he's signaling, look, I got nothing to. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, it's an extraordinary situation from the point of view of somebody who's innocent. Were I in that situation, well, I wouldn't be in it in the first place. Somebody's got some questions for me about a crime that I have nothing to do with. It's, trot on and go and find yourself somebody who has something to do with it. And until that point, if I'm not detained, I'm going my way, you're going your way. Chase, what do you got?
Let's do a quick pro tip here. Guilty people are more fearful of breaking rapport with an interrogator. So you see that here in asking these tiny permissions for things he probably shouldn't even do. See if you can see that in here. We talk about lip retraction a lot, where the lip actually goes into the mouth. This typically indicates a need for reassurance. The interrogator, I think, knows that here and offers the reassurance. You can watch it in the video at the precise moment of concern for him. And guess what? He keeps talking. And you see this lip retraction right as he's explaining why he needs a lawyer, yet another behavior he does not need to explain himself for. I don't want to get caught up with some statement that he says right towards the end. And right there, you see his hand go up here. And you'll see Mark's famous joint protection that we hear about in so many of our other videos here. And right at this moment, this is where an interrogator can tell a suspect, you're free to ask any question you want about this case. And if they have demanded a lawyer and are innocent, you'll hear very different questions versus an innocent person. Guilty people are going to focus on facts against them and ask about that stuff. And innocent people, if they ask any questions, are going to focus on questions about the perp or the alleged victim. Huge difference. And that's one surefire way to get a guilty person to keep on talking. If you have any questions whatsoever about this entire case, you're more than welcome to ask those questions right now, because he's in there in data collection mode. And that's the time to do it.
When it comes to the Crime Stopper that we're investigating and the Snapchat account, and of course your phone number and everything in connection with it, and some of the combinations of numbers and everything there, you can understand why obviously we have a growing concern. And of course your picture is attached to it, right? Which is even more like either someone's...
Can I ask what, you said you got nude ones too?
There were images that were shared, yes. That
Can I ask, I'm sure you got them here, can I ask to see what they are?
You want to see the picture?
Yeah, so I can get an idea.
Yeah. So I don't actually have a clear shot of one. Yeah, so I did not
Okay, I understand.
print out those
I wait
pictures.
to a lawyer, because I'm uncomfortable with this. This is weird. So
Of course, you definitely have the ability to do that, and of course, this is completely voluntary. And so,
I just don't want to get caught up on something. I'm working this career. I don't want to get caught up on something.
I fully understand. Yeah. So you can, 100% elect not to speak with us. You are not under arrest at this time.
Yeah, I understand.
Obviously, given the fact that we're here and the fact that we're speaking to you, I know that your bosses are going to want to speak with you afterwards. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and allow them to speak with you after.
Okay.
Obviously, since you don't want to talk to us anymore, my partner here may have some.
I just wanted to clarify. I have a couple of questions, but you don't want to answer, or can I ask you the questions? Because you can choose to answer or not answer. So if I ask you a question and you're like, I don't want to answer that, you can tell me that. Just so that I just want to make sure that we all understand each other. When my partner says a younger female, you understand that we mean someone under the age of 18?
Yeah, that's obviously why you're here.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have a younger sister, she's 19 right now. 20, sorry.
Oh, okay. And then my last question was, she was asking about the house and the decorations of your house. In any of your rooms in your house, do you have that new look where they have like the barn door outer rail type thing? It's like a country, I don't know what you would call it. I see it a lot on those DIY shows.
Yes.
Do you have those in your house?
I do have one,
Okay. That was the extent of my questions.
Okay.
So, do you have any other questions? I mean, can we still ask you questions, or do you want to start?
No, I want to wait because I'm uncomfortable
Okay.
with this, so
Okay.
I'm going to talk to the lawyer.
Okay.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, a little more of the same there, in that she's putting now forward very clear pieces about the architecture of the house. It may sound like it's some kind of renovation show going on here, but it's really, really specific around, my expectation is there's something in a photograph that would absolutely place him as very likely an offender in this situation. If he was innocent, he needs to get up and walk away right now, is what should be happening. He should not be in this room right now. But for some strange reason, he's waiting for permission almost to be taken out of the inquiry. I don't know what he's waiting for here, but it's rather like he's going to say, let me just wait and see whether they just strike me out for no reason. So it's very, very odd behavior for anybody who would have any innocence here. And we've got some extreme clenching of the jaw now as well, way out of his baseline. So I think, though you might be seeing nothing much happen in the rest of the body, maybe somebody else has got something more extreme happening in the rest of the body, I do see some stuff out of baseline in the clenching of the jaw here. It's very odd behavior for anybody who has any innocence in this. Scott, what do you think?
All right. Yeah, I agree with you. It's odd, but at the same time, that's a tight little path he's walking there. Because if he gets up and gets all indignant and leaves, they're going to go, and everybody there is going to know. So because there's a I'm sure there's a way you got to handle that at that point. But I see what you're saying. I agree with you. If it was a normal old person, yeah, man, shut up and get out of there, especially if you're not under arrest. But in that case, man, that's a tight little rope you got to walk right there. They're putting him on notice that they've got more than they've said so far, that they've got pictures of him in his home that he sent somewhere, because she's calling out stuff that he'll recognize, like the DIY stuff, like you were saying, Mark. So they've got stuff on him, and they're letting him know. So that's putting him on notice. But there's one thing I want to talk to you about real quick, because as we wrap up here, I'm going to hit on something, and I think we know where I'm going. There's a guy named Dr. No, he's not a doctor, but Robert Hare. He's like the godfather of modern psychopathy, I guess you'd say, the study of it anyway. And he did a study a while back, and it was called The Fear, Arousal, and Anticipated Pain of a Psychopath. But I'll put the link on that below. And what it is it's a study that focuses on what happens when a psychopath knows that something unpleasant is coming, and how they act and how they react, how their brain reacts to that. And I'm not going to go through it because it takes too long. It's horrifically boring. But I'll put the link to it down below. And so if you click that link, once we're finished watching this, it'll take you to that study and you can read about it. It's fascinating if you like that kind of thing. All right, Chase, what do you got?
Y'all covered most everything. I'll just say one thing here, and this will be a challenge to the panelists, which we call our subscribers or panelists. And just remember the old vanishing perpetrator here watching this clip, and think of the outrage that you would personally feel here, the anger of being set up, and this horrifying thought of a little child being seduced by an adult. You will not see that in this clip, but you will see vanishing perpetrator. Let me know in the comments down here if you saw it and where you spotted it. Greg?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that if I ask each of you how you resist interrogation and you've not been taught and never learned, your first tell or your first thing is going to be over friendly. Almost everybody thinks that's the right answer, because if I appear to be somebody that knows something, then you're going to tear me apart. So most people, that will be their first failure. They'll go in and suck up to the interrogator. Well, interrogators love to be sucked up to because you talk. And when you talk, I get to manipulate you and use interrogation ploys. I get to use elicitation techniques. I get to manipulate the conversation. I get to get you to write stuff down. So we love people who suck up to us. So that's failure number one. The thing here that we all do see is we see threat ID as his respiration is up and his eyes are locked and his blink rate increases and then goes away. And you see his respiration. We're all going to do that. When we're being investigated by police officers,
If you get pulled over by a cop today, you're going to do all of those things. So it doesn't matter whether he's guilty or not. But she pushes him back into the game and gets him to talk. And she paints this threat about this is underage. And he goes, oh, obviously, or you wouldn't be here. She goes it non-pertinent. Mark, you're right, but it's not non-pertinent. And what she's doing here, an interrogator is only as good as their brain working under stress. And most interrogators can't be Columbo. They can't go slam, 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 and then tie it together at the last second with just one more thing. What most interrogators do is concentric circles. That's how their brains work. You can see hers working. She's locking it down and locking it down and locking it down and locking it down. And what she's doing is she's alluding to the fact they have something damaging. And I always say the power of a slap is in the draw. Because the minute I make contact with your face, you know how hard I can slap. But before I slap you, you're going to go, oh, how hard is this going to be? To your point you just hit, Scott, letting the person's brain fill in all of those gaps is more powerful than anything physical you can ever do. That's why I say good interrogators don't use physical violence, because once they do that, they've used any tool and they've lost all the effectiveness of whatever that threat is.
I just want to make sure that we all understand each other. When my partner says a younger female, you understand that we mean someone under the age of 18?
Yeah, that's obviously why you're here.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I have a younger sister, yeah. She's 19 right now. 20, sorry.
Oh, okay. And then my last question was, she was asking about the house and the decorations of your house. In any of your rooms in your house, do you have that new look where they have like the barn door outer rail type thing? It's like a country, I don't know what you would call it. I see it a lot on like those DIY shows.
Yes.
Do you have those in your
I
house?
do have one, yeah.
Okay. That was the extent of my questions.
Okay.
So, do you have any other questions? I mean, can we still ask you questions, or do you want to stop?
No, I want to wait because I'm uncomfortable with this, so
Okay.
I'm going to talk later.
Okay. So then, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with me for this long. I can imagine that obviously being confronted with any level of questions can be uncomfortable, so I do appreciate that you've allowed us to speak with you even for this long. Okay, so with the next step, however, I'm going to go ahead and pull some documents here for you. So there are a few steps that we're going to be taking after this. Again, you are not being detained by us or anything, but we are acting on behalf of the court moving forward. Okay. So I will give you a chance to read through this. This is a search warrant that was granted this afternoon by a judge. The warrant does allow us to grab some DNA swabs from you. As well as any mobile devices that might be in your possession or potentially in your locker. Do you have your personal phone with you here?
I do have one.
Okay. Is it inside your locker?
It's on my person right now.
Okay. So if you want to go ahead and hand it to us, we definitely don't need to go in and grab it from you. But the search warrant does require that we take it from you. Okay. Additionally, it does allow us to have access to your vehicle. Is your vehicle parked here?
It's parked a few blocks away.
Okay. Do you remember exactly where you parked it?
It's over across from Cap's Pizza over there.
Cap's Pizza?
Yeah.
And is it like in a parking
It's in a parking lot.
Okay. Is it like one of those paid parking lots?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cap's Pizza. I'll put a note on that. So the warrant does allow for us to also process your vehicle.
You guys are going to take my vehicle?
No, we're going to process it here. So that we actually have someone here that's going to help us take some pictures and just go ahead and do what needs to be done so we don't have to. We recognize that warrants are a part of our job, but we don't like to inconvenience people unnecessarily. So that's why we actually brought our technician with us here, because we obviously want to take your DNA with the least effort possible. So that's why we're using the swabs. And the same goes for, of course, your phone, which you stated is on your person. We don't want to put hands on if we don't have to. And
I understand. I'll give it up.
Like you said, as a law enforcement officer, you're willing to comply. With that being said, after that, we will also have access to your locker. Are your vehicle keys inside your locker?
My vehicle keys are in my vehicle right now.
They're in your vehicle?
Yeah.
So you have a code?
I have a code.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that code with us?
Am I allowed a lawyer to say no to that?
Well, the warrant allows for us to have access to your vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah,
so you
we'll
break
get a
it.
tow
Yeah.
truck.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll give it up to you.
Okay. I'll jot it down. Thank you.
I don't even know the number. I know the.
Would it help if you drew the keypad?
Yeah.
Do you want to draw the keypad?
Yeah.
I'm the same way, so.
Let's see.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about interrogation process more than body language at this point. But what we do see is his non-threatened body language show up, his baseline. He starts now to open up and move around and talk, which he should have been doing all along. In the interrogation, we have a step called termination. Termination can be the end of an interrogation or it can be a break in an interrogation. What we do is we reinforce what's worked up to now. So, for example, I know that you might have done some things wrong, but let's get to the bottom of this. And then I'll tell you what's next. Hey, here's what we're going to do next. You'll be talked to again. And everything you've said to me, we're going to check out. But here, I'm going to give you some homework. And I've actually put prisoners back in their cell and said, tomorrow when I talk to you, I want to know these 3 things. It's called termination. And we may, even if we're talking to you and we're interrogating you, and we find a piece of data we didn't know, we may terminate, do a small termination, walk out, get more information, and come back in. We don't leave you wondering because it's a process and it keeps your brain conditioned to respond. So this is what we're seeing. She has him down. In the business, we call this file and dossier, where you have a file. You might call it a BS file, whatever you call it. People who learn on their own are going to have a different term than people who learn from this process. And she puts it on the folder, and she's got all his attention. Now, when that happens, he opens up and he leans forward because he's trying to get the information. That's a process. And then here's one great piece of body language. When she asks him where his vehicle is parked, do you want to know what his eye accessing for visual cue is? Up, left, high. I've done this many, many, many times when we capture people, and I take a plastic bag full of their clothes and say, Chase, I have what I think are your clothes that you were captured with at the time. Can you tell me what you're wearing? They got no reason to lie. So boom, boom, I baseline them while I'm looking through their clothes. Here's real shock. When he says you're going to take my vehicle, brows go up longer, his face is blank. Compare this back to video 4 when he feigns shock at a conversation between him and an underage girl. She is feeling apprehension, meaning the investigator now. How you can tell is that rapid speed up in conversation, poor choice of words or sentences start to fall apart. She says, obviously, back to back. I've taught enough interrogators and sat through the interrogation booth and watched them so many times. I can always tell you when their brains are hitting the squirrel in the road moment. And that's where she's at. She knows that she still needs to keep him talking. So she has to keep him cooperating. And I think she's feeling some stress because she knows that lawyer can come in. That's what I got mostly around the interrogation process. Chase, what do you got?
I'm just giving you another interrogation tip. The body language is pretty apparent here. But in the interrogations, thanking people and saying thank you to every act of compliance is very important. And you're seeing that here. Even giving you that person's name, getting their name and their home address and just writing that down, thanking them for every act of compliance. That's a very important thing, that it becomes a process. If they're wanting rapport with you, they're starting to earn it, and they're getting rapport by being compliant. And you start rewarding that from the first vocal interaction of the interrogation. Scott?
All right. Well, at the beginning, this is the lowest we see his hands and arms at rest. And it seems he's getting more and more relaxed as things move forward. And even though the questions are becoming more personal and they're digging deeper into what's going on into his personal stuff and his behavior that's in question, he seems relaxed at this point. And the interviewer asks him, or she thanks him, and we see that adapter of licking one more time. And it's a lot bigger than it's been up to this point. And then the swaying engages again, and he's falling right back into that pocket we've seen the whole time. He doesn't relax into it, but he gets back into that pocket of it. His voice tone is strong, his diction's clean, his breathing rate is about the same as it has been. He makes good, solid eye contact and no expressions of worry or anything else, really. Not much happened there expression-wise. We see his eyes widen as soon as she pulls the information sheets out. And then he moves his elbows forward and he rests his elbows on the table to get a closer look. He's trying to be relaxed at that point, but you can see that worry just skim over his face really, really quickly. Now, when she asks about Cap's Pizza, some are going to think they see this expression of contempt because part of his mouth goes up a little bit there. But I think what we're seeing there is part of his swallowing protocol. When he swallows, that little part of his mouth goes back. So if you saw that, good call, good find. But That's not a microexpression. That's just him swallowing. It took me a couple minutes to figure out what was going on and to make sure I could say that. So I watched it a few times to make sure. Then after she tells him about all the processing they're going to do, we see that lip licking again. And this time it's much larger than we saw the last time that he was doing it. So the stress is building him at this point. He's stressed, but he's got it under control, but he's leaking all kinds of cues of that stress that let us know what's really going on up there in his brain as he's fighting to relax while he's getting stressed. He's doing a great job. And I think that interviewer, again, I think she's great. I know we say this about a lot of interviewers we see on here and interrogators as well, and I'm sure she's an interrogator as well. She sure does a great job at this of just making it sound like nothing's wrong. She's telling them all this heavy stuff they're getting ready to do. They're going to swab him, do all this stuff, and she just makes it sound like they're talking about something from that happened earlier in the day before they go eat lunch. I think that's brilliant the way she handles that. Brilliant. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so here's what I see. I see fingers interlaced, but not in a relaxed manner. There's a lot of tension in there. So I agree there is stress. He's doing his best to act casual, doing a good job. Like, oh, you're going to search for DNA? Yeah, sure, no problem. He's doing his best, but I can see a lot of tension there. The hand trembles as he pulls the document in towards him. Again, stress and pressure. The face has become lifeless and waxy, which I would say he's started into the faint response now. I think he knows that this is really coming down on top of him. His hands retract under the table. We haven't seen that before. So he pulls in the document, tremble, hands retract under the table, and fig leaf slightly. He then has to support his upper body on one of his arms because he's become concave. Now, we haven't seen him concave before. You'll see that concave, as Chase was saying before, because he's trying to protect this soft area here. You'll see this predominantly in adolescent females. Will, as a good generalization, will become concave, often as a baseline in that area because of being, as their body changes, unsure about how to manage that and what that might mean and how other people view that. When he becomes concave, his breathing almost stops. So you might look at it and go, hey, I think he's relaxed, but he's not breathing, I think, at some points. You'd want to say, hey, take a breath. It's going to be okay. She is not, I agree, Greg, that her structures have fallen apart a little bit, but she's relentless. She's not letting him read the document. Not letting him read the document. My understanding, though, I could have got this wrong, is that's a search warrant. And he's not getting to read that search warrant. It's the thing that says they can search his car, they can take DNA from him. That's a proper legal document. Were it me, I'd be going, hold back, stop your questions. You can ask me something when I've read this document and not until I've read this document. I'll take all the time I need and actually get me a lawyer. Or am I detained? Because if I'm not detained, I'm taking this document and I'm showing it to somebody else, okay? Or I'm getting back to my home before you even try and invade that space, and I'm getting an order that says you can't even go in that. So I don't know what he's up to there. I think he's overloaded to the extent that he gives the code to his car in the air. Put down below what the code to his car is. Okay, it's 4 numbers. It's very easy to see. He draws it out in the air for you.
So then, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with me for this long. I can imagine that obviously being confronted with any level of questions can be uncomfortable, so I do appreciate that you've allowed us to speak with you even for this long. Okay, so with the next step, however, I'm going to go ahead and pull some documents here for you. So there are a few steps that we're going to be taking after this. Again, you are not being detained by us or anything, but we are acting on behalf of the court moving forward. Okay. So I will give you a chance to read through this. This is a search warrant that was granted this afternoon by a judge. The warrant does allow us to grab some DNA swabs from you. As well as any mobile devices that might be in your possession or potentially in your locker. Do you have your personal phone with you here?
I do have one.
Okay. Yeah. Is it inside your locker?
It's on my person right now.
Okay. So If you want to go ahead and hand it to us, we definitely don't need to go in and grab it from you.
Okay.
But the search warrant does require that we take it from you.
Okay.
Okay. Additionally, it does allow us to have access to your vehicle.
Okay.
Is your vehicle parked here?
It's parked a few blocks away.
Okay. Do you remember exactly where you?
It's over across from Cap's Pizza over there.
Cap's Pizza?
Yeah.
And is it like in a parking?
It's in a parking lot.
Okay. Is it like one of those paid parking lots?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cap's Pizza. I'll put a note on that. So the warrant does allow for us to also process your vehicle.
You guys are gonna take my vehicle?
No, we're going to process it here. So that we actually have someone here that's going to help us take some pictures and just go ahead and do what needs to be done so we don't have to.
Okay.
We recognize that warrants are a part of our job, but we don't like to inconvenience people unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So that's why we actually brought our technician with us here, because it is we obviously want to take your DNA with the least effort possible. So that's why we're using the swabs. And the same goes for, of course, your phone, which you stated is on your person. We don't want to put hands on if we don't have to. And
Yeah, no, I understand.
obviously,
Give it up.
like you said, as a law enforcement officer, you're willing to comply. With that being said, after that, we will also have access to your locker. Are your vehicle keys inside your locker?
My vehicle keys are in my vehicle right now.
They're in your vehicle?
Yeah.
So you have a code?
I have a code.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that code with us?
Am I allowed a lawyer to say no to that?
Well, the warrant allows for us to have access to your vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
so
otherwise
you
we'll
break
get a
it.
tow
Yeah.
truck.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll give it up to you.
Okay. I'll jot it down. Thank you.
I don't even know the number. I know the
Would it help if you drew the keypad?
Yeah.
Do you want to draw the keypad?
Yeah.
I'm the same way, so. As you see here, it does state here that we have premises as well to enter your home at 8621 Chaparral Way.
Okay.
So we are going to attempt to do this in the quickest way possible and the way that is obviously going to, this can't be an easy process. We recognize that.
Yeah,
and we don't, yes.
Okay.
Is your mom at your house right now?
She's not.
Okay. Your wife, she is at home?
She is at home.
Okay. Is it just your wife at home?
Just my wife, yeah.
Okay. And her name is. Okay.
We won't be sending any black and whites over to the house.
No.
Okay.
Just so that
you know.
Puts you.
Is it going to be tonight right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So we're going to do this kind of systematically. The very first thing that we will do is, of course, the swab and the phone.
Yeah.
Do you have any other USB drives,
I don't,
anything like that on your person? I know sometimes for work we carry them around with us.
I might have a USB in my locker, but that's just a work locker USB.
Okay. So we'll get that started.
Okay.
And then after that, we know that your employers want to speak with you. Again, we are investigating allegations, so they recognize that, but of course, they have to take their action. We can't speak to that, but of course, they obviously want the opportunity to speak with you.
Yeah.
Then, of course, we'll process the locker and then process your vehicle.
Okay.
And again, we'll do it systematically and as quickly as we can to alleviate any additional stresses that this already is causing. And then we'll go ahead and go to your home, and we hope to be in and out fairly quickly.
Okay. And guess I'm staying here. I'm not going with you guys or anything like that.
So no, you are not in custody. You are not under arrest. You are not even being detained. That's why you had the right to stop speaking with us at any time. There's no locks on the door. You had the opportunity to leave if you choose to. And like I said, thank you for speaking to us as long as you did. So if you have any questions, we are here. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to grab my lab technician to start that.
Okay, that's fine.
And where's your cell phone on you?
It's on my person right now.
Can we go ahead and grab that from you?
So you guys are going to keep my phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Chase, what do you got?
There is a progressive buildup of some fight or flight. No doubt, Greg's going to be talking about this, but all of our wet stuff of our body just gets really dry very quickly. But one thing I want you to pay attention to here when you watch this again is this rapid responsive movement. So there's a noise and his head turns and jerks to where the noises are coming from. This is programmed in all of us. All of us have this. If our ancestors didn't feel a threat and then jerk their head toward a sound, we're looking at it, we're target locking with our eyes, but we're also pointing these little ears that are made to reflect sound right at that thing. So we see a huge spike in hyper-compliant behavior. And I think the interrogator here could have done just a bit better, separating herself from the authority figures involved in the investigation, using the word they instead of we, is very important to how the suspect relates to and then identifies the relationship with the interrogator. I know it's over, but she may have to interview him again in the future. That's all I'm going to say with that one. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I could hear again. I could hear her rushing her speech and those kinds of things. So I think she knows she's got a little bit of a relationship problem there. Look, guys, this is only the first investigation. And you're right, Jay. She may have to come back again and again and again and again in a lot of cases. So we'll leave it at that on her. But cool as a cucumber is gone in this guy, and fight or flight is through the roof. And so, Chase, you're dead on. The two systems that we use in our normal life, our reproductive system is we're scanning for potential mates, and our digestive system is we think about food, two of our biggest drives in life. We're out the window when we get into fight or flight. Once an amygdala decides that, hey, this is a threat, we don't suddenly need our digestive and reproductive systems anymore. So it turns off, we're pretty primitive. It turns off all those mucous membranes that are tied up in those two systems. And we get blink rate increases. We get licking our lips. We get gastric noises as the parasympathetic and sympathetic systems argue about who's in charge. You'll hear gastric noises in the person, and you'll see all that. But one of the first things that the body does is take blood away from the skin, away from mucous membranes, and pump it to muscles, and then start to try to get more air. And this guy's white and pasty looking now. If you go all the way back to the beginning to here, his lips are drawn, he's thin. This is a great example, a beautiful example of fight or flight, one of the best we've ever had. He does some increased face touching here, but more importantly, this is the place where people feel stressed the most, and he touches it. He telegraphs it. You can't ask for a better telegraph than face touching that way. And then I see disdain, as I think it's about what he's created for himself. I can't tell that, but I do see disdain. Mark, what do you have?
Yeah, so I agree. Fight and flight is really kicking off for him. He blocks, he self-soothes. We haven't seen that from him before on My Wife's Going to Freak Out Right Now. Yeah, that's not all that's going to happen. It's going to be tonight, right now, he says. And we see a very primal response, which is the alkaloid response, which is the bitter taste in the mouth. And we have that from being a kid. When you're a kid and you're eating herbs, you need to know the ones that would be medicine for an adult, but poison for a kid, or poison for everybody. And it's instantly detected in the mouth, and it gives you that weird feeling at the back here. He's getting that weird bitter taste without it. I mean, there may be some digestive juices coming up. There may be some vomit coming up as well, which will do the same thing. But we tend to see that alkaloid response a lot when people are tasting something bitter in the environment for them. So a really primal response going on there. Great to see, because it's a great example. I think we see it a couple of times there. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. His cadence is a little bit fast, and his sentences are these short 4- and 5-word sentences, which makes sense because he's trying to get through this while being able to think at the same time. His breathing rate's shallow. His blink rate is just about normal, was a little bit odd. And his facial expressions, when they're not blank, and the expressions that it changes to slightly, they don't last very long. Doesn't say that very long because he goes back to that blank thing as he's trying to focus on what's happening. When he says, my wife is going to freak out, he does that chin rubbing, and that's a classic adapter. But quite often, depending on what you're doing, like I'm doing it right now, people will do that when they're thinking. I always do it when I'm thinking about something like that. If you're an entrepreneur and you're pitching to investors, quite often you'll see them do this as well, because they're thinking about the future. Are the numbers you're telling us going to work in 5 years, 6 years, 10 years? What's going to happen with that? How are things looking? And they're doing numbers and stuff in their head, so they'll do this to think, and that's totally fine. But here I think he's using it as an adapter. And he's beginning to think through the protocols of this process that's going to happen when they go through his stuff and his car and his house and get his DNA, starting to think about all that, and that weight's starting to build up on him at this point, I think.
As you see here, it does state here that we have premises as well to enter your home at 8621 Chaparral Way. So we are going to attempt to do this in the quickest way possible, and the way that it's obviously going to. This can't be an easy process. We recognize that. Yeah, and we don't. Yes. Okay. Is your mom at your house right now?
She's not.
Okay. Your wife, she is at home?
She is at home.
Okay. Is it just your wife at home?
Just my wife, yeah.
Okay. And her name is... Okay.
We won't be sending any black and whites over to the house.
No.
Okay.
Just so that
You
puts you
Is it going to be tonight right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So we're going to do this kind of systematically. The very first thing that we will do is, of course, the swab and the phone.
Yeah.
Do you have any other USB drives,
I don't,
anything like that on your person? I know sometimes for work we carry them around with us.
I might have a USB in my locker, but that's just a work locker USB.
Okay. So we'll get that started.
Okay.
And then after that, we know that your employers want to speak with you. Again, we are investigating allegations, so they
Yes.
recognize that, but of course, you know, they have to take their action. We can't speak to that, but of course, they obviously want the opportunity to speak with you.
Yeah.
Then, of course, we'll process the locker and then process your vehicle.
Okay.
And again, we'll do it systematically and as quickly as we can to alleviate any additional stresses that this already is causing. And then we'll go ahead and go to your home, and we hope to be in and out fairly quickly.
Okay. And guess I'm staying here. I'm not going with you guys or anything like that.
So no, you are not in custody. You are not under arrest. You are not even being detained. That's why you had the right to stop speaking with us at any time. There's no locks on the door. You had the opportunity to leave if you choose to. And like I said, thank you for speaking to us as long as you did. So if you have any questions, we are here. If it's okay with you, I'm just going to grab my lab technician to start that.
Okay, that's fine.
And where's your cell phone on you?
It's on my person right now.
Can we go ahead and grab that from you? Do you have?
So you guys are going to keep my phone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any other, as far as your phone, yes.
Put it in airplane mode?
Yes, for sure. I don't want to break your phone, and sometimes when we access it without your code, it could, I mean, who knows. So is it possible for us to get your code?
You guys would break my phone?
No, I'm just saying they will get into it like hard-wise, and I don't want to cause any damage to the phone if it's unnecessary.
I mean, you don't have my phone. I'd rather say no to that. No, I want a lawyer for this.
Okay.
Okay, swipe down so you can put it in airplane mode.
Oh, okay. There we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm not even going to talk a lot about body language in this one. I'm going to talk to you about stress psychology. Now, I worked in the most significant stress psychology lab on earth when I worked in the resistance training laboratory, because we captured people, we held them captive for days. We did physical things to them. We put them under so much duress that we studied what happened to them. And I remember when you first started there, we had a stress psychology class, psychology of capture. I'm not going to run through all the details because that's hours of training. But what I will tell you is this. When your brain gets to the point that it's in overload, it starts, this is why I call it squirrel in the road. You start running for this, then that, then this, and that glitchy movement you see is an indicator. But what we know more importantly is what it does to the psyche. So for example, when I was standing in formation, it was predictable that if there are 20 of us and a guy came toward the formation, who do you think that person is coming to injure when you're under that kind of stress? You're not worried about this guy or that guy. In fact, if they come and grab that guy, as sad as it is, you feel some relief. Because everything becomes personal when you're under this kind of stress. Everything becomes personal. And you see it in him because it's all about self at the moment. I won't go into why or all that, but just know that under that kind of duress, it all becomes about self. The second part of the process is things become black and white when you're under that kind of duress. Because the human brain knows one thing, I got to get out of this. And it's looking for a binary decision, an A or B. And we pair their options, and pairing options is a good part of interrogation by making them believe they only have one option, when in fact they have millions of options. It's just that we're not letting them see all of those. So it becomes personal, it becomes black and white. And then finally, the person tries to control whatever they have any control over. Let me give you a great example of that. If you've ever seen the assassination of John F. Kennedy, and you saw part of his head disappear and go in the back trunk of the car behind him, and Jacqueline Onassis climbs out on the trunk, people believe either one or two things. She's either going to reach for the part of his body that was dislodged, or she's trying to get out of the vehicle. Either one of those is irrational. Either one of those is irrational. But that's what she could control. And that's what we see here. What we're seeing here is it all becomes all about self at the moment. And then he hears they're going to break his phone. He has no rational understanding of what they're saying. He just hears break his phone. And then he tries to grasp and control and say, I'm going to use an attorney to stop this. That's all stress psychology 101. We know it. I will guarantee you that when a person's under this kind of duress, you can smell them. I have had my hands on prisoners most of my life. And when a person's under this kind of stress, you can smell their body odor change. It's a very distinct metallic smell. You can't mistake it. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. So it's his brainstem functioning there. The brainstem is in it for you. My brainstem is in it for me. Your brainstem is in it for you. Doesn't care about me, my brainstem. And it does black and white thinking. It has no gradations of gray whatsoever. And he definitely is in that state right now. He's lost all language capacity to read. You'll see it there. We can't see any eye movement. He's not reading that document. He's just staring at it. He should be reading that document because that's a court order. You'd want to know, have they made any mistakes here? Because that'd be beautiful if they've made some mistakes and you're guilty. Most of the evidence that they find won't be admissible because there's something wrong in the court order. He needs a lawyer to be looking through that document right now. He's, I would say, almost utterly compliant at this point, just handing over his phone. It's actually, I think, a great example of compliance because he's in the roll over and play dead situation. You'll see that he's exposed his carotid artery here. And you might go, well, he's relaxed and arrogant. No, not with that skin tone. And I've accounted for the lighting keeps changing. So if you go, but the lighting keeps changing. It's okay. I've accounted for that. Blood has drained away from his brain. He can't read anymore. He has no capacity for grey thinking, only black and white. They have got him in a very, very compliant state. And look how quickly that happened. And he's guilty, which is a good thing. But you'd want to watch out if you weren't guilty because you would not want to be in that room because you can be got into those kind of states as well. So if you've done nothing wrong, you don't want to be there because you might end up in that kind of state and have done nothing wrong. Chase, what do you got?
Let's just talk about his decline really quick. Just take me a few minutes. If you imagine the Maslow's pyramid, he walks in there potentially maybe at the top of the pyramid, which is where we have self-actualization. And right at that self-actualization part, he's achieved some individual potential. He's got the job that he always wanted. He's got the badge on, the uniform that he's always wanted to do X, Y, Z for a living. Then that goes away because he gets called into an interrogation. The next level down is self-esteem, and we get that from self. We also get it from other people. Self-esteem starts going down the moment the accusation starts coming up, evidence starts coming up. Then he starts worrying, how are people going to react to this? Then we move down one level to belonging. This is where we get our feeling of belonging from the people around us. And then he's saying, oh, crap, I might be put in jail at this point. So then we get down into the safety part, and there's only one level left. And then he's starting to think of what could potentially happen to a police officer who has also committed the crimes that I've committed while in jail. And now we're on the bottom of the pyramid of physiological, where we have health, food, and sleep, survival. So we're all the way down. We started at the top and we've walked our way to the bottom of the Maslow's pyramid. He's not worried about safety, belonging, esteem, or actualization, just survival at this point, and making sure that his body stays alive. And your spinal cord, like Mark said, is absolutely in charge. If you want to prove it to yourself, try to hold your breath until you die. You can't, because your spinal cord will take over and take charge. That's all I got.
All right. Then I'll go next.
Sorry.
No, that's totally cool, dude. I'm just messing with you. I didn't know. Yeah, it's been one of those as we've gone along. So up until the last two clips, his mouth has been closed the whole time. Anybody notice that? And for these last two, that mouth is open, and we see him breathing a little bit heavier because now fight or flight, freeze, fight or flight is kicked in, man, and it's all starting to make him unravel as far as he's going to unravel, which isn't going to be much. But once you know now what to look for, you can see all these things we've been talking about. So now his mouth is open. Usually when he's been at rest at this point, just zipped up. And this lets us know he's feeling stressed. I could go on. There's like 45 minutes of this stuff. I'm not going to go on with that. If we had seen all these early on, then this would have been an entirely different interview, I think, because they could have gone down so many different roads and boxed him in and gotten him to talk and do all kinds of stuff. But I think he did a dang good job of holding it together up until the end here.
Have any other, as far as your phone, yes.
Airplane mode?
Yes, for sure. I don't want to break your phone, and sometimes when we access it without your code, it could, I mean, who knows? So is it possible for us to get your code?
You guys would break my phone?
No, I'm just saying they will get into it like hard-wise, and I don't want to cause any damage to the phone if it's unnecessary.
I mean, you don't have my phone. I'd rather say no to that. No, I want a lawyer for this.
Okay.
Okay, swipe down so you can put it in airplane mode.
Oh, okay. There we are. Okay.
Well, let's throw around the room one time and talk 30 seconds or less about what we think we've seen and sort of wrap it up. Mark, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I think it's a very quick descent from being a police officer with some status in there to absolutely not knowing what's going on anymore, and you can't even read a document by the end of it. Chase.
Yep, I totally agree. This entire thing was just a devolution. I think that's a word. Throughout the entire process, the body language gets worse, progressively worse. The cool thing I think here is that the interrogator maintained her cool and maintained almost a maternal / paternal position where it was calm, confident demeanor that was almost transferable. So as an interrogator, I want to transfer confidence, not lower my confidence over somebody else. Greg?
Yeah, this is a great example of how a good interrogation works, even without a confession. Remember, confession is admissible. The interrogation stuff may or may not be, but they get information as they go through. What we see is a guy, the organism does what made the organism successful. He's a prison guard and a pitcher. He's got pretty good control over his body language until he doesn't. Remember, we say body language is not about absolutes. It's about finding deviations. And interrogation is about finding patterns and exploiting them until there is no meaning. We see a really good example, and he does a really denial-based approach, trying to placate the interrogator until he gets in a bind and can't go away from it, and the psychology of capture takes over. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, that's great. And I think it's a great example of seeing someone who is like totally trying to keep it together and keeping it together and not looking stressed, but showing all cues of stress while not looking stressed in the face, while not showing the expressions. I thought it was really great. It's going to be one of my favorites. All right. Well, I think this is a good one, fellas, and we'll see you next time. We're going to dissect the body language of Michael Bever as he's being interrogated. He and his brother killed his family. And Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, this is a great interrogation. Those of you who like the interrogation room are going to really appreciate it. Michael and his brother Robert are serving life sentences for the murder of 5 family members. Michael was 16, that you'll see in here, and Robert was 18. These guys killed their family between 11:40 and 12:20, and a short time later were captured in the woods behind the house, and this interrogation occurs within hours.
Prescription medications?
Well, man, I'm just kind of got thrown into this, so I was hoping maybe you could kind of just go back at the beginning when all this started and kind of tell me what happened, because I need kind of the details so we know and understand what you went through and stuff.
Okay, from the very start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, about 2 months ago.
Okay.
Is when we first really started talking.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and my brother, Robert, is also.
Your brother?
Yeah, who's he has to do with me.
And what's his name?
Robert Bever.
Robert? Okay. And how old is he?
18.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
A couple months ago, I think actually the start of this year, we started talking about Bowden and Rampage and stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't take it seriously at first, but then he started buying like a body armor and stuff.
Where did he buy body armor from?
eBay and Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, legal. Does
he have a job?
He did at Mike Tech. He quit at the start of the year. And basically, it just kept escalating. He kept getting burned, and he asked if I wanted it, and I said yes, so he got me my own set.
Okay.
And then about a month, about like June 30th, is when he came to me and said he found out that he can legally buy guns without permit in Oklahoma, that he could.
Okay.
And that's when he started planning. And
all right, Greg, what do you got?
So I usually talk about microcultures as being something very finite, like two people. And I started talking about that 20 years ago or so when I wrote a book, and I talked about microcultures all the way to macroculture. We're going to talk about two microcultures in today's show, because we're going to talk about a microculture between these two dirtbag kids that killed their family, who fed each other and fed each other and fed each other and turned into something horrible, and an emerging microculture between the interrogator and the source, the prisoner. And it has to be a microculture because you have to build enough rapport to transfer information. This guy is going to do a great job. We're going to start watching him. He just finished the intake process, meaning he's done all of his paperwork, signed all of his release, and now this detective does a classic. I'm new, you're going to have to help me out. Watch this kid. His respiration increases immediately. And Chase, you're always talking. I think it's hard for people sometimes to envision that when you're talking about breathing in your stomach, your whole body is opening up. As you get more and more apprehensive, your rib cage gets to be an iron cage that prevents you from breathing as your diaphragm rises higher. And that's due to fight or flight. And we'll see it happen. And what you then are doing is breathing in the tops of your lungs only. And you'll hear him occasionally go, because he's got to push all that CO2 out so he can breathe again. And it's really cool to watch because you get a really good job of it. One of my favorite things we've heard in any interrogation ever is when this kid says we. He does Interrogator 101. When you say we, what do you mean? Don't leave anything on the table. This guy does a great job. And you watch, this kid does a sudden arm change when he feels threatened. That's not the comfortable, relaxed arms across your body. That is a very, very sudden change. Anytime you got change, we know there's something going on. We're not talking about an absolute, that when somebody crosses their body like this, it means that they're locking you out. But when they suddenly do it under duress or under questioning, then you find out. Listen to his words. I'm always a fan of source leads. What he emphasizes is stuff. Stuff. Listen, we're going to hear it over and over and over, and those are going to be keys to his story. You could poke and say, did body armor get you in? And give him an opportunity. He also says, my own set. Everything he's pointing out are things that are important to him. And you can see him also doing some, when he started talking about planning, you can see his adapting, he's touching his face, and then the expression in his face goes to disapproval or distaste. And you just watch him because he does a whole lot of barrier. He's going to change things. He says, suddenly doing and then his barriers increase. He starts to adapt. His word patterns shift. This guy's going to be cleanly aware of this because he's doing something I call cold source leading. Every one of those things he's making note of mentally. You can watch him and maybe even writing it down so that he can come back to it later. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah. This is the perfect placement of a suspect and interrogator. They're not across the table from each other. The detective isn't too close. He's not too far away. He's just a little bit out of range of touching, but I'm sure the kid's leg is close enough where he can pat him on the leg if he needs to. But if he needs to, he'll work toward that and get over there when it comes time to close, if that moment arrives. And I think it's a great opening. Like you were saying, Greg, it bummed me out because you got the stuff part. He said, I just got thrown into this. I need to know what you went through and stuff. He's saying, I need to know what you went through. He's trying to identify with this kid and get him to identify with him. He's going to start matching and mirroring to a high level here in a couple of minutes. And he gets rapport right out of the gate with this kid. So he approaches this thing like a conversation. And he slides into the matching and mirroring with his voice tone, his cadence, the words he's using, obviously his vernacular, and his volume, how loud he's talking. So we'll watch this develop, and he'll almost morph into a mirror of this kid as he goes through. This is how you should do it. It's the best example I've ever seen of somebody who instantly begins matching and mirroring someone else. Everybody says, oh, it's all about mirroring. The matching part is when you start sounding like that person and you start using the same vernacular they're using. You use the volume, the cadence, same thing. You match all of those things and you mirror their body language. That's the key. When you get both of those together, you create rapport instantly when that happens. It's a powerful, potent tool. This is I think that's the best we've seen on here so far of somebody instantly getting in, getting that kid's attention, because you're right, Greg. He gets worked up. But which he would be in that case if he's not a psychopath. So that's one cue. We see an emotion there. We see emotion. It's stress. So we can add to that. But still, it looks to me like an emotional stress in there. He's stressed because of what he's been through. And then for what's happening to him now, I don't think he's worried about what's happened, but we'll talk about that more in a few minutes. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with y'all. This is one of the probably, I would say, top 1% interrogators that we've ever seen. And I say that not because of what he's eliciting from the suspect. I don't go off of the behavior of the suspect. I'm going off of just his behavior and how he's conducting the interview. So having a suspect willing to walk in there and just talk about everything doesn't make you a good interrogator. How you behave does. And we're seeing that here very, very good. And one thing that I teach in interrogation is very early in the conversation, you want that person to start responding to incomplete sentences. So an example of this, the interrogator could have said, and by we, you mean, and just leave it off. Them completing incomplete sentences is a rapid rapport builder as well, and it helps them to be more open. He's at 90 degrees, which is a great angle to be at. Like Scott, Greg, y'all covered that. And he makes that admission. I just got thrown into this. An admission of naivete, lacking knowledge, makes it easier to ask questions, and separates himself from the investigators who are working on this, who are like really filled in on the case. Orange juice on the table is probably a bad idea. You can see that there's like some orange juice on the table there. There's several studies that show having somebody in an interrogation room in what's called a glucose deficit makes them extremely more suggestible and likely to tell the truth or to confess. And hopefully those are the same things. And in the study, they call this a measure of interrogative suggestibility. And glucose deficit plays a huge part in that. So these are called baseline questions. They serve three functions. I want to enhance compliance. Number one, I'm getting them to comply. I ask, you answer. They build rapport. Number two, and number three, it's an opportunity to measure some baseline. So his baseline here is calm, he's controlled, and his gestures on the table as he's talking, I'm talking about the kid here, which we all call illustrators, and they're timed to his speech. His breathing rate is already up, it's into his chest, so it might be hard to include that in some future analysis, but we'll continue to keep looking at it. His blink rate's pretty normal, so we know this will be a good indicator if we see it spike in the future. And his crossing his arms is a change, but I haven't seen the whole video. I'm just seeing him do this in one video. It's not a big enough change for me just looking at this one video to mean anything whatsoever. So it could be freezing cold in the room, or this could be some baseline thing that he does. If you see arm crossing, always look at the hands, which we see here are relaxed and very natural with the arm cross. That's all I got.
Mark, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, yeah, Mark.
No problem.
What do you think?
Listen, Chase, if the orange juice is going to improve his glucose, I don't think it's got round to his hands yet, because they are pretty flaccid at the moment. There's no big line of energy. Now, we will later on see those hands, those arms become more, shall we say, turgid, but at the moment they're really flaccid. And they're asymmetrical as well, which means one hand is, I said the word flaccid, and Scott's already gone. Can't help himself. He's thinking of something. I don't know what he's thinking of.
It's the other word. It's the other word that got me.
But it might be rude. I don't know. So yeah, there we go. It is rude. So look, he's asymmetrical, and so that could mean there's a conflict going on. We'll see him be more symmetrical and more actioned with his gestures later on. So that's worth remembering. High breathing, yes, and lots of big out breath, which suggests to me he's going to run out of oxygen very, very soon. He's trying to deal with the carbon dioxide that's building up from that fight and flight, doing big out breaths, but no big in breaths at the belly. So he's going to run out of oxygen at some point. So at the moment, there's a conflict. He's asymmetrical. His gestures are soft and flaccid, which means that he's lacking in energy. So is this deceit? Well, no, it's probably more likely defeat at this point. He's already straight into this situation, and he already seems to me relatively defeated by what's going on. And why wouldn't he be? It probably looked fairly bad for him out at the scene, I would imagine. And there's probably no way getting past that. And we'll see how this interrogation kind of lines up as we go along, and exactly what these people are looking for, which is not necessarily did he do it, but how many did he do is probably the case. Greg, what are your thoughts?
Mark, I think he had an encounter with Ren 1010 on the way as well. So I don't think that probably made him any more relaxed encountering a police dog.
Right. And it's that way he's got the medical, he's had some medical attention.
Not sure, but he talks about the dog in the interview. So, yeah.
Okay.
It was a point of significance to him.
Did it bandage on his right arm, Greg?
Maybe did the dog go for Chase? Where would the dog go for? Elbow, arm?
Anything that's close to its face.
Whatever's dangling, right?
Yeah.
Greg said it was his right arm.
I did. It's his right arm. Let's see what that does.
Prescription medications?
Well, man, I'm just kind of got thrown into this, so I was hoping maybe you could kind of just go back at the beginning when all this started and kind of tell me what happened, because I need kind of the details so we know and understand what you went through and stuff.
Okay, from the very start.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, about 2 months ago.
Okay.
Is when we first really started talking.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and my brother who is also.
Your brother?
Yeah, who's he has to do with me.
And what's his name?
Robert.
Robert? Okay. And how old is he?
18.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
A couple months ago, I think back to the start of this year, we started talking about voter and rampage and stuff like that.
Okay.
I didn't take it seriously at first, but then he started buying body armor and stuff.
Where did he buy body armor from?
eBay and Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, legal.
Does he have a job?
He did at Mike Tech. He quit at the start of the year. And basically, it just kept escalating. He kept getting burned, and he asked if I wanted any, and I said yes, so he got me my own set.
Oh, okay.
And then about a month ago, June 30th, is when he came to me and said he found out that he can legally buy guns without permit in Oklahoma, that he could.
Okay.
And that's when he started planning. And
so let's go back real quick. We're talking about the ammunition being delivered, making plans. Tell me more about making plans and what you guys talked about.
Making plans, we plotted every night, and I started realizing we were actually going to do this thing on the second night. And so I started getting ready.
When was that? You used the second night, what do you mean?
July 1st.
Okay.
Because we started June 30th.
That's when you started making the plan?
Yeah, that's when we found out you could buy guns legally.
I see. Did you guys make drawings or write things down? Or?
I think he had a journal. He basically had his ideas down. I think it's under his bed.
Under his bed?
Checked out.
Is it like a journal, like a notepad, or like a book?
It's like a blank book. Okay. A black book. I think it's like a little case or something.
So you think he wrote stuff in there?
Yeah, I think he was planning it.
So then the second day you said that's when you realized that it might actually happen?
Yep.
What made you realize that?
How serious he was. I mean, he was going through, he started planning on taking all of his money out of his bank and throwing away all of his stuff, so you know.
Why did he want to do it?
Kill people?
Yeah.
Well, mainly two reasons, I think. It's because he just says he hates everyone. He thinks society is pointless, and so he wanted to kill people. And also he wanted to beat the kill amount of other famous people like Columbine and James Egan Holmes.
Okay. Did you kind of feel that way too? Like when you guys were talking earlier,
yeah.
Do you have a problem with society too, you think?
No, I just...
Or you were just more like the number of people getting killed was kind of interesting and exciting?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because you mentioned a couple names are those serial killers or something?
Well, Columbine?
Yeah.
Columbine and James Egan Holmes. James Egan Holmes is guy that shot at the theater.
In Colorado?
Yeah, he killed 12 and
wow. How many were killed in Columbine?
Columbine, I don't know, like 15.
Okay.
I think.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So you'll see him picking at this bandage that's around his arm. That stuff is called Coflex. That's pretty normal for people to do. He may have gotten his blood drawn on the way in to see if he was under the influence. That looks like what that is. It's not really, it doesn't look like enough to be a bandage. I don't know. But he's suggesting, very gently suggesting that the older brother is the mastermind here. The detective is helping him to do that. And he refers to the other murderers as famous. He doesn't call them famous murderers or anything else. It's just famous. They're famous people, which is super weird. And they were made famous by the society that he just said is useless. So there's a bit of irony here, which I hope Mark will talk about. Because Mark, when he talks about irony, there's Disney movies coming in. There's The Hobbit. You never know. You never know what you're going to hear.
I'll do my best.
So this is one of the best interrogators I've seen in a very long time. I don't say this based on the person, the suspect, but his composure and the way that he's so brilliant on the basics. He's brilliant at the basics of interrogation. And if you're watching this, we'd love to have you on the show with us to chat about this if you'd like. We're seeing pretty open behavior, and we're seeing him grab onto suggestions that the interrogator is putting forth to subtly suggest this was wholly somebody else's idea and somebody else's planning. Listen to the softening words the interrogator's using, like maybe and kind of, sort of, just. All of those are softening words to help him bite down onto this idea. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, I agree with you. And I thought it was a more of a bandage situation because when you get your blood drawn, isn't the little thing thinner than that? So I get mine done, and it's like the little thin thing.
At a lab, they use thin ones, but hospitals carry the thicker Coflex.
Oh, okay.
A lot more.
Okay. All right. I don't know. All right. Well, the kid adapts and the interrogator adapts, and the kid's already following him. He's following the interrogator. When he moves, the kid moves. He does those things. That's the very first thing we see coming into this one. And you don't have to keep in mind when you're mirroring somebody, you're matching someone, you don't have to do the exact same thing. And you'll notice that a lot because when the kid gets stressed, sometimes he'll squeeze his hand real big and the guy will go to his face or he'll rub right here to show the kid he's stressed, to put that in his head because he's trying to make him feel like he feels like the kid feels. And that's really important here. And he's trying to get him to open up. And we're going to see that work very well here. I think this is a textbook example actually of matching and mirroring. They both got their arm on the table when the kid puts his on, or the cop puts his on, or the detective puts his on, and their arms cross in front of them. Beautiful execution on all that. Then after this, he'll move to mirroring his breathing because the kid's breathing gets a little bit odd in there, and you'll watch the detective, his does too. When the kid sighs real big, he'll sigh too, and then he'll put his hand to his face and do that. He's showing him that he feels the same stress that he's feeling. Now, this may not seem important, but he's executing perfectly one of the most potent tools you can possibly do. Mark talks about the breathing in and out and matching the breathing as well all the time, because that will, when someone is in the hospital and a doctor wants to try to calm them down, the doctor will start, the guys who know about it or women who know about it, they'll start breathing at the same rate the patient's breathing. And that helps you calm down. I don't know why that is, but that's what happens. But I've done the things this guy's doing. He's talking to him, trying to act like those things. I've done this before with a kid I was talking to, and this works because I think this kid may not have had a father figure that was cool with him or nice to him. So he needs that. So he needs an older person tell him that he's talking to him in the fashion he is. I'll get into details later on as we go through this. The kid starts scratching his eye and rubs his eye, and the detective does the same thing. It's not the exact same thing, but he gets really close and does it. So that's really important. And you start hearing that rhythm as they talk back and forth. It's really easy to talk to someone, and you'll talk for a minute, and then there'll be that little pause, and then they'll say something, and you'll talk right back. He's waiting to get that rhythm going. So it's almost like a ping pong thing going back and forth. So he's matching him with his vernacular and his words and his tone and his cadence, and he's mirroring his body language. He's mirroring his breathing. and he's got that ping pong with the conversation going back and forth. It's real. And he may not even know he's doing this. That's the thing about it. He may be so good, he may not even realize that's what he's doing, but he's connecting with that kid. And that's why we're going to hear the kid start talking and talking and talking. Mark, what do you got?
So talking of microcultures, Greg, there are times when I just can't work out what this subject is saying. I don't understand the microculture but I did pick up this thing. It's like a blank book. And he then becomes very energized in symmetry with his gestures. And he also illustrates that book. He shows us the book, essentially. And I think he tells us it's under the bed. I could be wrong, because I find it sometimes very hard to work out what he's saying. But it's interesting because suddenly his gestures stop being flaccid. They start to become energized. They go into symmetry. He illustrates or kind of mimes for us perfectly this book. So very probably the book exists. Very probably it is under the bed. And very probably, even if the book doesn't exist, he wants us to think and know that a book exists. Because I think he wants to suggest there is some evidence out there that says he's not fully involved and somebody else is absolutely and most fully involved in this, and he's seen an opportunity to really put that across and illustrate that. So that for me is a massive difference from how he started out, which was asymmetrical and these kind of floppy gestures. This defeat suddenly becomes something more of a celebration. Now, it's interesting that he talks about essentially the interviewer here, for me, feeds him the idea of that it's not about society, it's about numbers. Now, I don't know whether there's been some conversation beforehand or some information around that this isn't about a social grudge of any sort. But the interviewer seems to be putting this, feed the idea to him that it's not about society, it's about the numbers. It's interesting that the grudge against society would be more kind of tropic of sociopathic or even psychopathic. You imagine those extreme, cartoon versions of the psychopath. They've got some, massive, crazy grudge against society. At the moment, everybody's trying to move away from that and go, it's just kind of a numbers game. You just want to get either status around that, or, you like counting numbers. You like collecting things. Interesting idea. Let's see where that goes into. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Did I go?
Oh, maybe you did.
Greg.
Scott? No? Greg?
One more.
Yeah.
There it is.
Me.
No,
me.
Greg.
Yeah,
Greg. Oh, disaster, isn't it?
Mark, you hit. I'm going to go to the very last thing I have here first, and then go backward, because you said something that is key. Many years ago, when I was dealing with people in interrogating, I remember one of the most interesting things I ever learned. A guy actually saying, "Well, if I killed a bunch of people and did something terrorist activity, people will remember my name. If I just work the rest of my life, they won't." That's a different mindset and a different way of being. Killing 50 people, putting you at the beginning. And you have to be able to get into that psyche to be able to talk to that guy. Now, let's back up a minute. Because I look the way I look, because I have a blank stare, people probably think I'm an aggressive all the time interrogator. Not true at all. Actually, I'm the other way. I believe that you have to get the person calmed down enough to be able to build rapport so that you can actually do what we do. The skill set of terrifying somebody is the captor's job, not mine. My job is to do something else. Now, if I'm captured, different story. And I've captured a lot of people in my life overdoing things, both in real war and in training. And the training, trust me, you wouldn't think it was training the way it was carried out. So I've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people react. One of the things we know is that when a person's brain is consumed by terror and fear, number one, they can't remember. Number two, they're going to say whatever you want to hear. And number three, nothing is reliable. So it's a waste of time at that moment. The other interesting thing is the human brain prioritizes input and stimulus when it's in terror. One of the best things we know is this kid is not in terror now. This guy has managed through what he's done to calm him just a bit so he can start building rapport. And you know how you know that? He's playing with that bandage. He wouldn't notice that bandage on his arm if he were in sheer terror, because it's not a threat. And a great example, one of the things when you're captured, often people don't realize their bladder is full until 15 minutes after they're captured, and then they start begging for the bathroom, you know that their fight or flight is starting to tone down, and you can go over and talk to them then. And you can start to get some control. You're also giving them relief. So there's a lot of things that go into play here. Watch this kid. This guy's been so good that this kid becomes non-confrontational and non-judge. He can see he's non-judgmental, so he opens up. Look at his body language, Mark. Exactly what you said. He asked him a question about a book. He accesses over it. Hey, he's remembering this book. Then he starts defining the book with his hands. And I think this kid is opening up because he thinks now he doesn't yet feel any connection to this guy, so he feels like he's embarrassed to tell him what he did. That's a beautiful place to be. Once you get to a point where the person's embarrassed, now you lose some ability to get information out of him. He's not there yet. He still feels like it's okay to talk this way. We'll watch that change through these videos. When he's doing this, it's likely his first idea of awareness of what's going on, and he's comforting himself. We all said that. And I agree with you, Chase, it could be co-band over a piece of gauze. It could have scraped his elbow. Who knows? But I do agree with you. It's some co-band stuff. He does stuff again. So he's emphasizing stuff when he says something, which probably means that means something to him. We gave our stuff away. So the game is over. We're done. He does some emotional accessing and touches his face. Now this interrogation thing, as you start paying attention, you get to see what a good interrogator does. He's trying to disarm the guy, bring him down to a comfort level, create enough rapport the guy feels safe talking to him, and just wait and watch what he does to him later. This is the easy part, waiting for him to calm in, but knowing when and how to talk to the kid so the kid starts to feel you, and you can say, hey, man, I get it. It's better to do this than sit in your house and nobody know who you are. And you can see he's not judging. He's doing all that other stuff that you guys are talking about. Agree with you guys 100%. And the last thing you see is this kid. I work with New Yorkers all the time, and New Yorkers will have a tendency to talk at the same time. Pretty common. This kid's doing that with nonverbals. He's going and confirming the guy's question before the guy finishes. Chase, exactly to your point, he's being trained how to respond, and he's doing it quickly.
So let's go back real quick. We're talking about the ammunition being delivered, making plans. Tell me more about making plans and what you guys talked about.
Making plans, we plotted every night, and I started realizing we were actually going to do this thing on the second night, and so I started getting ready.
When was that? You said the second night, what do you mean?
July 1st.
Okay.
Because we started June 30th.
That's when you started making the plan?
Yeah, that's when we found out you could buy guns legally.
I see. Did you guys make drawings or write things down? Or?
I think he had a journal. Basically, I think his ideas down. I think it's under his bed.
Under his bed?
Check there.
Is it like a journal, like a notepad, or like a book?
It's like a blank book. Okay. A black book. I think it's like a little case or something.
So you think he wrote stuff in there?
Yeah, I think he was planning it.
So then the second day, you said that's when you realized that it might actually happen.
Yep.
What made you realize that?
How serious he was. I mean, he was going through. He started planning on taking all of his money out of his bank and throwing away all his stuff. So you know.
Why did he want to do it?
Kill people.
Yeah.
Well, mainly two reasons. I think it's because he just says he hates everyone. He thinks society is pointless, and so he wanted to kill people. And also he wanted to beat the kill amount of other famous people like Columbine and James Egan Holmes.
Okay. Did you kind of feel that way too? Like when you guys were talking earlier,
yeah.
Do you have a problem with society too, you think?
No,
or you were just more like the number of people getting killed was kind of interesting and exciting?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because you mentioned a couple names are those like serial killers or something?
Well, like Columbine?
Yeah.
Columbine and James Egan Holmes. James Egan Holmes is a guy that shot up the theater.
In Colorado?
Yeah, he killed 12 and...
wow. How many were killed in Columbine?
Columbine, I don't know, 15.
Okay.
I think.
So then kind of what happened is, you guys started getting all that stuff together and
you're
throwing things away.
And we knew that all the packages and the holsters, alibis, all that stuff was going to get heavy minutes on. And so we set a date.
So was the plan to use the knives at first on the family?
Use the knives.
Because the guns weren't going to be here till later on?
Yeah, and the guns would be too loud.
Oh, I see.
So, go use the knives on the family, which obviously did not go as planned.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I just hope nobody saw us why not. Like, we didn't hope more people bothered.
Yeah. So then you picked a date, you said?
Yeah, which was yesterday night. That was the date.
Did you pick a time and everything?
Yeah, midnight when everyone was in bed except for Mom.
So how did you guys know? He just came and got you, or you got him, or what you guys do?
We were hanging out in the elevator and waiting.
Okay, and so...
How'd you pick the date?
It involved, with the packages and stuff would be out. Because, all the ammunition, he didn't want them to see that. So we killed him the day before the ammunition would get out, the day after we didn't leave.
Do you guys not like your mom and dad? I mean, most teenagers don't like their parents, so I can understand that.
Yeah, Mom was okay, but Dad was a little bit,
Just a little bit too much.
Yes.
So, you guys waiting in the room, and was it right when midnight, and that's when things started?
Right at midnight, my sister, she came in, because she was getting to go to bed, she came in to tell us.
How old is
13.
Okay.
She came in to tell us that Mom wanted us to get the kitchen done before we went to bed and put the cats up. And basically, we did what we planned. I got to my desk, and I had to look at something to this guy to roll up, but went up behind her, grabbed her, and slid her through.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, here's another emphatic exhale when he says, set a date. He's very emphatic about it. I think this is part of their whole plan. But when you listen to him when he's talking about the people, there's no emotion at all, no emotion eye accessing, nothing. I don't think we're seeing any feeling for these people. He shows stress, all that eye rubbing. There doesn't appear to be any remorse, sadness, or anything about how he's perceived in this room yet. We'll see that change. But right now, he's just talking like this is a video game. His chin's down. He's got restricted breathing. And then you start to see how square his ribcage turns into as he starts to feel some kind of remorse in there. And when they ask probably the best single piece of body language to now that I see in this entire thing is when they ask a question about parents. There is absolute contempt in this kid's face when he's talking about parents. And then the only, in my opinion, emotional eye accessing we really see is when he's talking about his perception of them. And he also says something about his sister, and she came in to tell us. That's another aggressive thing pushed out of his mouth with a lot of strength. When I say a source lead, when you're talking to a criminal, a prisoner, an intel source, and they bring up something with a lot of emphatic behavior, we call that a source lead because we know that needs to be exploited. And there are two kinds, hot and cold. A hot one means I go at it right now. A cold one means I put it off and bring it back up later. I would call that one a hot lead. I would ask a question, but he's good and masterful at not angering this guy. And I think either way would have worked. This kid is starting to bond to him now, and that's an important part. Chase, what you got?
Yeah, so the behavior we're seeing throughout this is pretty abnormal. And from what I've been able to learn, they dealt with extreme isolation and potentially some abuse. They were kept inside. They lacked a lot of social skills and social connections with people in the real world. And at this age, boys are struggling hard with identity and impulsivity, and they have testosterone levels that are just through the roof. And we could also be seeing what he sees as an authority in his older brother, and this was likely a factor no matter what else we see. And being psychologically vulnerable at that age, with that state like that, and not being connected, which could come from any number of disorders, abuse, neglect, and even genetic factors. It does one major, huge thing to kids at this age. It makes them seek extreme solutions to simple problems. And this causes a lack of empathy and understanding that makes doing the crime like this a lot easier. I'm not going to comment on the clip here. I heard some negative stuff being discussed in it while we were watching it this morning, so I didn't do that. But I will say, I'm not really sure why people get so obsessed with our culture, anyway, is obsessed with the checklist and diagnoses. And if we're witnessing psychopathic behavior, we can call it psychopathic behavior because it is psychopathic behavior. Mm-hmm. There's a weird trend in our culture where we need to find labels and checklists as if all of us fit into some kind of Excel spreadsheet somewhere. People are all different. And I think it's a critical oversight that really undermines our understanding of psychopathy, and it favors this simplistic, flawed labeling system that gives us a placebo of feeling like we understand something about the messy truth of just human life in general. The psychopath checklist is a model, and as Mark says all the time, all models are useful, or all models are wrong. Some models are useful. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So, Greg, to your stuff, yes, you're absolutely right. We then get data, and we also get planned and us. And so, it's interesting how we're getting a lot of stress there around some of these mundane things of what and where and when. We are getting some people, but the people tend to be us. And so things, events, not so much people and feelings. And so we could put that on a continuum spectrum of neurotype and behavior, along with actually those phonic stresses that we're getting. Not that I've seen a study on this, but as a data point of I'd say 5 on my part, seeing in a certain neurotype that stressing on certain phonemes where usually you wouldn't get those stresses there. So that's just of interest to me. I'm making absolutely no diagnosis or prediction around that. Just for me, I went, heard that stress somewhere before. Anyway, just you say, Chase, it's messy, it's muddy, it's real life. It's not film or TV, which isn't messy or muddy. The great thing about film and TV is it's not a crossword puzzle. You should be able to get it right. You sit down, you watch it, you get fed it, and you go, and I see what's happening here. I even dislike those kind of whodunit things because I'm like, just tell me who did it and let's get on with it.
That's why Columbo's so good. They give it to you in the front and then
work back.
Right. Yeah. Which is so different from real life where you don't know up front and you don't know during it. And you get right to the end of it, real life, and you're like, what happened there? Have zero idea what went on there. And I think, as I've said before, when confronted with this not knowing, you're either happy with that, or you get really angry and upset that you don't know, or you make up a whole bunch of stories. And I think, some of these models, Chase, are great stories for people to jump on top of and go, well, okay, let's put them in this box, this story of sociopath or psychopath or this or that, or, whatever you want to bundle people into. Look, nothing wrong with that, just so long as you go, okay, it's possible, it's probable. Anyway,
everybody wants a simple checklist for a monster, though. That's just
I agree with you. And the thing is, like you were saying, Chase, they'll see this guy and think automatically right out of the gate, how could you do that if you weren't a psychopath? That's the thing. Sometimes it takes a year to diagnose somebody being a true psychopath, a clinical psychopath. So you can't just call it out of the gate. I'm so glad you said that because it gets on my last nerve.
Right.
No,
there's no need. He's a killer. Doesn't matter what brand of killer it is. He killed his family.
Yeah. And speaking of Columbo, the other day when I was coming back from Dallas, right? And I've told Greg this already. So anyway, this woman sat next to me. She's from Phoenix, Denise. Hi, Denise. I know you're watching because we talked about this. Denise and I talked for a while, and I really wanted to watch Columbo, right? Because I downloaded that from that channel, Watch It for Days. And it's all these Columbo episodes, and this girl goes through and she tells you who all the actors are, what was going on in Peter Falk's life at the time. It's fantastic, and I watch all of them. So I finally got to where I could disengage from the conversation. I had my iPad up, got it out. And so I saw a lot of movement over here with her, and we're getting really close, and it's getting really bumpy. And it wasn't the roughest I've been on. We've all been on those planes that everybody else gets horrified and we don't. And they're like, "Why aren't you scared?" You're like, "Is this thing going to crash? The odds are in our favor." So anyway, I'm sure they said, when I saw everybody putting their things up, so I always put my iPad down, then I put it down near my lap and I flip it back up so I can watch it and continue watching whatever I'm watching. I'm that guy. So we land, right? And I'm sitting there watching Columbo. And as we land, I catch out of the corner of my eye, she's still moving around a lot. And she starts doing this Catholic cross thing, right? And I'm like, so I take off my headphones. I'm like, "Darling, what's going on with you? What's happening?" She goes, "The engine. I'm just glad the engine worked." And I'm like, "Yeah, why wouldn't the engine work? Obviously these planes are great. They're built to take off, land, and go through a lot of stuff, storms." She said, "Did you not hear what the pilot said?" I said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "You didn't hear that." I said, "No, I didn't hear it. What are you saying?" She said, "Our engine wasn't working. We had one coming in." I said, "What are you talking about?" I looked around. Everybody else was like crying and holding things and talking and praying and all kinds of stuff. I looked out the window and the ambulances, the fire trucks, all that stuff's out there. And we're just sitting there waiting.
Can I ask, Boeing or Airbus?
No, it was Airbus.
Right. So you know why that happens, Scott? Because you're talking smack about helicopters just before that.
Yeah.
That's right. That could have been. But I went through that whole thing at the luggage thing. People were hugging. They'd met friends for life and all that, So I missed the whole thing watching Columbo.
Chase, it's not that you and I are saying that Boeing have bad aircraft. I mean, I would
be careful.
That's why I would just like to say that I think Boeing have very good aircraft, and I'm always very happy to and I've got my "Don't Shoot Me Boeing" card as well, so I'm okay.
That's good.
Just so everybody knows, I'm okay.
We should do that video of the guy
who doesn't get shot.
The guy who died, who suicided. Yeah.
Yes. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
So that we can back up that it was nothing to do with Boeing.
There you go. We'll put that one up. We'll go find a video of it this week.
They were involved in any way.
Okay. So then kind of what happened is, you guys started getting all that stuff together and you're throwing things away.
And we knew that all the packages and the holsters, alibis, all that stuff was going to get healthy on. And so we set a date.
So was the plan to use the knives at first on the family?
Use the knives.
Because the guns weren't going to be here till later on?
Yeah, and the guns would be too loud.
Oh, I see.
So going to use the knives on the family, which obviously did not go as planned.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I just sort of the red swords why not. Like, we didn't hook more people.
Yeah. So then you picked a date, you said?
Yeah, which was yesterday night. That was the date.
Did you pick a time and everything?
Yeah, midnight when everyone was in bed except for Mom.
So how did you guys know? He just came and got you, or you got him, or what you guys do?
We were hanging out in the bedroom waiting.
Okay, and so...
How'd you pick the date?
It involved, with the packages and stuff we have. Because, all the ammunition, he didn't want them to see that. So we killed him the day before the ammunition got out, the day after we didn't leave.
Do you guys not like your mom and dad? Most teenagers don't like their parents, so I can understand that.
Yeah, Mom was okay, but Dad was a little bit,
Just a little bit too much.
Yes.
So, you guys waiting in the room, and was it right when midnight, and that's when things started?
Right at midnight, my sister, she came in, because she was going to go to bed, she came in to tell us.
How old is
13.
Okay.
She came in to tell us that Mom wanted us to get the kitchen done before we went to bed and put the cats up. And basically, we did what we planned. I got to my desk, and I had to look at something to this guy to roll up, but went up behind her, grabbed her, and slid her through. I ran over and disabled the alarm.
Okay.
That's what I did. And then
where's the pad for your alarm?
It's not the front door.
It's what?
It's now the front door.
Near the front door?
Yeah, and so I went over and disabled the alarm, so it wouldn't,
But has she already gone outside?
She went outside, and then Robert went after her.
So where did she?
She was laying in the driveway, and he took her back from, the bench, if we got bored, and started choking her.
On the bench out front?
Yeah, it was like a little bench, and they threw the bench on her and went back inside to go after the little kids.
Did he bring her in, or did she stay out there?
She stayed out there until he asked me to bring her in. I went out. I had to go inside. That's why she's in the Interrogation. I had to go inside.
You brought her back in. Yeah, she's still alive?
Yeah, she was still screaming. And then that's about the time Dad came down.
Okay.
Because his bedroom's upstairs. And he went back in the boys' area where Robert was. The boys' area, that's what they call it, a room. And they started attacking Dad. They got a little bit of a fight. But then eventually, Robert got him down, and I think he killed him.
Did he cut his throat too? Where did that happen?
In our room.
In your room?
Yeah.
And where were you?
I was standing in the hallway.
Okay. So did you see him cut your dad's throat?
Yeah.
Did he stab him other places too?
I don't know. I think he just went for the throat.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, very simply, I find him casual and nonchalant in his behavior around the killings. Yet at the same time, there's a lot of asymmetry. There's a lot of eye blocks. The lines of energy are broken. It's there's a sense of defeat. His breathing is high. There's some closure that happens around the mouth over areas. So my guess would be at this point that he isn't happy about being in this interview, and that seems to fit. Why would anybody be overjoyed and confident about being in this interview situation? Yet at the same time, there isn't so much level of stress around the killings, casual, nonchalant. I find that, an interesting juxtaposition. Though at the same time, not odd that it's a little bit messy around somebody who's clearly got so messy around a bunch of people. We couldn't expect, should we expect anything kind of deducible by this and ordinary around any of this? It would be interesting, wouldn't it, if you had somebody who can go out to kill this many people, and we're like, yeah, that's very ordinary behavior. That's very, of course, that's just what we do every day. Yeah, we should be seeing something which is probably difficult to explain, a little bit more than a little bit muddy and a little bit odd. Seems muddy and odd to me, but why not? Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree. But let's talk about why you're seeing him act so calmly during this interview with the officer here. There's a few reasons that this could be happening, and I won't pretend that I know which ones are true and which are not. If this is psychopathy, forget about the checklist. But we are seeing somebody who has a total absence of guilt and remorse. Second, if the shooting was planned for months or weeks, this experience of being arrested and interrogated was expected, planned on, and anticipated. So there's no fear because the future is certain. Fear comes from uncertain future. If you think about that, that's what happens there. And he's not trying to deceive anybody necessarily. He may be trying to minimize a bunch of stuff, but he's not making up a ton of lies and fabricating an entire event. The third reason could be shock and dissociation. It could be going on. It's a psychological defense mechanism that helps people cope with some seriously overwhelming emotions just by detaching or unplugging us from reality. So dissociation manifests as outward calmness, even if the person is experiencing lots of internal stuff going on. That's all I got there.
Yeah,
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, great. I love both what you said. I agree 100%. And what we're seeing here, in my opinion, is yes, you can dissociate from the actual killing and all that because you prepared for it and you got a box in your head for it. What I think he's having a hard time, and Mark, what I think you're seeing is he's having a difficult time with the other part. Now he's starting to bond to this guy and he doesn't want to disappoint this guy. This guy may be a father figure. Who knows? I can't speak to that part. But you can see, and I've done it in many interrogations where a person's done something, and they'll tell you they've done it. But when it gets down to nitty gritty, they don't feel guilty about what they've done, but they don't want you disappointed with them. They don't want your judgment. And this guy's not been judgmental to now, and there may be part of that occurring. So that for me is really interesting because it means the bonding is taking place very effectively. And I think, Scott, you said it earlier, all that matching and mirroring has been powerful. And the kid is not being judged. And if he feels like he's not being judged, but there's potential to be judged, then that creates a kind of fear that will show itself here. So, for example, all this incongruent movement and all of that, Mark, that he's showing, I think that's what it's about. I don't think it's the other way. I think he doesn't care about what he's already done. And Chase, to your point, dissociation would give him the ability to compartmentalize that. But this stuff he can't, because we see, while he's got no emotion at all, you see that respiration increase. Like you would expect that talking about killing your mother would do that, not the other way. And listen to him when he says about the mother, yeah, she was an entryway, almost like saying, hey, I left my bike in the rack in front of the school, that casually. But he's certainly feeling some anxiety about something. Scott, what I
was referring to is the dissociation from trauma and dissociation being a trauma response.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I'm saying is I agree with you. That dissociation is related to the actual act, but that doesn't protect him from this, from being afraid of letting somebody. So I agree with you 100%. I think he probably was all ready for that. And the dissociation compartmentalized and pushed that away. But he's not ready to disappoint this guy who's just been friendly to him. And
I just mean that there's a potential for him to be in a dissociative state at present.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
Sorry,
Scott, what do you got?
All right. So on the replay of this, when you go back and you subscribe, watch their hands and mouths. They do the exact same thing almost perfectly. They're matching and marrying each other perfectly. They're both rubbing their fingers at the same time, all that. Listen for that rhythm again with the conversation going back and forth. You're seeing two people locked in. You're seeing this interrogator is locked in with this kid, and it's beautiful. I know I'm leaning hard on that, but it's fantastic what he's done here. It's so hard to do and do it well because you can't do it with everybody. You know, this kid's not trying to come back on him. He's not trying to do anything. He's just puking up information everywhere, and that's why. Because once you're in it, you feel like you're building this relationship with this person. That's what happens. You feel like you're becoming friends with them, so you've got to trust them. You got to tell them things. That's what he's done. That's what's going on here. So this kid's feeling like he's building a relationship. And going back to what you were saying, Greg, and I'll talk about a little bit later on, he may not have had a figure like that in his life he could bond with. And like you were saying earlier, Chase, as well, about someone being older and trying to connect with that person and trying to make them proud of you or happy for you or be happy with them. So he's identifying with them, and that's just one of the reasons, like I said earlier, that he's just puking up all this information is because he doesn't feel the need to push back on it. I think he feels okay about it. And on the other hand, I don't think, from an emotional standpoint, I don't think he has anything in there to feel bad about or feel, I don't think he feels bad. I don't think he's a psychopath, but I don't think emotionally, I don't think he's coming across or giving up any emotions in this. So, but I do think he's trying to connect with this guy, and that's why they're connecting so hard.
I ran over and disabled the alarm.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Where's the pad for your alarm?
It's not the front door.
It's what?
It's now the front door.
Near the front door?
Yeah, and so I ran over and disabled the alarm so it wouldn't,
But has she already gone outside?
She went outside and then Robert went after her.
So where did she?
She was laying in the driveway and he took her back from, the bench, if you heard, and started choking her.
On the bench out front?
Yeah, it was like a little bench, and they threw the bench on her and went back inside to go after the little kids.
Did he bring her in, or did she stay out there?
She stayed out there until he asked me to bring her in. I went out. I had to go inside. That's why she's in the NCOA. I had to go inside.
You brought her back in.
Yeah,
She's still alive?
Yeah, she was still screaming. And then that's about the time Dad came down.
Okay.
Because his bedroom's upstairs. And he went back in the boys' area where Robert was. The boys' area, that's what they call it, a room. And they started attacking Dad. They got in a little bit of a fight. But then eventually, Robert got him down and I think he killed him.
Did he cut his throat too? Where did that happen?
In our room.
In your room?
Yeah.
And where were you?
I was standing in the hallway.
Okay. So did you see him cut your dad's throat?
Yeah.
Did he stab him other places too?
I don't know. I think he just went with it to go.
You know, you guys had all these detailed plans. You had all the cool stuff to make it happen.
Yeah.
And it kind of started falling apart. And you said, like, it didn't go as planned. I mean, did you kind of just freak out a little bit? Like,
yeah,
what's really happening?
Well, I didn't know it was going to be like.
Yeah, you don't. But here's what's getting me is like, it's crazy because you guys worked together and made all these plans and, you know, had it all figured out. And then when it happens, you're just kind of standing there not doing anything. And did you decide, like, Robert's going to kill everybody and I'm going to stand here and do nothing, so I better... I mean, did you...
I think that was my plan. I didn't want to kill anyone or hurt anyone. I couldn't do it, so I was going to let him, like, kill everyone.
Yeah, you stabbed somebody in the neck. I mean...
I just kind of...
Well, what I'm saying is it's not Robert's the one that should get all the credit here.
Yeah.
Because it's a big deal. I mean, you're going to be on the news. You know what I mean?
People are going to want to interview you.
I don't want to be interviewed. I'm this.
Well, but I'm just thinking...
He does.
Because you had said you had the plans, like, you're supposed to kill this person.
Yeah.
He's supposed to kill this person. Were you supposed to kill Christopher? Was he your responsibility?
No.
It just worked out that way?
Christopher and Daniel was supposed to be his responsibility. I was only supposed to kill Dad. And Victoria, hold Victoria.
But he had already basically done that.
Yeah.
So now you're left standing there. So were you trying to kill Christopher when you stabbed him in the neck? Were you just gonna...
I purposely missed the middle of the neck. I think I might have even hit him in the shoulder. I certainly didn't do it hard, but I don't know.
So, originally, your responsibility was Victoria.
And Dad.
And Dad.
Yep, that's what I was supposed to take care of.
Did you guys talk specifically? Because you said the crossbow, so you said, I mean, you guys had it planned like, this is specifically how we're going to do it.
Yeah, it was very specific, unfortunately, you know. I think he got his plan to move or something. It doesn't work out that way.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be a lot quicker and quieter, I guess. I mean.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, what I love about this is, as well as the male interviewer is doing here, I think he runs out of runway a little bit, and you see him turn to the female interviewer, and he has that look of, can you go now? You take over now.
Yeah.
She comes in with a question. He then gives him enough time just to regroup himself, and he's back with an idea, or maybe just a little more confidence around the idea that he had. So, I mean, look, even when you've got somebody who looks to be doing so well at this, I mean, he's so casual with him. He's so kind of calm. He's so engaged, so interested, curious about this. But you see him run out after a while. Great that he's got somewhere with him. Easy handover, takes back over. Thought it was lovely to see that. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, this is a really good one because we do see him close up, but we see him close up at a certain time. And I'm with you, Chase. We got to know whether it's cold or not in the room. And his hands are trapped, which usually you don't do if you're feeling really, really threatened. But I do think he's barriering. And the reason I think he's barriering is because we see his shoulders rise and get tighter as he goes into this whole conversation. When he first starts with this accusation, he had all this cool stuff and plans is when you see him cross. And I think he's uncertain where it's going. I think he gets okay with it. Because the detective then does something very simple. He says, did you kind of freak out? And you see the kid's brow like, yeah, I kind of freaked out, raised in recognition, and a quick nod to agreement. This detective has done a great job of getting real estate in this kid's head, and even does uptalk, kind of a positive thing at, oh, no, you don't. That's usually not how it goes. So he's reinforcing that relationship and not condemning. And that's a powerful tool when you're trying to get people to talk. But as he started saying something about, yeah, that was my plan and I didn't want to do it. Now he's trying to start shuffling and to protect himself from what's eventually going to get him locked up forever. And that's him and his brother both going against each other, I believe, if I recall correctly. And this cop's gotten him to a point of trust where he thinks that this cop believes what he's saying. So he's going to tell him whatever he thinks the cop will listen to. And there's some emotional accessing and exasperation. I'm going to just jump over a couple of these things. That shallow breathing and narrowing of the shoulders is the only reason I think this is getting to it. You see your shoulders get tighter and tighter and tighter and higher and higher. It's how turtling occurs. But in this case, I think it's just his rib cage is getting higher and higher. I think up to now, up until we get into this, he's been in this place where he has this illusion that what he was doing is kind of cool. But he's bonded with this guy now. And now if this guy doesn't think it's cool, now there's a different thing. So whatever he brought to the equation that made him talk about this like it was just a normal thing is starting to fail a little bit. And we start to see breaking eye contact because I think he knows this detective isn't pleased with what he's saying, no matter how polite the detective is. And there's a chance of being judged. And I think that's what we're seeing. Scott, what do you got?
All right, yeah, the kid closes off here and his head turtles down a little bit and he crosses his arm and he looks at the arms and looks at the floor. I'm not going to repeat everything you were talking about there, though, Greg. But the detective is still playing this low aggression play with him. And you're right. And he's doing that because he can do that now without fear of being the kid pushing back because he's already bonded with him. And then when the woman detective starts asking questions, that helps as well because you bring that female thing into it and you're dealing with a kid whose testosterone is probably through the roof. And so he needs that motherly figure, which I don't think the mother in his family obviously wasn't a big deal for him. He wasn't attached to her very well. So I think that light voice and it's not an aggressive voice at all as she's talking to him. So I think that helps as well. And I think the detective understands that too. I think she steps on him a little bit here in a few minutes, but on this one she does. I think he was waiting for her to jump in with whatever question was going to be. But let's remember, this kid is talking about killing his entire family. But if you watch this without the sound on, I could tell you they're talking about this kid getting in trouble for stealing a bike. That's how unimportant the sound, how unstressed he is about that part of it. I think he's worried about what's going to happen to him because he doesn't know at this point. Not that he cares. I think he's just wondering. So he's a little bit frustrated about that. So no emotions, anything like that in there. So far from a layman's perspective, it doesn't look like much is going on. But from an interrogator's perspective, when you see what's happening, and I keep focusing on the same thing because I think he's doing such a good job of it. This guy is so good at doing this. So that's where my focus is because I'm so excited about that. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know if y'all could hear my phone going off.
No.
I had my mom on emergency bypass. She's asking if I can chat for a minute, and I had to respond to her. So, hey, Mom, I'm filming a panel right now. So when he's crossing his arms, one thing that I always look for is what I call digital flexion. So is the hand just relaxed on the arm, or are you seeing the fingers make indentions into the flesh, into the skin there? And so we're seeing a lot of tension in the hand. And his first large sign of hesitancy and stress here is to the question of his intent with stabbing Christopher. He's probably trying to minimize his motive and motivation. Everything else is pretty much the same. We're seeing great interrogation. We're seeing a stressed out kid who's unusually, absurdly calm. That's all I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, cheers. What have I got? It's nice how the interviewer here brings the subject into present tense and present tense feelings rather than how were you feeling at that time? How are you feeling now? The interviewer asks. It'd be nice if the subject had any feelings, but he doesn't have any feelings here. He's got no feelings. Certainly, he isn't able to explain or talk about any of those feelings that he may have had at the time. Certainly not able to put them into a present tense. He just reiterates that he didn't want to do it. So he's back in motive, in actions, and will not go to feelings. Now, is that because he doesn't have feelings or he wants to move away from feelings and into motive? Both could be a possibility. Probably both are a possibility. Why lure them, says the interviewer. Now, I don't know what the subject says back, can't tell what the subject is saying at all in that. I listened to it about 10 times, have zero idea, tried to find a transcript, couldn't find one. So I don't know what he says. So this may be more helpful for you if you know what he says. But what I see on after what he says is lip compression, including the chin, come right in. Like that, what's that meme where they put, that dog doing that?
Oh, yeah. I'm afraid my dog has been involved in a sex scandal.
Yeah, basically he does that gesture exactly. He looks off. There's then some asymmetry in the mouth as well, which can mean all kinds of possible things. It's not a good enough image for me to really see what's going on here, but enough asymmetry for me to go, something's going on there. And there's a single shoulder shrug on top of that as well. I wish I knew what he was saying at that point, but I don't. So go in there, see what he's saying, and put down below what on earth he says at that point, and subscribe at the same time. That'd be fantastic.
You guys had all these detailed plans. You had all the cool stuff to make it happen.
Yeah.
And it kind of started falling apart. And he said, it didn't go as planned. Did you kind of just freak out a little bit? What's really happening?
Well, I didn't know it was going to
Yeah, you don't. But here's what's getting me is it's crazy because you guys worked together and made all these plans and had it all figured out, and then when it happens, you're just kind of standing there not doing anything. And did you decide Robert's going to kill everybody and I'm going to stand here and do nothing, so I better? Did you?
I think that was my plan. I didn't want to kill anyone or anyone. I couldn't do it, so I just wanted to let him kill everyone.
Yeah, you stabbed somebody in the neck.
I just kind of.
Well, what I'm saying is it's not Robert's the one that should get all the credit here. Because it's a big deal. You're going to be on the news. You know what I mean?
I know.
People are going to want to interview you.
I don't want to be interviewed. I'm moving this.
Well, but I'm just thinking.
He does.
Because you had said you had the plans you're supposed to kill this person.
Yep.
He's supposed to kill this person. Were you supposed to kill Christopher? Was he your responsibility?
No.
It just worked out that way?
Christopher and Daniel was supposed to be his responsibility. I was only supposed to kill Dad. And Victoria, hold Victoria.
But he had already basically done that.
Yeah.
So now you're left standing there. So were you trying to kill Christopher when you stabbed him in the neck? Were you just gonna?
I purposely missed the middle of the neck. I think I might have even hit him in the shoulder. I certainly didn't do it hard, but I don't know.
So, originally, your responsibility was Victoria.
And Dad. Yep, that's what I was supposed to take care of.
Did you guys talk specifically? Because you said the crossbow, so you said, you guys had it planned this is specifically how we're going to do it.
Yeah, it was very specific, unfortunately, I think he got his plan to move or something. It doesn't work out that way.
Yeah. Well, it was supposed to be a lot quicker and quieter, I guess. Did you say anything to Christopher?
I didn't.
No. So you stabbed him. Now it's several hours later. How are you feeling?
This whole thing, film when you first stabbed to getting caught, I think it only lasted about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was because it's 8 o'clock in the morning now. So it's 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
So how do you feel now?
I
just kind of.
I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
So you were saying you pleaded with, I guess, when they were locked in the bathroom, and what other room were they locked in?
The bathroom, and they were right next to it is my dad's office. Dan locked himself in his office.
Is it just one door to get into the bathroom and the office?
No, they're right. Two doors right next to each other.
Right next, like this, basically.
Like this.
In the corner.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And I was like, I said hello, Robert's after me, and they both opened up.
In which room did you go in?
I went into the bathroom, just, I stabbed Christopher.
Okay. But and then what did Robert go?
Robert went into the office where Daniel was, stabbed him. Daniel ran off, and they came into the bathroom and started stabbing Christopher. I left.
Okay.
So, I guess where I'm kind of confused is if you didn't want this anymore and you didn't want this to go down this way, why con them into opening the doors and letting this continue?
I was trying to help Robert. Because,
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So he's in fight or flight during his recall, and when he's asked to process how he's feeling, his only concern, I think, here is protecting himself. The behaviors here are the same we see in all examples of fight or flight response, so it's not a huge difference there. Scott, what do you got?
All right, again, it's another great example of the detective matching the emotion of the kid. And at the very end, the kid sighs, and he sighs and looks down, and the detective sighs in the same way. So I thought that was brilliant the way he's doing it. He's doing exactly emotionally, from an emotional standpoint, what the kid's doing. So at the same time, and the kid is looking at both the guy detective and the woman detective, and these are confirmation glances just to make sure that they're interconnected, just to see what they're thinking. Sort of check in and see how things are going. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so as we've been saying throughout, he's never at any point suggesting he wasn't involved. He's trying to minimize the extent to which he's involved. I'm not entirely sure why. I think the interviewer asked him later on, does he think that'll be better for him if he was involved less in some way? The body count was less for him, but clearly it's something he wants to do. He says, I just told him 3. I think the 3 is referring to the amount of people he may or may not have been involved with. And on that, we get a heavy breath out. We get a look away. So an eye block to some extent. We get this release of tension in the whole of the head, which then doesn't stabilize. So this little kind of wobble at the end. And then he gives a look around as well. That could be another release of tension, but I think it's probably a threat check at that, or possibly both, or a threat check excused as releasing tension. But certainly there's a big deviation from his usual nonchalant baseline on, I just told him 3, and this number being important. Look, this doesn't really tell you anything interesting or new about this case, but it does tell you to look out for clusters of very different behavior, or one piece of very different behavior around some specific item or specific word. And I think there's a really good, clear, because he has got this incredible baseline of apathy around the event, but on the number, how many he's involved with, plus or minus 3, there's a big baseline change, and that's interesting. Chase, what do you got on this one? Or somebody else? Greg, I'll get there in the end. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Did you not sleep either last night, Mark?
No, I think all of us are there from this weekend. But
Man,
Chase, I agree. You get to see some fight or flight in here. And I think the genesis of that fight or flight is that this cop that he is now bonded to is starting to poke and prod. So we see his respiration rise up into his upper chest, and we see him then blow out that CO2, those things we were talking about. He's also, I think, this is my opinion, that he's exhibiting some shame when the guy asks a hard question. He tucks his chin and looks away, breaks eye contact, and checks back for confirmation or whatever he's doing, whether it's threat or confirmation. And he doesn't. The reason I point that out is because when the woman asks a question, that all disappears and he looks right at her when he's answering a question. So I think this guy has done such a good job of bonding to him that it's hard for him to look him in the eye when he's saying, I killed 3, which is very different than when he first came in the room, when he was happy to say, I did this, I did that, I did this. So when we're paying attention, this is what I love about this short clip is this is a great example of this detective syncing with this kid, regardless of whether he knows he's his opponent or not. He's gotten into his head to a place that this guy's feeling some remorse or some guilt for having to tell him this stuff. I don't think he feels any remorse for killing the people. I think he doesn't want this guy to judge him. And that's masterful interrogation. That's all I got.
Good catch.
How about explaining this?
You know what?
Unexplainable.
Let me tell you something. Here's something I saw Spidey do. He does it all the time, like he's on stage. He does this thing where he grabs he'll grab his thumb and somehow gets a hold of it, and he does this, and he pulls his thumb off and pulls it all the way to the end of his hand. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. But ask him to do it. He does this thing where he grabs his thumb, and he pulls it down, then pulls it back. I don't know how he does it.
Cool.
He does it all the time.
Voodoo. It's voodoo magic.
Yeah, he loves it.
Did you say anything to Christopher? No. So you stabbed him. Now it's several hours later. How are you feeling?
This whole thing, like feeling when you first stabbed to getting caught, I think it only lasted about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was like, because it's 8 o'clock in the morning now. So it's like 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
So how do you feel now? I mean, just kind of.
I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
So you were saying you pleaded with, I guess, when they were locked in the bathroom, and what other room were they locked in?
The bathroom, and they were right next to it is my dad's office. Dan locked himself in his office.
Is it just one door to get into the bathroom and the office?
No, they're right. 2 doors right next to each other.
Right next, like this, basically.
Like this.
In the corner.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And I was like, I said help, Robert's after me, and they both opened up.
And which room did you go in?
I went into the bathroom, just, I stabbed Christopher.
Okay. But then what did Robert go?
Robert went into the office where Daniel was, stabbed him. Daniel ran off, and they came into the bathroom and started stabbing Christopher. I left. And, yeah.
Okay.
So, I guess where I'm kind of confused is if you didn't want this anymore and you didn't want this to go down this way, why con them into opening the doors and letting this continue?
I was trying to help Robert. Because,
So here's a problem that we might have, and I don't want it to be an issue for you because you've been really cooperative. We're going to talk to Robert too. So he's going to give us his version of the story, and, sometimes they're going to be different. So is there anything that you kind of didn't quite tell me right, or you changed a little bit, and now that you understand that Robert's going to tell me everything?
He'll probably tell you that he'll forgive them, because that's what I told him, when we were sitting out in the woods, to make conversation. But, forensics will show you how they stabbed Christopher.
What 3?
What do you mean you told him? So you told him you killed 3 people?
Yeah, I told him, because he asked me how many did you get. I said 3.
Did you tell him who you got?
No, I just said 3.
So do you, I guess this is my question for you. Do you think it's a lesser sentence if you killed 1 or if you killed 3?
No.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So they do a good bait question, or a we know all if you're talking about sharp, where they're saying what, and I love, is there anything, is my note, is there anything? If you're sitting in an interrogation room, if you hear, is there any reason, is there, you should already know you're being set up. That is a setup. And in the intelligence side, we would call that we know all. Hey, we know something you don't know we know, and we're going to see if you'll play with it. And that's where we go. He also tries, then this kid tries to do, trading guilt. I'm going to tell you that I lied about how many people I killed to my brother, although we know he killed one. He's already admitted I killed one person, one of my family members, but I lied to him about three. That's a trading guilt thing I always talk about, where a person will try to throw out something, so you'll leave them alone about something else. There's throat protection and eye avoidance after he said I got three. And then that lip compression, Mark, the one you're talking about with the dogs, my opinion is what he's doing here is that's resolution to the issue. He's just gotten to a point where I'm resolved to it. This is the way it is. And I think that's what we see a lot of times in these people. Like we saw Bill Clinton, we saw Anthony Weiner, we saw list the guys here that are on that picture. They do that once they're busted. I think I'm resolved to the issues. I'll leave it with that. Chase, what do you got?
One big thing here that I'll point out, and this is not a dig on them at all, but you should never mention sentencing inside of an interrogation room as an interrogator. You shouldn't be talking about that. That puts somebody in what's called long-term thinking and consequential thinking. We want them in short-term impulsive mode in there. That's our job as interrogators, is to keep them in short-term thinking. This facial touching is really this kid's tell for deception. He's done it several times, and each time he's done it, there's a proven lie that immediately follows this facial touching. And is anyone else, I don't know if y'all heard it, how he's pronouncing three here? He pronounces the word three different ways in here. It's so hard to hear throughout this whole thing that I just skipped over a third of these videos because I couldn't understand him. Then there's deception here with describing the number to his brother. There's lip compression. There's this large inhale. There's a confirmation glance where he's checking to make sure that he's being believed. There's a giant head movement. Scott's getting up and leaving. There's exit checking. Then there's a second confirmation glance. So that's a huge, besides Scott leaving, that is a huge mountain of deception indicators. Scott,
I'm sorry. I thought somebody was trying to get in. It was Hattie. Sorry, she was scratching on. I couldn't, with these, I can't hear. I was like, what the? I couldn't tell what was happening. I'm so sorry.
No worries. What do you got?
Okay. This is where the kid's body language really ramps up. He's got a lot of stuff going on here, like we were talking about. He's got mouth grooming going on. His breath rate goes up. He's goofing around with his nose. He's rubbing his hands. His cadence speeds up. A couple of deep breaths. And this is all based around the question there. And I think you're right, Chase. I think she sort of stepped on it there a little bit. You know, I don't know I couldn't figure out what the reasoning for that would be when she did that. But the detective is right there with him, matching his body language of stress, anxiety, and apprehension, Greg. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I've only got one thing on this, which is like the rest of you. Can't, for the life of me, hear what the kid's saying. Have zero idea. And so I was trying to work out, I was just checking my phone there because I was trying to work out who it reminded me of. And then it came up. There's a Dick Tracy character called Mumbles.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's in the film of it, Dustin Hoffman plays him and does just a brilliant job. So, don't leave the show now because there's more to come. But after the show, once you've subscribed and all the usual stuff, go and check out Mumbles from Dick Tracy. Very funny and very similar to the murderer that we have here. Let's have another video.
You know what was missing here? For interrogation purposes, what was missing here is emphasizing the truth and why this happened. I think they would have gotten really far just going along those two venues. Like, we know what happened. We know, there's multiple people. We know it's a little more than you're saying. I want to figure out why first. Like, what is the meaning behind all this? And start dragging that out. Drag that out of a 16-year-old. Get him to try to build rapport back with the interrogator. I think that would have been fantastic. And keep in mind,
because he positioned why earlier on, which is it isn't society, it's about numbers. So they've spent that ultimately and spent it by, well, I mean, they if that was a question that they've got, they spent that question early on and suggested exactly what the motive was.
Yeah. I think they were working brother against brother at the same time too, and they're probably getting feed. Hey, what do you need from me? What do you need from? So I think you're right, Chase. You can get a lot out of them. The other thing, I've read that there were cameras in the house associated with the alarm. So his father, I think, was an IT guy and had a whole bunch of stuff tied in. So they probably have all the evidence in the world. I don't know. But yeah, I agree with you. You could get more out of him if you ask why. But these, I don't know, these kids have that density. Any of you guys think he might have repeated that word 3 different ways because he's uncomfortable with how he speaks? Chase, because I wondered the same thing.
Could be. Yeah.
I just think that's part of deception. So, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
So here's a problem that we might have, and I don't want it to be an issue for you because you've been really cooperative. We're going to talk to Robert too. So he's going to give us his version of the story, and, sometimes they're going to be different. So is there anything that you kind of didn't quite tell me right, or you changed a little bit, and now that you understand that Robert's going to tell me everything?
He'll probably tell you that he'll forget of them, because that's what I told him, when we were sitting down in the woods, to make conversation. But, forensics, I'll show you how they set up Christopher.
What 3?
What do you mean you told him? So you told him you killed 3 people?
Yeah, I told him, because he asked me how many did you get. I said 3.
Did you tell him who you got?
No, I just said 3.
So do you, I guess this is my question for you. Do you think it's a lesser sentence if you killed 1 or if you killed 3?
No.
I don't know. I think Robert, he may have, there's going to be a lot of differences. That's what I'm concerned about. And we don't want you to come off as a liar. Because you've been real cooperative. You seem like a really good kid. You graduated high school early. You're designing games. There's all kinds of stuff you got going on. And so I don't want people to get a bad opinion of you and think that you're the type of guy that lies to police when he's kind of caught. You know what I mean? So tell me, I know that you're leaving something out. Because it's like she said, this isn't like you stole a bicycle. This is the most you can do. So it's a big deal. But a lot of people, when they talk and think about this thing, your honesty is a big deal, and how you handle yourself from here on out. And if you come off, because to me you don't seem like a bad guy. You don't scare me. I never thought you would have done this. So you just seem like a normal kid to me, and you seem like an honest kid. But see, I talk to people all the time, and I know when people are lying, or when I'm not quite getting the whole story. And so I just want to catch you before you get in that bad spot where people start saying you're a bad guy, you're evil, you're a liar. So just tell me what I'm missing.
Along with the do thing, I was going around to convincing the people who were still alive that I was on their side. I called the police, so they would stay and I would get them.
So they kind of stay on the ground, and he'd be able to come stab him again.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to go get Robert to let him know someone was still making too much noise or anything?
No, it was chaotic. He was just going from person to person.
So what kind of things did you say to them?
The only things I said to them was when I was trying to convince them that I was with them, so they would, come to me and could kill them.
Okay.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
He says you're leaving something out, and there's a big breath in and then a puff out of the cheeks there, which can often mean somebody doesn't quite know where to go next. Like, what do I do? They're a bit stumped. Where do I go next with this? Now, he then goes into, you don't seem like a bad kid. You're a normal kid. Just so you know, I really don't think anybody in that room, other than maybe the kid, thinks that he's not a bad kid and he's a normal kid. This is just a show that they're making in order to win that person over, to minimize it to the extent that we think this is very normal not to, like your mum and dad too much or the rest of it, and, want to count bodies. You're a good kid. They don't think that. They're trying to win across the subject to them. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, this is a beautiful, beautiful, subtle example of pressure. And this is real pressure. And if you're not in that room and you're not feeling what this kid's feeling, you're not feeling where it's headed. So this is trading guilt in reverse, you might say, but I'll tell you what it really is. He's saying, hey, we already know you're a murderer. You won't lie right at that. And it seems like, okay, that's trading guilt in reverse. But what that really is something I call personal extinction and always have. If I can figure out what 4 things make you who you are, and I take all of them away except for one, and I go, guess what? You'll start to feel like you need to say something. And it works wonderfully in many, many instances. A lot of people who do horrible things in the name of a cause will stand up all day and say, I'm no liar. And if you can put them on the call for a liar, then you've got him. If you put him on the map for liar, then you've got him. And he's doing a really good but subtle job of doing it. And usually the perpetrator, this guy, is going to go the other way. You heard him do it earlier. I lied, but I didn't kill. He's doing it this way, saying, I know you killed, so what? And if you don't believe it, see the respiration increase, all of it rise up to his upper lungs again. When he gets to the fact it's not like a bike. That respiration's shallow, and you can hear those CO2 exhales that we're always talking about. He does a great job of compounding the trust and getting this guy to listen to him. And Scott, you talked about it earlier, but if you really want to know what this guy's doing, listen to this video, because his vocals are slowed, his cadence is slowed, his volume is lower. Consistent tone and pitch is a beautiful thing. Look, I don't think there's any one of the videos we've seen yet that is as subtle as this, but as powerful as this one. You see the kid's cadence of his movement start to glitch, and you can also then see he's protective of his words, and you see his head shake and pause before he says anything. I think he's now shielding whatever he says, and everything is deviation from baseline. And I think it's only directed at this guy. If the woman were to ask another question right here, I think we'd get a different response. And I think they're smart enough. And Chase, maybe it was intentional for her to come at him, I don't know, with that sentencing question to push him back into this guy's grasp. But yeah, I think this is a really good one. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, again, I think this is a great example of building this kid's ego up and telling him he's a good kid and he's not like his brother, and that telling the truth is going to show everybody that he's not like his brother. He's not the most evil of the two. So I think he executed that beautifully when he did that, because the kid is right there with him. And this whole time he's built up that rapport, he's built up that connection, he's built up the kid creating a relationship with him. So now he's got him right where he wants him. He's got him to even when the smallest little things, glitches come up, he can talk to him and ask him about them, and he'll give them to him. And he delivers that so well. And this is different from my all-time favorite interrogation that Jim Smyth did with Russell Williams. This kid isn't a full-blown psychopath. This is one of those cases where the emotions weren't developed as a child, in my opinion. Now, this is just my opinion. Because you've got 2 different kinds of things people call, like you were talking about earlier, Chase. People call them both psychopaths. And it's a person who is born that way. You have the nature versus nurture concept, where the person is born and their amygdala don't work properly. I know I'm all the time talking about this, so I'll make it short. But the amygdala is part of the limbic system, and that helps you have empathy for other people. It gives you, or enables you to have empathy for other people, not just sympathy, but feel the way they feel. So this kid may have a hint of that. I can't tell, but we are seeing spots of him talking from an emotional place. So I really don't think the kid's he's acting psychopathic. His actions are. He's a psychopathic killer, but I don't believe he's a psychopath. I think his is nature or nurture. He was raised that way. His emotions weren't. Nobody said to him, "Oh, don't hurt that little dog because it'll hurt him. Don't pull his foot that way or his tail because it hurts," and never gave him examples. Maybe they're mean to him all the time, beat him all the time or something. That's usually what we see in the nurture part, is where the father or the mother is an alcoholic and they shut him down all the time, like apparently that we know about this kid. So I think that's what's happened here. We're not looking at a true the clinical psychopath. We're looking at somebody who is acting as has psychopathic actions. In other words, I guess you'd say. So even though the crime was horrifying, we're seeing enough of the emotions, hints of emotion in there to make me feel he's not a psychopath, but he's riding that fine line that everybody looks at and goes, oh, I know exactly what that is because he did this, he is that. No, that's I don't think he was born a psychopath. Who is it, Chase?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the police interrogator here did a great job. One way that in the future this could be done differently, and one way that I teach is when we're talking about, like, there's some information left out here, I distance that from that person. I don't say you left something out or you are going to be seen as a liar. I don't do that initially. So I'll first start by removing it, and I'll say something, and I'll trigger him with what he wants. And I'll say, there's so many people out there that want to be remembered as an action taker, but they're forgotten as a liar. So I'm triggering everything that he wants to be. He wants to be remembered, and lying equals forgetting. Like, everybody forgets who you are. So I would definitely come up with that. But what the interrogator is doing here is called in the Reed technique school of thought, it's called a strong positive confrontation. And that's what's going on here. That's when in an interrogation you hear somebody go, John, I like you as a person. I think you're a good guy, but I've been doing this for a long time. And if there's one thing I know, it's when I'm not getting the full story. And that's what's going on. That's kind of the textbook script of what that means there. And mostly the same stuff here on the kids' side. Don't want to waste your time.
I don't know. I think Robert, he may have, there's going to be a lot of differences. That's what I'm concerned about. And we don't want you to come off as a liar. Because you've been real cooperative. You seem like a really good kid. You graduated high school early. You're designing games. There's all kinds of stuff you got going on. And so I don't want people to get a bad opinion of you and think that you're the type of guy that lies to police when he's kind of caught. You know what I mean? So tell me, I know that you're leaving something out. Because it's like she said, this isn't like you stole a bicycle. This is the most you can do. So it's a big deal. But a lot of people, when they talk and think about this thing, your honesty is a big deal, and how you handle yourself from here on out. And if you come off, because to me you don't seem like a bad guy, you don't scare me. I never thought you would have done this. So you just seem like a normal kid to me, and you seem like an honest kid. But see, I talk to people all the time, and I know when people are lying, or when I'm not quite getting the whole story. And so I just want to catch you before you get in that bad spot where people start saying you're a bad guy, you're evil, you're a liar. So just tell me what I'm missing.
Along with the do thing, I was going around to convincing the people who were still alive that I was on their side. I called the police, so they would stay and I would get them.
So they kind of stay on the ground, and he'd be able to come stab him again.
Yeah.
Did you ever have to go get Robert to let him know someone was still making too much noise or anything?
No, it was chaotic. He was just going from person to person.
So what kind of things did you say to them?
But the only things I said to them was when I was trying to convince them that I was with them, so they would, come to me and could kill them.
Okay. Well, I was right. The guys that are interviewing Robert kind of gave me a quick version of what he's saying that you did.
Yeah.
And you haven't told me everything, okay? So I know you're not being completely honest, and I gave you one shot already.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you might have said.
Well, you stabbed more than one person. So who else did you stab? Or you stabbed more than just one time?
Oh, I stabbed Christopher more than one time.
How many times did you stab him?
I think twice.
Because you don't think we're going to know that?
Stop thinking and go with what you know.
You mentioned forensics a minute ago.
I know.
I mean, I'm just one of like hundreds of people that are going to look at this thing, okay? I mean, we got the state police coming in. There's, I don't know, 20 different forensic detectives at your house right now.
They're going to be there a long time because of the scene that it is.
So everybody that you killed and every single stab wound that you inflicted, we're going to know about. And this is your last chance to just kind of let us know, to be honest, to man up and tell us exactly what you did and start making it right.
I hit Christopher. I did not stab Futility with Daniel.
You did not stab Victoria?
I just stabbed Mom.
You stabbed Mom?
I got when she was walking away, I had to go for a neck, but,
Is that when you cut yourself then?
Yeah, I think I'd have to do that.
Where did you stab her?
I had to go from behind it.
Did you cut her?
I think so, yeah.
This doesn't seem like something you have to think about. I know it's you're still kind of dealing with it. And I wasn't there, I wasn't the one doing it, but you don't have to think about it. You know what you did. So you cut her neck, you stabbed Christopher in the neck. How many times did you stab Christopher?
2 or 3, I think.
And who else did you stab?
Besides Mom.
Because here's the thing, everybody's been stabbed, and you both had knives, and we know you both stabbed everybody. So you guys are kind of at the same level, and so now it's who's going to be honest and make this right, and who's a liar, okay? Which one do you want to be?
I'm not.
Okay, so you're a man of your word?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to make this right and do the right thing at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What else are you missing?
You want to start over then? You tell us where you need to start.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, there we go again. There's that resolved to it, lip compression, and a quick nod of confirmation. Yeah, I think that's where he's using it. There's a respiration increase, and his sentence structure is gone. Chase, you were talking about earlier, his pronunciation. We all said his pronunciation is bad, but his sentence structure disappears. And I think if you leave a guy alone, which they did just before this, they walked out for a couple of minutes, the person's head does all the work. When he's asking him who else, watch his head jerk around like a squirrel in the road. And then he says, oh, yeah, I stabbed Mom. Like he just forgot that he stabbed Mom. This guy sets the hook. I think we're running here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think he responds here to the perception of being a man of your word. So he doesn't want to be perceived as a liar. It's very interesting where he's playing this moral dignity of telling the truth against the moral indignity of multiple killings. That somebody who would kill so many people and the indignity of that, he would actually move towards the idea of wanting to be seen as somebody who tells the truth. He does respond to this. So he has a nature of I guess, being self-centered rather than social. So clearly he has behaviors which are antisocial here. Doesn't mind killing people, does mind being seen as a liar. Scott, what do you got?
All right, this is where everything changes for the detective. He comes in from talking to the other detectives, and he's a little bit worked up. So he knows that aggression is not going to work with a kid being too aggressive from an adult, the aggression from an adult. So he kind of tampers that down, but he tries to keep the rapport alive. And he gets to get the question about the kid being honest. He has to tell him that he cares, and he doesn't want anybody to think he's a bad guy. And that's why he asks if he's a man of his word. So you're talking to a kid, but ask him if he's a man of his word. So as the adult, he's saying, "You're a man, and are you a man of your word?" So I think that's what's going on there. That they built that rapport together. The kid's looking up to him at this point because it's probably the first adult in a long time that's been nice to him and tried to connect with him. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I got it all.
Well, I was right. The guys that are interviewing Robert kind of gave me a quick version of what he's saying that you did. Yeah. And you haven't told me everything, okay? So I know you're not being completely honest, and I gave you one shot already.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you might have said. I mean,
Well, you stabbed more than one person. So who else did you stab?
same.
Or you stabbed more than just one time?
Oh, I stabbed Christopher more than one time.
How many times did you stab him?
I think twice.
Because you don't think we're going to know that?
Stop thinking and go with what you know.
You mentioned forensics a minute ago.
I know.
I mean, I'm just one of like hundreds of people that are going to look at this thing, okay? I mean, we got the state police coming in. There's, I don't know, 20 different forensic detectives at your house right now.
They're going to be there a long time because of the scene that it is.
So everybody that you killed and every single stab wound that you inflicted, we're going to know about. And this is your last chance to just kind of let us know, to be honest, to man up and tell us exactly what you did and start making it right.
I hit Christopher. I did not stab Victoria with Daniel.
You did not stab Victoria?
I tried to stab Mom.
You stabbed him off?
I got when she was walking away, I tried to go for her neck, but, you know.
Is that when you cut yourself, you think?
Yeah, I think after that.
Where did you stab her?
I tried to go from behind it, go back.
Did you cut her?
I think so, yeah.
This doesn't seem like something you have to think about. I know you're still kind of dealing with it. And I wasn't there, I wasn't the one doing it, but you don't have to think about it. You know what you did. So you cut her neck, you stabbed Christopher in the neck. How many times did you stab Christopher?
2 or 3, I think.
And who else did you stab?
Besides Mom.
Because here's the thing, everybody's been stabbed, and you both had knives, and we know you both stabbed everybody. So you guys are kind of at the same level, and so now it's who's going to be honest and make this right, and who's a liar, okay? Which one do you want to be?
I'm not a liar.
Okay, so you're a man of your word?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to make this right and do the right thing at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. What else are you missing?
You want to start over then? You tell us where you need to start.
He stabs. I didn't stab. I was stabbed to a window.
And so you only stabbed your family because they were in the way? Towards the bigger plan?
Well, the reason we was trying to kill family is they were in the way and higher count.
Just to start off with a big count.
So is this all a game? This higher count, I'm confused. Is this a game?
It's like trying to become famous and get set a record.
Did you now? Because you said this yourself. You told Robert you killed 3, and so now we're stuck at the point where you've told us you stabbed Christopher and your mother. Mm-hmm. Is there one more person that you stabbed and you didn't mention earlier?
No.
Okay.
I can stick to my one that I ain't stabbed anybody else, but it's nothing.
How do you feel about what you've done now?
I didn't like it the minute it started.
How do you feel about your mother? You watched her get stabbed. You cut her throat yourself, and you watched her bleed all over the place and scream. How does that make you feel?
No, think about it.
You don't want to think about it. And Christopher, your little brother. You stabbed him in the neck. What has he ever done to you? So he's just a number.
Yes.
And how do you feel about that now?
It's pointless.
It's what?
Pointless.
Pointless.
Chase, what do you got?
Go ahead and skip me. I'm going to skip this one. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think this is interesting for one reason. There's a motive there. It's pointless. There's a nihilistic motive. It's pointless. That is, I guess a a current and modern trope of why people might do some of these mass killings. An idea of, look, it's the whole of life is pointless, so why wouldn't you? It's absurd. The belief that life is meaningless, not that that's absurd. The belief that life is meaningless is called absurdism. Like, who can make any head or tail of it? So I would just suggest all of us, we always need to help people in some way understand that there might be meaning to stuff, whatever that meaning might be. And if you dismantle meaning, if you dismantle values, that's okay to dismantle them, but you have to put something else there instead. Because if there are no, I don't care what the values are. I mean, I might, if your values come up against my values of my family, yeah. But ultimately, the real problem is when there is absolutely no meaning and everything is valueless, because then why wouldn't you just do something like that? If you destroy values, you must replace them with something. Greg, what do you got on this one?
You're back to microculture. Him and his brother have been in this dance of stupidity for however long. We don't know. We don't know what kind of influence they had from outside through the internet or what parenting, because we can't speak to that. But they have married themselves to an idea that everything is pointless and so they can do anything they want. And that is cult-like, when you are repeating to each other and there's no outside influence, and they have devolved to this. Here's the interesting piece in this video for me. If you're not sure what's going on, listen to that CO2 release. Watch him start to rock and distance from her. She gave him the answer and he distances and repeats it. He suddenly realizes this guy is now judgmental and this guy is judging him for all the things he's done, and he starts trying to accommodate the guy. That pointless word, Mark, was his brother's word from the very beginning of this whole thing. So he's come full circle, and now he's back to that respiration, back to that lockdown piece. I think what we're seeing here is what he would have been when he walked in the door in the very beginning, if this detective had not been masterful at getting him to talk. Now, did he find out anything that he didn't know? Don't know. But what he did do is effectively manage this kid to the point this kid opened up and started to talk. Scott, what do you got?
You guys literally covered all the points, and it was all about being pointless that I had, and that part there, Greg, about that. So let's move on.
And so you only stabbed your family because they were in the way? Towards the bigger plan?
Well, the reason we was trying to kill family is they were in the way and higher count.
Just to start off with a big count.
So is this all a game? This higher count, I'm confused. Is this a game?
It's like trying to become famous and get set a record.
Did you now? Because you said this yourself. You told Robert you killed 3, and so now we're stuck at the point where you've told us you stabbed Christopher and your mother. Mm-hmm. Is there one more person that you stabbed and you didn't mention earlier?
No.
Okay.
I can stick to my one that I ain't stabbed anybody else, but it's nothing.
How do you feel about what you've done now?
I didn't like it the minute it started.
How do you feel about your mother? You watched her get stabbed. You cut her throat yourself, and you watched her bleed all over the place and scream. How does that make you feel?
No, I don't think about it.
You don't want to think about it. And Christopher, your little brother, you stabbed him in the neck. What has he ever done to you? So he's just a number.
Yes.
And how do you feel about that now?
It's pointless.
It's what?
Pointless.
Pointless.
All right. Well, we've watched all these videos and we've all come up with a verdict. Mark, what's yours?
Yeah, there's some great moments here where he moves out of this nonchalant baseline. It was great to see those. I'm just going to reiterate again, if you remove values, I don't really care what values you put into place. Well, I do if they're going to come up against my values. But ultimately, you have to replace them with something. If you don't, you're going to have a big problem. Chase.
Yeah, we're seeing a mixture of nihilism, loneliness, and testosterone. Greg?
Yeah, we're seeing two microcultures play out. The one of insanity between the two brothers who thought everything was okay and pointless and you could do anything you want without enough guidance and influence. And we're seeing a developed microculture by a masterful interrogator who creates a microculture in front of your very eyes for a very short period of time and then turns on the other guy, and the other guy can't see it coming. Scott, what do you got?
I agree with all you guys. And I think you could put this interrogator in the room with anybody, in about 20 minutes, they're going to think they've made a friend for life, one of those guys, whether he likes that person or not, no matter what they've done. As in this case, one of the most horrifying things you can possibly do is kill your family. And this guy makes friends with him. This guy has this kid believing that they've connected and they're friends. That was incredible. And he deserves credit out the wazoo for that. I think it was fantastic. All right, fellas, think this is another good one, and we'll see you next time.
So what do you got?
It might spark something funny.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and I was
absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes on different things.
Today we're going to talk about Letitia Stout. And Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
So let me first start by saying you probably know more about this case than we do. We're going to watch this video specifically, and these are clips from the police interrogation in El Paso County, Colorado, 2 days after her stepson came up missing, who later was found dead in Florida and had been murdered. We'll leave it at that, but she creates some elaborate story. I need to give you just a little backstory. She creates an elaborate story that includes fire and damage to the house and the child, saying he had stomach issues, and she gave him this candle to take away some smell, and that caused burned carpet. That has to be what you know for backstory. The truth of that story is much more horrific, and then just dive into that yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
And be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Because the more detail I have, it might spark something funny.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and I was
absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes on different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things, so I figured you're reading that. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. Did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dogs for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage Envy.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. Crazy thing is, like, it's always like you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me, all those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem, and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was getting kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So we start off with this cop having built rapport. You didn't see that part of the video, but in the video, she actually talks to her. She says, hey, I got to do some obligatory things. She reads her Miranda and that kind of thing so she can start her talking and gets her to where she feels comfortable. This woman feels comfortable for a reason. You can tell. She's created a story. And this story, when we talk about in the True Crime Workshop, we say there's a trigger, there's fabrication, there's deconflicting in your head, there's pitch, there's defend, and that puts you back into having to create, to fabricate, and to deconflict, and you get in a circle. If you do a good job, you put them into a spiral, a death spiral, and that life falls apart. She's ready. She's either one of two things. She premeditated this murder for a long time, or she is crazy and really good at doing it in the past 48 hours, which means a whole lot of past experience lying. Either way, what she's doing up front here, she's created some kind of story to justify her later lies when she's talking about this whole carpet thing and this fire. So watch when the cop starts to sound like a cop suddenly. Watch the barriers come up, her touch her face, do an intake breath. She does romancer, locks eyes with her to make sure that she's getting what she wants. Interesting for me, if you ask a person who has lived through a horrific story, if I ask Chase about an incident involving some violence in the military, That entire thing is horrific and violent, and everything about it. He's going to talk about, I got up Tuesday morning. He's not going to go, I got up Tuesday morning. It's not the way people remember stories. When a person comes in and the only horror is when the event happens, you need to be suspicious. So let's pay attention to that. And there's so much here. I'm going to just do a couple more. She's got notes. Oh, and photos. If you're talking about building a backstory, what a hell of a backstory to build. This is her chaff baseline. She's not using redirect. She's coming in prancing with enough information to protect her. If you guys remember Rebecca Fenton, I wanted for nothing, had the toilet in her bedroom. You remember that one? She did this. She came in with da. Like nothing horrible had ever happened. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that just the phrase of, and we took photos and we have photo evidence of that, essentially is what she's saying, is the biggest red flag in the world. If something happened, you already know what happened, and you were a witness to what happened, you don't need to provide photos there. That is it. I heard that one line and I knew something's extremely wrong with this. And I don't know much about the case, but let's look at the behavior of somebody missing a child. Would a reasonable person think they needed permission to take some notes out of their pocket to help locate the child? Would a reasonable person think that using notes to help locate a child might look guilty? So just using this standard here, we can see the behavior of guilt or shame. And guilty people are more likely to need rapport with interviewers and investigators. And you're going to see permissive behaviors here that otherwise would be completely absent in a reasonable person. So why would this person feel the need to be kind and ensure they were making eye contact, both interviewers, the entire time? There's not a whole lot of clusters of behavior here because I think she spent a whole lifetime lying. But the verbal stuff gives it all away. And that's why that's so important. So much of this is probably all true, and it gives us an opportunity to maybe develop a little weird baseline. This chest touching here, which is how we indicate sincerity. This hunched forward position where this is the soft spot on our bodies. And I'll pass it to Mark to kind of talk about how we, bend over and kind of protect that. Just overly animated and just rapid assessment. So this back and forth between both of the interviewers is not making eye contact socially. This is an assessment to make sure that her story is being believed. Mark?
Yeah, so under stress, under pressure, you will often find that people will protect the belly area, underneath the arms here, neck, around here, crunching in, turtling, as we call it. Often bring the legs in, so the arteries in the thigh area, inner thigh area, groin area are protected. Wrist areas, joints get protected, and so often we're looking out for that. And of course, as I said before, that stomach area. So we have got that crunch in of the stomach. Though interesting, isn't it? Because
the behavior panel.
Have you ever Googled someone and then been shocked to see the personal information exposed on one of those public listing sites? I just Googled one of our upcoming subjects, and I'm amazed by the private information that is on the net about them, even their home address.
Data brokers are making a fortune selling your information to robocallers, spammers, and others who want to learn more about you, like where you live. That's why we're suggesting you take a look at our sponsor today, Aura.
Aura can identify data brokers exposing your information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Brokers are legally required to remove the information you ask them to, but they make it really hard to do. Let Aura handle it for you. You could try Aura for 2 weeks using our link.
Aura also does so much more to protect you and your family from online threats that you don't see. It's really easy to set up, so you don't have to download several different apps to get things like parental controls, antivirus, VPN, password management, identity theft insurance, and even more. You get everything at one affordable price.
Let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online so you can focus on other tasks with peace of mind. You can either let people continue to exploit and profit off your private information, or you can go to aura.com/TBP to start your 2-week free trial. Also linked below in the description.
The behavior panel.
Though there's a massive difference between the interviewer and the subject in terms of relaxation. The interviewer, very, very relaxed. The subject on the edge of the seat, a little more tense, still very relaxed in the storytelling around a crime going on. Now, as is often the case, I have no idea what's going on here in terms of the crime. I came to this having no understanding who this is, what the crime is. So my initial situation here is number one, like, welcome to Grandma's house. This is an interesting decor here for an interview room. Soft, comforting, a little fusty, maybe a little dowdy in many ways. I don't know what's trying to be achieved from that. Maybe that's budget. Maybe that's purposeful. Not quite sure on that. But there we have somebody very relaxed in Grandma's house and another little more edge of their seat in Grandma's house. But look, somebody's been read their rights, as Greg says. So there's a crime gone on. There's two interviewers there. You've been brought in. There's a crime gone on. I'm not even sure why she's not a little more tense, a little more eager in this situation. Storytelling, very relaxed there. I think the notes is very, very interesting. What's the upside of the notes for her? Well, upside is she can keep referring back to the story. She can use the notes not only as a physical barrier, but a mental barrier as well. It'd be very easy, like we might do with politicians or lawyers, in fact, to go, look, as I said in my notes, so somebody can question you and you can keep going back and blaming the notes rather than your memory getting the story wrong. So, as we go forward, hey, maybe those notes will be a great barrier for her in some way. Downside to it is somebody else can refer back to those notes. They're written down. They're evidence in themselves of an idea that somebody's had. So again, let's see what happens with those notes in the next video. But interesting start for me simply in the difference between the interviewer and the subject here. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. I agree with you, Chase. This thing right out of, 30 seconds in, you go, oh, you got to be kidding me. She takes notes out. And you're right, Greg, that she's totally prepared for this. She's so prepared. I've never seen this before. Has anybody ever seen anybody take notes out?
No.
I mean, not just even in person, but I mean, on videos or anything.
With cuffs on.
Yeah, but that's incredible. And she's telling about the detail she has. The smiles she's showing, the mood she's in totally goes against somebody who should be in horror right now, should be sad, should be out of their mind, depressed over this, trying to rethink what could I have done to make sure this didn't happen or to keep an eye on and whatever it is. Unbelievable. A whole lot of adapting going on there. Whole lot of adapting. Everything from the neck rub when she runs her hand all the way down her neck. We can say that goes to the suprasternal notch where women or men will also touch their suprasternal notch, but she just doesn't do that. She rubs her whole neck. She's trying so hard to get rid of this built-up stress and tension. She just looks like it's a little toy or something that's been wound up and just spinning around on that couch. So we see her legs are going back and forth. He's readjusting all the time. She looks like Tom Arnold. Remember Roseanne Arnold's husband? He never could sit still. He was all whacked on dope. He would just get so wired, he just couldn't sit still. That's what she reminded me of, was that. And you're right, Greg, the romancing is over the top, man. Just trying to lock in, smile, put them in a good mood. And I don't know why they're not going, listen, we're moms too. How can you not stop and say, you've got to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me here. Why are you not feeling any of this? But being professionals, they can't do that. What else? I've got so much on this. I agree with you. She's a professional liar. This isn't her first time she's done this. She's one of those that's been doing it her whole life just for sport. So those kind of people, it's nothing for them to say. She's got her protocol, I'm sure she uses when she backs up her fake stories and her lies. Whole thing. She's ready to go on this. She's prepared to lie. And boy, she's given it the best shot she possibly can. All right. We good?
Yeah.
Greg, I'll give you that one.
One of those tape replays.
Would be. Okay. Yeah. So what I want you to do is take me through Sunday into Monday.
Okay.
and be as detailed as possible as to what you were doing, who was there, where you were at, how long you spent, et cetera, because the more detail I have, it might spark something for me.
Is it okay if I take my notes out? Because like I wrote down all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and I was
absolutely.
Because I was like, I tried to write down anything he might like say, and just in case, because I have like notes from different things or whatever. So we already talked about the beginning things, so I figured you're reading that then. So my paper is that we're at the same story that we started with, but then you want me to start with Sunday, which was the day that we went hiking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we went hiking at Garden of the Gods. We actually, did you see the picture from Garden of Gods?
I didn't.
Okay, so we have pictures where we went to Garden of Gods. We were going to take the dogs for a walk, but then my daughter got called in to work because she works at Massage Envy.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we're going to go hiking. The crazy thing is, like, it's always like, you got one kid likes to hike a lot, the other one don't. So spent the whole time like, come on, let's go. We got to burn calories. Excuse me. All those type of things. Gannon, he started having a stomach problem, and he pooped in his pants. So it kind of cut our hike a little bit short. But I was like, it's okay. It was getting kind of cold. I say cold for me, but I'm used to like 80-degree weather, so it was kind of getting cold.
The eyewitness is you.
So I did. I pulled up. On the back part, there were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory, they were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Lorson Ranch model home? So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name, because I asked, like, I looked online for the company, for the name, and I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like, I say the guy on the scene, but like the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address, and this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert, I gave him our code to get in, because he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed, working in the house, he was going to be okay, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, say, like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor, so we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or on. Never. Okay. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You see what I'm saying?
So you don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to, like, set, reset, anything like that.
Okay.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This interview is about trying to locate a missing child. So it's good we can analyze videos where known information is there to both continue collecting data for ourselves in known circumstances. We can also show you how the behaviors we see when we think someone are guilty are also still here in large measure. And I want you to watch her, even as a decent liar, when she says messed up. Those two words. She describes giving this guy the house code in the same way someone would tell a friend that they accidentally scratched their car. Innocent people don't try to build a strong rapport and trust with interviewers like you're seeing here. There's a few powerful reasons that guilty people do this, like you're seeing in this clip. They typically want to manipulate or distract the interrogators. They think they might be able to control the narrative if somebody likes them. They want to minimize the stress that they're feeling in this situation and helps them to calm down. If that could just reduce the stress and make it feel friendly, helps me to calm down. And I think they're also trying to develop an empathetic response. So way down in their brain, they're thinking, if I can get them to like me, they might let me go. Then I can probably get away with this. And finally, they're overcompensating. They might be overcompensating for guilt. So the feelings of guilt make them pretend to be a nicer person so that they feel less guilty about what they did. So those are the possible reasons that we might be seeing that here. Greg, what do you think?
Yeah, and I'll take that same argument a couple of steps further. If you ever watch a matador when they're fighting a bull, they know the potential for death is right behind that cloak. She knows the potential for what's happening here is right behind her cloak, what she's holding up. And if you don't think she's doing that, watch her. She flourishes and does all kinds of stuff. She's even going to get up later and do all kinds of ridiculous things. You need to hang on this one. This is one of the craziest things we've ever watched. But she has a plan, and that plan is that cape that a matador uses to distract the bull. And she's really bad at it. She just thinks she's good at it because she's never run into anyone who knows what they're looking for. She's lived in a place where she gets to dance around behind the cloak and nobody ever puts her on notice for it. Or maybe they have, and she's moved around, because she's moved around a fair amount too. What I would say is a prancer from True Crime Workshop is a person who is a show horse. They're putting on so much show that they must be telling the truth. They must be. She does a lot of chaff and redirect. Scott's wearing, lean up a little bit. Scott's wearing the shirt for it today. She does a lot of chaff and redirect, but she uses props. She's got notes. She's got pictures. She gets up and does stuff. She's an iterative storyteller. She's trying to give you this story a piece at a time so that you will later fill in the blanks for her. When she says, hey, there's this Hispanic guy, she puts her hand to her chest like a Southern girl. She's from South Carolina, I believe, like a Southern girl to say, oh, honestly. And then she describes this guy, and she says, this Hispanic guy. She talks about a Hispanic guy that she's going to later tell us is the culprit. Whoever said, hey, I was at the store and there was a Hispanic guy. Then later the Hispanic guy came in and did something in my house. And I didn't say, hey, there's this bad guy. There's no stress, nothing. As if she's saying, I saw this little puppy walking down the road. Crazy, crazy. She's got a ton of leads everywhere she goes. When she says that, no offense, she's she's driving so that she gets you later to set up something for her and she can fill in a blank without having to have a conversation. You should pay attention when somebody does that and asks, why did they bring this up? There's a reason they brought up a guy about the carpet. Watch this lead detective now. She's barriered. She's gripping that cloth. She's bracing her head. And then after the woman says she gives out her code, she goes to full barrier. She crosses her whole body. She's suspicious and the other one's going to get there too. Chase, I think, was it you or Mark? Mark, I think, no, it's Mark and your peach stamping her feet. You see the foot stamp? If she explains why she stopped at the job site, it was Peach you were talking about. That's where that one came from. Look, there's so much stuff right here to just get me to jump all over her and pay attention. This is not the way any grieving person acts. And what she started off with is a great beginning of a normal talking person that might be saying, hey, here's what happened to my kid came up missing. Now has just turned into a whole lot of words and a whole lot of stuff to start to build a defense. Scott, you talk about building walls. This is a wall made out of that's what this is, and she's working it up. What you got, Scott?
All right. I agree with you. There are no grief expressions here whatsoever. Nothing. If you just saw this, you'd think somebody might be in trouble for something, but it wouldn't be for what she's possibly going to be in trouble for. Unbelievable. Nothing, which tells us she has no empathy for that child. There's nothing in there. I'm not going to go ahead and say she's a psychopath. Sometimes it takes years to diagnose a psychopath properly and say, yeah, that's what's going on here. But boy, it sure is looking like it from what we're seeing so far. Their illustrators are getting smaller and smaller as she goes. Sometimes they burst out and get really big because of her confidence. But I think as she thinks through, as she's telling her story that she's prepped, she's still checking it as she goes. She's still checking the structure of it, make sure she's saying everything she should be saying correctly. We're starting to see her turtle a little bit more as well. She's starting to get down in here a little bit more. And they start talking about the codes. That's when that starts. And you see her adapting with her hand and squeezing her hand and stuff. And the detectives are doing such a great job here of not just going, you got to be kidding me, and look at the other one going, are you watching this? Because and they're just sitting still. The one that's over on the bottom right, she kind of scratches her ear a little bit, but that's about it. So it may be the confidence that they know they've got her and they're just watching this to educate themselves on this personality type. I don't know. What else we got? Lots of adapting, and she's hand squeezing a little bit more than she has been up to this point. I think it's because as her illustrators get smaller and she begins turtling a little bit more, which she's going to come out of that in a minute. She's going to her hands. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so Greg, yeah, she has a plan. Well, everybody has a plan until they're punched in the face, and her plan abandoned plan. Basically, the notes are now down by her side and she's never going to touch them again. So anything that I said in the first video about like, well, let's see how she works that barrier. Let's see the body language that goes with these notes. You know, I had high hopes that we'd be getting sound out of these notes and, you know, we'd be able to see that, you know, they would amplify what's happening with the body language. Well, no. Completely abandoned that at this point. So even for somebody, as everybody's rightly saying, is most likely a practiced liar, in this situation, her plan seems to have gotten abandoned somewhat. So I think that's interesting because there is some incongruous relaxation to her storytelling, but at the same time, she's absolutely on the edge of her seat. Remember what Chase was saying. Remember what I then built on around this idea of the stomach being protected there, other joints getting protected. Notice how the foot keeps going back to protect most likely the ankle. We'll see that ankle disappear very, very soon. Go back as we look at the replay and count up all those elements that you're seeing where she's protecting vulnerable parts on the body. At the same time, there's this barrage of information and it seems very confident. At the same time, the body language is telling us something completely different. And although, you know, I don't know the crime that, I mean, it's being explained to me as we go along, but I don't know the crime that's gone on here. Even if it were a small crime that she's in for there, you know, why this relaxed kind of way of delivering lots and lots of information and at the same time so much inconsistent barrier behavior and protective behavior? Doesn't make sense to me. Look, she's very, very erratic here. Is she fluid or staccato? Well, very, very staccato. Can she hold on to a pattern of movement for any length of time? No, the patterns of movement keep changing. Could be neurotype, could be stress, could be both at this point. But the interviewers, I absolutely agree, mirroring each other very much so. Both put their notes down or to one side. Why is that? Why are they so relaxed? Why are they mirroring each other, keeping themselves locked up as she erratically gestures and changes? Well, I think what they're rightly doing here is just letting her talk it out, just letting her, because she's going to talk and talk and talk and talk, and they're not having to do too much, only, you know, give her praise and a little nudge along to just talk more. So plan's gone for her. Very interesting what's happening here.
The eyewitness is you.
So I pulled up on the back part. There were some new houses being built, and there were some like Hispanic, and I'm not saying that to be like discriminatory, they were Hispanic people that were out there, and I was like, hey, do you know where you can get the carpet that is in the Lorson Ranch model home? So I told him the model home, which was the same home that we had. I mean, I don't know if it's the model home, but I gave him the name because I asked, like, I looked online for the company, for the name. I said, it's in this. He's like, everybody has that same carpet. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we got a roll of the carpet.
Where'd you get that from?
We got it from the guy on the scene. Like, I say the guy on the scene, but like the construction area. So we got the carpet from the guy in the construction area. Well, I didn't get it then. He said he was going to bring it to me. So I gave him the address. And this is where I messed up. I gave him, and this is why I couldn't tell you this in front of Albert, I gave him our code to get in, because he was going to go fix it. And I just assumed, working in the house, he was going to be okay, you know, whatever. And me and Gannon left. I just said, hey,
Did you give him the garage door code?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what about the alarm?
Well, if you go in through, so like you're walking in through our house, there's no sensor. So we always keep it on our alarm, and you can walk in through the garage and the alarm will never set off or on. Never. And the reason for that is, like, there's no door. Like, there's nothing that tells that door that it's open. You see what I'm saying?
So you don't have a sensor there.
Right. So we just always, and the kids come in every day in the garage and never have to, like, set, you know, reset, anything like that.
Okay. I think we might have different versions because mine is Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
But I parked, and I know you're going to see this, so I'm going to say that I parked on the front, and like I don't know if you'll probably, if you see the Petco cameras. I'm in this. Can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times, walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, you know, if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car. Like, Albert lets him stay in the car all the time with, like, if like Lena's in the car, he'll be like, it's okay, sit here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
Right. But and I did keep walking to the door.
Sure.
Several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know,
sure,
if I need you or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there, or
so you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop. Like,
okay.
Like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up, because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want
to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
come and go.
If you gotta go.
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back. Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, here's what I see that seems, so abnormal for any kind of situation like this. The dynamic range and the amount of the regulators and illustrators. Regulators, sometimes what I call moderators, are the things that, tell other people, look, I'm in charge of this, I'm going to keep talking, or might go, no, like it's your turn, you give me. They're ways that we control, to an extent, conversation. So there's lots of those in there. She's trying to control it. Lots of illustrators, lots of ways that she's very dynamically, again, more extremely trying to show us the story, to the extent of, jumping up and miming it out for us. So there, huge dynamic range, because they're going from sitting to standing to sitting again. And it doesn't elongate for a very long time. She doesn't keep it for a very long time. So what does that tell me? That tells me that underneath what might seem very controlled and to an extent, I guess, calm to an extent, bubbling underneath that is something quite extreme going on. There's some extremes in gesture, from going from what I would call grotesque playing, which is down below the belt line or protected in here, up into ecstatic very, very quickly and back down again. Now, that's a range that you only usually see in things like stand-up comedy or rock and roll or something like that, big stage performances where you need to get that audience's attention, and you need to hold that attention for a long, long time. You'll use this dynamic range to control the situation. So again, why does she need to control this situation rather than, as I think Chase was saying, like there's as I'm understanding it now, there's a child missing right now. So why is the focus not there, or certainly controlling the conversation to drive towards, let's find, a child, a missing child, if that's the story that's being asked about here. So, and one last thing on this, she's giving us a shopping list of events, event, another event. Again, seems incongruous with driving towards what the real crux of this story is, why this shopping list of events. Eventually, as I recall it, we actually will get to her kind of advocating for her shopping list. But until we get there, Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree. And in this video, we're seeing somebody who thinks these details are relevant. She's already seen what happened, knows what happened, and somehow believes she needs to act out her behaviors to detectives hours and hours before this thing happened. So just think to yourself, what kind of person would think that these details are relevant and extremely relevant? And they would bring maybe papers in there, but they'd be photographs of the child, what he was wearing, some medication allergies, the medicines that he's on, birthmarks, those kinds of things. So this is all what we're seeing is permissive behavior. It's about giving the interrogator some kind of control, making them feel like they're in charge. It's kind of like saying, hey, I'm not a threat. I'm cooperating. It's a way of reducing some tension and conflict. It's also a way of avoiding confrontation. So they're hoping by being compliant, they're going to, get off easier. It's also a way of humanizing themselves or herself, just making it harder for the interrogator to see her as a suspect or a criminal. Like, I'm not a monster. And when she describes going back to check on him, it's funny she can't think of a reason to explain her actions. And when you watch this again, you're going to see it. She has trouble explaining why she returned to check the vehicle so many times when an innocent person would understand their motive clearly behind doing this. And she cannot say the word check on him. She's not saying that. She makes up random stuff there. So the layout of this interrogation room is pretty damn good. It's how I would advise some departments to do it in some situations, with one gigantic exception, and that's having a glass top table in the room. And I think that's a horrible idea for obvious reasons. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Before we go any further, Mark, I don't know why I thought this, because I've seen you stand up in there before. It always looks like you're standing up, even though you're sitting down. Why is that? I know you're sitting down. Why does it always look like you're standing up? I always think, I don't think out loud he's standing up, but it always looks like you're standing up. Is that on purpose?
No, you know what I think it is? I mean, yes, what I think it is the energy that I have. It makes you feel like I must be standing up. I think it's that.
Status.
Okay. Yeah.
Really?
And status.
Okay, sorry, man. I had to get that clear. But it never bugged me. But when you scooted back that time, I said he's sitting down.
Yeah.
But I know that because I've seen you get up and walk out of the room that time we made fun of you.
that one time you made fun of me?
Well, the one time you know about.
Right.
So, okay, let me get back to this. We see a classic move here from in the adapters category. She does Rodney Dangerfield. She actually does this on her shirt. She goes, oh, and does that to get some heat out of there because she's heating up and she's going along. Rarely do you see it. You see classic pictures of people going, I don't know, man. I don't. So they're with the actor or the fake person acting like they're lying, and they'll do that. But that was great. It happens fairly quickly. So get a look at that this next time around because it's good. Still so much head touching, so much face touching, so many adapters happening here. They're flying around everywhere. And then that left leg turns into a barrier to the detective on the right. I think she hits on some points that she sees as a danger subconsciously, because I don't think she consciously is doing that, but she wants to get away from her. So that leg goes out, completely sticks straight out from what she's doing. Greg brought this up yesterday. We were talking about the reflection we're seeing in there from the mirror that's above at what might be the door. I don't see anybody moving around in there, but I didn't the whole time see anybody moving around. But I think that's fairly interesting that. And it's not that they're not thinking this is going to be used for YouTube. They're not thinking they're ever going to use this video for anything else, just to get that information. That's why the sound is always so horrible. And usually the video is just horrendous. But most of the time the sound is worse, as in this case. But I think I think I would have somebody, maybe that detective steps out because she's got to go say, you guys got to come up here and watch this. But nobody came up to the room to watch. So she's checking on something. She's gone out of the room to go take a look at something, check on something she just said to make sure everything is good with that. That's my understanding, because why in the world would you leave that room? No reason to, but you do that all the time. But quite often you do that and nobody's in, and you let them sit there and think about what just happened. You leave them with a question that isn't answered. Then you say, listen, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and you leave for like 10 minutes. Let them think about it. You can watch it, and you go back and watch them on the monitor. You can watch them squirm and think about what you said. It's that thing we talk about, like that mind virus. You put a little thing in there, and it just grows and squirms around in there. And I think you're right, Mark. I think we're seeing a form of panic in there. She's getting all kinds of worked up, and she's trying to control it. And those personality types like she has, those will go up and down. The more excited she gets, the more she's going to move around. And the more she's thinking, man, she might be thinking, I've got this. This is great. I'm going to get, and not, I'm going to get away with it, but I'm protecting myself as I go along. I think she gets so excited she can hardly stand it. Take it from somebody who gets all worked up sometimes, and she gets worked up, I think, fairly easily. So I think that's a form of panic. And every second is accounted for with her. Every second is accounted. We did this. I took this many steps to this. It's almost like that. Everything is accounted for. She should have literally just a minute amount of memory for those things, because her whole being and brain should be focused on, where is this, my child or my stepchild or whatever, where is this kid at? Where is this child? We don't see that at all. Still no grief, still no sadness, still no, oh my God, what do you need from me? None of that. Just telling what happened. Second by second, minute by minute. That is, I've never seen it to this degree before. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a couple of things. I got a whole lot of pieces here. I'll try to keep this as short as I can. But number one, there's something she's trying to get out. Is the reason she's being so friendly, and is the reason she's doing it. She's already put out one piece of information. There was a Hispanic guy that I went to, and I gave him this code. Boom, there's one. Now she's got to tell you why she was doing something in front of a camera, because she brings up the fact there are cameras, and you're going to see me going back and forth to check my car. She knows where there's parts of her story that are going to come apart are, and she's trying to give you reasons why it's okay. That's why she's ramped up, is she's trying to make sure that you buy into whatever it is she's doing. Look at that romancer, that locked eye contact. She's doing her best to ensure that they're falling for whatever she's saying. The other thing is, as she walks through this, she has put, let me talk again about liar's loop. In liar's loop, we say you've got a trigger. In this case, the child's death would be a trigger, or disappearance. Then you've got to fabricate. So she is probably smart enough that she's fabricate, unless this is premeditated and she's planned this out for a long time, which is even worse. Either way is a bad thing. And she's going to fill in any plot gaps that she can. She's going to think through the process. And so she's going to come up with, why would I walk back and forth and check my car? Because that's going to make me look suspicious. The fact that you bring it up makes you look damn suspicious instead of just suspicious, because now you got an embedded confession going on. Once you get to that fabricate, you have to deconflict that with the rest of your story. So why would I have been at the Petco running back and forth? Don't know, but she's got a reason to cover it. And if you don't believe she's fabricated and deconflicted her story, preparing to pitch it and then have to defend it against you, she says these words: do you even need to know what I did in there? That's a source lead all day, every day. Of course I need to know. Even if you don't need to know, I would ask. She's prepped. When she says that, her legs thrust and she starts to adapt. That makes me go, something's up, something's different. Mark, I think that leg thrust is a regulator. And I think it's her pushing people away as she does that. And then she goes into what I call the multimedia show. Look, I brought props. And then she gets up and starts to body illustrate and mime, to your point. What the hell? You don't see that. And guess what? No horror, not a mention of the kid's name other than to tell you when I was checking on him. And Chase, you started off right in the beginning with something I've said many times on the show and in my training, is the truth doesn't need support, but a lie loves a crutch. And those crutches are things like pictures and timelines and details about things that don't matter. Those things give me some kind of strength. If my kid were missing, I would have said, look, we went to Petco, took about an hour. We came back home and happened when we got home. This is what you need to talk to me about. We don't hear any of that. We don't hear any of that. And if I were in her shoes, I would have called a lawyer, but I think she's too smart for a lawyer. The last thing I'll cover, and I said I'd go along on this one, is she says, I will tell you. When you're emphatic, you usually have something to tell, not another place to hide time. That's all she's doing, hiding time. Don't trust her.
Sorry, dude.
The eyewitness is you.
I think we might have different versions because mine is
Okay.
Android. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So when you and Gannon are out running around to these places and you know, getting your gas and your coffee and Petco a couple times, and does he go into the stores with you?
No,
or?
but I parked, and I know you're going to see this, so I'm going to say that I parked on the front, and like, I don't know if you'll probably, if you see the Petco cameras, I'm in this, can I show you? Sure. I'm in the store a lot of times walking back to the front door doing this. And my point of doing that is because I was making sure that I didn't see him, like, you know, if he needed something or like getting out or whatever. And he stays in the car, like, I really stay in the car all the time with, like, if like Lena's in the car, he'll be like, it's okay, stay here, buddy, we'll be right back. Didn't think anything of it because he had his Switch with him and he was playing his Switch.
Did he know what store you were in?
Yeah, Petco.
So like if he needed you or whatever else.
Right. But and I did keep walking to the door.
Sure.
Several times, and I'm pretty sure I did it on the second visit too, walking back to the door just to make sure. You know, like if he was like, oh, you know,
sure,
like I need you or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, you can see that on there. So do you need to know like what I did in there, or you just?
So you're just in there shopping, and then
it wasn't even a long shop. Like,
okay.
Like it wasn't.
And then you come back out, and then where do you go?
So I know we were right in that area, like different places, but I don't think I stopped anywhere else specific to get anything other than Starbucks. I made a wrong turn, and then the 2 times at Petco, and I was looking for Marshalls, but
after the second time at Petco, did you go anywhere?
I think after that Petco is when we started to head home.
Okay, so you go home,
and I want to give you like an accurate of that if I pull this up because I feel like right after Petco we went home. I don't want.
If you want to try and bring it up.
Yeah, I don't want you to think that I missed a stop or something. And I will tell you, on the way there, we did stop and get gas somewhere.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was on the way there or way home.
Do you remember what station?
But we did stop and get gas.
7-Eleven.
Here,
come and go.
If you gotta go.
I hate to do this. Yeah, I need to run out. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay. It shouldn't take me very long, hopefully. But please continue talking with Detective Houston, and then whenever I get done with that, I'm gonna come back in and we'll get back on again. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this up.
After you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time, or?
The second time, yes.
Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gannon doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very smart.
What do you mean, everyone?
So, like, my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. That's why it took me a while to get here, because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, you know, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in this day and age, timelines, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10 something that morning and we're returning at 2 something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And
Your ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day, they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And then
so you leave around 10 something, and then you get back around 2 something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2 something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
She just uses those words like, what was Gannon doing, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And she thinks there's some intellectual thing about saying that, like, oh, I could give you all these details, but I'm just going to say this because it's, I'm a little busy right now. I don't have time to go into all the details for you. But then she has this like finished hand gesture when she's saying getting back. And I'm sure y'all won't dig into that. And what we're seeing here, according to me, is the triangle of guilt. So the first part of the triangle of guilt is guilt, acting in ways to alleviate some internal feelings of guilt, like confessing indirectly to other things so that they feel some sense of relief, or they're building rapport so the interrogators feel less threatening. The second element of this triangle is fear. This is the fear of being caught. It is obviously pretty huge here. And this causes a lot of nervousness, a lot of stress behaviors, and guilty people will typically move faster in interrogations, like their gestures and movements will be more rapid. This also comes in the form of permissive behavior that reasonable, innocent people don't feel the need to display at all. Finally, is a desire to control the narrative, shifting stories, changing subjects, details in the wrong place. All the details are around the wrong places here. Then there's ambiguous blame shifting. That's the final part of this controlling the narrative. Ambiguity is just introduced in every possible element here. So she's placing a tremendous amount of focus on every detail to help the police. But the crime occurred in the home, just like what Greg was saying a second ago. And she was in the home, I think, in this story. I think anyone over the age of 10 with an IQ over room temperature would know the details about the trip to the pet supply store would be irrelevant. Anybody at the age of 10. So if you just think about this, it's another example of a detail valley and a detail mountain. The detail valley starts precisely when the crime starts being talked about. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, let's talk about where the details are. When we talk about a criminal case, when we talk about something that has gone on, when a person spikes their details around evidence, you should go, something is up. And when I say evidence, I mean evidence that wrongdoing has occurred. All the places that something could create evidence against her, like walking back and forth to the door of the store to look and see what's going on in her car, that's a piece of evidence. Like hiring a guy and giving him a code to her door, that's a piece of evidence. We'll see some others here. You see that she's got a couple of others. So every place we look, let's look for, is it evidence? Is it something that a police officer could possibly use to break your story? And she's going to be preemptive. She's going to go after the evidence issue she knows will be a problem. That tells you something because she is jacked way up energy-wise. Unless she just came in there on 5-hour energy or some other chemical substance, she's jacked up. And you know what jacks you up? Adrenaline. You know what causes adrenaline? Your amygdala. Now, I don't know if hers worked right, but hers worked clearly because she's jacked through the roof. And what we're seeing is what kept her up at night, the things she wants to talk about. Not where is my kid, not where is this kid, where's the Mexican guy or Hispanic guy who came in the door. It's none of that. It's, hey, I want to talk about seeing me on a Ring camera. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about that. That's a problem. That's a source lead too, because when a person tells you what they want to talk about, let's take that to the mat and tear it to pieces. This is when questioning who, what, when, where, why, how, what else, all that would take this story to pieces. They do a good job of letting her talk, and that's important. Now she starts some new hand movement we haven't seen, like she's spellcasting or something, trying to persuade people, but she's loaded her leg under the other leg, which I find interesting. But her elbows are still welded to her side as she's doing her hands like this. It looks unnatural and it looks foolish. Wait till later when she gets down to where she's a T-Rex and can't even touch her own face. She gets worse and worse and worse. Then she's overly specific until she gets down to the things that matter back at the house, this and that. I don't know specifics. And then she says, there's a point. Of course there's a point, because you have a story. You're now trying to deconflict. Somebody's asked you a question. You have to defend that information, go back and deconflict the new words you put into there. And she has a master's in curriculum design, which means she's probably thinking about how blocks go together, how people think and how stuff goes together. That helps her to put these things together. And another big regulator, Mark, is she thrusts her hands forward and says, if what you guys are basing it on, after she does that, she goes to batter on deck and starts rubbing her thighs with her hand to release nervous energy. Scott, what do you got?
All right. This detective down here is the one she fears, because when the other detective leaves, everything changes. We're seeing a whole lot of things we haven't seen up to this point. For example, the eye blocking, where she completely puts her hand in front of her face, right over her eyes. We eye block when we get information we don't want, or we see something we don't want to see, or there's a situation that we want to get away from, or we don't want to see. So that's what even blind people do that. I've told this story on here. I grew up, there was my dad's BFF, his best friend was Doc Watson, this blind guitar player. And he was, every time we tell something that was just horrible, and he would think there would be if he thought there was somebody in the room that shouldn't be hearing that horrible joke, he would cover his eyes, and he was blind. So it's got to be some inherent thing with the face or something, or part of the brain where right behind the eye, because he would always do that. He would always block his eyes when that started. We're seeing small illustrators here, because she's building up to in other words, romance this other detective, because she hasn't talked to her. She's talked at her a whole lot, but she hasn't asked a whole lot of questions. And every time she does, that's when she starts locking down, and she locks down here. But she's trying to open up slowly but surely while she tries to befriend or romance this other detective. We're hearing fading facts for the first time. When she makes a big deal, and then everything she starts talking and gets to the details, and starts getting quiet and quieter. That's what we do quite often when we're saying something we're not sure of, or we know is incorrect or deceptive. As we talk, it gets quieter and fades. That the quote unquote fact fades as you go along. Well, there's so much here. She's thought all of this out. She's thought every bit of this out. You're right, Greg. She keeps going back and hitting on things she's missed before. She goes through a list of things she's missed before in there. Starts giving details about things she wasn't asked about. She's bringing up all kinds of stuff. She's hedging everything, making sure that there are no weaknesses in that wall she's built, so the water can't get through, or the deception can't get through, so they can't get through and find her or find out she's lying to them. She eye locks constantly with this other detective. Just that hard stare at her, making sure that she's being believed. Like we always talk about on here, one of the biggest myths about body language and human behavior and deception is people think when you lie to someone's lying to you, they'll break eye contact. Well, we know for a fact from studies that most people keep looking at you when they're telling you the truth. It's okay if you ask somebody a question, they look around for a second and go, well, I'm going to do something like that. It's okay when they look around and think about something. But when you ask someone a question and they just dead eye you and keep looking at you, that's their brain saying, we got to make sure this person believes us. Because if you get the impression they don't believe you, then you start adding what we call qualifiers to qualify that answer, to build it up, to stack it up, to make it stronger, to make you look more believable and non-deceptive as you're going along. There are so many things. This is so good. This stuff, these are so good, Greg. What a great catch. When she's asked questions, she starts scratching her leg big time. And you're right, Greg. She does that whole on deck, batter on deck, batter up, rubbing her legs. These are all classic cues and tells we're seeing here for deception. It's wonderful. Mark, what do you got?
Look, there's that moment where that ankle now has disappeared right underneath her, well protected now. Interesting, Scott, that the interviewer there is mirroring that as well. I don't think that's by accident at all in any way. Some really nice mirroring going on. And I think we're seeing what's lovely about seeing these interviewers and the subject is not only will the interviewers mirror each other in order to lock into a position and sustain a position together, but they'll also choose to lock in with the subject as well at the right time. That ability to be adaptable purposely in those moments of stress, because this is stressful for the interviewers, maybe not as much as it is for the interviewee, but it's stressful for them as well. There's potentially a massive crime committed here is my expectation or small understanding of this. And so there's stress all around. So look, all the behaviors that we talk about here, many of you will be going, yeah, but I do that. But I sit on my ankle now and again. But I'm kind of erratic with my gestures now and again. And you are. You are now and again. And some of you go, no, I'm kind of like that all the time. Well, yeah, all the time when you're not being questioned for a crime. Okay, so put yourself in this situation here, knowing that you have done nothing. You know zero about this. You know zero about this, and maybe, your child is lost to you, or somebody you love is lost to you. Well, are you doing those behaviors all the time? Are you erratic for the next 3 hours? Or do you lock into a very clear, consistent behavior, which has a very clear, consistent objective to it of getting this thing sorted out? Well, she's not in that right now. Look, here's one of the behaviors that you might be able to say, yeah, but I do that. Okay. She's keeping her resources super close to her. There's the plate, there's the notes, there's the can of Coke, there's the bottle of water, there's everything. The phone goes right next to her. Everything is super close in what I would say is a very cluttered way. Now, you might go, oh, but I live in a bit of clutter and I keep my stuff close to me. Yeah, that's okay. But would you be doing it there? Well, you don't know what you'd be doing there. But here's what we do know is she is doing that. She's accepted, looks like some kind of food, 2 types of drink. She's got notes with her. She's put those notes close to her. She's taken out her phone. She's put that close to her. All of this seems very incongruent. I mean, Chase and Greg Scott will undoubtedly know, look, if you're in an interrogation system, you take what you can get immediately. If somebody says, hey, have water, great, I'm drinking the whole bottle. I'm taking it all because they may not offer it again. But she's not in that kind of situation. So why is she going, yeah, I'll take the Coke, I'll take the drink, I'll take the sandwich, I'll get out my notes, I'll get out my phone, I'll sit on my leg, all in this bunched up, cluttered way? It begs belief. And so therefore, at this point, I'm just not believing anything that's going on here. And I don't even know what's going on here. And I don't believe it because of these clusters of behavior, which each and every one of you will be able to pick on some of those behaviors and go, I do that now and again, or I do that all the time. But do you do all of those things when in that kind of situation there? I would say if you're guilty, yeah, you probably do. If you're guilty, you probably do all those behaviors. That's all I got on that one.
The eyewitness is you.
After you guys left Petco, so did you buy something there that time, or?
The second time, yes.
Okay.
And I know she kept asking me about what was Gann doing, what was he, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to say this about getting back.
Okay.
So everyone has been, about this whole thing about camera footage and this happened because we didn't see this or didn't see this. So I'm very sorry.
What do you mean, everyone?
So, my whole family is being harassed. My mom is being threatened to be killed. My daughter is being stalked. That's why it took me a while to get here, because I had to put some safety measures in for her own well-being.
Okay.
And my family from back home is being threatened. People are saying they're sending people after them.
Okay.
All those things. So, there's always a world of people making situations and saying, let's be a good person, but then threaten someone else.
Okay.
And so being aware of that's what was going on. So in between all that and all these people were sending me like messages that people were saying and blah, blah, blah. I didn't respond to any of them. During all that, there was something along the lines of someone checked neighbors 2 doors down or something, camera footage, and never saw anyone do this or that. Like, I don't know, like specifics. But my point behind telling you that is, if this is what you guys, and I'm not saying this is what you're basing stuff on, if this is what you're basing stuff on, is like in this day and age, timelines, security, things like that, you will see on somebody's security, Gannon and I run to the car at 10-something that morning and be returning at 2-something.
Okay.
So I remember specifically in the truck, I pulled it right in front of the ring. And
Your ring?
Yes, but we don't have a subscription.
Okay.
But according to these neighbors who can see all the way to the truck every day, they should be able to show you during those time frames that we run in, we run out, he runs back in, or whatever.
Okay.
And
so
then
you leave around 10-something, and then you get back around 2-something.
I feel like it was like 2:35, 2:25, 2-something.
Okay.
Because I knew I had to be back in time to do a couple things, and then I knew Lane would be coming there. I knew Harley would be getting off work, yada, yada, yada. So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first, and I had the bags for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now,
Which door did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that.
Sure.
So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something. Maybe we were like doing whatever. And the guy was in there. And I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault. Because I gave him our code to fix the carpet.
Okay.
And I shouldn't have. Okay. And he... He was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and saw our we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shades in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shades or whatever.
Your like sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, and then there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he had one of the guns. Okay. And I was terrified. Okay. So terrified. And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room, and he was hitting on me. It was like hard, like on the ground. Okay. And he was trying to like rape me, and I told her. And I said, I have to tell you about this.
Okay.
And like, I from there on was like in a blur because I was trying so hard because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it. Like with him, Gannon runs inside the room and like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur. Everything else that was going on, because I was just like crying and I was freaking out. And I swear to God, I don't know what happened from there. I really don't know what had happened from there. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like in the moment thinking. I had like these memories of like, wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun, and I didn't remember what happened from there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like, I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon, and like, and it was just all like, so like a cycle to me.
Okay, Greg, what do you got?
So a couple of things. Let me just bat right out there. She's suddenly very emotional about giving the guy the code. And she wasn't earlier. I mean, why now is she suddenly emotional that she gave the guy the code? I don't get that part, number one. Number two, there's no horror as she gets home. No horror at all. No, none. There's not horror at this happened. She walked to open the door. She tells a story like nothing else happened. And she talks about what we always do. Chase, I know you'll talk about that instead of what happened. Did he go in first? He always goes in first. Okay, boom. She's still got the romance. She's got hard eye contact. Those spot welded elbows now have turned into T-Rex. So now we're seeing her hands do all this kind of stuff until at one point she gets up and does that dance from the 60s, the swim. The only thing she doesn't do is grab her nose and kind of duck at her knees. But she does that whole thing as she's going through. There's still no horror. It would be funny if it were not for the fact this is a child has been murdered and this person's tied into it. Now we get to the big illustrators when she gets to facts. She's over the top with these. I wonder if she has read or heard that Vray says when people move their hands a lot and illustrate a lot, they're telling the truth. When she does that, however, if we pay real close attention, it's when she can talk about a table or something, an object. Not when she's talking about what actually happened. Where are they when she says this guy was inside? Where's the shock? Where's the big movement? There should be a lot of movement there. Her tears dry after she's talking about the guy being in the closet and all that. Her tears dry as she goes back to talking about the bookshelf. It's just weird. I think these are tears of getting busted. There's also another red flag. If I've got a drawer where I keep guns and stuff, and I come in the house and that door is open, I'm probably going right back out the front door if I don't have one on me myself, because I'm not getting shot with my own gun. That's not on my list of things to do today. But not her. She just walks on and didn't think anything about it, as she says. There's just so much here. Lots of details, no horror. And of course, here's a piece she had to tell you. He had on gloves, because there's another D conflict. Why there's no fingerprints from anybody but her in the house. It's just, there's so much here. She goes back. I'll just leave it at that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, there's a perennial favorite here. I swear to God, I don't know what happened. I swear to God, I don't know what happened. Do we bring up that, swearing to some kind of deity a lot? And again, you might well say, but hang on, I say that, and I'm not lying when I'm saying that. And yeah, you may well do that. But here's why, in these kinds of situations, why I swear to God is an interesting thing to say. So, first of all, Chase, you'll love this. It's a connection to status. Okay, it's a connection to status that really in our universe and ideas of the universe and ideas of who might be most in charge. When you get to gods, they're like top ranking. Okay, you don't rank a lot higher than that in my ideas of how deity structures work. God is at the very top. Okay, so there you go. I'm going, look, I'm going to swear to the highest possible power that I don't remember this. The other element here is it's impossible to corroborate that with that God. I mean, most people would say they may have some kind of relationship, but you're not really allowed to go, okay, well, bring that God in and then let's just check that out. It's just not, like, number one, it's not really allowed. You're not really allowed to question the gods. That's throughout, most ideas of deities. It's just not done. And also it's tough to do. You might have your own conversations with all kinds of gods. That's all right. But I don't get to go, okay, well, bring that God in and let's sort it out. I mean, it's ultimately within your psyche, within your head, within your, relationship. So you can't call somebody out on that. So you've got two factors there that kind of socially pressure us into going, oh, all right then. Well, if you swear to God, let's just leave that one alone. And also the factor is, look, if you don't remember, if Greg was saying, hey, tell me about this event, and it's a traumatic event, and Greg says, well, what happened here? And I don't know. I'm going to go, look, Greg, I just don't know. I just don't remember. But here's the important thing. And I get Greg back on track for here's the important thing. Here's what I do remember. And we've got to get going on this information. We've got to get going on this. And at no point am I going to go, look, Greg, I swear to God, because it doesn't make any difference. me swearing. It makes zero difference. The reality is, even if, I had some kind of relationship with that God, it's not worth bringing that entity into the situation. So if you ever hear us say, hey, there's a swearing to God at this point, that's a red flag, I would suggest that's why we tend to think it's a red flag. It's not a red flag universally across the whole of life, but in these kind of situations here, where you would know what you know and would have forgotten what you've forgotten and blacked out where you blacked out, you don't have to bring in a deity to substantiate that. Greg, what do you got on this one? You went. Stop. Right. What you got on this one?
All right. She is now at the lead of the story. This is what you open up with.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yep.
It's been funny and fun and all that up to this point. But now she gets here and she starts crying. And can you guys imagine her clearing the house, clearing a room, and trusting her to go down with her gun and clear it and make sure everything's okay? She doesn't know anything about that. She would have taken a gun, whether if that drawer was open, if she were to go forward with that and keep going in, you'd check and make sure none were missing, number two, and you would know what was in there. You'd know each one of those guns. And then you'd say, wonder what's going on downstairs. I hear something downstairs. And you would go prepared for that. You wouldn't just go down there and check it out, man. That's crazy talk. You go outside and you call the cops and say, hey, man, I think somebody's in my house. That's what happens then. She opens, and when she opens up, she's saying this is like saying, or her opening was like saying, a woman's husband loses toe at beach. And in reality, it should have said, man eaten by shark at Myrtle Beach. But no, she waits till now. This is when she gets upset. 3/4 of the way through, she gets all upset. She starts off by trying to build rapport with this detective. She's still trying to get that thing happening. And she has more adapters and more illustrators than she's had up to this point so far. They're not the huge ones. They're fairly small, but they're there more than any of them. A lot of fading facts, especially when she says, I made a mistake. Listen for that this time through, because when she says, I made a mistake, it almost goes to nothing there. Then let's see what else is there. You're right, Greg. There's so much in here. I'm trying to go over what Mark went over already. She can't recall the details now. Up to this point, man, she's gone second by second, by minute. Now she doesn't remember. She doesn't remember anything. She's got nothing. She shouldn't have remembered anything the whole time. And I can understand why she would remember this part, because you remember things in sections. She would be able to remember things in flashes. That's the way your brain works. It's the way the hippocampus collects that information, because there's a lot going on right then. So it doesn't remember that. There's no flow. It's just bang, 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 bang. And you remember parts of it. And she's remembering nothing but little teeny parts of it. And you're right, Greg, about the gloves. Come on. It's wonderful. But then she does that hard eye lock at the same time. I'm not seeing any tears. She looks like she wells up a little bit, but there's no really deep breath, none of that guttural stuff. And going, she should feel guilt about this, whether it's her fault or not, and should just be full of guilt. It should be that low voice coming out, those low groans of sadness and grief coming out. But she does that real high thing. This is unbuyable. This wouldn't be worth anything if you had to buy that. And plus, her feet are pointed right at the door. She wants to get out of there so bad. She wants us to be over. She can hardly stand it. I'll leave it there. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, and Mark, to add on to that, just saying "swear to God," if that was on the behavioral table of elements, it would be a 4. You need other things with that in order to get it up to an 11, where we would say deception might be likely. So we're looking for clusters. But as a species, human beings, we've been using nonverbal communication 10 times longer than we have language. And language is relatively new to us. Now, a lot of our understanding about nonverbal behavior occurs in this lower part of the brain called the limbic system, and specifically in this little thing called the amygdala and the hippocampus. and this is referred to sometimes as the mammalian brain because it's responsible for these primal instincts and emotions. So what's fascinating about this is the brain doesn't process language, this part of the brain, at all. It does not understand or comprehend language. It's all about feelings and instinct. So when it picks up on little cues that something is off, like a little shift in body language or something, it gives us a weird feeling, and we call that an intuition or a gut feeling that somebody's just full of crap. So why aren't we consciously aware of it? It can't send us a text message. It can't tell us or explain what it saw. So when you get a gut feeling somebody's lying or being deceptive, that's your limbic system at work. It's picked up on some subtle cues, but those cues have been passed down by our ancestors, these tiny little cues. So instead of breaking this down like normal, I'm going to translate for you. I'm going to translate your limbic system for you of what it's thinking and why you saw this video and felt, wow, that is just disgusting. It's a horrible lie. So the first thing your brain's seeing, she's folding herself over, using the rib cage to protect the soft belly, which is built into mammals. Hesitancy. I know your mammalian brain doesn't speak languages, but it detects hesitancy very well in both words and actions. Then there's throat touching. So we're seeing a protective display of the arteries here. Then there's a non-answer in there. Typically, we always do X. Like if I ask somebody, well, what time did you leave the office Wednesday? And they say, well, I usually go straight home at 5:15. That's not an answer. Then there's a strange drop in tone and volume and an increase in asymmetry. Mark could do a 10-hour lecture on this asymmetry idea. Then you're witnessing a human faking emotion, and your brain knows it. Your brain knew it in that part of your brain. And finally, your brain's picking up on what I call predatory behavior, which it is also hardwired to do. And here's where that picked it up. While she's pretending to cry, and our brains can see that, she's locked onto a target. She's ensuring that the information is being conveyed and that essentially the interrogator is buying it. So your limbic system processed all of that to tell you that information. I just was the translator for that. That's all I got.
Excellent. And I'm going to add something to that, Chase, about the fusiform gyrus, the thing that catches all those little things that you see. So I know you probably don't want to get in the minutia of it, but people watching might be interested. So as you look at something like this or a person like this, your fusiform gyrus catches all the little movements, the little things they do, all these little facial expressions and things that move around in their body. Then the mid-temporal gyrus catches all the bigger moves that you make. It sees cars and things and catches and remembers all that. And it sends all that information back to this little thing in the base of your brain called the locus ceruleus, about as big as a BB. And that starts sorting through all this information. Where have I seen this before? Do I know that person? Have I seen somebody act like this before? What's up with all the things in this picture here? What's been going on? And you don't get it right away. That's the gut feeling Chase is talking about. However, there's a difference in a gut feeling, which guys get. And then you have that most powerful, almost like ESP stuff in the world. And that's what women get, which is women's intuition or woman's intuition. That's where those come from, because women take in a lot more information and they decipher it a lot differently than men's brains do. That's a fact. It's not me saying that. It's not some political opinion. That's the truth. That's a fact. We know that from studies. So women get a lot more information. That's why they're dead on most of the time when they say, I don't like that person. And you go, why don't you like that person? They say, I don't know why yet. I don't know. But I just don't know. I just don't like him, or I just don't like her. And then eventually you find out that person's done something. They're not a good person, or they're not the type of person you would hang around with. So I know I get worked up about that, but man, it's so potent. What are we going to say, Greg?
Well, yeah, last thing is all tied together. Chase, to your point, the limbic system's designed to keep you alive. And those people who have good ones have survived and reproduced. Those who thought, what? Look at that bear. He looks huggable. Guess what? They're not here. And part of the whole thing is the way our brain finds baselines for what is normal and what is not normal. When we talk about baseline, we're using it as a term of art, the way we operate. But every one of you can detect baseline in a person because you can tell something has changed. More importantly, you can tell what is baseline in a cluster or a group of people and say that guy's an outlier. You are instinctively, and Chase, you explained it perfectly, why you can do it. You just need to know that you can do it and that it works and that you should be paying attention.
Let me add one last thing to that as we're all having a go on this.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
I wouldn't want people to get the wrong idea about this. your instinct defaults to the negative. Okay. It isn't interested in being correct. It's interested in you being safe today, accurate tomorrow. Those times when you find out later on, oh, they were actually a bad person, you remember those. You don't remember the times when you found out they were a good person, because that's not useful for you. It's useful to remember the times when your instinct defaulted to the negative, and you were accurate, because it's designed to keep you safe. It has no desire for accuracy. Your instinct is not a knowledge machine. It's a best guess machine, and it will best guess towards the negative every time. You'll remember the times when you were right, and you will forget the times when you were wrong. And that's a fact as well. So you got to watch. Obviously, pay attention to your gut instinct, male or female, when you have no agency, when you have no resources, when you are cut off from the exits, pay attention. But if you have a lot of resource, if you know where the exits are, if you've got friends around you, you are quite at liberty to question your instinct, because it's very, very often inaccurate and just trying to keep you safe.
The eyewitness is you.
So going on from there, Gannon goes inside, I think first. I don't want to misquote myself, but I'm pretty sure he ran in first. And I had the bags for Petco and all that stuff in my hand. Now,
Which door did you guys use?
We always go in through the garage if we like park like on the front part of the yard or things like that. Sure. So we go in through the garage.
Okay.
He goes in through the garage. I go in. I'm getting ready to put up the things, stuff like that. And this is where it got. I made a mistake. This is it.
Okay.
So, as we got inside, I heard something, but I didn't think anything about it, because I thought, maybe Gannon was like doing something, maybe we were like doing whatever. Mm-hmm. And the guy was in there, and I gave him the code.
The guy from the...
Yeah, it's all my fault, because I gave him our code to fix the carpet.
Okay.
And I shouldn't have.
Okay.
And he was inside. I noticed when I had like walked in and saw our we have like a little bookshelf thingy. I keep my shapes in there too, but we also have like our guns and stuff. I saw it was open, but in my mind I thought maybe I left my shapes or whatever.
Your like sunglasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it when I heard the noise, and I just started walking downstairs. But I didn't walk downstairs with like a gun or anything like that. So I started walking downstairs, and then when I walked downstairs, I hear something again. Well, at that point in time, Gannon was on the sofa, and I saw him, and I heard something again, and I walked on around to where so Gannon's room is here, okay, and then there's a storage closet here.
Okay.
And I heard something, and so I walked to the storage closet to open the storage closet, and when I do, it's him. And he was standing in there, and he had on gloves.
In the storage closet?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he had one of the guns. Okay. And I was terrified. Okay. So terrified. And then he just knocked me down and like towards Gannon's room. And he was hitting on me. It was like hard, like on the ground. Okay. And he was trying to like rape me. And I told her. And I said, I have to tell you about this.
Okay.
And like, I from there on was like in a blur, because I was trying so hard, because Gannon had a table in his room, and I went back and hit my head on it, like with him. Gannon runs inside the room, mm-hmm, and like tries to like be helpful, do something, whatever. And from there, it was kind of like a blur, everything else that was going on, because I was just like crying and I was freaking out, and I swear to God, I don't know what happened from there. I really don't know what has happened from there. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And I'm just like, in the moment thinking, I had like these memories of like, wow, like the thing was open, he had the gun, I didn't remember what happened from there, and so I kind of like blacked out just a little bit, and, mm-hmm, and so all these things are going into my mind as I'm blacked out. I don't know if like, I know he was like, when Gannon was like trying to get on him, I know he was like moving Gannon, and like, and it was just all like so like a cycle to me. That was like, I couldn't find Gannon. Mm-hmm. I was like, the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like, I legit thought he was hiding in, like, maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like, I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear that, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had like an alert for someone at the front door, but it could have been just like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, because I told Albert and him about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. Mm-hmm. So then when I get downstairs, he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like, okay, what do you want me to do? Blah blah blah. So Lena does make it to the door at this time, and then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop or if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here, I need to just be as cool as possible because we order things on Amazon like all the time, books and things like that. Mm-hmm. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. No, nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that's, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. Okay. Here's why. We order stuff from Amazon all the time is the same for me as saying, I swear to God, I don't remember. Why might they be the same? Well, what she's doing so we order stuff from Amazon all the time, books and the like, is there is nothing bigger than Amazon in the retail scope. I mean, if we don't worship the gods that we used to worship, certainly we worship the gods of retail now. And in fact, they're owned by tech titans. And so those titans, live in the stratosphere. In fact, some of them even build vehicles to take them up to that stratosphere where we create names for them, like a titan, who the titans were the children of the gods. So those tech titans go back to their parents in the vehicles that they create. So she is naming something of super high status there and saying, look, we have a relationship with that, but it's hard to check the relationship because she's kind of going, check my cart, take a look at my cart right now. We do this all the time. Well, I can't check your cart right now. And then she lays down another social pressure as well to say, like books. Well, there can't be anything better, surely, in the world than buying, lots of books. There's this idea that, if you read books, if you have a relationship with books, that's a good thing if you get a lot of books. Well, that's either true or false or something in between. I mean, that's your thing, that's my thing. We can each decide on that. But I'm just very interested that this literal shopping list comes out of nowhere in the peak of the situation of saying, look, here's, I'm trying to describe the violence, the perpetrator, all of these things. By the way, we get books at Amazon like all the time. It's outrageous. And therefore, red flags sound off in my head. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Well, the reason that red flag comes out is because this woman is doing what she always does, and that is chaff and redirect. And I mentioned chaff and redirect earlier. Scott's wearing the shirt. If you don't know what we mean by that, when an aircraft drops all this garbage behind them and a missile follows it, or rocket, or any kind of munition follows it, then what you are seeing is chaff and redirect. And if a person spews enough useless information, you go, really? I love books. Now they've taken you off topic, and you can waste time, you can burn time. And a lot of evading interrogators is about avoiding time, hiding information. So what we see here is something that I always say another thing. The organism does what made the organism successful. I think she's a successful liar. And in her life, the way she's done it is by spewing out a lot of garbage, people picking it up and running. And when you're under duress, you're more liable to go back and repeat those old subroutines that you have been successful with than any other thing. And, you lay those down with 20,000 repetitions of anything, puts a neural path. And those most pronounced are going to be the ones that come to the surface when you're under duress. Because we're back now to what Chase was talking about. The thinking brain is turning off and the limbic brain is responding to protect the being. And that's the part that takes care of the body and the being so you can reproduce. She's doing the prancer. She's doing this way, just throw information out and let the person try to get to you through all that information. But her flurry of details and normal speak coming up in the middle of this around stuff, Mark, to your point, that's why it seems odd. We buy this, we buy that, we buy spick and span, we buy whatever. It's out of place when there's terror going on in your house. But she uses it because it's what she's always done. And she's got her eyes locked on this person to make sure she's following. And then when she gets to a point where she's emotional and she starts to explain why she did something, emotion dries up. That's a rookie mistake. Every interrogator will go, okay, I know you're lying now. I thought you were lying before. I know you're lying now. She needs to explain why she sent her daughter out, because she sent her daughter out to buy cleaning supplies to clean up the mess that she had made killing someone. I'll leave it at that. And I'll leave it one thing. Barry Minko, most famous fraudster, 18-year-old kid who took a carpet cleaning business to IPO, actually made a movie about him, said to me one time, a fraud is the skin of the truth stuffed with lies. And exactly what you do when you say, yeah, I sent her out to do some weird errand just because I didn't want her to be home because of what was going on. This is a well thought out story, but she can't think out the fact that she's dynamic in her illustrators. They leave her body when she's talking about concrete things like how many drawers are on a chest or inside of a room. But when she gets to talking about the actual situation, her hands are doing the T-Rex thing again. Can't miss it. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot extra, but when she says, like I legit thought he was hiding, actually says those words, like I legit thought he was hiding. Says this multiple times. If you think your son is hiding, why are you terrified? Why are you scared? She says, I was terrified. I'm horrified, scared. You don't feel that way if you think your kid's hiding. And this is, I think, one of the most ridiculous liars I think we've ever had on so far. And there's so much in this clip here. I sat here for a while this morning going through it, just trying to even comprehend how monumentally stupid this all is. I had no idea what to write down. Like, I have a notepad here to write my notes down. I didn't even know, like, I struggled to write something down because I didn't know where to start. And she says this guy was still in the house here. This is made up storytelling. And here's the only tool that you need to see the deception here in this clip. Where is the detail? Where's the emotion? And where is the motive being explained? Truthful people don't need to repetitively state the motive for every action here. And she's saying he has the gun and he has Gannon. This would be described in detail. Absolutely. The look on Gannon's face would be burned into her mind for the rest of her life, and she would never be able to delete it. And then she says, more storytelling. I think it's Layla, does make it to the door at this time. It's just classic BS. And this is kind of just meaningless garbage. The guy's upstairs, I assume, with her kid, which should be how every step-parent sees it, step-kid, stepchild or not. She should see that as her child. And she's casually hanging around in the kitchen, sending her daughter on these errands. But wait, there's more coming up, and it gets better. Scott?
All right. Here's the difference in what Chase experienced and what I'm experiencing with these videos. The way it goes is Greg finds the story we're going to do. Then he goes through it and finds out the numbers. We call that cutting those up. And then he says, okay, from 107 to 423 or whatever it is, I get that list and I actually go in and cut up the videos out and get those ready. So what I've done was I go to the top and make sure I get where it starts right. I don't watch the videos all the way through. And then I wait till the end and I cut wherever the number is or close to it, wherever it looks like it's going to end. Then I put them in our little folder and they go up to Dropbox and we all get them. Now, I thought we were recording today at 5:30. So when I was just sitting down to start watching these, and I got a text in our Signal app that said, "So where's the link?" Because I send the link to everybody because I'm running the Zoom call. And I was like, "Oh, what are you?" Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. And it's because we were going today at 12:30 instead, or 12. Was it 12 or 12:30?
It was 12, and then I was up against a wall for time, and then it turned to 12:15, then 12:30. Yeah,
12:30. Okay, so I haven't watched these all the way through, but I'm experiencing what Chase experienced. I don't know where to start because as we're watching these, sometimes we just skip them and just come right back and do them. We're having to watch all of them, and I don't know where to start either. And these are just wonderful. So if I look a little more giddy than the rest of the guys as we do this, because I can't believe what we're seeing, I haven't had time to process it yet. Having said that, when we start this video, she's just puking up information, just throwing it up. I was just puking it all over this detective. And she's just said she didn't remember anything. She didn't remember anything about that. She can remember what she was thinking. She can remember the thought process she went through as to why when she went outside, she couldn't go yell for help. If you think somebody's in your house with a gun, excuse me, you're going to run out. If you get outside, you're going to start hollering. Go for the police. And then if you're going to go back in, you go back in. She doesn't do that because her husband would kill her or whatever he said. Somebody would be mad at her. It just didn't work right. That is crazy talk. She's thought all this stuff out without going into the details because look at all the information she's given us about this thing. We have so much information about everything. And then all of a sudden she can't remember what happened. Then she goes through and she actually is remembering what happened. She's telling us, like I said before, her thought process. I remember I thought, then I did this because, man. So anyway, after her crying and stuff goes away, there's no tears, there's no remnants of tears, there's nothing, no remnants of horror or grief or anything. We're not even seeing the expressions of fear on her face as she should be reliving this. She should be going through, and as she relives those flashes of stuff, you'll see that on her face. Seen it a million times, you have too. We're not seeing any of that. This is going so bad for her, she doesn't even realize it. Then she goes back and she starts adding on these qualifiers, the things she said earlier. I don't do this because usually Amazon comes, and who's thinking of Amazon and deliveries when you're talking about the most horrific thing that's ever happened in your entire life? The most horrible, nothing like this has ever happened to you before. It's new. Not only is it new, it's horrible. And you're talking like that? And her cadence is just like, she's on 10, just can't hush, can't get a hold of it. Now she's kind of freaking out. She's at that point where she knows she has to get all this information out, and she's excited, and she knows she's supposed to be projecting an excitement there. But as she does, she's saying way too much. She goes over the top because she's not adding the emotional part of this that we should be seeing on her face. She's still almost as she's talking to this detective. Usually, you're going to be slouched down. You're going to be crying. Your hands are going to be on your face. You'll be weeping, and you can hardly get this stuff out. Then you're going to be rocking back and forth. We're not seeing any of that stuff. All in there.
The eyewitness is you.
That was like, I couldn't find Gannon. I was like, the guy was still in the house. Lena was on the way. I didn't know where Gannon was at because I was calling for Gannon. I thought he was hiding. Like, I legit thought he was hiding in, like, maybe the other closet that was on the other side, the other, whatever. I thought he was hiding. Like, I was so scared. So I run up the stairs because I hear that, I know it's like almost time for Lena, and I hear that the Ring app had, like, an alert for someone at the front door. But it could have been just, like Amazon or something driving by because there was nobody at the front door. And then I run back downstairs, because in my mind I was like thinking, where is Gannon? And I didn't want to leave and like run outside and scream and go crazy because I did not know where he was at the time. And everybody says to me, because I told Albert and him about it, and they're like, why didn't you like run to go get help? And I didn't want to leave to go get help, and I was terrified because I know Albert would kill me because Gannon was still in there. Mm-hmm. So then when I get downstairs he has the gun, and he has Gannon, and I'm sitting there like freaking out, like, okay, what do you want me to do? Blah blah blah. So Lena does make it to the door at this time, and then so I go upstairs because I know that he was like, don't say anything, because I didn't know if someone thought like he was a cop, or if someone heard something, or I didn't know anything. So my thought process was, if I say anything, Gannon's down here. I need to just be as cool as possible because we order things on Amazon like all the time, books and things like that. So it was Lena. So the reason I sent Lena away was because I wanted her to be safe too. So I sent Lena on a mission to go get like the mail. Lena, it never gets the mail. No, nothing like that. I sent her on a mission to go get the mail.
Okay.
And so I just started making up random things for Lena to go do. And I looked at Lena and I said, she was standing there, I was like, just stay gone for a little while. Because I didn't want her coming back and then that's, like her in the situation as we were too. So like in my mind, I think if I say anything, if I do anything, I just didn't know what to do. I was in complete panic. And I'm like pleading and like talking and like all these things going on. Like just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, like back and forth. And I don't even remember how it kept going for, like maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was like on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again. Oh, really? And then, yes, and then I was on the table that was inside, like in between there's a red and blue table in there. Okay. He like forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just like losing my mind, like completely, like Albert's sister was and so like in my mind I kept thinking Albert's gonna be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I shouldn't have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, was like Albert was gonna be upset, Gannon's over here, Lena's coming, all these emotions are running through there. And then he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and I like right here. He just kept like hitting me right there like that. Okay. And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack, and then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get and left. Whatever, that. But, but he never did. He never left to go play. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked at the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us, because we kind of get in a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want that's the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of trying to explain to him all that was going on. Because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you. This is not about you. And I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of like, a plan. And I'm sorry that it might have delayed, like looking for Gannon. But I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over.
Chase, what do you got?
She forgets to rehearse quite a bit. And she says, and then he was on top of me again. This is what you hear in liars just about every time. The details an innocent person will recall, like facial expressions, like the look on his face, the words, the look on the bad guy's face, the words that people exchange. There are none. You notice she forgot to add dialogue into her story here. And most importantly, what innocent people remember, and she forgets the entire time, action. People recall the movements of others in all these highly emotional interaction, more than the language, because that's an animal part of our brain, our mammalion's brain. And this dates back to the days we would remember being attacked by animals so that we could better defend ourselves. She completely fails to describe the actions leading to him being on her. An innocent person would say how that happened. He jumped on top of me, the movement. Then she says Albert's going to be upset. She forgot about Maslow's pyramid right here. Think about this. Survival trumps safety. Safety trumps love and belonging. So she's at the bottom of Maslow's pyramid and then worried about something up higher than that. So all these emotions kept running through there. She says this. She says, actually, all these emotions kept running through there. As I was watching that this morning, my dog started laughing because it was so hilarious, even that mammalian brain. And then there's like, he asked me for a brown suitcase. She wanted to get that color in there. And I gave him a suitcase. Not I went to the attic or, I left him alone with the gun and everything, went and got it. Then she says, I was having panic attacks. Nope, that's also not how that goes. Completely forgets to describe any worry about the child whatsoever, and it really is all about her. Her stories focus on her innocence instead of any relevant details. Most of all, for this entire clip, see if you can spot how many times she uses eye accessing or takes her eyes off of her target to make sure she's being believed. You won't see much of it at all, if anything. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so many cultures across the planet which aren't connected by land, they're very far away from each other, reach a trance state, which is really just a state of hyper-focus, often internal hyper-focus, by rocking backwards and forwards. It's traditional. Why? Because if you try it right now, it'll work. Rock yourself backwards and forwards for long enough, repetitively for long enough, and you'll really focus on your internal state pretty quickly. Now, why is she rocking backwards and forwards in this way? Because she's putting herself into a trance state to block out what's happening there. She may be doing it unconsciously. She may be doing some of it purposely. Here's all the other things that she's doing to make herself unavailable, though the interviewer here is very good at letting her just talk out at the same time as spewing information. As has been said before, she's doing her best to make herself unavailable. There's the rocking backwards and forward. There's the idea of her being unconscious, so she can't access all the information unavailable. There's the idea of she lost her mind. Well, if I've lost my mind, I can't go and get you the information from my mind. So I've made all that information unavailable to you. And then the idea of the panic attack as well, because I had this panic attack, therefore I can't grab the information for you. And though I'm talking, I really can't get the really, really good stuff for you because it's just unavailable. So classic example there of somebody who is most likely purposely withholding information and all the different ways that information is being given, made unavailable to us. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, and I've called, and Scott's called that the transfer for a reason, because you make yourself emotionally unavailable. You can't talk to me if my brain is disengaged. Chase, I think the other thing that you brought up is how you would remember this stuff. Look, I had a shotgun pointed in my face when I was about 16 years old. I'd never forget that moment. You know what I remember about that moment? The shotgun. I got to see the guy afterward, and it was I'll tell you about the situation sometime, but I don't remember the house specifically, anything about the house, except there's a dark door and a shotgun in my face. That was enough. That's all I need to remember is don't let that happen again. There was quiet before he opened the door. So my brain, my survival brain, the one that I'm not in charge of, sat in there and said, hey, Greg, a good idea is when you knock on the door and you hear silence and some rustling around, leave. That's what your brain does. It's going to remember the stuff that matters. And Chase, to your point, it doesn't remember. And then I felt, and he felt, and she felt. That's not how we think. That's not how our limbic system is designed to keep us breathing and breeding. And that's what it does. Another thing, if she's really emotional, she's dry sniffing. That's an interesting thing. I can hear, and Scott, I'm sure with your ears, you could hear that's dry sniffing like all crazy. Yeah. Really interesting. All her dynamics, again, are around non-facts, around when she gets down to things that are factual, I should say concrete facts. Anything concrete, she's big enough. When she gets down to anything that's evidence that she's going to bring up, those things dry up. And we said this early, Chase, she has a spike in detail around a brown suitcase because that's evidence. They found this kid in a brown suitcase, I'm sure. They found him in a suitcase. I know that. So there's a spike around that because it's evidence. It's something she can protect herself with. There's a whole lot of stuff here. The main thing about this entire thing that should make you disgusted is this is her-centric. This is not Gannon-centric. This is 2 days after this kid disappeared. An 11-year-old child who disappeared. That embedded confession with that suitcase, and then her talking about and starting to cast aspersions at the father, regardless of whether that's true or not. They fight a lot, which I think probably is true based on the body language. This 2 days ago happened, and her child has come up missing. Her child, and I agree with you, Chase, if it's your stepchild, your child. You're an adult, you're responsible for that child. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Imagine you're in your house, or you're coming into your house from going to the store or whatever. You open it up, you get into the living room as you're going to the kitchen or whatever room you have to go through, and there's a big dog in there and it starts chasing you, and you can't get out of the door fast enough and it's attacking you. Do you think you're going to have a panic attack during that? Nah, you're not going to be thinking about a panic attack. You're not going to be thinking about all the things that are stressing you and bothering you during that. If you were having a panic attack and a dog started attacking you, panic attack goes away like that because your limbic system is on fire and you're trying to stay alive. That's what her brain should have been focused on, like Chase was talking about before. Survival. It trumps everything, man. Once you think you're going to get killed or something's going to kill you, I promise you that'll focus your mind, right? It's like a kidney stone. All your attention goes there right then, and it's there until that is gone, until that situation's taken care of. And when people see that look on your face, if you go to the hospital, they know exactly what's wrong when you walk in because it's the same face every time they see when somebody has a kidney stone. Your mind is really focused on what's happening. And if her mind was really focused on her survival, she would have had a panic attack. So that just instantly, I don't see how this other detective isn't laughing out loud. I really don't. And when the other woman comes in, she goes, she didn't get up and leave and go, you got it. Did you see that? Did you hear that? It's unbelievable. Now she's trying to cry. Nah, that's really bad. And like you were saying, Greg, that sniff is so dry. It's just like we started doing it now. Nothing, absolutely nothing in there. Her fading facts, as she said, she lied, as she admits to lying. She's trying to save that thing, but she's still saying, I lied. And she's, listen for that. It's classic fading facts as she goes through and talks about that. She throws her husband under the bus. We fight all the time, and I would have done this, but I was afraid. I didn't go yell for help and get help because I was afraid my husband was going to get mad at me, because he's mean sometimes. No, you don't think like that. If somebody's in the house and they've got a gun and they've threatened to kill you and have your kid or whatever, if you get to the door, you're screaming for help. And you're not going to be, the part about your husband fighting and you fighting would never even come up. That thought process would not enter into this anywhere. She's worried about what her husband would think as she's going through the most horrible event that's happened in her life. The most horrific event of her life, she's worried about what he's going to think. Really? You got to be kidding me. Unbelievable. But the worst part of it is where she's blaming everybody else. And I can't remember who said it before, but is trying to make herself just look so everything's about her innocence. Everything's patching up her innocence there. Just gross. All right. We good?
Yeah. Are we on now? Oh, no. 8.
You almost won that, Greg. You're so close. I'm going to give it to Chase.
The eyewitness is you.
And I'm pleading and talking and all these things going on. Just back and forth with him. And why are you doing this? Why did you hurt us? Why are you doing these things? And then it just started being like a hustle and puzzle, back and forth. And I don't even remember how it kept going for, maybe I say 5 or 10 minutes, but I don't know if it was that long. And then he was on top of me again. And then I kind of lied out again because he hit my head again.
Oh, really?
And then, yes, and then I was on the table that was inside, in between there's a red and blue table in there.
Okay.
He forced me in there again, and he was trying to do it again. And I was just losing my mind, completely, Albert's sister was and so in my mind I kept thinking Albert's going to be like I'm nothing, and I shouldn't have been thinking about that. I shouldn't have been, but I was, and that was all I could keep thinking about, was Albert was going to be upset. Ganna's over here. Lena's coming. All these emotions are running through there. And then he was like, he asked me to give him a suitcase, and I gave him a brown suitcase, and then he hit me on the head again, and it's like right here. He just kept like hitting me right there like that.
Okay.
And so then he did that, and then I blacked out again. I was having a panic attack. And then I don't know what happened from there. I really don't. I don't know. I just know that I did lie. I did. When they came, I did say, get and left, whatever. You know that. But, but he never did. He never left to go play. I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked at the moment. And I didn't want Albert to be like trying to hurt us, because we kind of get in a lot of fights. Yeah. And I just want you to know that's the only reason that I made up the lie, is because I knew that I didn't want to face the consequences of, you know, trying to explain to him all that was going on, because he was saying to me, you're trying to make this about you, you know, this is not about you, and I knew all those things because I've lived in it. So I panicked, and I just told a story, and I was going to try to think of, like, you know, a plan, and I'm sorry that it might have delayed, you know, like looking for Gannon, but I do not know where Gannon was. I do not know. I do not know his whereabouts from that point on. But it was still in the same time frame that I gave you guys. So there was no contradictory to that same time frame, because it still was about 4 o'clock.
Okay, so go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Ish, because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something, and my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home, and I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. I need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault, because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And
did he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh,
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. The reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying like in the like. So the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So
Okay.
I picked it up and put it back, like on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, here she's hand rubbing, she's stomping her feet like Peach again. There's all kinds of stuff, but she gets a chance to chaff and redirect. She's back to a story about a tactile thing. She gets up and illustrates and even goes all kinds of ways. So she takes you away. She's chaffing and redirecting with a prop. She's laying out everything. This is just an old school liar. This is a person who is masterful at finding a way to get away from the topic. And then I redirect. She jumps up and she redirects. Says, I put in the carpet like this. You give her a chance to get up and do more acting. Mark, we got a mime on our hands. This is a good one. What do you?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly why
We should shut up and be a mime.
Tell you why she's doing the Marcel Marceau act here. Well, first of all, the interviewer is closing proximity. So the interviewer is closing in on the prey here. There's a beautiful change in tone here. Is that the storage room he was hiding in? Huh? She goes, well, because there's a conflict here. Like, how did you get the carpet in the storage room and not notice that the problem, the guy was in the storage room? Like, conflict. She's not worked this out. And so she goes into the full Marcel Marceau act because she needs to really distract the conflict that's happening there. It's beautiful to see, fantastic stuff. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I'll just do one thing here. She spends 90% of this clip giving you more detail about a rolled up carpet than the gun, her son, the kidnapping, the emotions, the description of the bad guy, and even the process of the overall kidnapping took place combined throughout the rest of this. This is the most dramatic example of a detailed mountain I've ever seen. In Guilty People, the detailed mountains are on irrelevant things. The detailed valleys are on specific things about the crime, where the crime occurred. So you're missing detail in all of those critical areas. That's what that is. Scott?
All right. Just one or two things. Number one, Mark, did you go to mime school or did I dream that?
I did.
Okay. You told us that a long time ago.
Vitruvian mime. For those of you who understand the world of mime. Etienne.
Do so. Do what?
I don't do that anymore.
Apart
from just to display how awful and bad it can be in the old school of it, in the true Decruvian sense of it. Sorry, any of you Decruvian mime artists out there.
Okay, I'm gonna let you slide on this one because we're pressed for time.
Yeah. I'll give you Walking Against the Wind another day.
I want to see you locked in a box, dude. So bad I can't stand it. Okay. She waits for this kid to get home before she calls 911. That's her plan. She's going to wait for a kid to get home before she thinks it's serious enough to call 911. Wow. That's awesome. And she's in full panic mode. I mean, she's talking fast as she can possibly talk. She's loud as she's been up to this point. It's louder than she's been. And she's just in panic mode because I think she's accidentally stepped in it here because she's gone through this in her head and she's rehearsed it in her head, but she hasn't said it out loud. And now that she does, and she's looking at this detective looking back at her, she's like, she's not buying this, man. So she goes into panic mode, tries to make it more emotional, but she can't do it because the emotions aren't there. When we make a fake emotion, it doesn't last very long. It lasts just a few seconds and it doesn't slowly go away like it should. It just, boom. We saw that with Amber Heard. One emotion and then back to normal. That's what we're seeing here. That's what we're hearing here. So this is, but the fact she's waiting for somebody to get home before she calls 911, the most horrific thing that's ever happened to her. And she waits for that. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We good?
Yeah.
All right, Chase. That's how you slide in on that one. I'm going to give you that.
All right.
Yeah, man.
The eyewitness is you.
So go over the time frame with me. What was the time frame?
It had to be around like 4.
Okay.
Ish, because Harley gets off at 4:30.
Okay.
And so Harley had just gotten home, or no, was on her way home or something, and my phone was like alerting. I knew Harley was on her way home, and I was going to tell Harley when she got there. I was going to be like, look, this is what happened. We need to get help. We need to call 911. And all I kept thinking about was, it's going to be my fault because I gave him the code. He brought the carpet. He did all that.
Okay.
And
did he fix it?
No, I had already cut it.
Oh, okay.
He brought the big roll of carpet. It's at the house. He brought that.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. And where's that at the house?
It's in the back storage room.
Okay. Is that the one that he was hiding in?
Huh?
Is that the storage room that he was in?
Yes.
Whenever you went down there?
Yes, I put the carpet back in the storage room. And the reason I put the carpet back in there because it was laying so the storage room was right here. It had fallen over at some point when all this was going on. So
Okay.
I picked it up and put it back on the thing. I rolled it up.
Oh.
It wasn't all the way rolled out, but it was like somewhat rolled out through the commotion, and I rolled it back up and put it on the inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So 4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because I
About
don't
4
want you.
o'clock was
Okay,
whenever. We can say about.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
did
Lane
Harley come home? Or?
Yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was a horrible decision-making process. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call authorities.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured anything out?
Well, I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, like where's Gannon, da da da. Like because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened?
All right, Chase, what do you got?
And just like she said, I should have immediately gotten on the phone and did whatever. Just did whatever on the phone. One thing that's throughout this thing that, Scott, I thought you were going to latch on to was that 0 of her gestures up until now have matched up with her words.
Dude, I had to, he can't see it because it looks like a dentist wrote it with his feet. Illustrators don't match up.
Okay. Here, you explain that. I'll go to my thing here.
Go ahead, dude. Do it.
You do a better job. This is the most incredible, even in Good Liars. They place details in the wrong spots, gestures don't match up, and they almost always make some sort of confession or admission of guilt for something other than the crime, which usually comes down to 2 factors. This is the cathartic response that feels therapeutic to us, and just wanting to admit, like, oh, I admit fault. So the interrogator's just going to say, oh, he admitted to that thing. He would totally admit to this horrible murder or whatever it is. And that's kind of the unconscious part of the brain. And we're seeing somebody here who's a good liar to a very certain type of person. Not everybody, which we'll talk about later. Scott?
All right. Well, with illustrators, what Chase is talking about is we illustrate, it's our brain emphasizing specific words or phrases, like I did just then, specific words or phrases. And when those things don't lock up with what you're talking about, and if it looks like this, they don't lock up with what you're talking about, they go extra or they're behind or they just keep going when you're done. That lets us know that you've got internal dialogue going on. You're thinking about something else as you're talking about something completely different. So it may be similar to that. You're trying to work out a plan or work out the structure of something while you're talking. Look like you're trying to be serious. That's why you're using those illustrators while you go on. That's what we're seeing here, and they've been okay up to this point. A lot of them have been off. But here, it's just almost everything is off. I know there's a little lag in the video and stuff, but I don't think that comes into play here really because they're so far behind when we're seeing that. I think she's shutting down too because she's stepped in it. Like I said earlier, she's realizing this sounds crazy as this detective's looking at her. And the detective is coming on a little bit more like, oh yeah, tell me more about that, which she hasn't done up to this point. And it's unnerving, I think, for her to be seeing that happening. So she's like, oh no, this isn't going good. She's still in that panic stage. Waiting over 2 hours to call 911 when there's a dead person in the house?
Well, she didn't say he was dead. He's just disappeared.
Oh, okay. I haven't watched all these. I didn't know. I thought he was still in the house. Holy smokes. This is, that is never going to happen when you have a situation where this is something similar to this has happened, people call 911 when somebody gets their order wrong at McDonald's. You've seen those things on YouTube. And she's going to wait this long before she calls, wait for a kid to get home and then think about it because of her husband and all that. I don't know. She repeats that story about 3 times about calling 911 and why she didn't. Just trying to help that thing so it doesn't sink. But I think it's too late for all that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, 4 o'clock, says the interviewer. She says, I don't like saying that. So she doesn't like the generalization of 4 o'clock. Well, you know, if a story is true, if you're telling a true story and somebody, you know, suggests elements of it, if it's not around anything that is specific and germane, you're like, okay, yeah, 4 o'clock, whatever, because it doesn't really matter. The generalization doesn't matter unless the generalization matters. And clearly around this, she doesn't want to be tied down to any time, but she's not specific about what time. Okay, so if it's not a general 4 o'clock, like, you give me a specific on what you're worried about within this specific. So I don't like the resistance to a generalization here if it's about something that isn't meant to be germane or of importance. And then we've got an area which is just begs belief, which is we were going to order sushi. We're back to the shopping cart again. And look, you know, I didn't want to ring the police, even to report somebody missing at this point, which is, to my understanding from what I've been hearing, is what she's saying. She first of all reported somebody missing, and then I think reported abduction. I'm not quite sure about that, but I think that's true. But first of all, I didn't want to do that too early because we got an order for sushi in. Well, that's just, I mean, I don't know whether that's accurate or inaccurate, but it begs belief as to what many of us would expect you would do if your child was missing. You might call the police first, regardless of the order that you have in or don't have in for sushi. You know, call the police first, order the sushi afterwards, as a general rule. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, a couple of clarifications. She first said that the child had gone out to play when she told the police after that 911 call. And then I don't know if she's confessed that she was lying before now, but she's certainly going to do it in these videos. So let's keep our head watching for what she does here next. Okay, let me give you a few indicators that she's heating up her plate in her head, because something has changed. She has gone from in my mind to now in my brain. That's a word pattern shift. That's a big word pattern shift. Something has changed. What's changed? We don't know. But that would be a red flag for me, first of all. When she says, I don't want to be exact, she does another big regulator mark, pushes them away. Get away from me. I don't want to be exact. And she leans in, and you might think this lean in is positive, but this lean in is the romancer looking closer and closer and closer, because now this person's starting to ask her hard questions. The other interesting thing is the guy is gone, and the horror he brought with him left with him. Did you notice? There's no emotion. It's all just her talking and giving you facts. And the whole story is not Gannon-centric. Gannon-centric meaning this kid is missing for 2 hours, and I'm just ordering sushi. This is nothing big. Chase, she does 2 or 3 of your resume statements where a person tries to regain value by saying flight attendant, educator. She does a whole bunch of that. The cop is now paying really close attention because she does 2 real quick nods and says, sure, with nervous replies that tell me she's onto her. And then she goes into that irrational thing. I think that's it. There's plenty here to see. She's changing. Something's heating up. She's leaning in. Let's see how far she'll go.
The eyewitness is you.
4 o'clock is whenever.
I don't want to tell you exactly 4. I don't like saying that because I
about
don't
4
want
o'clock
you.
was whenever. Okay, we can say about.
Okay.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
So
did Harley come home? Or?
Yeah, Lane is still out and about. Harley's home, comes home or whatever. I'm pacing the house, like trying to think of a plan of like, what do I do? And I should have like immediately like gotten on the phone, did whatever. But all I kept thinking about was, it's all my fault. It's my fault because Albert's going to say to me, you gave some stranger access to our home. You know, this is all on you. And in my mind, I thought I could fix it. Like, in my mind, I thought I could fix this. And I don't know why I thought that. That was a horrible decision-making process. But it also was in a very emotional state that in normal situations, people can say all they want. I will call, I would do this, I would do this. But if you're not in a situation, everybody handles things differently.
Sure.
And I was making an irrational decision in a panic situation when I should have immediately, being an educator, being all these things, it should have been one of those things where it was immediate, know how to answer. And you might think, this girl's going to want to be a flight attendant. She's got to be able to think fast. It was not that easy in the moment because my mind was in so many directions that I could fix it. I literally thought I was going to fix it.
Sure.
And that was where it went from there. So I was going to tell Harley. I didn't tell Harley. I paced around the situation and was thinking, okay, if I don't have any kind of like information, like if I don't have a plan in my brain by a certain time, that's when I'm going to call authorities.
Okay.
And so that's how.
So you had like predetermined a time that you were going to call if you hadn't figured anything out?
Well, I didn't come up with a specific time, but in my brain I kept saying, okay, I got to act soon. But I knew that, I'm like thinking by 6:30, like I need to make a good decision because what am I going to tell the girls? Because they're going to be like, like where's Gannon, da da da. Like because we were going to all go eat sushi, so that was where that time frame. Would have been like, what am I supposed to do? Go get in the car and be like, Gannon's not going with us. I couldn't keep going on and on with the irrational decision of not calling 911.
Okay.
And I had to stop the decision.
So what happened?
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that, Gannon left at this time. Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked. And I need to make a decision.
Okay.
And so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions. They searched the house, every room, flashlights, whatever. They went outside in the garage.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so it's interesting. So when she's saying, I told a lie, that's accurate. She did tell a lie at that point. So that's the truth. And bang, she goes straight into symmetry on that. So that's lovely to see. Now, that's not to say that every time somebody's telling you the truth that they're going to go for symmetry. But if you can put that against other stuff they've done, there's an interesting change there because normally she's super erratic, asymmetrical. And at this moment, when we know she's being accurate about saying she lied to the police, bang, she goes into symmetry. So that's interesting. Then she goes into the search story, which there's going to be some elements of that, I assume, which are accurate in that the police did come in and they did have a look around. Let's just assume that. But she's going into asymmetry here rather than symmetry. So my guess is something isn't quite accurate about the way she's going through. Here's what was searched and here's what played out here. I'm not quite sure what she's hiding here, because unlike you probably watching this now, you know more about this story than I do. But that's a great thing because you can have a better intelligence system in that you could take the information that I'm giving you, put it with the information that you know, and come to some ideas about the truth and lies going on. And that's what we call intelligence, taking information and putting it together and coming out with an outcome that wasn't there in the first place. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with this police search. Chase, you got any thoughts about this one?
Yeah, she's giving all these details about where the police searched, where did they search the house, and how thorough they were in searching. But she's accidentally retelling a part of the first lie story that she rehearsed about being confused if he was in the house or not. She's detailing all the places the police searched the house because it's part of her story where she didn't know he was kidnapped. So she forgot that those details wouldn't be part of the second version. because this is where context plays such an important role. And when you hear a detailed spike like this, here's what to ask yourself so you can hear all these statements like I do. In what context would a person worry about these details? In what context would a person worry about these details? And that kind of lets you know precisely if there's a detail spike versus context. This gives you kind of a what I might call a differential diagnosis there. See what's going on. Greg?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is her now, all of this story that she has made up is coming to fruition. And we can see it in her body language. And then I'll loop back and cover the other part. Her elbows are now locked to her ribs. They're not moving. She's turtling. She shrinks. The only time she comes out of that's when she's talking about the cops. And like you said, Mark, those are facts. The cops came and did this, this, and this. She does a little bit of that front of the mouth talking I was talking about. As she starts to try to supplicate the person, try to get the person to approve of what she's saying. She's supplicant with her, and she's doing the front of the mouth talking. And she says, I made a bad decision. What's interesting to me is, just for a minute, look at that video and put her hand down in a 2-point stance and tell me she doesn't like she's about ready to sprint out of the room. Mark, you always say their legs up under them, the more ready to get out. She looks like if she put her hand down, you'd think she's in 2 points, ready to come out of the blocks. She knows that she's in a bind here. And I think any place she gets the opportunity to do this stuff, she's going to. If we go back and look at where she's had spikes in details, it's been evidence. It's been around hiding evidence. It's been talking away the evidence. All that stuff's coming to fruition now. She had a person she gave a code. She had burned the carpet in the house. There's a reason the carpet was cut. She had a brown suitcase missing. She went to Petco and kept coming back and forth to the door. Those are all evidence spikes without a lot of body language to support them. And when she does get up and do something demonstrative, it's around there was a green table or there was carpet rolled up. Ugly. Is it Mark?
No,
Scott. Scott, what do you got?
All right. She's still in a panic after 4 hours. She's trying to get them to come over and talk about the missing child for 4 hours. And this is getting out of hand for her, and she knows it. Still, that's the point I'm squatting on, because she's, like you were saying, Greg and Mark and Chase, she's shutting down. Everything is just shutting down for her. Her legs don't even move really at the beginning of that thing. They're just sitting there all together, and she uses, like Mark was saying, not being symmetric. She's being just one hand over here, then one hand over here, one arm over there, one over there. So she's totally thinking what she's trying to get apart, making sure, get across everything should be the way, to make sure everything is the way it should be. And it's not. It's starting to. She's hearing this timeline thing in her head, and it's not working on the other detective. And the detective's becoming more open and nicer as she goes deeper in the hole. And again, she's putting that together, and it's not working for her, and she's a little bit panicked. So I'll leave it there.
The eyewitness is you.
So I called 911.
Okay.
And they said, hey, sorry, this is not an emergency. You have to call this other line.
Okay.
So I called the other line, and it was a 4-hour wait for them to get there.
Okay.
So 4 hours later, they came. I'm still in a panic set. I'm like, these people are, nothing I say is going to solve this situation. So I did say that can't live at this time. Again, I've admitted it's a very rational decision because it could have been more helpful to be honest and say, this is the description, here's who we're looking for, instead of like the situation being like, he was gone. And that was horrible. I should have done that because I panicked.
Okay.
I need to make a decision.
Okay.
And so from then on, that's when you guys came. They came through, asked me questions, they searched the house, every room, flashlights, whatever. They went outside in the garage. So
okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
about
Nina?
About what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatcher.
Right.
That and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house.
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all.
Okay.
And also too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like where like, did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I did like this.
Sorry, okay, so help me understand.
Yeah.
So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out thing.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you like move on back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that like,
okay.
Go, like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I always have to,
like,
I always have to
on
like,
your head?
I always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all. And that's when I started going downstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
When she describes lying to the dispatch in the first, she says, I told them the first situation. That's the word she uses, as if there's another situation, because she's using situation in place of lie. She doesn't want to say lie. So the first situation implies there's another one that came up afterwards. So she did that on accident, and you can now just see it and open now. And then she says, the headphones were still on through the whole scene. The scene. And I think that she built that scene in her head. And what's happening here is where she's mixing up lies and just pulling a story that was old. She went through a story and then decided to make a new one. So she recycled it 1 billion times in her head and rehearsed it and stuff. So it formed a deep groove. And when she gets under stress, or what we call cognitive load, that story accidentally starts popping its head up because she's rehearsed it so many times and it came up on accident during the second situation. I think that's what she said. Situation. Is that right? Yeah. Situation. So. I'll just leave it at that. It's as clear as it gets. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, it feels a little bit grim to me. Look, there's a new story here, which is the headphones. We didn't hear about the headphones in the first place, and there's a massive conflict here because she's saying, look, I came in with the headphones on and I go upstairs and I can't, well, hang on. Video 5, to my recollection, she says, as we got inside, I heard something. Well, you can't have both. You can't have, I came in with headphones and so I didn't hear stuff. And then at the start, you said you heard stuff. So that's a conflict. I mean, look, there's nothing nonverbal about that, but it's all about the behavior, isn't it? And there's two different behaviors. There's the behavior of hearing something, and there's the behavior of hearing nothing because of something that you're wearing. You can't have the positive and the negative at the same time. And then this is the horrific part. Listen to the way she says that those headphones smash your head, and the stress she puts on smash your head. That jumped out to me. And so my gamble is, though I could be wrong, I don't know this, but my gamble is there's probably some head trauma in the victim. And that's, a psychological slip on her part of part or somewhat of the murder act that went on. Could be wrong, but I would gamble money on that at this point simply because of hearing that change. I wouldn't gamble my life on it. I wouldn't gamble anybody else's life on it, but I would stick a gamble on asking some specific questions around heads at that point to see where that goes. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, a lot of the same stuff. That oops she does when she says, I heard something earlier. She had already said she heard something, which is the whole genesis of the story. Now, I didn't hear anything. Oh, but she doesn't miss a beat. She says, I pull my headphones back. You know how you do. And my favorite part of the whole thing, well, she's T-Rexed so bad with her hands, she can't even put her earphones on. Her elbows are so welded to her side. And this goes back to Chase's limbic discussion earlier. As our body panics, and is trying to protect our soft, white underbelly. It wells our elbows to our sides to protect all of those internal organs and all these arteries from violence. So you can tear my fingers up, but I still got my internal organs I can fight back. She's really bad. So I'm just going to walk through a couple of things. She touches her suprasternal notch, which we say is insecurity around an issue when she's asked, did anything else happen? And she goes to that iterative storytelling where she's going after telling what she wants you to hear. And Chase, I agree with you. I always say you deconflict in your head. We say in the true crime workshop, you deconflict in your head and you roll over and over and over. And the danger with the longer you get to do it is that you leave remnants of old stories and those kinds of things. And those are neural pathways after you do it enough times. And that's going to come out. And it's going to come out in some cases in the wrong way. So there you go. So of course I couldn't hear. And then she deconflicts again. She's either premeditated and put a lot of time into this, or she's just a good, chaotic liar. She's not a great liar, but she's chaotic and capable of pulling facts and using them however she wants. She explains why she could hear it. I think this is a person accustomed to treating people like they're dumber than she is. That's my opinion. Whether she is dealing with people who are dumber than her is a different story. But the detective knows she's full of it because the detective actually giggles and says, help me understand how you could hear this. Gotta love that. And watch the detective. Listen to how many times she uses the word like now. She's mirroring and matching. She's starting to pay attention to word patterns and her movement. She's going to go after and get more information as this goes. And then she asks her about the headphones. Are they noise canceling? She says, oh, you think they would be? Well, okay, why don't we go get them and let's look at them? There's lots of opportunities. This person, as I said before, if this were not a tragedy, this would be a comedy because this is horrific lying. We can all see it. You can all see it without even using our words. Scott, what do you got?
I'm surprised she didn't bring the headphones with her to show her. As detailed as she's been on those things that protect her story, I wouldn't have been shocked. We would have laughed about it, but I wouldn't have been shocked at all. And to be honest with you, I can't believe she didn't. I mean, I can't believe she didn't say, see, listen to this. You can see I couldn't hear anything at all. As detailed as she's been, second to second, minute to minute on this. Now, I think she's fallen for that mirroring, that matching and mirroring, because you're right. She's saying the same words. Her cadence is going the same way. Her volume is pretty much going the same way. It's a little bit higher. Her tone is a little bit higher than Letitia's, but she's still matching. I think she's fallen for it because her feet are perfectly aimed toward that detective at this point. Her legs are together and they're pointing right at her. Full attention is on her because she knows that there's trouble there. I think she sees the problem. There's a hole in the boat. She's illustrating almost every move because she was prepared for this one. And as she goes through it, she's so prepared, she can't give enough detail about this. She can't give enough because she's gone through a lot because she said, how am I going to say I didn't hear this or this didn't happen? So she's thought about that so often that she can't get enough of it out fast enough to give her that information. She continues with the fading facts, and I think she's still trying to connect with her, still trying hard to connect with the detective. That's all I got.
The eyewitness is you.
Okay. So, was there anything else that happened on Monday? Like, did you talk to Harley about it, or
About
Nina?
About what I told you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I told them the first situation.
Like what you told our dispatch?
Right.
That, and that was that Gannon went to go play at a friend's house?
Right.
And do you remember the friend's house name? Or?
I never gave anyone a name or anything at all. And also, too, like, I didn't want to leave out any key points or whatever.
Sure.
I had my headphones on because when I was like upstairs when it all started, I had my headphones on, so my headphones were still on through the whole scene. So that's why if you ask me like did you hear any noises? Did you hear anyone leaving? Did you hear the alarm go back off? I had my headphones still on. They were still on my head.
When you came inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I had my headphones still on when I came inside the house. Like not coming in the house with them, but like in the house. When I went downstairs, I still had my headphones on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I did like this.
Sorry, okay, so help me understand.
Yeah.
So when you came into the house, you didn't have them on, but then you had them on when you went downstairs?
Yeah, because I came in doing like a normal, I would get ready to listen to music, I was going to work out thing.
Oh, okay.
So I like, you move them back and forth.
What kind do you have?
Like I have Beats audio.
Like the ones that go over, or like they come in?
Yeah, the ones that
okay.
go, like they kind of like smash your head in or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I always have to I always have to
on your head.
Always have to like move them, like back and forth and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what I was doing, like moving them when I was like, do I hear something? Because it's kind of like I heard something, but I wasn't sure that I heard something at all, and that's when I started going upstairs.
Okay. And are they like noise canceling or anything like that, or ambient sound, or do they just do like play regular music?
I mean, I think they would be noise canceling, right? Because that would be.
I don't know. I think you can get them either way.
That would be Beats. I'm not sure.
I think you can get them either way.
Yeah.
So.
Just one more thing.
All right, Mark, what do you think we've seen up to this point? How's it looking to you?
I think we've seen more than we've ever seen, all at once, all at the same time. And so I want to say it again. You may well see behaviors there where you go, look, but I do that, but I do that all the time. Or, I often do that. And I'm not lying. I'm not being deceptive. Yes, but you don't do all of that all at the same time for hours and hours on end. And if you do that all at the time for hours and hours on end, when relaxed, when not under stress, how did you get through this video with us? So you don't, because you've been focused on us right now and not doing all of that. So look, don't worry if you see some behaviors that you do, because you're not doing what she's doing. You're not doing the clusters that we look for. Chase, what have you seen so far on this?
Totally agree. And the way that she shifts stories and deflection tactics could be a sign of, I think, of a chaotic upbringing. So, I always kind of go back to a profile here. So children who grow up in unpredictable environments very often learn to be adaptable and flexible with the truth as a way to navigate chaos. And finally, her ability to just maintain her innocence in the face of overwhelming evidence could suggest a level of delusion or denial. I think more likely delusion. Maybe we're not looking at a pure psychopath, just somebody who's completely deluded. This is common in people who experience a lot of trauma or abuse in their childhood, maybe had to deny their reality to cope. So they had to dissociate a whole lot. And I think this speaks not only to her level of social intelligence, which is extremely low, but that she was genuinely surprised that it didn't work. So she just doubled down. She's been believed by other people her whole life, probably, who had a very similar level of social intelligence. Greg?
Yeah, I think what you just said is key. I think we started us off by me saying she's a matador. She's created this cloak, this cape that she uses to dodge the bull. And the interesting piece is, if you look at her patterns, if you look at all this demonstrative stuff around facts, concrete facts that have no meaning, and then it dies off when she tells you these things that I think are evidence counters, where she gets to where she's doing this, she talks about brown suitcase and those kinds of things. If you simply took that and you went back through this entire video and looked at it, you could build a picture of what she has done. It's that good. I mean, it's that easy. Scott, what do you got?
I think this is a great example of seeing someone who is going in just swinging because they think they're going to get away with this. And then as it goes along, they realize that it's not working and they're not actually winning, that they're actually losing. And seeing these two detectives stay so calm during this without laughing, without the other one giggles a little bit, but, I don't blame her for that. What are you going to do at that point? I think it's just, they did a fantastic job with this. And I think it shows just about every cue that we talk about, everything from fading facts to illustrators to regulators, barriers, you name it. And we've probably seen it in these clips. So I think it's a great video for study, actually. All right, fellas, think there's another good one, and we'll see you next time.
Is this going to be filmed? Because I always appear on the news then.
Today we're going to talk about Pam Hup. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, I'm just going to give you a quick rundown because this is a complex case. She's a murderer convicted and serving a life sentence in the Missouri Correctional Center for 2016 shooting that we're going to hear about today of Louis Gumpenberger in her home in Missouri. She claims she shot him in self-defense after he pursued her into her house wielding a knife, and law enforcement didn't believe it, so they went back after her. She ultimately entered an Alford plea, which means they don't have enough necessarily evidence to convict her, but if they did, she'd get a first-degree murder trial.
And then what?
I got home, Opened up the garage, pulled in, got my dog, walked him out in front so he could go pee, and he did his thing. Went back, put him inside, gave him a treat, came back out. I was going to run back up to the mall. I was supposed to pick up a purchase from Best Buy and make an appointment. My appointment's Friday. I was going to run up there, see if I could get it early. So I was going to run back up there, and as I started pulling out and got halfway out, I noticed as I was backing out that a car came down really fast down the cross street and whipped around right in front of my driveway, because I'm right at the end. Here's the cross street and here's my driveway. So they came out and did this right in front of my driveway, and I looked up because it was so fast and startling, and somebody jumped out, and I was like, wow, somebody, I don't know what I thought, if somebody was hurt, I don't know what was going on. It was so fast. And then he ran up, I was halfway out the drive where I was parked, and he jumped in my car. He opened up the door and jumped in my car.
Which door?
The passenger.
Front or back?
Oh, front.
Or passenger front? Go ahead.
And he had a bunch of stuff in his hands. I don't know what he had, but he had a knife also, but he had something in his other arm. I don't know what he had. And he put a knife and kept going, just yelling random stuff like, you're going to take me to the bank and get Russ's money. Take me to the bank, you're going to take me to the bank. He put a knife up to my throat there and was yelling stuff. And he kept looking behind him like this. So I put it in gear, and I was thinking how I was going to get out of there when he was looking, and he kept yelling, coming back, and then he looked back again, and I hit his arm with the knife and then shot out of the car and ran inside.
Okay, so
Chase, what do you got?
This is the quintessential case of what pronoun absence looks like. So listen closely to the story when the clip comes back on. The details that are known, like streets around her house, are full of pronouns. Every time she shifts back to fabricated stuff in the story, there's a severe decline in her use of pronouns. You'll even hear her substituting just sounds for pronouns several times, just like a sound out of her mouth instead of he or I. And we see her using body narration to illustrate this car pulling in. And this will be important to look at later. And body narration is when we use our body, not just to emphasize a point or a phrase like Scott talks about, but just to help describe a location, help to show the movement, the size, the action of an object. Secondly, there's a part here where she says, then he put the knife. That's it. That's all she says. Then he put a knife. And no end to that main point of trauma. The biggest part of the entire story, there's no end to that sentence. Overall, there's 100 things here in this video. But let me just give you a few that you might want to look for when it comes back up. Chronology is first. Explaining things from beginning to end. People that are being honest typically start with the biggest event, unless, which we don't fully know, someone specifically told her, take me from the beginning and walk me to the end. So the question matters. Next, we have detailed mountains and valleys here. There's a lot of detail about irrelevant crap, and there's no detail about the most relevant things. And finally, there's pronoun absence at all the parts that are fabricated.
The Behavior Panel.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. I'm excited for this because I've been using this app for over 2 years. If you didn't know how much private information is out there on the internet about you, when you first see it, it's pretty shocking and maybe a little disturbing. These people that collect all these private things about you are called data brokers, but there's a secret here. They have to take down your information if you ask them to, so they make it incredibly hard to do. So what we do is let Aura handle that for us, and you can do the same. You can let Aura do all the work, tracking down and removing all the stuff that you don't want online. And you can try Aura for 2 weeks for free using the link right at the top of the description down there. And Aura does a ton more than just getting your information off the internet. They protect you from threats that you and even your kids can't see coming. And it's super easy to set up. You don't have to go download a million different apps to get all the benefits that Aura has, like parental controls, antivirus, VPN software, password management. They even have identity theft insurance. Everything. One of my friends was over here sitting in this office just a week ago, and I typed his name in, and within just a few minutes, we found everything. Even his anonymous accounts were on the dark web and the passwords associated with those. He downloaded Aura that night. So you should look into this. Your private information should be private. You can go to aura.com/TBP, just like the behavior panel, TBP, right now to start a free 2-week trial that I've also linked down in the description.
The behavior panel.
Scott, what do you got?
All right. First off, the story should begin when the actions start happening, when she's in the car. All these extra little qualifiers she's got right out of the gate, those are huge red flags. When you start hearing about how you walked your dog, you're going to Target or wherever, and then you came in and gave him a little treat and all that kind of stuff. No, it should start with, I was in the car backing up, and boom, from there. It should start from there. Her illustrator should be a lot bigger, and she should be almost acting out what happened and maintaining that hard eye contact. She's not doing that. She's staying at the right now. She's staying kind of tight. We're seeing illustrators, but they're not as big as they should be when something this dramatic has happened. 95% of the time, 98% of the time, when you're telling a story or something happened, your eyebrows will go up when you get to the important spot, because that makes everybody go, because you're like, this is the important part. Check this out. If you watch our last episode, when I talk about the time I got kicked out of Lord of the Dance, you'll see my eyebrows go up every time I get to a spot I want the guys to listen to, because that's an important or funny part of the story. So when somebody's doing that, like I was doing just then because I was telling you that was important. There's another form of that Greg has coined called request for approval, when somebody's telling you something and the eyebrows go up and they're hoping you're going to believe what they say. It's almost like, please believe what I'm saying, which is similar to mercy hands, which we'll talk about in a little while. This is a completely different situation than telling a story like I was for the example I was given. So I understand it's not the very same, and so you understand it's not the very same. But make sure you pay attention to all the things that happen when we don't have a great baseline on her for talking about something. So we can't tell what it is so far. However, as you go through this, her baseline changes. So be sure to pay attention to that. Now, anytime a person touches their neck, it could be like this, or it could be like this, or like she does this fist to neck and the face thing all the time. That shows you something's up. That means there's an issue there. That suggests that person's uncomfortable. There's a little bit of stress there about something. She does this almost the whole time in some parts. So let's pay attention to that. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so let's talk about a couple of things. Request for approval, the way I coined the phrase, is not necessarily about I'm telling you a lie. It just means I need approval. Same way you did, Scott, when you're trying to make the point of, hey, this is an important part of the story. You got it, right? So it can mean nothing and it can mean everything. It depends on how it comes together. The other one is, Chase, I agree with you. The thing here is, I always say people work in 3 areas of memory: time, event, or sequence. Time meaning, like you and I grew up, 0600 be here, 0630 load, 7 o'clock roll out, that kind of thing. Event is the big chunk, the big thing that happened. If you asked me what I did yesterday, I'd say I rode a horse, and then I'll fill in the rest. But there are people that go detail by detail by detail by detail. They make you crazy. They also are not good at lying, because they forget to make up all that detail that they've stored in their memory about taking their dog to pee, when it comes to the most important things about a person getting out of a vehicle, coming and doing something. So we're going to see a lot of that with this person. The other thing is, remember, if I'm telling a lie, this is the beautiful thing about interrogation. I'm going to walk you through a cool part of this interrogation, and I'll show you when it happens. But if you're telling the truth and you've just gone through a stressful thing, what do you think that does to you? It tones that down. It makes you feel more comfortable. You're getting it off your chest. But if you're lying and trying to hide something, that stress is going to ramp up. We're going to see it, and I'll show you how to identify it in a very specific thing this woman does. She does a couple of interesting things. You see she's using both hands up and moving when she's talking about this car turning and curving. Her elbows are away from her body. I would say that's her normal drama style of telling a story. But when you get down to details, let me back up a second and say, I think what she's using there is transference. If you live in an intersection of 2 roads, you've seen a car do that many times. Real easy to say, and the car did this and did that. But when they get down to details, watch those elbows well to her sides and her hands start to move like a little T-Rex. You'll see it throughout this whole video. She's going to be moving her arms like a T-Rex when it comes to something that's important. Her arms are too short to make her point. Then she gets to these details, and she's got that exoskeleton. What I'll tell you is, when a person's feeling stress, they close their elbows to their side, and no matter how much they hold their palms up, it's hard to look trustworthy at that point. So I start to go, why? She also says in this video, he had a knife and he had some stuff and a knife. Well, what kind of stuff did he have? Because I'm going to tell you, one time ever in my life of being threatened with a deadly weapon, I remember the deadly weapon. The guy could have had monkeys and watermelons and all kinds of stuff, and I wouldn't have noticed it because your brain focuses on what's important. Chase, my other favorite thing she does, he put a knife to my throat and kept yelling stuff and. She just shifts gears and not something serious. A good liar is going to deconflict all kinds of things from angles we always talk about in Liar's Loop. There's a trigger, causes you to need to create a lie. Then you fabricate, and that fabricates when you make up the details. Then sitting privately, you're going to deconflict all those lies before you pitch, but then you find out where you really need to deconflict. So you defend, the person attacks, you deconflict again, and you recreate and pitch. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on. And what we're going to see is stress coming up in these videos that shows us this person has done trigger, fabricate, deconflict, and here's the pitch. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so as usual, I have no idea who we're talking about here. Never come across this before. I've been here reading all these books, so I'm not street smart. I have no idea, what's going on here. So I'm going to walk you through what happens in that I've been reading all these books. Yeah, no problem. Oh, look, a bit of science for you there. A little bit of science. We can go into at some point why the space shuttle crashed due to Fenneman's ideas on that book. So let me just walk you through what comes across to me. Defeated by gravity already, it would seem, and the hand up to the face, just like you were saying there, Scott. I mean, it shouldn't really cause a problem, but in that situation, it feels like it may well be a barrier. Let's see how this pans out. But immediately for me, in that situation where you maybe want to express yourself, want to get your story across, why are you being defeated by gravity already, and why set up this barrier? Just as everybody's saying, there are some good descriptors there. There are some good gesticulation telling us about the roads and how it all went. But outside of that, one hand drops down and only the other hand goes. So it's asymmetrical and then suddenly becomes symmetrical when we can talk about the geography of the road. That interests me. Why get exercised at that particular point? I think, to your point, I think it was maybe you saying, Chase, or maybe it was Greg, that this is something that has been experienced somewhere. So it's real. It's really happened. Just like many intersections have really happened in people's lives, and it's maybe been transplanted or sublimated or transferred in some way. So I agree with that. And then at the end of it, hand retreats back to the leg and back to the barrier. So in this context where you'd want to express yourself and get your point across because you want to tell the truth and you want to go, look, let's just get this out of the way so I can get out of here. Why the depressed kind of state there and why the barrier? Let's see. I'll find out as we go along. That's all I got on that one.
The eyewitness is you.
And then what?
I got home, opened up the garage, pulled in, got my dog, walked him out in front so he could go pee. And he did his thing. Went back, put him inside, gave him a treat. Came back out. I was going to run back up to the mall. I was supposed to pick up a purchase from Best Buy and make an appointment. My appointment's Friday. I was going to run up there, see if I could get it early. So I was going to run back up there. And as I started pulling out and got halfway out, I noticed as I was backing out that a car came down really fast on the cross street and whipped around right in front of my driveway because I'm right at the end. Here's the cross street and here's my driveway. So they came out and did this right in front of my driveway, and I looked up because it was so fast and startling, and somebody jumped out, and I was like, wow, I don't know what I thought, if somebody was hurt, I don't know what was going on. It was so fast. And then he ran up, I was halfway out the drive where I was parked, and he jumped in my car. He opened up the door and jumped in my car.
Which door?
The passenger.
Front or back?
Oh, front.
Or passenger front. Go ahead.
And he had a bunch of stuff in his hands. I don't know what he had, but he had a knife also, but he had something in his other arm. I don't know what he had. And he put a knife and kept going, just yelling random stuff like, you're going to take me to the bank and get Russ's money. Take me to the bank, you're going to take me to the bank. He put a knife up to my throat there and was yelling stuff. And he kept looking behind him like this. So I put it in gear, and I was thinking how I was going to get out of there when he was looking, and he kept yelling, coming back, and then he looked back again, and I hit his arm with the knife and then shot out of the car and ran inside.
Okay, so let's first describe the car. Can you give a description of the vehicle?
Well, I wasn't really paying attention to the vehicle, more of the shriekness of their tires that they did. It was just a silver. It wasn't as small as like a little Toyota, a little bit bigger, but not a big one, sedan. It was 4 doors.
So 4-door, you would say mid-size?
Yeah, probably mid-size. Wasn't brand new.
I mean, as you reflect back, do you remember anything specific about, other than being silver, being 4 doors, anything on it? You said it wasn't that new.
No, it wasn't like shiny, like you could tell it was. Like my crash, I just hit a 2004 Honda, kind of like older like that. You know, not that it was a piece of crap or anything, but it was, yeah.
It was a veteran car.
Yeah, grocery getter. And that's all I remember about it. It was just so fast. Like I wasn't really even looking at the car. It was like, what's this hastiness that this car's doing? This quickness. I didn't know what was going on. It was just weird. It was getting weird.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so we talked about that little T-Rex thing where your elbows are welded to your side. I watch, when we're doing election coverage, you watch people put their elbows to their side. I've seen Trump do it. I've seen Hillary Clinton do it. I've seen Biden do it. Your hands sticking up this way don't make you look believable when you're close to the edge of your rib cage. I think I told you guys a story about being on stage, Mark, throwing a sword shot and the guy closing his elbows and putting his head down and taking a shot right to the scalp. It's human nature to create an exoskeleton when we're feeling compression or something's coming our way. She also then does a neck contact pretty severely at details about the car. She hasn't thought about whether it's 2-door, 4-door, what color it is, because it wasn't important to her story. The part we'll see that she has figured out is how the guy ended up in her house and that kind of thing. But how he showed up with a bunch of stuff in his hands and a knife, which car he got out of, which door, all that stuff doesn't look right. And she makes really hard eye contact. Again, in True Crime Workshop, we call that the romancer because I'm paying really close attention. I want to make sure that you're believing me. But as he asks questions, that blink rate goes up, and we associate blink rate with stress, regardless of what you want to call. Why? Her feet curl under her chair. And when I see a person's feet curl under a chair, I see anxiety, anxiousness, the need to be ready to do something, whether it's to inject information or to get away, whatever you want to call it, it's preparation. Her elbow movement is all gone away from her body. You don't see any more of it. I think what I'm seeing is something she's done over and over and over, the right level of detail. I'm bacon saving, just throw bullshit your way out of a chaotic situation. She strikes me as somebody who might have done that a time or two, and we'll see more of it as we go. But again, as you tell a story, if you've been in a really stressful situation, think of each of you. If you've been in an automobile accident and a cop first shows up, you're stressed when you first start, and as you tell the story, things lighten up. You get in an altercation at work and then you tell somebody about it, it loosens. But what we notice in people is that stress rises when they're trying to hide something, because inside her little head, she's got this thing running where she's already deconflicted and she's trying to pitch, and she's being forced to deconflict on the fly about what kind of vehicle, which door the guy got of, and that. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so she's being forced physically as well, because she's pinned right up against the wall. And I don't think it's just because she's in a sticky situation right now. The two detectives there are maximizing as much as they can the space that they take up. Have a look at the detective who's doing most of the questioning. You'll see that his arm is straight out in front of him. So he's maximizing all that space. I don't think I'll try and do it right now. If I go back a little bit here we go. And his legs are literally out like that. I mean, that takes ballet and yoga to be able to put your legs out as far and then kind of jiggling around. So look, the reality is everybody is somewhat excited and nervous and taking up space or decreasing their space. It's quite a ballet that's going on here. Shout out to those detectives who really have got some good movement in their hip flexors. Certainly it can't put any of them past the age of around 50, I would say, to still have that movement in their hip flexors. They're quite extraordinary. But in my mind, a little too much for this situation. I don't see why they need to maximize that much on this. Chase, what do you got on this one?
So I think I nodded too early when you were saying the interrogators have good, and I'm like, yeah.
Me too.
So what the interrogator is doing here is establishing a baseline. And this is what a lot of interrogators do, just asking known questions and observing behavioral indicators while a suspect is recalling or explaining just known information that's likely to be truthful. When you hear an innocent person, there's a few things you will likely never hear from them. The first is explaining their motive for insignificant actions. The second thing you will not hear from an innocent person is needing to elaborate on insignificant details that weren't even asked about. And third, explanations that involve objects moving instead of people performing the actions. How she explains the car moving and not the man pulling into the driveway, like he pulled in, he pulled up. That's a different thing. And you're going to hear this later when she talks about a door mysteriously opening itself without a human being involved there. So you can take a look when this video comes back on to see which of those three little elements you see or hear in this video. Scott?
After the question, she rubs her leg. And quite often we take this as a deception cue because that's an adapter. She's adapting there. And I think that's what it is in this section. So I think that's an adapter because I think she's being deceptive. And just before that, she opens her hands and she shows an open-handed gesture. And every time I see that or think of that, I think of Mark. And I think of that thing, his open-handed gesture, and that little meme. And then while at the same time she's doing that, she shows an expression of contempt, and that head goes, I think, to her right. Yeah, I think it's tilted to the right. And that translates in this specific situation as I don't know. We see her, that kind of thing. So we all know that in our culture as I don't know. If the hands were in front of her like this, they were coming out, then I would refer to those as mercy hands, as in please believe me. But you'd have to get rid of that little expression of contempt and the head to the side tilt. So just be like, please forgive me. You get a shoulder shrug with that. After illustrating the car size, she goes back to putting her fist against her neck. So that, again, is a self-soothing gesture coined by Joe Navarro. And again, it's one of those things where anytime someone touches their neck, that lets you know there's something up there. There's an issue there. There's stress there. When she illustrates with her hands, she talks about getting weird here. She's creating time. She's trying to add all this confusion in there to these detectives, so they'll be under the impression, there's so much going on I couldn't pay attention, because I'll talk about the creating a story in just a few minutes. But when she starts moving her hands in a circle and stuff, she's talking about things getting weird. That's when she starts hinting at other things going on that they won't be aware of and she won't really be able to recall. So when she starts talking about confusion, I think that's really important. This whole thing leaves me the impression she's being deceptive.
The eyewitness is you.
Okay, so let's first describe the car. Can you give a description of the vehicle?
Well, I wasn't really paying attention to the vehicle, more of the shriekness of their tires that they did. It was just a silver. Wasn't as small as like a little Toyota, a little bit bigger, but not a big one sitting in. It was 4 doors.
So 4-door, you would say mid-size?
Yeah, probably mid-size. Wasn't brand new.
As you reflect back, do you remember anything specific about, other than being silver, being 4 doors, anything on that? You said it wasn't that new.
No, it wasn't like shiny, like you could tell it was. Like my crash, I just hit a 2004 Honda, kind of like older like that. Not that it was a piece of crap or anything, but it was, yeah.
There's a veteran car.
Yeah, grocery getter. And that's all I remember about it. It was just so fast. Like, I wasn't really even looking at the car. It was like, what's this hastiness that this car's doing? This quickness. I didn't know what was going on. It was just weird. It was getting weird.
So, in trying to remember how your street is, which way so if you're sitting in your car pointed at the garage, which way did this car come from?
Right here, the right side, that little street there. I don't know what it's called.
So the street behind you?
Behind me, yes.
Because the way and I probably have you draw it out later, but so the street behind you. I know what you're talking about. I remember being there. Okay.
It's directly behind my neighbor's driveway, and I'm one over. So I could see them whip around, come out of there, and all they did was come right around, right to my house.
Okay. So he jumps out of the car. He jumps into the passenger front side of your car. And
where does he jump out of the silver car from?
I don't know. They asked me that. I really wasn't paying attention. I want to say the back seat, but that may not be true. I keep trying to remember. I thought, and that may not be true.
Were there other people in the vehicle?
There was a driver. All I saw was a driver because he squealed away. So I was like, what the hell? And he looked.
What was the most distinctive thing about the driver that you remember?
Dark hair, was kind of like a buzz cut, and dark skin, like Hispanic, maybe, something like that. What crosses my mind, I don't know. It could be anybody. I don't know if they were Hispanic, but that's what crossed my mind.
Okay, so you got it.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, quite good descriptive geography that she's doing there. Although one of the arms goes way, way out, in a certain camera angle, it would leave the frame. Sorry, Greg, it looks like I'm stealing your thunder on that one.
I'm okay.
And you may have this one as well, Greg. At the same time, her legs retract underneath her and her ankles lock together as well. So look, at this point, we're 3 videos in for me, and I was just kind of searching around on the first 2, not really knowing what on earth is going on here. But at this point, I go, hang on. There's something up with this story. There's a little more pressure around her description of this. This description may not have happened. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's geographically, it seems kind of good, but one bit is too extreme, and the retreat with the feet at the same time, just as you were saying, I think, Greg, it could be something that happened somewhere else, and it's been, maneuvered in here. And then she goes for the suprasternal notch here, which is just this little bit here, which is an interesting part of the body, because obviously your trachea is here, and if your trachea gets hurt, well, you can see what happens to my voice if I press in there. It's a very vulnerable area, and what you'd expect to happen is when somebody's under stress and pressure, they will turtle in, and you'd think, okay, well, that protects it. Well, it doesn't protect it at all. Yeah, this part of the trachea is vulnerable most all of the time. It's really hard to protect it. Is you finding that funny, Scott? You find that one like Ricky Gervais in the bath? If you've ever seen the pictures of him,
oh man, those are classics.
Yeah.
Classics.
So look, it's interesting that she goes for this notch at this point. Very, very vulnerable area with all of this. Video 3. This is where I go, okay. There's something up with the story here. There's something way deeper that's gone on here. Scott, what you got on this one?
See, that's one of those things like what you call Amazon, and we call it the trachea. We call it the trachea.
The trachea, yeah.
So anyway, so that's what threw me. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
All right, the big cue we see that doesn't fit here is that lip compression, and so that we assume that's adapting at that point. She's getting rid of that built-up stress or tension because these can get pretty big in there on her. And then after that explanation of the car's movement, we see a classic cluster of cues. We see rubbing the leg, we see grooming by rubbing her arm, and we see that hard lip compression again. Most of these things, when you look for clusters, you want to make them within a 5-second window. So taking that into consideration, we'll talk about that thing where she flips her hair or grooms her hair just a few seconds before that. So that's a great cluster, all being suggested deception cues in a situation like this. So I'm under the impression she's being fairly deceptive up to this point. So after the next question, she goes with a full-blown covering of what I'll refer to, Mark, as the suprasternal notch. This thing is a little dimple right here, the trachea, as you refer to it. And so that lets us know there's a lot of stress. When you call someone, especially a woman, you say, "Oh, your kid broke its arm," or his or her arm, or this happened or that hurt, and they'll touch their suprasternal notch. If you watch videos of the planes hitting the towers and you see the people down the street looking, there's a lot of people, hands on their head, a lot of them doing this, and a lot of women touching the suprasternal notch. It's a very interesting genre of videos to watch, I guess. Whether they're under horror genre, people are being horrified watching that. So that gives you an idea of when people touch their neck, or one of the situations where that happens. Then when she starts talking about the possibility of the person being Hispanic, I think that's when she realizes she's got a little bit too far, tries to reel it back in, tries to get a handle on it. So it's about to get out of hand for her here, because she's making this stuff up as she goes, the details up as she goes along. All right, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, so y'all just nailed all the behavior stuff. So all of those things that y'all all talked about all fit within the 5 C's that we say, is this a red flag? Does it go through the 5 C's, which is change, context, clusters, culture, and checklist, in that order. And let's talk about words for a second. Since y'all didn't hit a lot on that, let's talk specifically about action words. So in people who are recalling a truthful story, there are limited action words. In deceptive statements, you're more likely to get filter words. So unlimited action words is what I meant back there. So a statement about a car pulling into a driveway might sound like they pulled around. Instead, you're hearing, I could see them. And then it was repeated again. All they did was come right around, right to my house. And during this time, you see this immediate foot withdrawal under the chair that Mark, you talked about. And she's using all of these gestures that are perfect to show the streets that are very direct and very straight. Then they instantly become jerky and awkward gestures the moment she's describing the movement of the vehicles on those streets. And you can see it clear as day when this clip comes back up. This is followed by instantly doing this hygienic gesture of lint picking on her arm, which I think is the only thing y'all didn't hit, which is self-soothing behavior. And we unconsciously do it as a decoy to hide stress most of the time. Gigantic cluster right here. So in a 20-second time span, here's what you're going to hear when this clip comes back up. I'm not even going to talk about the body language at all. Here's what you're going to hear within 20 seconds of this clip coming back up. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. That may not be true. I thought. That may not be true. Maybe something like that. What crosses my mind, I don't know. Could be anybody. I don't know. That's what crossed my mind. Which I think, as far as statements go, this is one of the top 5 that we've ever done. That's all I got.
Wait, got it. No, I haven't gone yet. Oh, yeah, so let's talk about another thing that's one of the most top 5. First of all, I'm just going to tell you, this has one of the most pronounced clusters we've ever seen. If I were going to use anything ever for a cluster in a video, it's this one. I'll get to that in just a second. Well, let's first start talking about interrogation. Interrogation is one of many different things. Interrogation can be about confession and closure. Interrogation can be about discovery, and that can be police interrogation or intelligence interrogation. Those, you don't assume that the person's guilty. You're trying to fish and get information. I think that's where we're at right now. We're trying to get enough information to figure out what we think. We don't have enough evidence. The evidence hasn't been collected. I think this is not long after the shooting. She's back to this wide elbows away from the body. I talk about transference as a lie style. I say there are really 4 kinds of lies: omission, commission, embellishment, transference. Embellishment, you know what omission is, leaving it out. Commission's creating it. Transference is the big one. I take Chase's life and turn it into mine. If I'm talking about an intersection and cars are there traveling, I've seen cars do that, so it's easy enough. So she would be a great geography teacher because she's expressioned and all of that, Mark, to your point. She's really big. That's why I scratched off my note, oddly enough. But we're not using read at this point. The other thing that you're talking about is an adapter, though, Chase. There's a very faint, I use it in my class all the time. There's a picture of Hillary Clinton doing exactly that when she's in front of Congress. It's not a political statement. She's there, they're grilling her, and she looks away, and she suddenly goes, oh, I better have a reason to be looking away. And she picks lint and moves back rigidly. This woman does the same thing. It's forced grooming to create some reason she did it. All of us from childhood on want to have a reason we do things. And, once we're rational and aware of who we are, so we try to find a reason to look rational and not stupid. It's what we do. She leans in and shows some displace as she's listening to these guys, and she's got romance or eye lock where she's trying to make sure these guys agree with her until they get to the really tough questions. When they get to the really tough questions, she does all that stuff. Her blank rate increases. Now you're going to see a cluster like very few we've seen. She begins to cover. She covers the suprasternal notch, or maybe even massages it. And there's a reason some people might do that, even without regard to the suprasternal notch. Many people blush on their chest when they're feeling stress, and they're aware of that. You see it in women because of clothing choices, but there are men who do it too. Trust me, having interrogated enough men, you'll see it on their chest as well. Just more pronounced in women most of the time, and a lot of time by clothing choice. When you're conscious of it, you're going to cover. But that suprasternal notch is likely what we're seeing. Let's go to even more of a cluster. She stares right down the camera, which we don't often see. She's keenly aware the camera's there. One shoulder rises at dark-skinned Hispanic, followed by closing the neck of the garment. There's a barrier for you. Her elbow jumps away from her body. I forget, you call that some kind of a joust procedure, Chase, but her elbow jumps away from her body. She turtles, and then she stops moving. She barriers with her hands, grabs a napkin, and starts to release nervous energy in sacred space. Guys, you don't get much better than that cluster of behaviors in response. Never mind all the words about maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm making this up, maybe it's not right. This is one of the single best examples of clusters we've seen. Now I'm starting to lean over and go, from here on, you got a lot of work for me to believe what you're saying. That's all I got.
Yeah. And the thing about the lint picking, it's a form of disrespect as well. Because if I was talking, let's say I'm talking to you, Greg, and as you're telling me something, get after me for something. So talk about how big my nose is.
Don't be talking to me about lint picking.
And so they do that as a form. I think, and to me, that's what I took the Hillary Clinton thing as. Because when I'm doing training, that's what I use it as a disrespect thing.
But she's rigid when she looks over. Yeah, it's so wild. Yeah,
I've seen people do that in meetings when they're getting where there's like a little fuss, and one person thinks they're under the impression they're cooler than the other person, and they'll do that.
The eyewitness is you.
So, in trying to remember how your street is, which way so if you're sitting in your car pointed at the garage, which way did this car come from?
Right here, the right side, that little street there. I don't know what it's called.
So the street behind you?
Behind me, yes.
Because the way and I probably have you draw it out later, but so the street behind you. Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about. I remember being there. Okay.
It's directly behind my neighbor's driveway, and I'm one over. So I could see them whip around, come out of there, and all they did was come right around, right to my house.
Okay. So he jumps out of the car. He jumps into the passenger front side of your car. Mm-hmm.
And where does he jump out of the silver car from?
I don't know. They asked me that. I really wasn't paying attention. I want to say the back seat, but that may not be true. I keep trying to remember. I thought, and that may not be true.
Were there other people in the vehicle?
There was a driver. All I saw was a driver. Because he squealed away, so I was like, what the hell? And he looked...
what was the most distinctive thing about the driver that you remember?
Dark hair, was kind of like a buzz cut, and dark skin, like Hispanic, maybe, something like that. What crosses my mind, I don't know. It could be anybody. I don't know if they were Hispanic, but that's what crossed my mind.
Okay, so you got it. One of the look of the driver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because when he started to whip around, all I saw was like a dark dome. Sorry, but short hair like you.
Right.
Short, maybe not quite as short, but it was dark, and And that's foreign in that neighborhood. It's all the same people.
Were there windows open in their vehicle, you know?
No, not that I saw. Not that I remember.
And so that's the only other person you saw in the vehicle that you can remember?
Yeah, because I really wasn't looking for people. I just noticed him when he went real fast to turn, and I looked up and I just happened to see the driver because that's who was coming around, and didn't even see the other person until they whipped in front of my driveway and he got out. Because then I wasn't just staring at him. When it first happened and I heard it and I saw it, I was like, it was just weird. And then they hurried and I looked up again and that's when they whipped, and I was like, this is weird. And kind of looked down again because I'm getting about my business, and they didn't keep going. He got out, and then the other guy squealed away real fast, and he was already there before.
So the guy squealed away before he, well, no, but where's the drop? At what point did he get out? Did he squeal away?
Well,
in comparison to what the other guy was doing.
Right. As soon as he pulled around, and I wasn't looking again, I looked back down to put, to get ready to go and stuff, and I pulled around, and I looked up again. The guy had shot out. When he pulled around, a guy shot out, and I looked down again and thought, it's kind of strange. I don't even know if I thought it was strange, but it was weird. And so I looked up again as he was getting out, and he squealed right off. The guy squealed right off. Like, I assume he shut the door, but I don't even know because I wasn't looking at that. I could hear it in that, and I was more looking at, like, who's getting out of the car? Is it somebody I know? Because they're right in front of my driveway.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so she says the other guy squealed away really fast. And at that point, she scratches her chest, her hand collapses down, and we get an audible slap on the thigh. And then her fist goes back to her cheek again, burying. So here's what I would suggest, is there was probably no other guy. And if there was another guy, didn't squeal away anywhere. I don't think any of that stuff around there happened. Because this is so far out the baseline. We haven't seen that before, and there's no reason for it other than, as you were saying, Greg, could be flushing there at this point and feeling the blood flow, and therefore turning that into a scratch. So certainly there's stress there. Always, when I hear something audible on the table or on the thigh or on, usually it's a bit like, for me, the vocal click that comes. Something is up around that. That's why my clients, when they're on TV, they take their jewelry off, so they're not going to be able to make any sounds on the desk of the TV station and signal to people that they're in trouble at that particular point. Oh, and by the way, there's just lots and lots of fillers in there. I won't even go into how many fillers there are, but it's just full of filler. So not looking good. Video 4, not looking good for her. Chase, what do you got on this one?
I will go into those fillers.
Excellent.
This is a trophy-winning piece of deception here. And in all our years, we haven't had statements this good, with the one exception being that horrible woman in Houston. I can't remember her name. With the multiple shoulder shrug lady.
Oh, yeah.
Teresa Balboa. Teresa Balboa.
So there's almost... I was watching this morning. There's almost so much I don't even know how to start this, or like what to say. I think the average golden retriever would pick up on most of the cues here. But I would just want to go into these filler words. I'm just going to read one sentence. I'm going to emphasize a couple words. She says, I noticed him when he went real fast to turn, not turning, to turn. And I looked up and happened to see the driver, because that's who was coming around. You could take all those fillers out and the sentence is concise. And this is just priceless to me. The filler words are the most I've ever seen in my life. And we are not just like YouTube experts. I've personally been doing this beyond the 30,000 hour mark before we even started our channel. And I think everybody else has probably hit that mark here too. And then she says, and then they hurry. And I looked up again, and that's when they whipped. And I was like weird and kind of looked down again because I'm getting about my business.
Aren't we all? Sorry, man.
Let's do
it again. Say that again.
All right, here we go. And then they hurry, and I looked up again, and that's when they whipped. And I was like weird and kind of looked down again because I'm getting about my business. The next line was, and he got out, and the other guy squealed away real fast, and he was already there before. There's so much here that I don't even know how to even talk about this. I don't possess the capacity to break all this down. But here's a challenge for you. When you look at this clip again, try to see how many gestures you can spot that are actually timed with the speech. Almost all of these illustrators are mismatched and mistimed. And if this was an audition to do this, I think the director would say, hey, cut. Listen, okay, people talk like this sometimes and screw up this gesture timing when they're being deceptive, but no one on earth does it this bad. Let's do another take and do it a little bit less because that was a little over the top. Scott?
I think after that first statement, it's almost like she's a cluster machine, a deception cluster machine, because that's all she really does. She's got that shoulder scratch. She slaps the leg. She's got fading facts, and she rubs her leg. She's leaning on that fist to her face, and she's making that a barriering at the same time. You're right. It's unbelievable. It's like a contest to see who can do the most deception cues without getting laughed at by the interrogators or stopping and going, this is, thinking they're being punked. And I think the detective on the right, for our right, the guy in the blue, I think she thinks he doesn't believe her. Because at this point, I think he must have a look on his face that he knows something's up, because that's why I think she's barriering like that, because she's looking right at the other guy, at the other detective. Now, earlier, she was looking right at the guy in blue as she was talking to, as the other interrogator was talking to her, other detective, she was answering, looking at him, but answering his question. The whole thing is just, it's like a snow globe or something's been shaken up. It's just getting weird. I think there's so much in here. I've got you got my illustrators thing. Oh yeah, at the end of the clip is where we hear her breathe in real deep. She has that as she's doing that. And then she hits that lip compression one more time, and then goes back to the fist to her neck. I don't know where to start either, because there's so many. We could be here for 4 days. Greg and I were talking earlier. I'd gone through and chopped a bunch of my stuff out because it just keeps going and going. It's ridiculous. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so we got 2 or 3 people going here. The first one is she's comfortable going back to that they whipped. Guys, I think it was Jodi Arias used something I call anchor and redirect. I guarantee you that's what she's doing. I know something. I can use my hands. I can talk about it. I go back to they whipped around the curve, and she says whipped around the curve about 92 times in this video. I'm exaggerating, but in this series of videos, it's a bunch of times people whipped around the curve, and that's her anchor. She redirects. She goes back to it. Just about that. When you're arguing with this woman, you get into a lot of circular logic and anchor and redirect. It's a way of winning arguments that works for some people. It's primarily because you just get fed up and give up. But when she's talking about whipping, or big illustrators, or elbows are away again. And then what I put in my notes is she's Kaiser Sose. And you guys know who Kaiser Sose is? Yeah. Usual suspects, who created the story by looking around the room and saying it's this and that and this. Of course, the guy looked like you. He had hair like you. Chase, he had hair just like you. Where'd you get the haircut? What do you call that? It gives me a chance not to have to create on the fly. I just look at you and say, a lot like you. Well, okay. Well, hold on. What do you mean a lot like me? What color was his hair? You could go back and poke and prod, but she's taking advantage of it. And I think those are 2 of the biggest things she does. She's got stress here, and I'm going to tell you my indicator of stress that I told you right in the beginning of this. I've used it in corporate America and in interrogation. When you teach interrogation, or when you interrogate and you're in sustained interrogations, you'll see this kind of body language. It's not something we see every day. Is as a person feels stressed, the trapezius muscles in your shoulders draw, and your shoulders start to get narrower. And if you're wearing an open neck shirt, the side that's black will start to be smaller than the part in the beginning. Go back and look at this woman from video 1 and look at her now and look how much narrower her shoulders are. Like I said, when you come in to tell a story, it should be stress relieving. It shouldn't create stress. But we're going to watch her shoulders get narrower and narrower as she goes, as those trapezius. Now, for you, what I use this for in corporate and in my business gigs, I can walk up to a Chase, somebody who's in a business, talk to him. If I know him, I can say, that guy's stressed. Look at his shoulders. If I don't know him, I can watch over time, and then you can get it out of that person, help them to relax and get out of that stress moment, because you're not talking to a rational person when you get to that point. And I think you just pay attention to her. You'll be surprised how much you see this going on. I'll just leave it at that. There's a whole lot more going on here, but she's using whatever her environment is to create stories. She's anchoring and redirecting, and we can see the stress building up.
And we have a winner.
The eyewitness is you.
Want to look at the driver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because when he started to whip around, all I saw was like a dark dome. Sorry, but short hair like you.
Right.
Short, maybe not quite as short, but it was dark, and that's foreign in that neighborhood. It's all the same people.
Were there windows open in their vehicle, you know?
No, not that I saw. Not that I remember.
And so that's the only other person you saw in the vehicle that you can remember?
Yeah, because I really wasn't looking for people. I just noticed him when he went real fast to turn, and I looked up and I just happened to see the driver because that's who was coming around, and didn't even see the other person until they whipped in front of my driveway and he got out. Because then I wasn't just staring at him. When it first happened and I heard it and I saw it, I was like, it was just weird. And then they hurried and I looked up again, and that's when they whipped, and I was like, this is weird. And kind of looked down again because I'm getting about my business, and they didn't keep going. He got out, and then the other guy squealed away real fast, and he was already there before.
So the guy squealed away before he, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. At what point did he get out? Did he squeal away?
Well,
in comparison to what the other guy was doing.
Right. As soon as he pulled around, and I wasn't looking again, I looked back down to put, to get ready to go and stuff, and pulled around, and I looked up again. The guy had shot out. When he pulled around, a guy shot out, and I looked down again and thought, it's kind of strange. I don't even know if I thought it was strange, but it was weird. And so I looked up again as he was getting out, and he squealed right off. The guy squealed right off. Like, I assume he shut the door, but I don't even know because I wasn't looking at that. I could hear it in that, and I was more looking at, who's getting out of the car? Is it somebody I know? Because they're right in front of my driveway.
So that guy squeals away, the other guy jumps in the passenger seat of the car. I know you described him as having a knife in one hand and something else in another.
Yeah, well, he had popped in when he opened up the door, and I don't know what I was thinking. I don't even know. He just was in there so fast, but I know he was jumbling something in this arm and had a knife in the other hand. And then he switched somehow. I don't know if he set his stuff down or dropped. I don't know what he did, but he had put the knife in the other hand then. So, and that's when he put it up here.
Okay, you're using your right hand. Are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Okay. Did you use your right hand because you're right-handed, or did you use your right hand because that's how you recall it happened, or?
That's how I recall that it happened, because he had something in his right hand when he first got in, and then the first few seconds I didn't see a knife or anything. I know he just had stuff, and I was just freaked out, and then all of a sudden he dropped stuff, and then he had a knife. So I'm guessing right.
Okay. So what, if anything, did he say?
He said, you're going to take me to the bank and get Russ's money. We're going now, so get going, type stuff. And he just kept yelling stuff like that at me. And so At this time, I don't have it in gear or anything, or I do have it. No, I don't have it in gear. And I had put it in gear to go because I didn't know what to do. And then that's when I noticed he was looking back. I don't know if he was looking because cars, I don't know what he was looking at, but he kept looking back and I noticed that. So I put it back in the gear and he said, "Get going right now, we're going to the bank." And then he looked back again like this and I hit his arm and I shot out of the car.
So when you say I put it back in gear, you mean you put it back in park? Okay.
So my plan was to get out of the car somehow.
So when he came up and approached you at the car door and got in, the vehicle was in.
All right, well, I'll go first on this one. So how's he going to open the door when he's got both hands full? He's got something in both hands, but he gets in, jumps in the car, opens the door up, and gets in the car. And quite often on this channel, we'll hear someone describe a situation that they were in, and before they talk about it, they've taken time to go through the story and figure out, and what we call in the True Crime Workshop, deconflict it, make sure everything sounds the way it should sound, so everything will sound true. But what she didn't do was go through the details. She thought about the story. She got the steps of the story right. But when somebody went in there and started asking her the details of each one of those steps, that's what happened. So what we're seeing, the gift we're being given here, and it is a gift, is we're watching somebody in real time deconflict a story as they make it up, these details. We're watching her lie and make it up as she goes. She knows the step for each one of them, but she doesn't have the details inside that step. And we're getting to watch her make this stuff up as she goes. At any time during this, one of these guys, and I'm sure it was tough not to do it, could have stopped and said, "Hang on just a minute, man. Let's talk about this," and just cut that whole thing up. But they don't. I don't know why. I can understand why they're not looking at each other, because like in here, when we look at each other, sometimes we'll laugh. And I'm sure that's why that one is sitting this way and the other was trying not to make eye contact. So she did forget about those little things, and at any moment that's what made this thing stressful for me to watch, because I knew at any minute it was going to be on at that point. So now, as an interrogator, it's important to listen to every word of the story that they're telling you. You got to listen to everything, and as they're telling you that story, you've got to create that picture of that little movie in your mind. That's why it should be odd that he jumps in the car with a handful of something in one hand and a knife in the other. You have to listen to everything they say and make almost a movie out of it. You got to listen to the story itself. So let's talk about the knife. Her story changed. Right in the middle of it, as she's deconflicting on the fly, she realizes her description of the knife being in one hand, and something, this dawns on her that this isn't right, and something happens. She's trying to backpedal and fix all that. At first, she said he said some stuff in one hand and a knife in the other. Now she's gone on to not understand. That's when she starts adding stuff about how there's a lot going on. She starts adding time to the situation. So they don't understand how he could have two things in something in each hand and do that, but they don't say, "I don't understand how you could do that." They don't do that. That's so tough not to do that, especially if you're in that situation, because you see it and you're thinking, "I'm going to go in because there it is." But being patient and waiting, these guys are so patient. And if he puts a knife to her neck, he's got to be almost halfway over there. And when somebody jumps in your car, the first thing you're going to try to do is get away. When that door opens up and you see that, your brain's going to go, "Something's up, man." Your limbic system's going to pop on, and you're going to be looking at the quote-unquote attacker. So that's where all your focus is going to be. Then when you see a knife, you're going to start screaming and trying to get out. You're not going to be thinking during all this stuff. And she's remembering details that are odd for what happened. When your brain's under stress, when all that adrenaline hits your system, and you start going through the process of being attacked or running or trying to get away, you don't remember details because your brain won't let you. Your hippocampus doesn't collect information that way. It doesn't collect it in a stream. It collects it in groups. So that's why people have these flashes of memory when horrible things have happened, when they talk about those things. So when somebody jumps in your car with a knife, your focus goes to that knife, and you're trying to get away. You're not thinking about how I'm going to get away from it. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? We have a tool in the True Crime Workshop called the Liar's Loop, the Liar's Loop. And it goes through every one of these steps of a lie, how it's created, what creates it, and how you deconflict it, and how you deliver it, the pitch. And then we show you how to destroy that lie. If these guys used 3 of those steps in there, this thing would have been over 2 videos ago. So I'll stop there. Just so much there. So I got animated. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so maybe this is a residual from her knife attack, is protecting her throat with her fist, because she seems to do that pretty well. And, that's the only emotion we see whatsoever from this attack. Usually when somebody is going to attack you with a knife, you're going to have residual emotion. This is fairly recently after the attack as well, from my understanding. I mean, this is police brought her there. They say we haven't been to the scene yet, which means the scene is probably roped and all that kind of thing right now. But they're woefully low levels of detail. When she was talking about Best Buy and her dog, there's a boatload of details. Now she's talking about a guy attacking her. And I agree with you, Scott. Our brain prioritizes targets and says, this is important, this is, and that's what we lay down. And we don't lay down memory the same way, so accessing it's different. But now she's got this neck well thing going on. She's not moving from it. Interestingly, and I should have mentioned in the last video, I've never seen anybody do the neck weld and illustrate with their other hand. That's an odd one for me. Really odd to see. Doesn't mean that anything else matters. Now she's illustrating again, and her elbows are now rigidly attached to her side. It reminds me of, like, you ever see one of these videos where they have a kid sitting and somebody's hand stuck through his sleeves and they're moving around? It looks like that. It's so ridiculous. Her hands are up like this. Mark, she's in the goofy plane is what I think we can call it. But whatever you would call it, I'll take from there. She disclaims, I don't know. When she's asked why she's using her right hand, and whether it's because of it's the guy or her, she feels some relief, and then she starts to come back to details again. So her brain is under stress, I think, is part of the reason we're seeing all of this, and she's not thinking. When she's talking about this shooting out of the car, there's a lip compression we associate with withheld information or emotion. As this guy starts to correct her about her car being in park versus putting gear, another lip compression. Then she does that weird, anybody else, you guys tell me what she's doing. She does that rock star kind of thing, whatever she's doing with her hand there, which is a new hand signal. We'll see more than one time going forward. But there's a whole lot going on here. And this, every time that she leans forward and this guy says something that gives her an out and she starts validating whatever he says, she's losing all the detail that we associate with her normal storytelling. So again, a red flag when things deviate dramatically from the other piece. Scott, I think you're dead on. She prepared, she deconflicted, but she was not ready for the questions. And these are simple questions. So she's not necessarily altogether there. You would think about what kind of car, what did he do? What did he have in his hand? He had a knife. Which hand was his knife in? Because I would then want to ask a ton of questions around that. And they don't follow her up. And what we talk about is putting somebody from deconflict to pitch. So they have to deconflict what you attack, to pitch, to defend the lie, and then you force them into deconflict again. If you can get them into that circle, the lie is gone. There's no way out of it, because they're going to cascade and they're going to burn resource. And Mark, you talk about a lot of times processor speed and resource. They're going to run out of resource to be able to defend that lie. And they're going to stop having things in their head to use and start using the environment. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going to go on that. Imagine anyone you've ever talked to in your life who's been through something traumatic. He had popped in. That's how she describes the attacker coming into her car. A violent assailant with a knife to her neck. Oh, he'd popped in. And she says when he opened up the door, she's narrating that story using his POV. She's narrating the door for him instead of looking over and seeing the door being opened. That's the mistake a lot of people make. They rehearse a story instead of the questions that might be asked about that story. So it's a monologue instead of a dialogue that they rehearse. Every element of a fabricated story appears here. There's details about every aspect of this thing except for the knife to the neck, the one part truthful people would recall with vivid, pure emotion. And here's what she recalls about a bad guy getting into her car. Quote, "That's when he put it up here." End quote. Her recalling what he says with using these phrases like type of stuff, and he just kept yelling stuff like that at me. This is so bad. People who undergo this kind of situation feel things. They talk about those feelings. You can see these feelings on their face. They also will show fear on their bodies during times like this. And this sounds like a second grader made up a story about being yelled at and forgot to include details until somebody asked them to. So to follow along with Scott, what you were talking about with the brain, when you hear explanations like this that detail every moment of the situation and then later insert motive and thought processes behind every action, there's a very good chance that you're hearing BS. So when we face a threat, stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol flood our systems. And these hormones really screw up the hippocampus processing center that Scott just talked about, and making it harder to form and consolidate those new memories. Like Scott was saying, they're kind of scattered. And on top of that, the strong emotions that we can feel during a traumatic event make us hyper-focused on survival and narrow our attention down to making that even tougher for memories to form. And that's why we sometimes can't remember all the details, and it's called traumatic or dissociative amnesia. And that's typically what happens. But the one thing you'll see is emotion. Even if the memory is not there, the emotion is definitely there with the memories that they can recall. That was the longest I've gone in a long time. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So legs cross again and go back. So we know that whatever the questions are around here are putting her under way more pressure. And this really, for me, is a story about what she doesn't know. Look, just as everybody said, when you're in those life and death situations, what is often likely to happen is you may not remember details, but you will have a strong feeling. When I've been in life and death situations, I can remember the feeling that went across me. Yeah, some details are lost, but some details aren't lost. There are things that I remember really, really clearly. Well, she says, I don't even know. At least 5 times. I don't know what, several times. I do and I don't, I do and I don't. So she vacillates between the two. And as this is all happening, gravity is taking effect on her. She's sinking down. She does go for the barrier again that means that her head won't fall to the table. But we have seen, I think you played at the start of this, Scott, we do see her with her head actually on the table. So gravity takes effect completely during this. Here's what I'd say about video 5. It's only taken us 5 videos, and I would say she is collapsing at this point. The whole story is collapsing around her. She's collapsing. She has no backbone left. There's no backbone to the story anymore. There's nothing. There's no scaffold to support this, and we're seeing that in her behavior and her body language. There. That's all I got on that one.
The eyewitness is you.
So that guy squeals away. The guy jumps in the passenger seat of the car. I know you described him as having a knife in one hand and something else in another.
Yeah, well, he had popped in when he opened up the door, and I don't know what I was thinking. I don't even know. He just was in there so fast, but I know he was jumbling something in this arm and had a knife in the other hand. And then he switched somehow. I don't know if he set his stuff down or dropped it. I don't know what he did, but he had put the knife in the other hand then. So, and that's when he put it up here.
So you're using your right hand. Are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Okay. Did you use your right hand because you're right-handed, or did you use your right hand because that's how you recall it happened, or?
That's how I recall that it happened, because he had something in his right hand when he first got in, and then the first few seconds I didn't see a knife or anything. I know he just had stuff, and I was just like freaked out, and then all of a sudden he dropped stuff and then he had a knife, so I'm guessing right.
Okay. So what, if anything, did he say?
He said, you're going to take me to the bank and get Russ's money. We're going now, so get going, type stuff. And he just kept yelling stuff like that at me. And so at this time, I don't have it in gear or anything, or I do have it. No, I don't have it in gear. And I had put it in gear to go because I didn't know what to do. And then that's when I noticed he was looking back. I don't know if he was looking, because cars, I don't know what he was looking at, but he kept looking back, and I noticed that, so I put it back in the gear, and he said, get going right now, we're going to the bank. And then he looked back again like this, and I hit his arm, and I shot out of the car.
So when you say I put it back in the gear, you mean you put it back in park? Okay.
So my plan was to get out of the car somehow.
So when he came up and approached you at the car door and got in, the vehicle was in.
Okay, so you described the driver of the vehicle to the best, to the best of your ability, what you saw. Describe the guy that got in the vehicle with you.
The guy who got in with me, he had on shorts. He had on blue shorts, shortish hair, sandy blonde.
And now, forgive me, I did not go in the scene. I have not been in the scene.
Okay.
So is he a white male, black male,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hispanic male?
He's white male.
White male.
He was taller than me. He had blue gym shorts on, and some sort of t-shirt, and sandy blonde hair, and I want to say his eyes were blue, but I'm not sure. It's not like they were like a bright blue or anything like that, noticeable. But I want to say they were light colored eyes. They weren't brown. Okay. I don't think. I could be wrong. I really wasn't looking at his face.
Notice anything, any smells?
He didn't smell. The only thing I noticed is he's yelling and getting more and more upset. He was slurring his words. I thought he was drunk, but I didn't smell anything at all. But he did have, I don't know what he had with him, but he kept, like the more he kept repeating himself, he was getting all excited, and he was, I thought he was drunk or on drugs or something like that, because I couldn't understand him half the time.
Right.
He was yelling crap, I couldn't even understand.
Okay, so he was slurring his words, but he didn't really smell of anything at all.
I didn't smell anything.
Was he sweaty? Was he dirty? Was he clean?
Well, he didn't stink.
Okay.
Is he...
I didn't notice like greasy hair, like a homeless person or anything like that.
Okay.
He just looked like a normal person to me. I mean, he wasn't clean cut like you guys, like you're groomed, but he wasn't dirty, because I didn't smell anything or see like nasty hair or anything.
What age? About what age would you put him in?
I don't know, late 30s.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
As she is describing this entire scene, the man she's describing has been killed by her. And the police are aware of the appearance of this guy. They know what he looks like. And she's describing only the scene in the vehicle and how he appeared in her vehicle. Here's what you might see from an innocent person. Why do I need to describe him? His body is there. You can go take a look. They're taking pictures. You've all seen him. I don't remember the details. There's no suspect to go look for. You don't have to search for anybody. The guy's dead, and the police have already seen him. Guilty people want so badly to appear helpful and cooperative that they will behave in ways that are counterintuitive and almost idiotic when they're being questioned. Let's quickly, I think, talk about how guilty people act when they're being questioned. You've probably seen this on TV. A person gets questioned and suddenly they're super helpful, answering every question in detail, just like an open book. But here's the twist. Sometimes this over helpfulness can be a major sign of guilt. And when guilty people are being questioned, they're on high alert. The stress levels are also super high. And they know what they've done, and they obviously don't want to get caught, and they try extra hard to look innocent. And sometimes this results in them behaving in ways that seem like you're seeing in this video. So cognitive dissonance also plays a big role here, knowing she's guilty, but also wanting to believe in her heart that she's a good person. Her being super cooperative helps to alleviate these feelings of guilt. And she's also hyper aware of her behavior. So she sticks to answering only what's asked instead of the big emotional events. She's just sticking to those things. Innocent people tend to be more open, and they're also more likely to talk about how they felt during an incident, And then we have societal norms as the last piece here. We're taught to be cooperative and helpful, especially around police officers. So guilty people will amp these behaviors up to appear as normal as possible, which makes it look weird, like you're seeing here. Greg?
Yeah, I don't think you have to even have us tell you what Chase just said. because every one of you has been a child who did something wrong and got caught for it, and then you try to suck up to your parents to avoid punishment. That's human nature, 101. What we're seeing, though, when a person does that overly polite behavior, Chase, is dead on. They're trying to take away the punishment somehow or make that person trust them enough to believe what they're saying. I agree. But I think you don't have to have us tell you that because you've been a child and you know you did something stupid once and tried to suck up to prevent that from happening. And that overly polite behavior is, you could just call it sucking up, just as good. And she's a master of sucking up. She goes out of her way right here. She already said he looked kind of like you. Here she goes. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one where she does the making sure that the guy, oh yeah, he's not as groomed as you and that kind of thing. She adapts when the first question starts to get more detailed about what happened with the guy. She does the batter on deck. That's what I refer to as rubbing your thighs with both hands or with one hand. And we see batters do that when they're getting ready to stand up and swing a bat in baseball. That's the reason we call it batter on deck. She loses detail earlier, but in here, now she's back to a level of detail that we heard in her dog peeing story because she saw this guy. She knew who this guy was. She saw his face, so she can talk to detail. And Chase, I'm with you. She's just answering questions, but these are easy questions for her. And then she goes into this whole, here's where everything changes. She goes, he's yelling crap I couldn't understand. I understand this guy was in an auto accident that caused him disability mentally and physically. And then we see a cluster. She's the queen of clusters. She crosses her primary sex organs. We always say men protect their groin, put their hand in front of their groin, and they call that the fig leaf. I call this the egg protector. You put your arm across your ovaries. A woman does that. It's primary sex organs. It's about preventing losing your ability to reproduce as a species. Her brow goes up. There, Scott, this is request for approval. This is not important part of the story. This is, I need you to believe me, please do. Followed by lip compression, holding information back or emotion. She turtles. She drops. And then, Mark, I'm going to steal one of yours. I see her adapt, but more importantly, she adapts at the elbow and protects that joint. This is powerful. I'm also going to tell you, we talk all the time about a single shoulder shrug, meaning lack of certainty. This is not a negative thing. This is a positive example of that. She does uncertainty when she raises her shoulder, when she's saying, I don't know what the smell was. And you can see she disproves and pushes her lips out like, I just don't know if he had a smell. Then here's where she goes and she does the suck up. She's got to compliment these officers. You guys are groomed. He went like you. That's likely a tool in her kit. And then the discomfort comes back and she closes her little robe or her clothes up again to hide whatever's going on here or to make her more comfortable. That's a barrier. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When somebody jumps in your car with a knife, you will never remember their eye color. They're asking her questions that she shouldn't remember. So they're not going to ask you about, they're not going to ask you that. Well, they shouldn't ask you that in real life. It was somebody talking to you. So when they ask her that, she shouldn't remember their eye color. You're not looking at their eyes. Your blood pressure is jacked. Your heart rate is jacked. And you've just had an adrenaline dump like you've never had before. And your limbic system is on fire and everything is just at a heightened sense. You're not going to remember any of that. And she's got details of the pants. She's got details of the T-shirt. She's got all these details. How many times have we talked to somebody where something horrific has happened, something terrible, and in that 7 to 12 second to 30 second at the most situation, they can give you details like what they were wearing. The person was. They don't remember what they were wearing most of the time. So there's no way she'd be able to remember those details during all that. And again, I commend these guys for not laughing in her face. Like you said, Greg, this is the queen of clusters. This is a cluster queen. I don't know what we're going to call her. I'm sure Mark will put it on a cup or a shirt. So we'll find out what her name is once Mark gets finished naming her. Mark, what do you got?
So it feels to me like she is really overachieving in all of this, over-egging it, overemphasizing everything, having details that she shouldn't have, overachieving. There is one actor in Hollywood who is a massive overachiever, and that is Jim Carrey. Always does way more than you probably should in any kind of situation. He knows it. All the actors around him know it. There is Stephanie Lazarus, who we talked about a few episodes back, who kind of reproduces Carey's Grinch type facial gestures. And in this particular situation, our subject here does exactly the same. Take a look at when she's asked, what age would you put him in? What age would you put him in? And I will say she Grinches at the end of that because there are face contortions that go on as she tries to overachieve her thinking around this. Look, either you can put forward the age or you can't put forward the age, but you don't need to act out just how big you're thinking about it. And she does. Huge dramatic effort to let us know just how engaged she is in this situation. At the end of that, she goes back to the suprasternal notch there, and then she does venting as well around her t-shirt. And that is when you actually try and let some of the hot air escape from there as well. Sometimes people will vent by pulling out their jacket. Sometimes they'll pull down here. But in this case, the t-shirt is vented. Overachiever. And she is definitely on the back foot in this situation right now.
The eyewitness is you.
Okay, so you described the driver of the vehicle to the best of your ability, what you saw. Describe the guy that got in the vehicle with you.
The guy who got in with me, he had on shorts. He had on blue shorts, shortish hair, sandy blonde.
And now, forgive me, I did not go in the scene. I've not been in the scene.
Okay.
So is he a white male, black male,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hispanic male?
He's white male.
White male.
Who's taller than me. He had blue gym shorts on, and some sort of t-shirt, and sandy blonde hair, and I want to say his eyes were blue, but I'm not sure. It's not like they were like a bright blue or anything like that, noticeable. But I want to say they were light colored eyes. They weren't brown.
Okay.
I don't think. I could be wrong. I really wasn't looking at his face.
Notice anything, any smells?
He didn't smell. The only thing I noticed is he's yelling and getting more and more upset. He was slurring his words. I thought he was drunk, but I didn't smell anything at all. But he did have, I don't know what he had with him, but he kept, like the more he kept repeating himself, he was getting all excited, and he was, I thought he was drunk or on drugs or something like that, because I couldn't understand him half the time.
Right.
He was yelling crap, I couldn't even understand him.
Okay, so he was slurring his words, but he didn't really smell of anything at all.
I didn't smell anything.
Was he sweaty? Was he dirty? Was he clean?
Well, he didn't stink.
Okay.
Is he?
I didn't notice like greasy hair, like a homeless person or anything like that.
Okay.
He just looked like a normal person to me. I mean, he wasn't clean cut like you guys, like you're groomed, but he wasn't dirty, because I didn't smell anything or see like nasty hair or anything.
What age? About what age would you put him in?
I don't know, late 30s.
And of course, it begs the question. I don't know that we've just asked you straight. Have you ever seen this guy before?
No.
Don't know him. He doesn't look like somebody you've seen somewhere before with somebody else. I mean, as you remember back, as you picture him in your mind, you cannot make any link between this guy and you.
No, I mean, I wasn't looking directly at his face. I was trying not to look at him. I do know when he did get in, there was something familiar about him, but I don't know him. So I don't know if I don't know. He seemed familiar, like I should know him, but I do not know him.
And forgive me if Kevin asked this, did he have, I know you say he's a Caucasian male, but did he have any type of accent that was noticeable to you?
I didn't know, because he was bumbling, slurring, and at first I didn't really notice anything, but like I said, he was getting so excited and stuff. As he was yelling at me, I mean, it was like he was drunk. I mean, he was, I literally, like his tongue was this thick. I didn't know what was going on. I figured he was on something, alcohol or something. I didn't know. I knew something was not right, because as he was getting excited, it was getting worse.
Okay.
The slurring was getting worse.
Yes.
The stumbling on his
Yeah.
words. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hardly understand what he was saying. I could pick out like certain words, but he said one phrase inside made no sense. He said, I think he said it out in the garage or out in the car too. Something about killing my wife. And I'm like, I didn't say anything, but it was weird. His wording.
You said it out in the car?
He said it out in the car, yelling at me, and when he was saying he was going to kill me.
All right. Chase, what do you got?
Y'all are going to cover some body language here, so I'll cover something else. I'm going to show you how guilty people reveal themselves in interviews, and this is the most common error I think I've ever seen them make in all of our history. They have a piece of information that makes them feel guilt, and it's a piece of information that will be comfortable and fine for an innocent person to say. But for a guilty person to say it, it's a phrase or a sentence that just ramps up their anxiety internally, and by associating their thoughts with guilt. And here's how it happens. They know the statement's coming up that they're going to have to say, so they build a ramp to the statement instead of just saying it outright. They build this little ramp so that they feel better about saying the phrase, and they'll use language to set the stage for the anxiety inducing statement. Innocent people do not do this. And you can hear the ramp. She says, yeah. I couldn't hardly understand what he was saying and could pick out like certain words. But he said one phrase inside, makes no sense. He said, I think he said it out in the garage or out in the car too. Something about killing my wife. Then I'm going to pass this to Scott because I think this is the biggest fading facts moment in behavior panel history.
Got it in there.
Scott?
I believe you are correct. I'll leave it there. You nailed it. No need for me to hit it. Now, quite often when a person is fiddling with their neck or a necklace or goof around up here, you can look at that as the same thing as hitting that suprasternal notch or a neck touch. So we've got that going on. So that it's the same as that. Stress and something's really bothering. There's an issue here. When he starts asking her about whether she knows the guy or not, she got pretty quiet at that point. Every other thing, she's got an answer for it because she's been going through all those things, giving details and making details up and stuff. So she gets mighty quiet when it comes up to something she knows and that she knows she shouldn't know. She gets mighty quiet there. And what we're seeing at this point is she's starting to slow down. She's starting to crash. She's starting to get gassed because her cadence slows down. It changes. Her volume's getting lower. Everything's changed at this point. She's getting she's a little bit shorter than she was earlier. And it's not just from being interrogated, but it's her brain is getting tired. Her mind is tired from thinking up all these tiny little details she's having to come up with and try to look like everything's okay. So that's really important here to see what's happening, because normally you get tired after a while. After you're sitting there 45 minutes, an hour, you start slowing down. But in this case, she's tired and her brain is tired. That fist to chin thing and to her neck, that's part of her baseline now. That's one of the things we're seeing. And the leg rub is as well. We're seeing these things over and over and over again. So when you see her, you think, okay, well, shoot, at this point, things have changed so much. That's part of her baseline. What I'm looking for at this point is our cues of being honest. There's so many deception cues. You have to get like a squeegee and get them out of the way and start looking for little spots of being honest. And I haven't really seen any yet. I think this is one of the greatest ones we've ever done for someone who wants to learn about what deception looks like. You're sitting right in the middle of it when you watch this. Mark,
Scott,
what do you got? Yep.
Can you do a little education on what fading facts are, how they can spot it, that kind of thing?
Yeah. So when you ask someone a question and they're being deceptive about it, they may open up like she does quite often, as being kind of loud and talking about it. But as they get closer to the end and their brain's saying, dude, you're lying, you shouldn't be doing this, then they start to get quieter at the end of when they start to finish up the sentence. And it'll happen over and over again. You'll ask them another question. They'll say, well, this, that, and that happened. And I'm pretty sure that wouldn't happen as often as it would. And they'll back up usually just a little bit, about that much, not a whole bunch, but they'll back up a little bit as they're doing that. Not every time, but most of the time. So listen for the volume of when they talk. If it starts going down toward the end, doesn't necessarily mean they're lying to you. There are no absolutes, as we are all the time preaching. But that's part of a cluster. So you want to, once you hear that, you go, oh wait, I need to start paying attention, and see if you can find some other things going on in that person talking that let you know that this might be something deceptive you're listening to. At this one, how's that, Chase? You think?
Fabulous.
All right. Mark?
Yeah. So the important thing about fading facts is that the volume is incongruent. It doesn't fit, because you would expect by the time this important fact comes, this major element, this important thing, that's the thing that should have the stress on. That's the thing that the volume should ramp up on. And so when it fades at the end, you kind of think, hang on, that's odd. That doesn't sit right. It's incongruent. Here's another thing that's incongruent with the tonality. So she's asked if she knows this person, and she goes, no. That's good. I mean, that's good. A downward intonation on that. No, that's command tonality. That's very definitive. And then she says no again, and you'd expect her to go no. And if she went no, I'd be okay, fine, sounds really good. But she goes no. Well, which one is it? I mean, they're both no, but one was very definitive and the other left room for possibility. So which one is it? Does she definitively not know this person, or is there possibility that she does? Well, it can't really be both. And she continues with this idea. There was something familiar, she says. I don't know him, but I do know him. Well, so you more likely know him. I mean, it's more likely the positive, isn't it? It's more likely that if you're gonna entertain the possibility of the positive, then it's most likely the positive. And she says something was not right. Well, yeah, for sure, something is not right here. There's a lot of incongruity here. You know what? If I was trying to lie with this one, here's the way I'd go. Is the big thing is that somebody's trying to kill her. Okay, this is the big idea here. Is somebody has a weapon, and they have said that they're going to kill her. She says, kill me. Okay, open with that. Like, do it like a Bond film, like open with the action, open with that. And just as you were saying, Chase, not only does she kind of ramp up to this whole thing, but she's ramping up to it over video after video after video, rather than, look, she's there being interviewed by the police. There was somebody trying to kill her. Okay, that's the thing to start with. If it, number one, if it were true, because you would be upset, in my mind, you would be obsessed with that, because your life has been threatened not only by a weapon, but verbally as well. The two things are congruent. Well, none of this is making sense anymore. Who we got left? Greg? Yeah, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah. Well, we say there are no single indicators of deception. I can tell you there are some pretty good indicators of, and this is one of them, and it's going to be very clear. When you ask a person, did they do something, and they say no, well, maybe no, or well, I'm not sure, or I couldn't see. That she does every one of those things, guys. This woman is doing, I'm calling it graduated degrees of denial. If you deny something, you're done. No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it unless it was Tuesday. Oh, unless it was Tuesday and I was wearing a smock. I mean, come on. You just keep adding qualifiers to something. You know this person's not telling you the truth. Let's talk a little bit about body language, because she starts off by grabbing the top of her clothes again, and she's doing an adapter and a barrier because she's playing with the clothes. Something's up. You ever seen this guy before? First time. Her blink rate goes up. She's milling at her jaw now with her shoulder, with her fist, and she's moving her thumb. She's adapting with her thumb. We haven't seen that yet. I don't know what she's going to do next. Start spinning her head around or something as we go into there. And then as she does, before she does the actual denial, she breaks eye contact and drops her eyes down into her left, into internal voice. Then when you say there's any chance you know this guy, she conditions the question. She disclaims knowing him or disclaims knowledge. She avoids the concept of having any eye contact, even claims lack of sensory memory, meaning I couldn't see him because things were there, but he seemed familiar. Come on. I mean, I'm just going to stop right there and leave you with this. Any gaslighter is going to be a master of backpedaling, disclaiming, giving no certain answer, establishing plausible deniability, so that later when you say, you said, they go, no, I didn't say that. I said this. That's what we're seeing, graduated degrees of denial. And that is a great, great indicator when somebody should be saying no, that they're lying to you.
The eyewitness is you.
And of course, it begs the question, I don't know that we've just asked you straight, have you ever seen this guy before?
No.
Don't know him? He doesn't look like somebody you've seen somewhere before with somebody else. I mean, as you remember back, as you picture him in your mind, you cannot make any link between this guy and you.
No, I mean, I wasn't looking directly at his face. I was trying not to look at him. I do know when he did get in, there was something familiar about him, but I don't know him. So I don't know if I don't know. He seemed familiar, like I should know him, but I do not know him.
And forgive me if Kevin asked this, did he have, I know you say he's a Caucasian male, but did he have any type of accent that was noticeable to you?
I didn't know, because he was bumbling, slurring, and at first I didn't really notice anything, but like I said, he was getting so excited and stuff. As he was yelling at me, I mean, it was like he was drunk. I mean, he was, I literally, like his tongue was this thick. I didn't know what was going on. I figured he was on something, alcohol or something. I didn't know. I knew something was not right because as he was getting excited, it was getting worse.
Okay. The slurring was getting worse.
Yes.
The stumbling on his words. Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hardly understand what he was saying. I could pick out like certain words, but he said one phrase inside made no sense. He said, I think he said it out in the garage or out in the car too. Something about killing my wife. And I'm like, I mean, I didn't say anything, but it was weird. His wording.
He said it out in the car?
He said it out in the car, yelling at me, and when he was saying he was going to kill me.
So what are the things that you could understand him say, what are the things that he said to you?
Well, at first it was kind of clear in the car because he wanted me to go to the bank to get Russ's money. And
how did he say that?
He said some curse words, and then he said, we're going...
We can say those here.
Yeah, let me just tell us what he said.
Yeah,
okay, well, a lot I couldn't understand, but he said when he first got in and he had I think I was yelling at him, I don't even remember, I think I was like, who are you? Get out of my car, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, bitch, we're going to the bank. And I'm like, and then my mind just starts swirling because I'm like, going to the bank? This is so freaking weird. And I'm like, I'm not going to the bank with you. Get out of my car. And he goes, bitch, we're going to the bank. We're getting Russ's money. And he started getting all agitated and excited. And that's when he was yelling things. I wasn't listening because I was forming how the hell I was going to get out of the car. So he was yammering crap. Couldn't really understand him at that point. And my thought was to get the knife away and get the heck out of the car. That's all I was thinking about at that point. What he was saying, I don't know. As I ran into the garage, he ran after me. I heard the car door shut, and he was yammering stuff again about killing me. Again, my focus was to get in the house. I knew I had my phone in my pocket. I was trying to dial 911. I think I did it 3 times before it went through on my cell phone. By then I was inside, and he was trying to get the door. I was trying to hold the door. I couldn't get it locked then. And I was trying to get 911 on the phone. And he was saying stuff. And then the door he got in, it flew open, and I ran into the bedroom. He was yelling stuff, and as I was going in the bedroom, something again about killing my wife, him and Stevie. Me and Stevie, you're going to kill your wife. And so I don't know who that is. I don't know a Steven or a Stevie or a Steve. I don't know what he was talking about. He was it was really hard. It's like his sentences weren't formed by then. And so none of it made any sense, but he did keep saying, get in the car. I ran in the bedroom. I tried to, I shut that door. I was trying to get it locked, wouldn't latch, got a problem with the door. And I got my gun, turned around, got my gun, nightstand right there, and he was pounding on the door. And once it flew open, that's when I shot him. And I just kept shooting him, because he just kept standing there.
How many times did you say you pulled the trigger?
I unloaded the whole gun.
Okay. So you pulled the trigger until it stopped firing?
I just kept pulling until it stopped.
Oh, yeah. All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so when we talk about liar's loops, we always say that people are deconflicting the story before they show up. So they've created these details that they need to be part of their story, and they think they're going to be important. And she brings up the door lock is broken, and she's not even in the house yet. She's not talking about being in the house, but she talks about a door lock being broken. You could call that a provocative statement trying to draw out something from the other person, or simply feed for this deconflict before she gets to the point. She does this unusual for her thing, and she pushes her hair back over here. I've always called that I'm just a girl. It may be preparation. It may be a way for a person to just get ready to go after somebody and attack them. But then she goes into this batter up. But that's the first time we've seen that move, that specific move of exposing her ear. So I would say either she's getting ready for something or she's trying to prey on, some drive in the guy, but she's doing something different than she's done to now, which means something. Then she does the batter up adapter again, rubbing her thighs, and her elbows are at her side as she's trying to move her hands. So more of the same. There's one good piece of body language she does, and that's disdain or contempt at formulating how it's going to get out of the car. You would expect that. A person may feel like disdain because they're in a situation where they can't get out. But then she rolls right into this practice story. And if you don't think it's a practice story, just listen to the cadence shift go from where she was to do, Scott, you call it loping, to do, all prepped. And then as she goes into it, she talks about running in that garage. You can't miss the change in cadence. Then she goes to full-blown storyteller, except her elbows are still at her side and she's still got the little T-Rex arms. Her hands go to her lap as she's adapting. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that because there's just such an anomaly that we know that when she's talking about the layout of her neighborhood, her hands are all up here. And when she's talking about what happened, her elbows are down at her side and her hands are moving. Mark, what are we going to call that plane?
The Tyrannosaurus Rex plane.
That's perfect. We'll call it the T-Rex plane. Okay, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, Greg, to your point, I think she's now that what I would call a feint move, whereby she's showing that she's showing power essentially, and hoping you'll notice that piece of power and not see the power that's coming up, which she's about to describe the aggressive act, essentially the shooting. And so it's what I might call a feint gesture to distract you from the aggression that's about to come up, which I think she's quite pleased about and quite definitive about, because we do get, when she's talking about the aggression, the shooting, very clear downward intonation at the end of each unit of action. And based on that, I would say that within those units of action that she's talking about in the shooting, those most likely happened as she's saying, as she's describing them. In fact, all I have here underlined is likely she shot him. Likely she shot him. So the idea of her shooting this person is, in my mind, the most truthful thing that we've had from her, because there's the most strong downward intonation at the end of each unit of action. I think it's a fairly concise description of what went on there. Now, the rest of it, stuff is going on. There's this 911 phone thing where there's a lot of lip retraction as well. I don't think stuff went on in the way that she feels she's describing it went on in that area. But the shooting, that definitely happened. And we've got a body to prove it. So, how good am I in preempting that? Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. I didn't write likely shooting. So
yeah.
Just inside of this one clip that we watched here, there is a 2-hour-long course on deception and lying, and probably more. And I have no idea just where to start here. And instead of breaking the whole thing down, I'm just going to give you a tool that you can use when the clip comes back on your screen here, on your phone, your iPad, or your TV. If someone's repeating a story exactly the same way every time, that could suggest it's been rehearsed. Genuine memories usually have a bit of variance to them because we recall different aspects at different times. And when somebody recalls a traumatic event, we'd expect some kind of emotional response. And this is because these memories are usually tied to strong emotions. We're not seeing any of that here. One more thing to keep in mind, to keep an eye on here, is somebody's telling a story that seems perfectly chronological or overly polished. Real memories, especially traumatic ones, tend to be a bit messy and fragmented. That's also how they come out in situations like this one. If you watch this clip again on mute, you're going to see the body language and emotional expression of a woman in a 3-minute argument she had with her 8-year-old about why they couldn't have a sleepover on a school night. That's the body language you'll see. And if you close your eyes and just listen to it, you'll hear the words of a middle school kid reading a script for the first time about a home break-in, which was written by an elementary school kid. Greg, what do you got?
Oh, it's me.
Scott, sorry.
All right. Well, as she's talking about how he's used all these cuss words and he's hollering at her and swinging around a knife and stuff, she looks at this from a third person's perspective as this is going on and she says she's forming a plan just how to get out of there. She looks at the camera. She's rubbing her leg. She scratches her face to adapt. And these are, again, just great clusters of stuff going on. When she's talking about forming a plan to get out, you're not forming a plan. You can't form a plan in there. You're trying to make sure you don't get killed. That's what's on your mind. You don't want to get shot or stabbed or whatever that person's doing. Now all of a sudden she's out of the car. She's dialing 911, and she remembers that she's tried to dial it 3 times. Then all of a sudden when she's out of the car, she's in the house. And she's holding the door and trying to call 911. She's trying not to let him in the house as she's doing. She says, and then, one of Greg's favorites, little phrase people use to create time. She's in the car, and then she's in the house trying to dial 911 while she's pushing on the door trying to keep this guy out, right? Keep in mind, she's going to go get a gun here in a minute. So that would be the first thing she would do. She'd run to the house, slam it, and then run to wherever the gun was. That's what you would do. That would be the first thing on your mind as you're screaming bloody murder as you go through that. Then she's got, like I said, lots of and thens. And then she gets time. Another thing is she's had time once she got out of the car. She remembered to take her keys. She went to the house, unlocked the door, then went in all the whole time trying to dial 911. Think about that. And this guy, if she opened the door, he's going to open the door too. He's going to be out just as quick as she is. And he may be faster than her. Think about that way. If he's a little bit slower, he's going to be on top of her as she's trying to, the great horror show thing where somebody gets to the house, or the apartment, they're trying to get the key in the door. That would be going on. Never says that. What, she leaves her doors unlocked? Where's the dog? Where's this dog that she had earlier? And he's, you'd think he'd be flipping out right now trying to bite this guy. No help from the dog. The whole thing just stinks, man. I mean, it's great for us. And it's great if you don't know anything about, or you're just learning about deception and interrogation. This is great. I mean, this is really, really good stuff here. All right, we good?
Yeah.
The eyewitness is you.
So what are the things that you could understand him say, what are the things that he said to you?
Well, first it was kind of clear in the car because he wanted me to go to the bank to get Russ's money. And
how did he say that?
He said some curse words, and then he said, we're going.
We can say those here.
Yeah, let me just tell us what he said.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. Well, a lot I couldn't understand, but he said when he first got in and he had I think I was yelling at him. I don't even remember. I think I was like, who are you? Get out of my car, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, bitch, we're going to the bank. And I'm like, and then my mind just starts swirling because I'm like, going to the bank? This is so freaking weird. And I'm like, I'm not going to the bank with you. Get out of my car. And he goes, bitch, we're going to the bank. We're getting Russ's money. And he started getting all agitated and excited. And that's when he was yelling things. I wasn't listening because I was forming how the hell I was going to get out of the car. So he was yammering crap, couldn't really understand him at that point, and my thought was to get the knife away and get the heck out of the car. That's all I was thinking about at that point. What he was saying, I don't know. As I ran into the garage, he ran after me. I heard the car door shut, and he was yammering stuff again about killing me. Again, my focus was to get in the house. I know I had my phone in my pocket. I was trying to dial 911. I think I did it 3 times before it went through on my cell phone. By then I was inside, and he was trying to get the door. I was trying to hold the door. I couldn't get it locked then, and I was trying to get 911 on the phone. And he was saying stuff, and then the door flew, he got in, it flew open, and I ran into the bedroom. He was yelling stuff, and as I was going in the bedroom, something again about killing my wife, him and Stevie. Me and Stevie, you're gonna kill your wife. And so I don't know who that is. I don't know a Steven or a Stevie or a Steve. I don't know what he was talking about. He was so it was really hard. It's like his sentences weren't formed by then. And so none of it made any sense, but he did keep saying, get in the car. I ran in the bedroom. I tried to, I shut that door. I was trying to get it locked, wouldn't latch, got a problem with the door. And I got my gun, turned around, got my gun, nightstand right there, and he was pounding on the door. And once it flew open, that's when I shot him. And I just kept shooting him, because he just kept standing there.
How many times did you say you pulled the trigger?
I unloaded the whole gun.
Okay. So you pulled the trigger until it stopped firing?
I just kept pulling until it stopped. So as he was pushing on the door and I'm trying to dial 911 and hold him, hoping he'd get tired of it and leave, and he didn't. I was just trying to keep him from coming in. As he pushed the door open, I ran right in here to my nightstand. I shut the door, ran to the nightstand, came back around here. As he was pounding on the door flew open. I was probably standing anywhere like here. As it flew open, he's right there, and I just started shooting and walking out towards him shooting.
Okay, so you just said like he's standing there. Were you that close in proximity?
Oh,
to
yeah.
him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely.
So when you say he came in through here, correct? When you came in through here and you got through, and you said you held him off for a bit, were you able to shut the door?
Yeah.
Or was it a struggle over the door?
Yeah, it was a struggle over the door and me trying to call 911.
At the same time?
Yeah, because he was right behind me. So I shut the door and I couldn't get it locked, and I was reaching for my phone and I dialed 911.
Was your phone kept in your pocket or do you have a clip?
My pocket.
Okay.
I always keep them in my back pocket. So I was calling 911 and he's I'm just holding the door because I couldn't get it locked because it wouldn't, the little latch, he kept pushing it, it was coming over.
What type of latch is it?
Well, the door knob.
Oh, okay.
Like the knob, like you need it closed to be able to lock it.
Yeah.
And
Is it a push
wouldn't.
button lock?
I think it's a little turn one.
Okay.
So like a deadbolt? Or just on the handle?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a little tiny piece of crap, really. Yeah, so I couldn't get that and dial 911. It was more important for me to dial 911 in my head, so I was trying to get some help. And just a few seconds. It was just a few seconds. 911 came on, I started yelling, and he burst through the door.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, if I had one interrogation approach to use right in the middle of this conversation, it would be, I cannot believe that you just said that, because everything about this person is absolute BS at this point. I mean, you could stop it right here for me. It just gets more and more amusing. If you want to see what stress looks like for her, look at her shoulders now. They're very narrow. The stress is built up. Her shoulders are up like this. Her head's starting to shrink a little, and now she's using phrases to answer questions. They're not complete sentences now. I'm not talking about prepositions. I'm not talking about pronouns. I'm talking about they are phrases. That hadn't been the case up till now. There's also a little disdain as she's talking about walking towards him, shooting. But there's no sorrow, no emotion, no anger. Anger at least would be there if a person just tried to kill you yesterday. I'll leave a couple of things off, but look, when our brain is under that kind of stress that causes our shoulders to draw, it also takes away some cognitive ability. It's why if you're at work and you feel that, you need to get up and walk around and breathe a little bit and relax your body so your brain can get back to working. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, just as you said, Scott, before, the physics just doesn't work around this story at all. Look, I'm pretty big. I got big upper body strength. If I'd got another male who's pushing against a door and with one hand, I'm trying to stop that person coming in and lock the door at the same time and reach into my back pocket to get my phone out to dial 911. At the same time, I've got to go over and get the gun, which is in another. You can't do all of those things at the same time and not fail. And what happens in the rest of the story is she doesn't fail at it. It turns out that she manages to do this. I just don't think it's physically possible that this could happen. She may well be incredibly strong, but she isn't going to be that strong or adept with her body to be able to do that physical feat. All those three things pretty much all in the same moment. Not possible as far as I can see. But I'll read my book by Fenneman on physics, and maybe I missed out on some important elements of it. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I totally agree. In this clip right here, the storytelling is off the charts here. And here's every time she mentions how she is thinking, because there's no mention or even a hint at how she's feeling. She says, I'm hoping he'd just get tired of it and leave. It was important for me, or more important for me, to dial 911. In my head, I was trying just to get some help. And I think she's borrowing from stories that she's heard, but I think the story that she's mostly borrowing from without even knowing it is the Three Little Pigs. I really think that was underlying a lot of this. And here's how she describes the actions of this perpetrator. As he was pushing on the door, as he pushed the door open, as he was pounding on the door flew open all by itself, I guess. There's no perpetrator. He's right there. It was a struggle over the door, which reminds us of somebody saying tussling. Whoever that guy's name was, I can't remember. Yeah. And then he bursts through the door. It's interesting to note this total absence of explicit details about the perpetrator's actions here. And this analysis that I did of this video was rooted in the Statement Validity Assessment, or SVA, which includes the CBCA, or Criteria-Based Content Analysis, and it scored off the charts for being a deceptive statement here. There's a lack of specificity, trying to minimize or distance herself. There's an absence of the perpetrator, makes her feel less guilty. And then repetition and incomplete sentences. People are telling truthful account, provide unique and varied details each time they recall an event. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree with you guys, because now I've got a story that I think we're looking at as well. She's the female John Wick. Think about that. Think about what's happened. All she's done so far. This is a movie scene, man. This is right out of one of those John Wick things where she's in the car and she's fending off this guy trying to stab her. She gets out of the car. She gets to the door beforehand as she's dialing 911, gets the door slammed. Dial 911, push it back. When she talks about shooting, she talks about how she does this. Oh, she does it wrong. I think she does. I think she cups it. And she said she's walking toward him while she's shooting. Come on, man. That's even her description of how she shot him says, I didn't have the phone, but she's shooting while she's on the phone. You're going to hear the 911 call. When we get finished with this, I'm going to play that. And you're going to hear the way it sounds. And going back to what Chase was saying earlier about how it sounded like a third grader, this thing sounds like a rehearsal. If Mark was doing some acting thing, said, hey, man, will you, I'm going to play the person you're shooting. Will you do the talking part of it? When you hear this, think about that. She's the one just coming in to read the script as he acts it out. Unbelievable. It's horrible. So this didn't happen like this at all. There's no way it did. Like Mark said, this can't happen. Physics says no.
The eyewitness is you.
So as he was pushing on the door and I'm trying to dial 911 and hold him, but hoping he'd get tired of it and leave, and he didn't. I was just trying to keep him from coming in. As he pushed the door open, I ran right in here to my nightstand. I shut the door, ran to the nightstand, came back around here. As he was pounding on the door flew open. I was probably standing anywhere like here. As it flew open, he's right there, and I just started shooting and walking out towards him shooting.
Okay, so you just said like he's standing there. Were you that close in proximity?
Oh,
to
yeah.
him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely.
So when you say he came in through here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
When you came in through here and you got through, and you said you held him off for a bit, were you able to shut the door?
Yeah.
Or was it a struggle over the door?
Yeah, it was a struggle over the door and me trying to call 911.
At the same time?
Yeah, because he was right behind me. So I shut the door and I couldn't get it locked, and I was reaching for my phone and I dialed 911.
Was your phone kept in your pocket, or do you have a clip?
My pocket.
Okay.
I always keep it in my back pocket. So I was calling 911, and he's trying, I'm just holding the door because I couldn't get it locked because it wouldn't, the little latch, he kept pushing it, it was coming over.
What type of latch is it?
Well, the door knob.
Oh, okay.
Like the knob, like you need it closed to be able to lock it.
Yeah.
And
Is it a push
wouldn't.
button lock?
I think it's a little turn one.
Okay.
Little
So like
tiny
a
one.
deadbolt, or just on the handle?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a little
So we're not
tiny
doing this
piece
stuff.
of
We're good.
crap,
Okay.
really.
Understood.
Yeah, so I couldn't get that and dial 911. It was more important for me to dial 911 in my head, so I was trying to get some help. And just a few seconds. It was just a few seconds. 911 came on. I started yelling, and he burst through the door.
So, all right. So you grab the revolver, and as soon as you grab it, and you turn around, where's he at that point?
He's banging on the door.
Banging on this door? Okay.
Because I turned around, grabbed it. I have a case there. I have it sitting. It's not zipped up or anything like that.
It's in a case that's not zipped.
Correct.
Okay.
It's in a case that's not. So I just reached in, grabbed it, turned around, and.
Where's your phone at this time?
In my other hand, to my hand.
All right.
Because I'm still yelling. Yeah, I had it in my hand the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah. And I turned around to come this way, and I was just waiting to see if he broke, which I knew he would because I couldn't lock it. And I just stood there.
All right.
And it was just a couple seconds.
Stood where?
On one of these axes, I'm not sure.
At the edge of your bed.
It's so small in there, you'll see. There's not really anywhere to go. Because the door's right there. No. So I turned around, reached in, I grabbed it, turned around, and I just was waiting to see if he broke in or if he would get scared and run away.
Right. And you say break in through this door. Did he open the door or break the door?
He didn't. I don't know if he opened it or if it popped open because it doesn't latch very well. Right. So I don't know if because his pounding opened it or he opened it. I don't know. It opened.
Okay.
It flew open and I started shooting.
Okay. Well, we're trying to. I understand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember.
Some of these questions might seem.
No,
like
I'm trying to rehash it in my mind. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just like.
And we just want to make sure we're clear on every detail
fully
we can.
understand. Yeah.
My first thought was not only to get my gun, but equal first thought was don't drop my phone. Because I wanted him to be able to find me if he got me in the car.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, just one thing. It's a total mess. It's all a complete mess. I just noticed that. So she's trying to do some mime for phone. I think she wants to do that, but she invokes the god of metal.
Exactly.
At some point. So, I mean, just her gestures are all, and then that's not, mobile phones don't do Bakelite phones anymore. And they certainly aren't the evocation of the god of rock and roll or heavy rock for sure. So complete mess. Also, you've already said this, Scott, but I'll just say it again. How are you holding the gun like that and your phone at the same time? You've got to drop one of them. Something has to go. And so if it had really happened, you'd say, hey, I dropped my phone. I threw the phone on I grabbed the gun, I threw the phone on the bed. You'd have an explanation for it. She doesn't have, it just doesn't work. It's a complete mess, unless somebody can tell me that that's actually possible. Greg, what do you got on this one?
I don't think her body language tells you it's actually possible, because this is one fantastic deviation from baseline. One of the things you notice, look under the table and watch her feet. Her toes point together. She turns into pigeon-toed. One of the things I learned a long time ago is when you're in the military, there are men and women in some units, not in others. But when you would see a young woman get in trouble, young women especially get in trouble, I would notice they're getting yelled at. I mean, Chase, you would probably second this. Being yelled at is part of a young enlisted person's career progress. That's just part of growing up. And I would notice young women would point their toes together. So I would call that whatever you want to call it, but I call it pigeon-toed submission. She does that. She turtles. Her arms are below the table for the first time as a second officer asks questions. Now, her arms are entirely below and she's turtling. There's a big, big baseline deviation. If you want to see something more, if he would have noticed that deviation, he probably could have pushed her even more. And then she goes up on her tiptoes and she talks about shooting. That's entirely different from what we've seen to now. She's up on the balls of her feet on her tiptoes. This is likely because this is what she's been waiting to talk about. If you're going to deconflict the story, never mind the guy had a watermelon and some bricks and a knife, how that guy got shot and killed is what a person's going to spend their time on, because that's how you go to jail. The guy having whatever he had in his hands is not pertinent, but that's important and pertinent. So we're seeing that as she rises on the balls of her feet. She does that submission. She knows this is the most risky. And if we go back and we talk about liars, there's a trigger, there's fabrication. Those are the easy parts. And then you do deconflict in your head. You get ready for what's coming. Well, I shot a guy. I'm going to figure that part out really, really well. Then I go into pitch. The guy goes, well, hold on a minute, and attacks that. Now I got to defend it. And the person hits those details and goes, something's wrong there. Then I have to deconflict it again, pitch it again. And what we're seeing is a person in front of you preparing to deconflict the second time, because she's keenly aware that they're paying attention to her. And this is, if I've seen a massive deviation anywhere, this is it. This is probably the most powerful one. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When he asked where the phone was, she has to stop and think about it. With the gun, even though the case was unzipped, she sounds like she just turned around, grabbed it, and came back and was like, man, if it's one of those cases, it's a cloth case, one of those little things. If it was zipped, that's what it is. So there's a flap that lays down on it. You can't just stick your hand in there and get it. You have to lift it up or squish your hand around and then get it out. And most likely the case is going to come with it if you don't hold the case down and pull it out. So this whole thing has gone into the squatter as far as I'm concerned. And if you look at these detectives, look how close to the table they are. They can hardly stand it. They're so excited. They know they've got her. They know they do. They're at that point where they're not playing with her, but they're just getting as much as they possibly can from her at this point. Again, let's talk about how she's holding the gun. She's doing it wrong. Nobody would, you can't do anything with two hands and have your phone too and start trying. You could talk to Siri and see if, call 911 or whatever. And shit, hang on. Siri.
The police will be wrapping Scott up shortly.
Hang on, I got to do this before it hangs up. Hang on. Hey, this is not an emergency. I accidentally called. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'll leave the phone on just in case you want to call me back and make sure. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Modern problems.
Oh, man. Wow. Good job, you there we go. So I'll stop there. Chase, what do you got?
She's asked where her phone is. She's just showed us a minute ago. She used both hands to fire the gun. This is called the isosceles grip, which I think went away in like 91 in the military and maybe 2010 in police, in a lot of police training. So right here, there's a lot of stuff going on here. You guys covered a whole bunch. But right after this, she says she had it in her hand. She's using two hands to hold the gun. And she's done an okay job with narration so far, which shows me she's capable of narrating correctly. And when she's describing waiting to see if he broke in, watch her hands. They go into little hold. They go down here, but they're back into holding a gun position. And her right thumb even comes up and mimics cocking that hammer back on the revolver. And you can see it clear as day. And I have not yet seen a single video of somebody who explains their cognitive reasoning and thought processes in an interview like this who was innocent or truthful. Not one, not once in my life. have I seen a video like this? They explain their cognitive process all the way through. Greg? You're muted. You're muted.
We may get to see Scott explain his cognitive process in a few minutes.
Yeah, clearly explaining.
Just making
What
sure
did they say?
good. Just making sure everything's cool. So,
You don't want to get wrapped up and go for your.
No, I said, send somebody over. I'll leave the back door unlocked. So if you want to toddle in, they're like, oh, she's like, well, nah, we won't be doing that. Let me do it. Door's right there. All right.
Yeah, good.
Okay, sorry.
The eyewitness is you.
All right, so you grab the revolver, and as soon as you grab it, and you turn around, where's he at that point?
He's banging on the door.
Banging on this door? Okay.
Because I turned around, grabbed it. I have a case there. I have it sitting. It's not zipped up or anything like that.
It's in a case that's not zipped?
Correct.
Okay.
It's in a case that's not. So I just reached in, grabbed it, turned around, and...
Where's your phone at this time?
In my other hand, to my hand.
All right.
Because I'm still yelling. Yeah, I had it in my hand the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah. And I turned around to come this way, and I was just waiting to see if he broke, which I knew he would because I couldn't lock it. And I just stood there.
All right.
And it was just a couple seconds.
Stood where?
On one of these axes, I'm not sure.
At the edge of your bed.
It's so small in there, you'll see. There's not really anywhere to go. I mean, because the door is right there. So I turned around, reached in, I grabbed it, turned around, and I just was waiting to see if he broke in or if he would get scared and run away.
Right. And you say break in through this door. Did he open the door or break the door?
He didn't. I don't know if he opened it or if it popped open because it doesn't latch very well.
Right.
So I don't know if because his pounding opened it or he opened it. I don't know. It opened.
Okay.
It flew open and I started shooting.
Okay. Well, we're trying to. I understand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I'm sorry.
Some of these questions might seem.
No, I'm trying to rehash it in my mind. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just like.
And we just want to make sure we're clear on every detail
fully
we can.
understand it.
My first thought was not only to get my gun, but equal first thought was don't drop my phone. Because I wanted him to be able to find me if he got me in the car.
Let me ask. So the first time you shot him, would you say you're further than this away from him? Me and you?
Maybe this far.
So, okay.
Maybe from here to you.
And the door opens out? The door
It opens into the bedroom.
Okay, so yeah. So if I was coming into your bedroom, it would open this way or this way?
Towards me, yes. So I'm standing here and in one of these positions here in front of the door, it swings open. I'm standing there, I'm ready.
Okay.
And it swings open and we're just eye to eye and I just start shooting and walking forward because my first thought was to get past this door jam.
Okay.
Didn't even think about I'm shooting him, hitting him. Wasn't thinking about that. I knew I had to get around this person and get back out somehow.
At what point did he fall? Do you remember?
I had shot quite a few times.
Before you fell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite a few times.
If you had to guesstimate how many shots you think you fired?
I don't know. I did all of them that was in there.
You know
And I
how
think
many?
it was full.
Do you know how many rounds go in that particular weapon? 6?
I'm guessing. I unloaded all of them. I think it was full, but I don't know for sure. But I think it was. It did not seem, when I hear it in my head, that I heard 6 booms, but
So do you think you hit him all 6 times?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, because I walked as close to him as I could till he fell down.
Good.
Did he say anything?
No. When that door flew open, he just looked at me, and I just started shooting right away. I mean, he didn't even have time to respond. I don't even know if he saw that I had that. I don't know if he even knew what he was going to do when he did that, because he was so heightened by then.
But when you started shooting at him, but by the time you opened the door and you fired your first shot, until you left the residence, did he say anything else? Did he verbalize anything else?
He never moved off the floor. Never moved. I got my dog.
Where was your dog at during this whole thing?
Running around going nuts.
Okay.
He didn't know what was going on.
All right. Chase, what do you got?
I think we've evolved from the 3 little pigs And now we're looking at The Walking Dead, where this person just comes into the bedroom and just stands there, just staring at her. It's a zombie movie. It's exactly what it is. And there's one point in this clip that I think is absolutely critical to understand. Earlier, we talked about somebody detailing, explaining cognitive and logical reasoning for every little action they take. That's a major sign of guilt, or at least I've seen 100% only in guilty people, and I've seen 0 in innocent people. And here's the most incredible thing that I've ever seen when it comes to this kind of deception indicator. She ends off this video beautifully explaining the cognitive reasoning for her dog. Big deal. If I had a mic right now, I'd drop it. Greg.
Okay. Yeah, so 2 things, only 2 simple ones. Number 1, this is the single most rehearsed piece of her entire story. If you don't believe it, she's more prepared every time they ask a question, whether it's cognitive, process, or whatever. She's got an answer, and it's pretty quick. There's not much pause. That's because she spent her time and her resources preparing for this part of the discussion, because it's what will send her to jail. Who cares about the rest? Very tight. However, by this point, she should be relaxed a little. She's been an hour plus in the interrogation. Look at her shoulders. Look how narrow her shoulders have become. Her head now looks bigger on her body than it did in the very first. Like I said to you, people's shoulders narrow because those trapezius muscles just get tighter and tighter and tighter. And you can't miss it by watching a person. Now, the interesting piece is even in the interrogator, that's where I first noticed it, is in an interrogator who's feeling stressed. You notice it. Mark, what about you?
Yeah, so I think you're right, Chase and Scott. It's a gun fu zombie film that's going on. So I'll reiterate it again. Somehow she has, with the phone in her hand, she's managed to pull the gun out of some kind of pouch. My guess is the phone is flipped up into the air. It goes into slow motion, and we see in close up it's spinning round and round and round and round as it's dialing 911. Yeah, clearly she cocks the revolver. She fires off X amount of rounds into the assailant, and then the phone comes down into her hand again. Beautiful. End of shot there. Yeah, that's all I've got on that one. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, while as she's shooting this guy, she's thinking all she can think about is to get past that the door and get out the door. If you're shooting somebody, what your main focus is shooting that person, not getting out of there. If she's trapped in a room, yeah, she would shoot, but then that would be her focus, not getting out. It would be killing that person who's trying to get her. This whole thing makes no sense right now. Where we are right now, it makes no sense. She wouldn't be thinking that at all. But we're at the most crucial part of the story, and it's all about the shooting. So what she's focused on to say has happened is it's goofy. She starts heating up. You can see her, she gets a little bit flush in the face. Her illustrators are really close to her body. She's doing her leg rubbing. She's clasping her hands as she's pretending like she's shooting him. Where's the phone at this point? She's on the phone with 911, which you're going to hear in a couple minutes. When this is over, you're going to hear her talk. She's on the phone. It's hilarious as she's shooting him and talking to the 911 operator. And then where's the dog? The guy has to ask her about the dog. The dog would have been flipping out, jumping all over the guy. The dog doesn't know who that guy is. No matter what the size the dog is, Chihuahua to a Mastiff, it's going to be on the guy. It just makes no sense. It's just goofy at this point.
The eyewitness is you.
So the first time you shot him, would you say you're further than this away from him? Me and you?
Maybe this far.
So, okay.
Maybe from here to you.
And the door opens out.
It opens into the bedroom.
Okay, so yeah. So if I was coming into your bedroom, it would open this way or this way?
Towards me, yes. So I'm standing here, and in one of these positions here in front of the door, it swings open. I'm standing there, I'm ready.
Okay.
And it swings open, and we're just eye to eye, and I just start shooting and walking forward because my first thought was to get past this door jam.
Okay.
Didn't even think about I'm shooting him, hitting him. Wasn't thinking about that. I knew I had to get around this person and get back out somehow.
At what point did he fall? Do you remember?
had shot quite a few times.
Before you fell?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite a few times.
If you had to guesstimate how many shots you think you fired?
I don't know. I did all of them that was in there. And I think it was full.
Do you know how many rounds go in that particular weapon? 6.
I'm guessing. I unloaded all of them. I think it was full, but I don't know for sure. But I think it was. It did not seem, when I hear it in my head, that I heard 6 booms, but...
So do you think you hit him all 6 times?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, because I walked as close to him as I could till he fell down.
Did he say anything?
No. When that door flew open, he just looked at me, and I just started shooting right away. He didn't even have time to respond. I don't even know if he saw that I had that. I don't know if he even knew what he was going to do when he did that, because he was so heightened by then.
But when you started shooting at him, by the time you opened the door and you fired your first shot, until you left the residence, did he say anything else? Did he verbalize anything else?
He never moved off the floor. Never moved. I got my dog.
Where was your dog at during this whole thing?
Running around going nuts.
Okay.
Just didn't know what was going on.
Mark, what do you think we've seen up to this point?
Yeah, well, up until this point, all I would say, Scott, is that I am looking forward to listening to the 911 call that you have been telling me about. I'm looking forward to it. Chase, what do you got?
So there's a few ways. In the law, in the military, we need 3 things to, terminate another person's life. And that's, they have to have the capability, they have to have the opportunity to kill you, and they have to have the intent to kill you. And I think intent, even if her story is correct, is missing here. And she might fall into those category of people with limited training who think they're tactical, who ask, when can I shoot, instead of when should I shoot? So there's a few ways you can learn what we learn in this, or use what we learn in this video here. First, pay attention to pronouns very carefully when you're listening to somebody. Second, watch for discrepancies between gestures and speech and sudden changes in these movements and stuff. Third, genuine memories are varied, and rehearsed stories tend to remain pretty consistent. Lastly, look for emotion in the body, on the face, and in the words. And if you see it on one of those things, but not on the other, something's not adding up. And I think this entire video is just one for the record books. Greg?
Yeah, I think I could use this and never crack another video to teach body language, because anything we want to see is here. She's used anchor and redirect, which means I'm going to use a set of words. So every time we come back to it, I get to talk about it. And you see her doing that when she's talking about the sweeping around the corner and all of that kind of thing. Then she has reduced levels of detail under scrutiny, and her arms well to her side. She shows real stress and clusters of behavior before we even get to the place where she does gaslighting behavior. That gaslighting behavior around backpedaling, disclaiming no certain answer, establishing plausible deniabilities, just so later she can say, I never said that. I think if we've seen one ever that you're like, yeah, they got this one right, this is probably it. I don't think any of us are thinking maybe we should look out and try to get the Innocence Project to help her out. Scott, what do you got?
I agree with you. Every now and then on these episodes, one of us will say, you know what, I'm going to use that clip there in training because it's so good for this, this, and this. And then Mark will go, I'll use that one in training because it's so good for this and that. This is one we can use all of them. We can make a course out of this one. You know what we ought to do? We ought to do that, you guys. Let's make a short course out of this because it's so good. If we could do it without laughing, I think that would actually be the key here. So let's listen to the 911 call and we'll come back.
The eyewitness is you.
911, where's your emergency?
Hey, hello, there's someone breaking in my house. Help.
What's the address you're at?
Get out.
All right, fellas, I think this is another good one, and we'll see you next time.
See ya.
Yeah.
The behavior panel.
All of that. Have the cops shown up yet?
No, I keep thinking it's just somebody walking around out there, but I don't think it's them. I hope it's. Let me see if it is them. Hang on.
Monday the 5th, yeah?
Oh, you know what? That's Monday, Memorial Day.
It was the cops. Today, we're going to talk about Ryan Ferguson and Chuck Erickson. They were arrested for murder in 2001, I believe. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, these two videos are simply interviews with the police department in Columbia, Missouri. And these guys have been brought in because one of them, 2 years after the murder, was reading a newspaper case and remembered being in that area earlier that same morning. It was Halloween night late, and started to think, well, maybe it was me. And so mentioned it to a friend. There was a sketch that looked a little bit like him. The friend called the police, and here's what we're going to see.
This is what bothers me.
Sometimes things go horribly, horribly wrong.
See, I knew where you're going with this, man.
The thing about it is, if they're going to nail you with it, if they're going to pin this on you, you might as well get it. If that's going to happen regardless, and it looks like they got all this stuff and all this evidence. If they're going to pin it on you, you might as well get it pinned on you for the right reasons.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to you earlier, man. I didn't. Oh my God, you're trying to get me to admit to something I didn't do. I didn't do it. I mean, set me down and wait until trial, man. Just take me down to jail because I didn't do anything. I'm not admitting to something I didn't do.
I understand, but do you think if you go down to jail and a lot of times when we talk to people, they think, if I just maintain that I didn't do it, that it's all going to go away?
No, I know if I did something, they would know that I did it.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I'm innocent.
Because you're innocent of killing this guy.
I'm innocent of even being there. I'm not involved in this in any way. All right? It's the truth. There's nothing I can do or say about that to make it different. I mean, my hope is I don't have any hope, man. I'm going to jail for something I didn't do. I'm not going to admit to doing it to get a lesser sentence because I didn't do it.
But if it didn't go down just the way this guy's saying, why should you take the rap for something?
Because I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice, man. I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you what happened.
But what if you still had the choice to tell your side of the story and it wasn't exactly like whatever this other guy's saying was? Why not?
But I want to be straight up with you, man. I really don't appreciate you coming in here and doing this. All right? I told them the truth. All right? No matter what, that is the truth. That's what happened. All right? I'm not hoping that anything changes. I'm hoping that they realize that I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm hoping that the evidence will prove that I didn't do it.
They're not, though. They don't believe you.
Well, I mean, that sucks. Taking it to court. I mean, I have to go to trial, dude. I didn't do anything. And I'm not going to admit to doing something I didn't do. You can't do or say anything else about it.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is a really interesting start to an interrogation, or whatever this is. If I'm asking you who's trying to convince who in this room, who would you say? I would say it's a guy who sounds like Jerry Seinfeld going, you ever notice? Yeah. Is it the police officers asking questions with an upward tone or making statements with an upward tone constantly? If we just take tone for a minute, Ryan, the suspect, is telling hard. No, I didn't do it. He's emphatic with his body language. He's emphatic with his words. He's emphatic with his voice. He's emphatic with everything he's doing. In fact, the only times we see him not emphatic is when he's hopeless, when he says, well, I'm hopeless. And he shows that with his body language. The other interesting piece, I look for congruency when a person uses choice of words, that's diction or that's verbal. They're vocal, where their voice is making the same sounds. They're in a downward telling tone. Their cadence is correct. Their pitch is correct. And then I look for nonverbals and all that body language, or those exposed fingers extended out and driving his point when he tries to make it. It's powerful. It shows, if I were sitting across the room from this guy going to tell the boss, hey, boss, I don't think this guy did it, just based on that. There's one thing he does that might make this guy jump on him, and that's when he rubs his thighs. So we see an adapter. But what do we always tell you? There are no signs of deception, only signs of stress, and you look for clusters. The cluster's simply not there. I could go on, but I'm going to leave some of this alone. One of the things that I would, two things I got to cover here. How often have you heard us talk about punishment question? This guy didn't wait for the question. He says, I guess I'm going to jail, but I'm not guilty. You don't hear people say, take me to jail and let me go to court. It is a very American thing to say, give me my day in court. We are always the people who say, I'll take it to the Supreme Court with no idea even what that means. This is right off to a start of this kid looking innocent to me. Chase, what do you got?
I got pretty much the same. So I wake up around 4:30 every day. I'm downstairs watching these in Jamaica, where I'm at today, and I had no idea what this was. And just watching this first 30 seconds, within 30 seconds, I was already maybe biased, but within that 30 seconds, I'm like, this is probably an innocent person. Here's a list of things that guilty people will do most often. They'll reassert their character and motive. They'll retell the story again. They'll add details to the story. They'll attempt to help the police. They'll ask questions about evidence. They'll ask what other people have said. They'll return to the backstory and details that prove that they are innocent. Truthful people will behave in a very different way. They will ascertain and continue to assert their innocence. There's anger response. There's an immediate denial. There's continued and increasingly firm denials. There's unchanging story without the need to return to it. Unflinching confidence that no proof exists, which you definitely see in this video. And then one thing that you'll see in innocent people is confusion. You don't see a lot of confusion in people who know damn well why they're in that room. So the confusion plays an important part. So here, all of his gestures are so perfectly timed with his words. I know Scott's going to probably talk about this. And that I would say this, with all the other behaviors we're observing, is enough to convince me, knowing nothing about this case whatsoever, not that he's really innocent, but that something is definitely off here, and he looks innocent to me just watching this video and knowing nothing about it. Scott, what do you got?
All right, yeah, I'm with you in the first 30 seconds. And Greg had called me after that, and he's like, well, what do you think? I said, well, I haven't watched yet. After my 30 seconds, I'll have to watch my mouth. I was pretty angry, let's say, because I could see where this was going. This guy never says, tell me what, the detective never says, tell me what happened. He never says, how did you get here? He doesn't ask him anything like that at all. He goes into aggressive mode. He's not as aggressive as we're going to see in a little while, but he gets a little bit more than aggressive there. He's doing this wrong. He's doing it wrong. We get a lot of comments. Show us a bad confession. Show us a false confession. You're looking at, not this one, but in the next one, we'll be seeing plenty of that. Now, for the body language for Ryan, he's not closed off. He's not in any kind of confession mode whatsoever. He's not having any kind of inner dialogue. He's not prepping his answers up here, thinking when that question comes in, he's not thinking, and then he's just answering in this free flow of information. There's no delay. There's no nothing in there. When you're analyzing an interrogation or an interview, like in this case, when we do that, you always hear me say, well, one of the things that he or she didn't say was, wait a minute, I didn't do it. Hang on just a second, which is what you hear when the person didn't do it. That's all this guy's saying the whole time. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I'm innocent because this. I'm innocent because that. I didn't do it. He's frustrated. We see him get frustrated. Sorry, I'm getting worked up. So this guy's doing it wrong. He's using I've got $1,000 that said a long time ago he took the single course of the read technique and probably went through to the advanced thing, but he's forgotten how to use it. The great thing about the read technique, it's got specific steps you use, but you use those, you mold them to fit you and that situation. You go in with the assumption that the person did it. Quite often you do. I don't do that every time when I'm using it, but that's one of the they say to do that. You know, that's the big thing. You go in on attack. In this case, this guy's doing it wrong. You can see some of the steps he's following. I'll point them out as we go through this. But he shouldn't be doing it this way. He's not listening. He acts like he knows for sure this kid is guilty. And I don't think he was. I mean, apparently he's been let out or something, but I don't think he was. I'm going to watch that Netflix thing and see what all happens with this. Mark, what do you got?
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. I'm excited for this because I've been using this app for over 2 years. If you didn't know how much private information is out there on the internet about you, when you first see it, it's pretty shocking and maybe a little disturbing. These people that collect all these private things about you are called data brokers, but there's a secret here. They have to take down your information if you ask them to, so they make it incredibly hard to do. So what we do is let Aura handle that for us. And you can do the same. You can let Aura do all the work, tracking down and removing all the stuff that you don't want online. And you can try Aura for 2 weeks for free using the link right at the top of the description down there. And Aura does a ton more than just getting your information off the internet. They protect you from threats that you and even your kids can't see coming. And it's super easy to set up. You don't have to go download a million different apps to get all the benefits that Aura has, like parental controls, antivirus, VPN software, password management. They even have identity theft insurance, everything. One of my friends was over here sitting in this office just a week ago, and I typed his name in, and within just a few minutes, we found everything. Even his anonymous accounts were on the dark web and the passwords associated with those. He downloaded Aura that night. So you should look into this. Your private information should be private. You can go to aura.com/TBP, just like the behavior panel, TBP, right now to start a free 2-week trial that I've also linked down in the description.
Yeah, so look, if you like and you subscribe, then you'll know that we watch a lot of videos of interrogations. And so between us, we've seen a lot, and done some as well, obviously. And this one just jumps out completely. Within a few seconds of this, I was thinking, why are we looking at this? What's going on here? What are we looking at here? Because nothing about it says right from moment one that we're liable to have somebody who's done anything. Why? What's happening here? Oh, number one, Greg, you were saying, look, if I was sitting across from this guy, well, this guy isn't sitting across from this guy. This guy's almost sitting on top of him. It's almost like he's been paid for a dance. It's so close already from moment one that I already go, what's going on here? Why are you so close into his territory to the point where you're already intimidating? I would say that proximity is already intimidating, which suggests you don't want information out of this person. You want to intimidate them from moment one. That we've not really seen, I don't think, anywhere else in any of the videos that we've looked at, that level of very fast, quick intimidation. So it already jumps out. Just to agree with everybody, the subject here gives many clear denials that you just don't see very often. Such clarity of denial, such repetition of denial, and the alibi of, I just wasn't there. I wasn't there. That's a good alibi. I wasn't there. Now, what's happening with the interviewer here? The interviewer is narrowing down the options already for this person. The interviewer isn't interested in what else were you doing? Where else were you? The interviewer is interested in narrowing down the options on being guilty. How would you best like to be guilty in this? Not are you guilty, are you not? How would you best like to admit your guilt on this? So already narrowing down the options to the point where the subject very quickly gets into a situation of what I would call futility and says, I don't have any hope. But if you manage to get somebody that quickly into a point of no hope, there's something quite extreme going on, I would suggest. Where's the lawyer in this case? I mean, another great case of whether you're guilty or innocent, but especially if you're innocent, don't answer any questions. Get a lawyer before you say anything. Your only conversation should be, I'll be getting a lawyer. Where's my lawyer? Is my lawyer here yet? That's all. That's all you need to be talking about. The other thing I'll say, look, lots of open palm gestures at navel height. That doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's being honest, but it's very continuous with this person. It doesn't deviate a great deal from that. So that's a good indicator. And who's the most engaged in this situation? Who looks like, I mean, I know we have one person who vocally is doing those upward inflections, those Seinfeld inflections of will you join in on this? Will you join in on my story? But still very relaxed and disengaged with it. Whereas the other, the subject is upright in the chair and engaged with telling the truth as they see it, which isn't a big bunch of detail. It's like, I wasn't there. I'm not there. I'm nothing to do with this. This is quite interesting because it's very different from what we would normally see. Let's have another.
Well, just so you know, go ahead. Oh, you're going to talk about the seating?
No, I was going to talk about a couple other things. Number one, this kid got out of jail 10 years later and has had a multi-million-dollar lawsuit settlement for being wrongfully imprisoned. And this case is really messy. It's worth going and looking at the details. And you guys who know this thing, we're happy for you to make comments down below. We don't always get all the facts right on this because we're paying attention to the interrogation. And go ahead and see my next one. Yeah.
What I was going to say is in interrogation, it's okay to get sort of close. That guy is a little bit too close, but he's not real close because he's leaning back a lot and doing all that. Quite often what I'll do is I don't sit across the table. I sit next to him, not right next to him, but it's okay to be that close in case you need to reach out. But when you do, we usually scooch up a little bit, just to put a little clarity.
Well, look, let's keep the interrogation thing for 1 second, and each of us make a comment, because for me, this is all wrong right off. This guy's going in without any information gathering whatsoever. He doesn't look at the guy. He's going in with an intent. You talk about Reed. Look, I come from the intelligence interrogation world where we also get into confessions because of the nature of what we collect. But our first intent is information. I always say it's much more important to us to find out where the bad guys came from so we can find more bad guys than worrying about the one we have in our hands. And when you're in a war, that matters. How much of this and that exist? We don't always even know who we're talking to. We have to clarify that up front before we get to that level of detail. So it's a very different mindset. And if you don't know how to use Read, you can certainly force a bad memory into somebody's head.
I feel my face getting hot.
One of those tape replays.
Sometimes things go horribly, horribly wrong.
See, I knew where you're going with this, man.
The thing about it is, if they're going to nail you with it, if they're going to pin this on you, you might as well get it. If that's going to happen regardless, and it looks like they got all this stuff and all this evidence. If they're going to pin it on you, you might as well get it pinned on you for the right reasons.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said to you earlier, man. I didn't. Oh my God, you're trying to get me to admit to something I didn't do. I didn't do it. I mean. Take me down and wait until trial, man. Just take me down to jail because I didn't do anything. I'm not admitting to something I didn't do.
I understand. But do you think if you go down to jail and a lot of times when we talk to people, they think, if I just maintain that I didn't do it, that it's all going to go away? Do you think
no, I know if I did something, they would know that I did it.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I'm innocent.
Because you're innocent of killing this guy.
I'm innocent of even being there. I'm not involved in this in any way. All right? It's the truth. There's nothing I can do or say about that to make it different. My hope is I don't have any hope, man. I'm going to jail for something I didn't do. I'm not going to admit to doing it to get a lesser sentence because I didn't do it.
But if it didn't go down just the way this guy's saying, why should you take the rap for something?
Because I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice, man. I'm telling you what happened. I'm telling you what happened.
But what if you still had the choice to tell your side of the story and it wasn't exactly like whatever this other guy's saying was? Why not?
But I want to be straight up with you, man. I really don't appreciate you coming in here and doing this. All right, I told them the truth. All right, no matter what, that is the truth. That's what happened. All right, I'm not hoping that anything changes. I'm hoping that they realize that I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm hoping that the evidence will prove that I didn't do it.
They're not, though. They don't believe you.
Well, I mean, that sucks. Taking it to court. I mean, I have to go to trial, dude. I didn't do anything, and I'm not going to admit to doing something I didn't do. You can't do or say anything else about it.
This is what bothers me.
And, when something happens that you made a mistake, people understand you don't really want to come out with it because we're ashamed.
I understand that. And I've done other things. But this is definitely not one of those cases, man. I've not done anything. I've told them the truth. And all I can do is sit here and wait and have a million people try to talk me into saying I did something I did not. It's not fun.
I guess I'm just trying to I'd like to see you help yourself. I think you still can help yourself.
Who do you think I did it?
I don't know what happened.
Well, look at this way, man. I didn't do it yourself. Okay. And the only way I can help myself is by admitting to something I didn't do. That's what you're saying.
No, not really.
That's exactly what you're
Let's say, for instance, this other fellow, Chuck, let's say this was all something it was his idea. Let's say that he's trying to pin this whole thing on you because he paints a pretty bad picture.
Well, maybe he is, but I wasn't with him. I don't know anything about it.
Do you think it'd make it easier for him if you were able to come clean on what happened?
I come clean, all right?
But if you hadn't, do you think it'd make it easier for your mom and dad? Your mom in particular? You said mom.
Well, if I had done something, yes, but I haven't. I don't know how many times I just said this to you guys. I have not done anything. I was not there. I did not do anything.
But if there's a way that you could help yourself, you'd do it.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm telling the truth. So I'm doing what I can. I mean, if you know what this is like, man, I'm going to talk to my dad. I'm going to talk to my mom. So I get one phone call, man. I got to call my dad to get a lawyer fees. I got to call my mom, so she'll...
Let me find out about all that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chase, what do you got?
There are a few things wrong here from an interrogation perspective. So just looking through this lens, he's ignoring repeated denials. An interrogator shouldn't do that. There's a pressure being applied to help yourself that kind of implies a confession and not an emphasis at all on the truth. When the confession is more important than the truth, you will have a very bad interrogation. So if somebody believes the only way to improve their situation is by agreeing with an interrogator, there's a big problem. So it's also introducing this alternative scenario, even after these denials. There's a denial of a request to speak with family. And in people this age, you got to be a little careful because they might be asking for legal help by asking it, can I talk to my mom or my dad? Don't know how old this kid is, but then there's misinterpretation of cooperation. The police are interpreting this person. Him telling the truth or making denials is not cooperative. And this sets the stage for agreement being the only way out. Then there's a lack of clarity. Like, if there's a way that you can help yourself, would you do it? So these vague questions, just kind of, this is the interrogation version of the foot in the door technique. And there's genuine exasperation there. He is telling instead of selling the guy that we're looking at here, the suspect. There's one point in this clip, though, that he engages in real self-soothing behavior. And it's when he's talking about having to get lawyers' fees from his dad. So way too often, I think interrogators are trained to get confessions instead of truth. I got called to do a concierge interrogation once here in the U.S. for a major crime, and the head of the department asked me how fast I could get a confession out of the guy. And I asked him if he was paying me for a confession or the truth. He said all he wants is a confession. So I took my non-refundable deposit and went home. And the alleged suspect of that interview that I was supposed to do is free today. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, I will go back to the space being used here. There's a difference between using space in order to build a connection with somebody and using space to be territorially aggressive. So yeah, absolutely. If you come into within an arm's distance of somebody, you're in what we'd call personal space. And of course, you could be in that personal space and trying to create a connection, but you could also be in that personal space and taking that space and being intimidating. And just as you say there, Chase, it's kind of a foot in the door technique. I'd say again, we've got this guy leant back, so he doesn't look like he's proximate, but his hand is out at the corner of the table and taking up all of that space. That for me is not somebody trying to reach out and connect. That's somebody trying to take territory. And though you might want to do that towards the end of some kind of interview or some way through it as you've built rapport, I don't think this person is trying to build rapport at this point. I think he's trying to to use his status and use his weight and use the space to his advantage, not to negotiate with this other person in order to win information. And so the stress is building up in this person being interviewed, and so we get a suppression gesture here, keeping down the energy. So we've clearly got tension building up, which he's keeping down, and then he's self-soothing on the front of his head with that. Again, that's an extreme gesture to see. The moment the hands, most of the time, if you get somebody with their hands on their head at some point, either, somebody scored and then you realize, oh, it's been disallowed, and it's the clear suppression of that energy, or some awful situation has happened. And some realization of that. It's extreme to go up here. And here we have it in this situation. So extreme territory being taken, extreme suppression going on. Again, not really seen that very much in many of the interviews that we've ever looked at. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. He's not trying to connect with this guy at all. Not even a little bit. He's already decided what's going to happen, and that this guy's already guilty. He thinks this other guy has confessed everything. Apparently, he thinks that because he's going in so strong. He's not trying to do anything like that. I think we're seeing frustration. We're seeing his hands through his hair. That's we'll do that when we're frustrated as well. Trying to get heat off of us as we heat up. It is self-soothing at the same time. It's an adapter, and he's repeating the same thing over and over and over and over. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I don't know how he got this information. It wasn't me. This guy never says, then where were you that night? Tell me what led up to that night. Then why are you here? He doesn't say any of that. He's doing it wrong. I'm getting worked up. Sorry. So he's doing it wrong. So he starts that theoretical stuff. Well, if you did do it and you want it to end up better for you, and wouldn't you want to do something that's good for yourself? If there's a way you could help yourself when you do it, of course he's going to say, yeah. But what does he say? Yeah, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. I'm telling you I didn't do it. I don't. Never does he say, well, tell me what happened today. So you weren't there? No, I wasn't. Well, then where were you? Tell me about that. None of that. Greg, what do you got?
Remember, this is 2 years after the fact, just one key point. But let's list, my notes simply say read wrong. Read wrong is all this is. And that means both reads with the E, A, and the other way, because he's not reading the person sitting in the chair. Not at all. If he were, he would notice defiance, or that chin back, and him saying innocent and throwing himself out of the chair almost at one point in this interview. There's a whole lot of things going on here. This is just proof you can't take a book and do this and run through the book and go check, 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 and be an interrogator. It is an art form. It is not an art form for the squeamish, because you're going to fail and look stupid many times. And he's doing it really well right here in front of me, in my opinion, because what he's done is not heard a word this guy has said. So he's not reading him, and he's not reading him. So let's just not say it's the read technique that's causing the problem. It's poor application. There have been many people who've gotten great, true confessions. When you're set out to get a confession and you've decided before you go in, which a lot of people who use read are before they go in, you're going to go in with a checklist mindset and a bias mindset, and that's what he's doing. This kid is defiant when he first comes up and he says, I understand that. Pretty damn defiant. And he touches his brow from stress. Well, there's a good indicator. We always say that means something. Yeah, it means something. It means he's stressed. If Mark, to your point, I guarantee you that if you didn't know me and you came in and sat down in the room and I came in and started interrogating you, you're going to feel stress, because I'm going to make sure you feel some stress to see where it goes. But what he doesn't pay attention to is where this kid's emphasis is. By that, I mean, does his emphasis with his hands and his vocal tone emphasize the same things his words are doing? Does it align? So when he touches his brow, that's one thing. He's doing gravity-defying, extended finger movements constantly. The cop, on the other hand, tries to avoid the question when he starts asking, so what you're telling me, in a beautiful summary, what you're telling me is the only way to make my condition better is to lie to you and tell you I did it. The cop does his best to avoid that, and he doesn't allow him to. And one of the things we know, I tell you all the time, you'll hear me talking about SEER because it's the most profound experience in psychology I've ever dealt with, because you're under high duress talking to these people. And you have to be careful because we're training their brain, their limbic brain, their animal brain, their mammalian brain to respond. And when a person is in that heightened fight or flight and you're injecting information, how that memory got there is not clear to them. I think about the last time any of you were in an automobile accident and how shadowy those memories are. Well, if the memory got there because somebody put it in or the memory got there because it happened, can be difficult to determine. And he starts to inject his first piece of information to this kid under stress when he's talking about them being there together. But the kid continues. It's one message. It's congruent in its innocence. I, for the life of me, I don't know how a person gets to the point they don't look at the person they're interrogating. And look, we've all made mistakes. Everybody does. I'm not beating the guy. I'm beating the process. Somebody watching this video should have said, hey, did you notice this kid being so defiant? Did you notice? But this kid went to prison for 10 years and only was exonerated through work. I think it was an Innocence Project, but exonerated and let go from there. You should watch an interview with this kid on the morning news. He's got the most positive attitude of anybody I've ever seen. It's amazing.
One of those tape replays.
And, when something happens that you made a mistake, people understand you don't really want to come out with it because we're ashamed.
I understand that, and I've done other things, but this is definitely not one of those cases, man. I've not done anything. I've told them the truth, and all I can do is sit here and wait and have a million people try to talk me into saying I did something I did not. It's not fun.
I guess I'm just trying to I'd like to see you help yourself. I think you still can help yourself.
Because you think I did it?
I don't know what happened.
Well, look at it this way, I didn't do it yourself. Okay. And the only way I can help myself is by admitting to something I didn't do. That's what you're saying.
No, not really.
That's exactly what you're saying.
Let's say, for instance, this other fellow, Chuck, let's say this was all something it was his idea. Let's say that he's trying to pin this whole thing on you because he paints a pretty bad picture.
Well, maybe he is, but I wasn't with him. I don't know anything about it.
Do you think it'd make it easier for him if you were able to come clean on what happened?
I come clean, all right?
But if you hadn't, do you think it'd make it easier for your mom and dad? Your mom in particular? You said mom.
Well, if I had done something, yes, but I haven't. I don't know how many times I just said this to you guys. I have not done anything. I was not there. I did not do anything.
But if there was a way that you could help yourself, you'd do it.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm telling the truth, so I'm doing what I can. I mean, if you know what this is like, man, I'm going to talk to my dad. I'm going to talk to my mom. So I only get one phone call, man. I got to call my dad to get the lawyer fees. I got to call my mom, so she would.
Let me find out about all that.
Thank you.
Okay. This is what bothers me.
I think you said I'd always wanted to kill someone before I was 60 anyway.
What night was this that this happened down here at the Tribune? Was there a special occasion?
It was Halloween, yeah.
Halloween, okay. So that night, when you see Ryan choking out, do you think that Ryan was choking to make sure he was dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he say that, or is that just you thinking that?
That's what I think.
Okay. All right. Was there anything taken from the guy that we will know where it's at or we'll be able to find?
I think his dad found a wallet.
Ryan's dad found a wallet?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay. Not for certain on that?
No.
Okay. And what did you say earlier about what you thought he choked him with? Or it's possible that he may have choked him with something, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what it was?
No.
Okay. All right. There was obviously a lot of injuries to this guy, so it's pretty obvious that he was hit more than once, but you're not sure who did that, right?
Yeah.
So basically you're feeling, or what you're recalling...
I think I just blacked out.
Okay. After he hit the guy and he went down, you see Ryan choking him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I blacked out in between when I hit the guy and when I see this lady, basically.
Okay, but you did see Ryan choking him out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hang on this for just a second. I'm going to try to find this Dallas guy. I'll be right back with you.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So look, interesting one on the this is a different subject. So different person. I had to have a good look as I was going through these and go, hang on, we've changed subject here.
Chuck Erickson.
Chuck Erickson. Yeah. So the last guy was Ryan. This is Chuck. Okay. So what do I notice immediately here? The pulling up of the sleeves seems an odd thing to do. It's out of context with what he's talking about at the time, and then his hand goes up to face block there, something around, I think his dad found a wallet. So it seems to me I'm going to put an element of uncertainty around this whole wallet situation. We'll see as we go on how much uncertainty there seems to be around a lot of stuff. But that initially jumped out to me. There's some uncertainty about what's being talked about here, and quite a big level of uncertainty. Now, the difference here is the interviewer here is giving the subject way more space. So that's an interesting difference in the interview here. We'll see him giving him way more space to talk and way more distance from each other. Let's see if this interview plays out any differently. But first off, there's a lot of uncertainty with the subject around what he's talking about. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, you may give him a lot of space, but he also gives him a lot of information. When I interrogate somebody, part of the way I know that they have done a thing is we have a thing called guilty knowledge. It may be what happened at the site that nobody else would know. It may be what color shoes the guy was wearing because there's something odd. Any of that kind of weird thing, we would fish for that. We don't tell them that, because the minute you tell them that, you have tainted the entire interrogation, because now they're feeding you back information you feed them. And remember what I just said, under duress, when a person is feeling fight or flight and you're telling them things, it goes into shadowy memory. So here we have, this guy is feeding information to the perpetrator, to the suspect in this case. And it's really interesting to watch because he's forced him into this situation. Now, these guys, I don't know, this is a longer interrogation than we have access to video. The videos we're watching is what we're basing it on. And this guy is open to saying, I was there, I did it. Look, he's saying, I was there. This is the guy who said he thought maybe because he blacked out, something happened. This is read wrong again, pressure and inject memories. His inserts. The first part's interesting is when the kid is saying something about his friend had said he was going to kill somebody before 60. He's illustrating out of frame. Those of you who know me know that I say when you're illustrating out of frame, I'm suspicious of the facts. I want to ask, how do you know that? Where'd you get the information that? He also says, that's what I think, but it's not what he thinks. When he says, I think that Ryan was trying to choke him to death. No, the guy just told you what to think because he asked you with a leading question, a bad question. Chase, was Ryan trying to choke that guy to death with the belt? That's a leading question. Of course you're going to say yes. What do you think he wants to know? And he's under stress. There's also a couple of others. But my other favorite one is the cop swivels in the chair just before he goes in for something that seems like it's important. And he backtracks when he said, you said that he choked him with something. And he goes, well, maybe you said it's possible he choked him with something. That's a bold move that he realizes maybe he made a mistake and he steps back. That's a good indicator something's going on. Let me give you just a handful of other things he's feeding him. He was hit more than once. You should never tell somebody that. You should say, you hit him once and it killed him. No, I hit him 50 times. Then you know the guy's telling the truth. Was choking to kill. Choke him, and what he choked him with, Ryan was trying to kill him. He's feeding him this information. All of this is all fed directly to this guy. And how now do you have any idea what the guy really knew versus what you fed him under duress? Really tough. Now, Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah. The detective is just telling him what he did, and this kid's agreeing with it. That's all that's really happening here. And it doesn't work that way. And this kid must have said to himself, okay, I don't know what happened. Here's what that's what he's actually saying is this is what I think might have happened. I'm not sure because I blacked out. And this guy is just filling in what blacked out, and then he's agreeing with it. When it comes to police officers, my best friend in the whole wide world is a detective for 22 years, homicide detective. I'm all for the police and the cops. I'm totally for them. But this is a case where these two or these three are on my last nerve because they're doing this wrong. And they should know better than that. Somebody should have said, hey, man, if anybody looked at it, look, you need to go back and look at this again. That's why it's so important to have somebody watching what you're doing, watching what's happening. So they say, hang on just a second, man. You need to go ask this, this, and this, because something's not right about that here. I've talked about that on here before, having someone observe what you're doing. I think that's really important. This has all the hallmarks of a false confession. This kid doesn't know what happened. He's assuming things happened because of some dream he had, and this guy is just pumping him full of answers to give. So he never adds anything to it. He never adds any new information. It's all given to him by this detective. So, Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, and I agree with everybody here. And this is all happening on Halloween. So why do crimes happen more often on Halloween? We have a stacking of a few things. There's the anonymity of costumes. There's crowd behavior, increased alcohol consumption, increased deviant behavior, large numbers of people wearing costumes, even if a criminal isn't wearing one, can influence criminal behavior. At this point, Mark, where you're talking about him finding, his dad found a wallet, totally agree. He's rolling his sleeves up, which I would personally classify as ventilation behavior. There's facial blocking, facial touching, there's mouth covering, a lot of crazy stuff going on here. And these are my notes, the bullet notes I wrote this morning before I saw the other videos. I didn't know who he was. I don't know nothing about the case. He's bringing up memory loss. No mention of specific names, no mention of innocence or guilt, trouble identifying a firm belief about the alleged perpetrator. The whole video, his posture is locked down. He's rigid. He has trouble with details and can't seem to be certain about a damn thing here. So even his statements about hitting someone start with, I think. All of those do that. So when the detective stands to exit, one thing that I thought was interesting that I think you should pay attention to is the kid locks onto the detective's notepad and gets even more rigid and stiff, like staring at that notepad. That's something I look for in people who are worried, not people who are guilty, but people who are worried. I always want to see if they lock onto the data that I bring into the room. If they're worried about data or potential evidence, that is a semi-red flag to me. Let's call it a salmon flag.
One of those tape replays.
I think you said I'd always wanted to kill someone before I was 60 anyway.
What night was this that this happened down here at the Tribune? Was there a special occasion?
Halloween, yeah.
Halloween, okay. So that night, when you see Ryan choking out, do you think that Ryan was choking to make sure he was dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he say that, or is that just you thinking that?
That's what I think.
Okay. All right. Was there anything taken from the guy that we will know where it's at or we'll be able to find?
I think his dad found a wallet.
Ryan's dad found a wallet?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Okay. Not for certain on that?
No.
Okay. And what did you say earlier about what you thought he choked him with? Or it's possible he may have choked him with something, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what it was?
No.
Okay. All right. There was obviously a lot of injuries to this guy, so it's pretty obvious that he was hit more than once, but you're not sure who did that, right?
Yeah.
So basically your feeling, or what you're recalling...
I think I just blacked out.
Okay. After you hit the guy and he went down, you see Ryan choking him.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I blacked out in between when I hit the guy and when I see this lady, basically.
Okay, but you did see Ryan choking him out?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hang on this for just a second. I'm going to try to find this Dallas guy. I'll be right back with you. Now, you said earlier that after you hit the guy, that you got sick. Did you actually throw up, or did you just feel, you did throw up?
Yeah.
Okay. We didn't find any vomit down there, so can you kind of pinpoint where you think you got sick at? Was it in the park maybe, or on some dirt, or was it on concrete? Do you remember hearing that splashing sound?
Yeah, I think.
You think?
Yeah.
Not certain though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Back to the wrench. These are just my notes, so I remember to ask you. You said it was like kind of like a tire tool style wrench, is that right?
Yeah.
It wasn't like a crescent wrench or...
I think independent one.
Okay. Going back to when you said that you hit this guy with the tool, said you kind of got sick after that. How many times did you think you hit him altogether?
Just once.
Just once. Well, the only problem I have with that is I know that he was hit more than once with the tool.
I'm saying like I just hit him once.
You just hit him once. You didn't hit him more than like
because
10 times.
I distinctly remember the first time that I hit him. I remember hearing this noise and just seeing his face, and it just made me sick.
And the noise was him screaming?
No, it was like a groan.
Okay, all right. Okay. You said earlier, though, that it was possible that you may have hit him more than once. Is that different now?
No, I didn't hit him more than once.
Okay, all right. What kind of shoes was you wearing that night?
I don't know.
All right, I'll go first on this one. When the detective asks about the vomit because he didn't find any, there's your red flag. There's your red. Why isn't there? If you threw up, dude, where is it? Let's talk about that. Let's go into deeper. Let's start finding little things and start opening those things up and see what's going on there. He didn't care. One of two things is happening. He didn't care if Chuck was innocent, or number two, he's just uneducated about what he's doing. He's probably done this before, and it probably worked great. I mean, he's probably had a lot of success with his approach to this. But when it counts, it's not working. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. When you go into these, you have to go in thinking, this person, let's find out what's happened. I can't assume they did it. You can act like they did it and act like you think they did, but you can't think that. This guy's doing it wrong. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so my approach in any interrogation is to figure out what the person knows or what the person says, and then to figure out whether that implicates them somewhere else. Not to take a list and to figure out how I can get them onto that list of issues. This is almost as if he came in and said, I got all the evidence, here it is. I'm going to poke until I find out how it ties together. And look, I think either way has value, as long as you're keenly aware that you need to disprove yourself along the way. If, for example, I'm talking and I go along and I give you a piece of information, and he could be giving false information, we don't know, and the guy confirms it, then I know that he didn't do it. I've used that technique many times. The guy was hit once in the head, and the guy goes, no, it was 5 times. Okay, I got the right guy. Or if I said the guy was hit 50 times, he said, nope, just once, then he would be confirming or denying real information. What isn't the way you should do it is just to run down a checklist of getting the guy covered. Now, I also think when you're under pressure to close a case that's 2 years old, there's all kinds of things that happen. And if it looks like it is real, then you're probably going to run down that list. But guys, if you're just running down a checklist and you're going, he did one non-pertinent question about 2 years ago in vomit. Well, it's not pertinent because if they didn't find it then, they can't go to the place it is now. So it has no value whatsoever in the conversation. He feeds him information about the wrench. Hit more than once. The only problem I have with that is, when he says the only problem I have with that is, he's telling him more information that he shouldn't have said. I'm just going to beat a dead horse, but this is where just knowing read fails. You can't just go learn read and not learn how to question, how to validate information, how to read the room, how to read the person you're talking to. If you just run this pressurized checklist that Reed does, assuming the person is guilty, you're going to get a lot of red flags because of the stress you're generating, because of the pressure you're generating that's going to feed you to take that next step. If you can't understand how to clear someone or to prove someone is guilty, then you're going to do this. I think what they're after here is something else. I don't see him as trying to get this guy to admit that all the details. I think he's also after trying to lock down the other kid at the same time. So he's trying to verify information that this guy is giving him that he'll be able to use against the other kid, because this guy's already pretty compliant. He's answering any question, just simply saying, I don't know. I was blacked out on cocaine and beer, or cocaine and alcohol. So I don't see the pressure. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with everything said so far. I'm going to add to all of that and say I suspect that the interviewer here is not at all confident in what they're doing. They don't seem to me to be professionally focused in any way. They don't seem to be professionally concentrated on what's happening. We see the guy swinging his legs on the chair. He's leaning back. He's swinging his legs. Now, look, it could be maybe he's doing that because he's super confident in his technique. He's super confident that he's backed up with a lot of evidence. And he thinks to himself, I can just sit back here and swing my legs. And that's all I need to do in this situation. And the person will rightfully confess. Well, no, what happens is the interviewer is doing all the talking. The subject is just getting to agree with elements of it, while the interviewer swings their legs, keeps a lot of distance, doesn't even look a great deal at the interviewer. It's not the kind of professional, it's not the kind of behaviors that I see with other interviewers who are better trained or more professional about it. I'm not saying the person hasn't been trained. I'm just suggesting that probably a little bit of knowledge can be a bad thing. A little bit of success can be a bad thing. A stopped clock is usually correct twice a day. If you put that stopped clock in a situation where it's doing world time, it's going to be right a lot of the day, but by the context of what it's trying to do. And so that's why, look, if you hang out in a certain part of town, and you stop people and ask them to open their, the boot of their car, the back of their car, a lot of the time you'll get some dodgy stuff in the back of there because you've chosen the right place in order to say, I'm going to take a look in the back. If you're going fishing, the sea is often a very good place to go, and the sea full of fish. So it seems to me this person may well have been fishing in a sea full of fish for a lot of the career. So the problem is now and again, you get somebody who's innocent, and then you start applying everything that you've done with this context of I'm always right more than I'm wrong because of where I go fishing. Chase, what do you got on this one?
I agree with y'all. And keep in mind, read as an interrogation technique gets a lot of flack because back in the 70s, here's exactly what happened. In the read books, they would say like someone avoiding eye contact might be being deceptive. And they had a long list in these old training manuals of this science that was available at that time. For the record, any interrogation system, any one that you can think of, can be misused in the right hands. Someone can abuse and misuse any interrogation system to get a false confession. All it takes is a lot of cognitive bias, which we don't have a lot of time to get into. But the interviewer here is helping him to develop his own story with leading questions to support his own narrative. Like, you're not certain about that, right? And then he says, I hit him once. And then he says, the first time that I hit him, I remember hearing this noise. So there's a distinction here between showing and telling. When we're recounting a story, this is very critical. Showing involves detailed sensory descriptions of events that are kind of conveying an experience, while telling is more direct recounting that just tends to lack a lot of sensory depth. So when people rehearse a story, they more frequently use words like remember, heard, noticed, saw, which can put some distance between them and the event. So this isn't deceptive on its own, but it needs to be picked up on, especially if they don't normally speak that way. And we saw this behavior in the Amber Heard case. I even made a video compilation of it on Twitter. So the officer is helping him with the story instead of getting details. He's helping him with the narrative instead of obtaining details and truth. Every detail he wants to include in the narrative, he's not only helping the suspect with, he's rephrasing it for him so that there's a clear story. This is bad. The kid's seriously uncomfortable. Same behavior in this clip, non-verbally, that we saw in the last clip.
One of those tape replays.
Now you said earlier that after you hit the guy that you got sick. Did you actually throw up, or did you just feel you did throw up?
Yeah.
Okay. We didn't find any vomit down there, so can you kind of pinpoint where you think you got sick at? Was it in the park maybe, or on some dirt, or was it on concrete? Do you remember hearing that splashing sound?
Yeah, I think.
You think?
Yeah.
Not certain though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Back to the wrench. These are just my notes, so I remember to ask you. You said it was kind of like a tire tool style wrench, is that right?
Yeah.
It wasn't like a crescent wrench or...
I think independently.
Okay. Going back to when you said that you hit this guy with the tool, said you kind of got sick after that. How many times did you think you hit him altogether?
Just once.
Just once. Well, the only problem I have with that is I know that he was hit more than once with the tool. Because
I'm saying I just hit him once.
You just hit him once. You didn't hit him more than
because
10 times.
I distinctly remember the first time that I hit him. I remember hearing this noise and just seeing his face, and it just made me sick.
And the noise was him screaming?
No, it was like a groan.
Okay, all right. Okay. You said earlier, though, that it was possible that you may have hit him more than once. Is that different now?
No, I didn't hit him more than once.
Okay, all right. What kind of shoes was you wearing that night?
I don't know.
This is what bothers me.
Okay. Let's go back to when you were talking about how you saw Ryan strangle this guy. Now, we know what the guy got strangled with. That's kind of the thing I've been holding back from you. All right. Is it possible that you know what he was strangled with and just didn't want to tell me? Because I know.
No, I think it was a shirt or something.
Okay, well, I know it wasn't a shirt.
It's like maybe a bungee cord or something from his car. I don't see why he'd have a rope in his car.
Well, we know for a fact that his belt was ripped off of his pants and he was strangled with his belt.
Really?
Yeah. Do you see a belt in Ryan's hand? Something look like a rope maybe or a bungee cord?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't put anything in your hand then?
No. Okay. I mean, I don't remember that at all.
Okay. Something else that I need to ask you about. We felt like, I asked you earlier if you had gotten hit by this guy or anything like this, but you said he kicked you in the balls when you guys attacked him. So it's not a matter of flipping out and I don't know what's going on. We know you know what's going on. Maybe you forgot some of it, but you didn't forget all that you're telling me. Number one, I just went and looked at this guy's crime scene photographs hopefully for the last time until I ever have to look at him again. Multiple contusions, hits, and strikes on this guy's head. There is no way in hell that you hit this guy once, turned around, and got sick. If you only hit him once, turned away, and got sick, you had to hand the thing off to Ryan because this guy's got head wounds all over his head. We're talking minimum 15 strikes.
I must have done it then. I mean, I don't know. Either that or I stopped and he did. I don't know.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
This is a really, really, really good marriage of a poor read technique and a poorly performing perpetrator. This is not a perpetrator, but it doesn't matter. The point is, if tomorrow Chase was grabbed and brought in for this, Chase would go, didn't do it, leave me alone. Ryan, the first kid, responded the right way. This kid's uncertain because of a drug blackout, so he's going to have signs of guilt because he has a guilty conscience. Whether he did it or not, he has a guilty conscience. You hear him say, I have a guilty conscience. So what does this guy does? He pressures him. And he does that pressure and insert information. Again, he likely has an evidence list. Hey, here's the things that happened. And he might not have worked the case 2 years ago, but he's running down that list and trying to pigeonhole this guy into that list through a series of tools. And he's using read. And so, Chase, you hit it dead on. I, with Scharfian interrogation techniques, can get a false confession in 3 days. Easily. Whether I would or not is a different story. There's no value in a false confession. You're after facts. You're after getting things. I love the fact this guy doesn't just not agree with him that it was a bungee cord or shirt. He injects and he says, the only thing I've been holding back. Well, yeah, that's the only thing. How about holding back a few others? But He says it was a belt. And then he even uses the guy's language to convince him that what he saw might have looked like this, but it was a belt. Wow. That's a step and a stretch. When you're closing and you know the guy hasn't, and Scott, I think we were talking about it off the thing here. What they have done is go in with closed, no investigation. This is not investigative interrogation in any way. It's just closed. This guy's guilty and I'm going to get a confession out of him. Very big mindset, very big difference. Now, did we see 15 hours of interrogation they might have done? No. So I want to make sure we point that out. We're looking at this video. Still doesn't matter because you're still feeding him information. My notes say, how about letting this guy talk?
Yeah.
When you're interrogating, it's usually a 1-to-2 relationship. I ask a question, you talk twice as long. That's what I want. I don't want to talk twice as long to hear yes or no. The reason we don't want leading questions, can, are, have, will, anything that results in a yes or no answer means I'm doing all the talking. I'm doing 9 words, you're doing 1. That doesn't make any sense when you're trying to get facts. So one of the things that we do. I think I'm not even sure it's intentional. I think he just doesn't know how Reed really works. And Chase, you're dead on. It's any system. Scott, I know because you use Reed, you feel like it's, a damning of Reed. It's a damning of poor interrogation skill, meaning a guy who doesn't, he has guilty conscience, even if he didn't do it. Now, could he have done it and blacked out? And sure, he could have, but don't know that's it. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, and I also think suggestibility plays a major role here. And suggestibility might be the reason that he walked into the police station. Suggestibility could be why he said to his friends, that might have been me. So suggestibility also plays a huge role in false confessions. There's a long list. There's 17 things that are known to produce false confessions. Suggestibility is a huge one. We have fantasy proneness. Someone even being in a glucose deficit is how they refer to it in the literature can do that. But he says, let's go back to what we're talking about, how you saw Ryan strangle this guy. Just based on the behavior I've seen with this interviewer, I'm willing to bet whatever they discussed about the strangling was not that clear cut. So this interviewer is very skilled at revising people's words and statements. And I'm guessing this is not the first time that he's done this. So this is the most, probably, I think, the most manipulative police interview I've seen in a very long time. And I don't want people to get their opinion of police from this video. This is very rare. Maybe there was a training deficit. Maybe he made a mistake and maybe that mistake worked a couple of times and he kept doing it. He tells them they're withholding the weapon. He asks him what he remembers. He corrects him and helps him to keep guessing. The kid still can't remember and guesses a bungee cord. The detective then tells him what the weapon is. He doesn't withhold it anymore and asks a soft, presumptive maybe question about seeing the belt, just so he can stick it in this kid's mouth, I think, in my opinion. And the detective even adds in what the kid guessed about the crime in the mix, asking if it might have been a bungee cord. So the suggestibility is being played on here. And honest to God, I don't believe that this detective was acting with malice. I don't think there was malice here. I don't think that he's had this long, probably 50 hours of training on how false confessions can be occurring and how to avoid it. Once the detective hears, I must have done it then, you can see and hear the relief in his voice. And I don't think there's a pursuit of truth, just a pursuit of confession here, which is a big difference. And, there's not a lot of clarification stuff. Tell me a little bit more about that. Well, how did you get there? How did that happen? What did it look like? What were their positions in? Just wants those couple of things in there, which is not healthy. Scott, what do you got?
I agree with you. It's not malice. It's ignorance. He's doing it wrong. So that's why I think that these guys have been trained a long time ago, and then they're just not focused on what they're doing. They're not remembering, not going back and going. You can take the Reed technique a couple of times if you want to, as many times as you want to. Go back every few years and make sure everything's good. You're dealing with people's lives. So, and not all police officers do that at all. Not all detectives do that. This is rare. So don't think I'm bad-mouthing police, because I'm not at all. I love them. I think they're awesome. But these guys get on my last nerve. This kid's just listening and agreeing. The detective is literally spooning spoon feeding him things to say, and he's just agreeing with it. And then he tells him he must have what he must have done is hand. He said, you had to hand the thing off to Ryan, that tire tool. And Chuck says, I must have done it then. No. If that happens, you go back and start asking questions about that. There's so many spots this guy can go in and say, and start digging into what happened. These little spots you can just open wide, just stop everything there and go into those and talk about what happened in that instance. Where was he? Where did he come from? How far away was he? Did he walk to you? Did you walk to him? That even. But he wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why I think it's ignorance on this guy's part. He doesn't understand how to do this right. Chuck is nothing much has changed body language wise. He's still open. He's listening, and he's agreeing. There's no pushback at all with this guy, none whatsoever. His voice, tone, and cadence don't change. His volume doesn't change. He's just as ignorant about what happened as this detective is. So they're basically in the same spot there. Neither one of them know what really happened. And the detective, every time he scores or every time he does something that he feels like is good, or maybe in a couple of cases where frustrating, he takes his hat off or goofs around with his hat. So there's, we get a lot from him. We can tell what this guy's thinking. He's not. I'm not the type to lean back in a chair and start talking to somebody about something they might have done to find out if they did it or not. And that's pretty dang relaxed looking to be talking about what he's talking about. And for me, I think it's a little bit disrespectful for the situation. But that's me. So when you interrogate somebody that agrees with you on almost everything you say, that's a huge red flag. That can't, he doesn't know what's happened. He's assuming he knows what happened. You can't do that. You can't go forward when somebody just keeps agreeing with everything. I mean, I don't know how long this interrogation or this interview took, but it can't be that long. What do y'all think? An hour, 2 hours?
No idea, because this is just what we found. We don't know.
Like you said earlier, it could be dang 15 hours. Who knows? But with the way this guy's talking, I don't think it could have been too long. There's nothing else to go into since he's not asking these questions. I don't think he knows how to. But when somebody starts agreeing with everything, come back to those things later and approach them from a different direction and ask them the same question in a different way so it looks like it didn't happen or it looks like something else may have happened, and see if they agree with that. How simple is that to do? It's easy. And he's not doing that either, or not that we're aware of. Obviously, he didn't, because the kid went to prison for whatever how long he went to prison for. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, there's a lot that we're obviously not seeing here, quite obviously. So we don't have all the information. I don't have all the information. So what can I say for sure? Well, I know a clown when I see a clown, and this guy is a bit of a clown, quite honestly. I know a lot of officers. I got friends who are in the police force. I think they would be very happy for me to go, this guy is a complete clown. There he is, leaning back. Legs are swinging out there. The hat's on, the hat's off. Just as you say, Scott, I mean, it suggests to me, look, there's somebody who's had some training and they feel confident about it and they're applying themselves confidently. Sure, they've got it wrong, but they're applying themselves confidently. And if they felt any unconfidence, they might go, you know what? I'm not sure about this. I'm going to break this interview right now. I'm going to have a chat to some people. I'm going to, because I don't feel right. There's something up. This guy, I think he knows this isn't right. I'm not suggesting there's malice there. I think there is a sense of that he understands his own ineptitude, because that's what we've got. We got the child swinging their legs there. He understands his own naivety in this situation, but what he doesn't do is go, I'm going to break this. I'm going to go out. I'm going to have a talk to myself or somebody else about this and then go back in. He keeps on going. So you've got some very strong, confident, not questioning. He's just throwing ideas at this guy, sitting back, swinging his legs, taking his hat off, putting it back on again, throwing ideas at this guy. Because why not? Why not throw some mud at a wall and see whether it sticks? And it's sticking. because the guy's going, well, I mean, he's going, I don't know, I don't remember. It's a world of possibility, and we have somebody here, just as you say, Chase, who is very open to that possibility, very open to going, I don't know. And it's I'm only picking this up now because I don't know anything about this case, but I'm picking up that he had a dream. He had a dream that he was part of the crime. Well, I mean, how much more suggestible can you get when everybody's woken up out of dreams and gone, wow, that was a bit real. That was a bit odd. That was a bit real, and you can't quite tell the difference for a bit, of what's true and what isn't true. And the part of your brain that visualizes during dreams, it's the same part of your brain that visualizes the actual world around you. So you can have a dream where really the brain doesn't really know the difference. The only difference it can tell is going, well, that was a bit bizarre. I know that didn't happen. But some dreams that you have, you're like, yeah, it's a possibility. It looked very real to me. It's within the scope of something I might do. I mean, that might have happened. Well, so very suggestible state there. If he's dreamt this up, there could be some strong reality to it as well. But this is not a situation that's liable to get to that reality, to get the truth out of it. Yeah. He reminds me, where they just had the Christmas Santa Claus parade. And the police are always involved in the Christmas Santa Claus parade here. So it's always great to see them come out. I would expect him to be part of the parade, and he would have one of those wigs on, the multicolored wigs on, and the big feet. Complete clown. I don't mind saying it.
One of those tape replays.
Okay. Let's go back to when you were talking about how you saw Ryan strangle this guy. Now, we know what the guy got strangled with. That's kind of a thing I've been holding back from you. All right. Is it possible that you know what he was strangled with and just didn't want to tell me? Because I know.
No, I think it was a shirt or something.
Okay, well, I know it wasn't a shirt.
It's like maybe a bungee cord or something from his car. I don't see why he'd have a rope in his car.
Well, we know for a fact that his belt was ripped off of his pants and he was strangled with his belt.
Really?
Yeah. Do you see a belt in Ryan's hand? Something looked like a rope maybe or a bungee cord?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't put anything in your hand then?
No. Okay. I mean, I don't remember that at all.
Okay. Something else that I need to ask you about. We felt like, I asked you earlier if you had gotten hit by this guy or anything like this, but you said he kicked you in the balls when you guys attacked him. So it's not a matter of flipping out and I don't know what's going on. We know you know what's going on. Maybe you forgot some of it, but you didn't forget all that you're telling me. Number one, I just went and looked at this guy's crime scene photographs hopefully for the last time until I ever have to look at him again. Multiple contusions, hits, and strikes on this guy's head. There is no way in hell that you hit this guy once, turned around, and got sick. If you only hit him once, turned away and got sick, you had to hand the thing off to Ryan because this guy's got head wounds all over his head. We're talking minimum 15 strikes.
I must have done it then. I mean, I don't know if he did that or I stopped and he did. I don't know.
This is what bothers me.
Did you ever drop the pipe?
Probably.
Did you hand it off to Ryan?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. So when you say that you must have flipped out, then maybe you flipped out and hit this guy more than once.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that this guy got hit with once. And I'm not barking at you. I'm just telling you the truth because I saw the picture.
It's just I don't.
You got the crime stopper?
I know. I mean, that's fine. And I know, and I told you that already.
Okay. I understand, but I'm just reminding you where we were at.
Yeah. I don't.
Because what's going to happen eventually, I'm sure the crime stopper will come forward now that they know that all this is coming to a head.
That's fine.
And I got to impress this upon you one more time. And this is the last time I'm going to tell you this, Chuck, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Ryan's going to talk. Don't let Ryan tell a story for you.
I don't know what else to do because I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's going to put it on me. I don't really
Probably.
care. I don't care.
Okay.
I mean, I must have just...
You know you're involved and you're ready to take that hit, basically.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You want to leave that? You want me to light that for you before I go, or
I've got a lighter.
in your pocket?
Yeah.
Well, don't be burning nothing in the wall, man.
No, I'm not going to.
Here, why don't you give me your lighter? You're not supposed to have that up here.
No, actually I don't.
Okay, I didn't think so.
I have a keychain.
Chase, what do you got?
So there's not a lot wrong technically here in this video. He's not really directing him how, to answer the questions. He's using a very common statement of don't let XYZ tell the story for you. That's a common thing. But the one thing we aren't seeing here is the search for truth. The questions are closed-ended, which when you're asking somebody about an evening 2 years ago, as I understand this was, it can be very difficult to obtain some kind of truth with a lot of closed-ended questions. So it seems like the detective is after a confession of possibility, a confession of possibility. So Mark talks about this all the time, possibility versus probability with that thought experiment there. And is it possible you did this? And then it feels good enough for him to move to the next question. Is it possible you did this? And he kind of just lets that hang. And in this instance, I think it seems there are some parts he might genuinely have trouble remembering. I think that's genuine. And there's something called a behavioral interview that might be beneficial here in a situation like that, where they use different techniques and questioning to ascertain a lot more details about stuff like that. Very common in more traumatic situations to help somebody recall an event or a detail. They even use hypnosis in some of these cases, which you can't elicit a confession, but you can elicit details to help you obtain evidence with hypnosis. And there's, varies by state. But that's all I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think the interviewer here now is getting very insecure about the way that this is going. The hat comes off his head. He goes in what I would call third circle, in that he locks all his joints and puts his hat back on. That's extreme for this situation. Why have we got this interviewer who should be professional, calm, engaged? He could be trying to play the part of somebody insecure and moving towards getting extremely agitated. And we'll see where he goes in a few videos' time. But already for me, he's ramping up in not being able to control his own energy here, which suggests if he's in a professional situation, he's probably not following a sense of procedure for himself where he can feel grounded. He can feel like he knows where this is going. It may not be moving where he wants it to go fast enough, or he may not feel that he is in control of the procedure, and therefore it's going to run away from him, just like his hat seems to escape him and then go back on. Also an example, Chase, I think, of extreme venting going on there, where you're, releasing the heat from your head. If he was calm and assertive in this situation, I don't think he'd be doing that. So he's probably at the opposite end of calm and assertive right now, which is not where you want somebody who has potentially, 10, 15, 20 years of your life in their hands at this moment. Scott, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's probably excited right now because he thinks, I got this one. We're going to wrap this up. Look what I've done. Look what's going on. That's what I think is happening. And he says, maybe you flipped out and hit this guy more than once. And then Chuck agrees with him. He's feeding him the scenario piece by piece. He's feeding him the answers he wants to hear. And he never says, and he could have here too, tell me what happened. Because he already said, I don't remember what happened. But he doesn't go back and like I said, come from a different angle and say, let's go through what happened the last hour before you were there, or the last 2 hours before you showed up there. Where were you at that point? Never does that. In the last interaction, the detective's cadence goes through the roof. And he does that as he's dropping that idea of Ryan making a deal to screw Chuck over. So it's placed in his mind real solid. So he gets that, and that's it. That's what. There's nothing wrong with that. Making them think somebody's is already talking or is going to talk to give them that idea to get them talking. Nothing wrong with that. That's something you'll do. That's quite common. Nothing wrong with it. But that's what he's doing there. And for the other stuff, it's so obvious that nobody was observing what was happening. And if they did, I wouldn't be saying I did at this point, because they would have seen that and gone, dude, wait just a minute. Hang on a minute. This isn't right. Something's not wrong. Somebody would have said to somebody up higher, they would have left the room and said, he's doing this wrong. This kid, well, I'm going to get too deep into the, I love the police. I just think these guys are doing it wrong. Greg, what do you got?
So let's talk for just a minute about interrogation. First of all, I want to go back to something you said last time. When a guy is always agreeing with you, the approach you take is, okay, I've said enough. Why don't we just tell me what you do remember? Just stop. Mm-hmm. Let him talk. And where he says, I don't remember, okay, then you might poke and prod a little bit, but you let him talk. That way you know you're not feeding them. And most of the time when a person is feeding someone information under duress, this guy didn't wake up in the morning looking over his Cheerios and say, I'm going to put this kid in jail for the rest of his life. I don't care if he did it. That's not how it works most of the time. It's simply ineptitude at understanding human psyche, how things work, and how people get under duress. That's number one. Number two, my world interrogation, I know more about you than you know about you most of the time. Once I get to the point I'm ready to go to close something, because we've got situation maps. Once I determine who you are, let's take a war. A war is a beautiful thing from an interrogation point of view, because we have a situation map. I walk in, I look at that, assuming I'm in a cage, and I know everything that happened around the place you were captured for the past 48 hours. So I know how you ended up where you were when you were captured. And I'm trying to get you to talk. I'm not going to tell you what I know. I'm going to talk to you, ask you questions until you do something that tells me where you were exactly on that map. So then I can try to tie you to a situation. Lots of Middle Eastern wars, it's not all above board army against army. There's a lot of other things going on behind the scenes. And often you'll have guys committing IEDs, doing all that kind of stuff, planting IEDs. So those kind of people are not wearing uniforms and they're not captured that way. What we do is we have to have all that information in our head, and we're asking you questions, not to link you to it, but to see where you were and how you were tied in. Chase, I'm sure in your time, if you did a lot of ground operation, I know the Navy did a fair amount of ground operation in Afghanistan, for example, then we sweep and we bring in a lot of people, and we're trying to find the person. And you have to be careful not to tell them what you know and to feed them. What we're not seeing is that here. If you really want to know, pay attention to this entire video that's about to come up next, and we're replaying it, and watch what happens when the guy is asked any open-ended question. How does he answer? I don't remember. I don't know. I'm not sure. When he's asked any question that's not open-ended, yes or no, leading questions, he goes yes or no. That's it. He doesn't say, I'm not sure. So he's looking for guidance. He's looking, Chase, you talked about it earlier. This guy's 19 years old, probably, maybe 18, don't know. Maybe 20, because it was 2 years after they were in high school, my understanding. There's deference to power in those cases, and you're in captivity. And we all know that people defer to their captor until they get to be part of that system, and they are well-versed in that system. Then they'll flip you off in an interrogation room in a minute. But when they're brand new to the system, first time they've been in any kind of trouble, they're more deferential to power than usual. Listen to those two things. No open-ended answers, and yeses and nos every time there's a projected question.
One of those tape replays.
Did you ever drop the pipe?
Probably.
Did you hand it off to Ryan?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. So when you say that you must have flipped out, then maybe you flipped out and hit this guy more than once.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that this guy got hit with once. And I'm not barking at you. I'm just telling you the truth because I saw the picture.
It's just I don't.
You got the crime stopper?
I know. That's okay. Fine, and I know, and I told you that already.
Okay, I understand, but I'm just reminding you where we were at.
Yeah, I don't.
Because what's going to happen eventually? I'm sure the crime stopper will come forward now that they know that all this is coming to a head.
That's fine.
And I got to impress this upon you one more time, and this is the last time I'm going to tell you this, Chuck. Okay?
Yeah, I know.
Ryan's going to talk. Don't let Ryan tell the story for you.
I don't know what else to do because I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's going to put it on me. I don't really
Probably.
care. I don't care.
Okay.
I mean, I must have just...
You know you're involved and you're ready to take that hit, basically.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You want to leave that? You want me to light that for you before I go, or?
I've got a lighter.
In your pocket?
Yeah.
Oh, don't be burning nothing in the wall, man.
No, I'm not going to.
Here, why don't you give me your lighter? You're not supposed to have that up here.
Oh, no, actually, I don't.
Okay, I didn't think so.
I have a keychain.
This is what bothers me.
I
I wanted to start off by just telling you a little bit about what I've learned, and that is that the officers they've gone to Kansas City and they've gotten in touch with Ryan. And to make a long story short, Ryan is saying, I don't know anything, wasn't there, I don't know what Chuck's talking about, he's crazy. If it happened, if it went down the way he said, he obviously did it himself. And pretty much that's what's happening. Now,
I mean, I don't know.
I think Detective Short probably explained to you earlier when you visited with him that, pretty much Ryan's story could come out in any form or fashion. I don't know specifically what he told you.
Yeah.
But, Ryan could say anything from that was his entire idea to I wasn't there, have no idea what he's talking about. Man, the guy must be flipped out, to, well, hey, I was there, but I didn't know we were going to do anything like that. And first thing I know, Chuck's over there beating up on some guy. So you never know what kind of, what form their story's going to take. And certainly from what you've explained to us, it's bottom line not true. Now, with that, here comes the importance of our conversation, and that is to go back from the very beginning to the point that it was even merely suggested that you guys leave.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even. It's just so foggy. I could just be sitting here fabricating all of it and not know. I don't know. I don't.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
You'll have to wait till the end of this clip to see this, but here's what I want you to pay attention to. The interviewer here sets the stage to build anxiety. And this is very common in the situations where a plea deal is about to go on the table or somebody's not being straightforward. So as he sets the stage, he does some textbook maneuvers. He levels down with the suspects. He puts his papers aside so it's not a barrier in between him and the suspect. He does the leaning in. He lowers his tone, placing elbow on the table, place the other hand downward. So he's imperfectly mirroring the suspect. So he's changed his body language to mirror the suspect, which is kind of a textbook way to kind of set up this build up for what's going to come next in the next video. Scott?
All right. Chuck's body language hasn't changed a bit. He rubs his head a couple of times, as we do when we're frustrated, confused, or stressed. His chest and legs and arms are fairly open. I mean, they're wide open, really. This isn't that fake I'm open and listening body language that we saw with Grant Harden a couple of episodes ago, where the guy's sitting there with his hands on his legs and he's sitting there wide open like that and just answering questions and say, all he's doing. It's not that fake kind. This is what it looks like for real when somebody's being open and they're completely listening. I mean, you can't look any more like you're engaged than this kid's looking like it right now. So, and then this guy, detective or whatever he is, we were discussing earlier, he may be something else because he talks like an attorney. But he says the detective was visiting with him. He said the guy you were visiting with earlier, which is fine to do that. That's actually pretty good. So you don't say the guy was interrogating you earlier, the guy you're talking to, it sounds like visiting with you. So it keeps it calm and smooth sounding. Then Chuck says he doesn't know about all this and he could just be fabricating it all. That's when everything should come to a stop and you go, do what now, dude? What'd you just say? Yeah, I could just be making all this up. And there you go, wide open right there. You go down that road and get into all that. Doesn't do it. Not interested. Doesn't even try to do that. And I don't think it went past him. I don't think the other guys were doing this with malice, but this guy, it may not be malice, maybe ignorance on this guy's part as well, but he's doing it wrong. Greg, what do you got?
Well, if he in fact isn't the district attorney and not a police investigator, he wouldn't probably go to Reed. It's probably not part of what he would do. What he's doing is quite simply the logical approach. Hey, you're in trouble. Here's what we know. And now what we know could be stuff that we have fed you and you fed us back. Here's the interesting piece. He treats him as if the guy is resistant. Like, I don't want to hear this, do that, do this. Let me show you the best indicator in the world. He's not resistant. His knees are about that far apart and they're facing right at him. Nobody does that. I mean, maybe a hardened criminal will sit there and throw him out at you as he's sitting back, throwing his legs out like that. But most people under duress, and especially a guy resisting, is not going to be that wide open. His groin, the thing that people instinctively protect first, he's sitting there with it wide open. So he's not resisting. And when he says, I don't know, this could be fabricated, I'm with you. I'd say, what? Hold on. He's not resisting. And he says those words. I probably would say, let's go back and talk to the investigators. Let's get somebody else in here. Let's look at everything we got and see what's going wrong. That's all I got on this one. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, simple for me. Who's most assured, or, you know, physically in this situation? Who's most assured verbally? For me, it's the person being interviewed, not the interviewer. The interviewer doesn't seem assured at all. Greg, you said, you know, look, we'll get to, you know, that this is a fact, and therefore, it seems like the potential attorney here is trying to do some logic, but there is no logic to it. I tried to follow his pattern of thought there. I couldn't follow it. It falls down pretty quickly. In a statement of logic, you need a point of fact, which should be able to be corroborated by more than two people to go, look, this is an actual fact, and therefore logically, because of this fact, therefore A, and because of A, therefore B. And this is the situation you're in right now because of fact, which is undeniable. He has no facts. There's nothing that he states as fact at all, and therefore his logic is going nowhere. And that's why the interviewee interrupts with, I don't know. And that is the most assured thing that we hear in this. The attorney, the interviewer, whoever he might be, the DA, whoever this person might be, is unassured in what they're saying. The person being interviewed is very assured in what they're saying.
One of those tape replays.
I wanted to start off by just telling you a little bit about what I've learned. And that is that, the officers they've gone to Kansas City and they've gotten in touch with Ryan. And to make a long story short, Ryan is saying, I don't know anything, wasn't there, I don't know what Chuck's talking about, he's crazy. If it happened, if it went down the way he said, he obviously did it himself. And pretty much that's what's happening. Now,
I mean, I don't know.
I think Detective Short probably explained to you earlier when you visited with him that, pretty much Ryan's story could come out in any form or fashion. I don't know specifically what he told you.
Yeah.
But, Ryan could say anything from, that was his entire idea, to I wasn't there, have no idea what he's talking about. Man, the guy must be flipped out, to, well, hey, I was there, but I didn't know we were going to do anything like that. And first thing I know, Chuck's over there beating up on some guy. So you never know what kind of, what form their story's going to take. And certainly from what you've explained to us, it's bottom line not true. Now, with that, here comes the importance of our conversation, and that is to go back from the very beginning to the point that it was even merely suggested that you guys leave.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even. It's just so foggy. I could just be sitting here fabricating all of it and not know. I don't know. I don't.
This is what bothers me.
Let me go back one step further. You don't know exactly who brought it up initially.
Yeah,
because
it's
Because now, like Detective Short told you, Ryan, and I don't think you and I have even gone there. There's specifics about this whole thing that you provided that there was no way for anyone, including yourself, to even know. Bottom line, there would be no way if you hadn't been involved and been there. So my angle to you is I need to know as much information about what Ryan said to you and what Ryan did.
That's the best I can tell you. Like, I don't...
Okay, well, let's start. You were at the club, right?
Yeah.
And my understanding is, and I'm just going to try to briefly explain to you what my understanding is that you guys needed money.
This is all right. This is after reading the newspaper article in October, and this is kind of what I put together with. I mean, I don't know if I'm just flipping out or whatever, but I mean, this is kind of what I put together with what could have happened. I remember we were at the club. We ran out of money. Like, he'd been asking his sister to borrow money, and then from there on, I'm just kind of presuming what happened. I'm making presumptions based on what I read in the newspaper.
Well, you're making accurate presumptions that, like I said, that you would only know if you were there.
Like what? What, the lady, the cleaning lady?
That's one.
That was in the newspaper.
Well, no, about what was specifically said to
went
that
to get
lady.
help? I mean...
No, you explained... I'm not going to go
you
there.
understand, like, I wouldn't be here if I didn't feel guilty about it. But it's just, I can't recollect. And it's just a trip for me to have to sit here and try to look at something that happened that I read about and try to base what I remember.
Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because he starts walking through. He actually leaks a little information. He says, "You get my angle." Angle. You don't say that in an interrogation room typically, which makes me think Chase Prey right. He's praying not an interrogator. We know to protect those words. We know to protect things. There's actually early in these videos a good example of the guy trying to avoid using the word innocent, stumbles over his own words because we don't use those words. When we say those words, then the person automatically grips them. What he's starting to try to do is write the logical approach, that backstory. Tell me about your backstory. And then when he runs into gaps, then you micro interview. I'm saying, hey, Chase, tell me about the evening of this. You go bam, bam, bam. And then I go, oh, hold on. Let's talk about it then because I don't know exactly what's going on in your world. Let's talk through the mechanics of that. And then I would just open up and go after the pieces where there's vagueness or that kind of thing. That's a really easy way to do. But what you as an interrogator should not do is tell the person what you understand. What you should do is have them tell you what happened. Ask, ask, ask. This kid's doing more declaration of I don't know. He hasn't yet said I didn't do it. Not once. He's not said I didn't do it. He's cooperative. He's compliant. He's trying to help. And he's saying, I think I did it. This is what we're hearing from this kid. That's pretty much an admission of guilt. So why are they beating this horse and running him down the path? I think it's because they think there are two people who did it. They saw two people. The eyewitnesses saw two people. So they want to capture both of them. And there's pressure to close on who that other person is and to get him. So if you can get all the information dragged in from this one person and make the other person complicit in what happened or the trigger man, so to speak, then you can go back and drive that other person and make them give in quicker. It's back to something you said last time, Scott. It's really normal for us to use your friends against you. When you're in an interrogation room, you should expect that because using evidence provided by another is often one of the approaches we use to get it. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, well, you know, why are they running him down this road? I think because they're probably still unassured themselves because he's unassured. The subject is unassured. He's able to go, look, I think I was there and I probably hit the guy once, but probably he's not there going, definitely, it's definitely me. And also, as this, let's just say attorney, let's suspect that it's an attorney, starts doing his attorney's logic, which isn't logic because there are no facts. He doesn't state one fact, so you can't have the logic without that opening fact. The subject here calls up the presumptions. He says, you know, that's a presumption. So not only can he say, hey, I think I hit the guy once, but also he's going at the same time, I think your idea, your stories are full of presumptions and it's not logical. So he's able to do the two things at the same time, which the attorney here, or whoever it is, isn't able to do. He's running down this road of, you did it, and the subject there is going, yes and no at the same time. And that's tricky for him. And again, I think he's going to get frustrated. And we'll see what happens around that. Scott, what you got on this one?
The kid tries to talk, but he shuts him down. He does the classic thing with his hand, and that's a read technique. When they start talking, you try to shut him down, but there's no reason for him to do that because the kid is trying to give him information. He's not being combative with his information. He's not going, well, you did this, this, and this, and none of that. That's when you use it. That's when you start using that style of shutting somebody down, and it works like a charm most of the time. But there's no reason to be doing that because, like you were saying, he's not being combative with him. He's agreeing. He's like, yeah, here's what happened. Here's what happened. He's not trying to deflect or do anything else. So, yeah, I agree that I think this is the district attorney as well. Then Chuck lays it all out, and he tells him why and how he came up with this line of reasoning and thought that he might have been part of it. He says that he saw it in the paper, and he may have dreamed it or something. Like he said before, I could be fabricating this, and this guy doesn't stop him. And if he was aware at all of anything body language wise, hell, if he watched two of our episodes, he'd go, "Oh, okay, I get it. This guy's not. Something's not right here. I'll be back. Let me go do something. I'll be back," and then go find out what he needs to do next because obviously he wouldn't know. Greg, what do you got? Did you go? That's how. Okay, Chase, you go.
So this is a common tactic of police, especially when somebody's having difficulty with memory. And for this whole video, just keep in mind one theme, and that is suggestibility is fluid. Suggestibility is fluid. It's not a set factor that's like, I'm this level of suggestible. And police confirmation bias can play into all kinds of interrogations, and they're human. They're human beings just like we are. So we're not sitting here casting a lot of judgment here. We've made mistakes like this, especially early in our days. I'll just speak for myself. But if somebody's literally offering themselves up like this kid is, and I do think he's genuinely struggling with memory, it's common for police to weaponize this in some places, this memory issue to their advantage. And you can do this in an ethical way sometimes. I don't know the case very well, but I'm willing to bet that he actually didn't say anything that no one else would be able to know. Just based on the other detectives' behavior and potential deception, I don't think there's a way he said anything without it being covertly fed to him. So really quick, I'm going to run down this list. I'm going to give you 7 ways that police can manipulate memory impairment. And I've studied memory impairment for 25 years. See if you can recognize any of these 7 here. Number 1, feeding information, suggesting that they have mentioned something that maybe they didn't. 2, exploiting confusion, exploiting this to mix up details, creating false memories. This is 1,000 times easier to do than you think it is. So suggestive questioning, you can kind of implant false memories very easy, super risky in people with memory impairments like this too. Misinterpreting forgetfulness. So the inability to remember stuff can be wrongly interpreted as evasiveness or guilt. Then there's a pressure to fill gaps, hardcore pressure to fill up those gaps. And interrogators are on the line to try to get a confession. And a lot of these departments put excess pressure on the interrogators, on the detectives to close the case down, which drives a lot of their behavior. Then there's manipulating trust or authority, where they might just rely on their level of authority in the room, which can also increase suggestibility and cause somebody to question themselves more. And finally, just overstating evidence. They might just falsely claim some solid evidence linking there. Maybe you saw some of those.
One of those tape replays.
Let me go back one step further. You don't know exactly who brought it up initially.
Yeah,
because now Now, like Detective Short told you, Ryan, and I don't think you and I have even gone there. There's specifics about this whole thing that you provided that there was no way for anyone, including yourself, to even know. Bottom line, there would be no way if you hadn't been involved and been there. So my angle to you is I need to know as much information about what Ryan said to you and what Ryan did.
That's the best I can tell you. Like, I don't...
Okay, well, let's start. You were at the club, right?
Yeah.
And my understanding is, and I'm just going to try to briefly explain to you what my understanding is that you guys needed money.
This is all right. This is after reading the newspaper article in October, and this is kind of what I put together with. I mean, I don't know if I'm just flipping out or whatever, but I mean, this is kind of what I put together with what could have happened. I remember we were at the club. We ran out of money. Like, he'd been asking his sister to borrow money, and then from there on, I'm just kind of presuming what happened. I'm making presumptions based on what I read in the newspaper.
Well, you're making accurate presumptions that, like I said, that you would only know if you were there.
Like what? What, the lady, the cleaning lady?
That's one.
That was in the newspaper.
Well, no, about what was specifically said
She
to
went
that
to get
lady.
help? I mean...
No, you explained... I'm not going to go
you
there.
understand, like, I wouldn't be here if I didn't feel guilty about it. But it's just, I can't recollect. And it's just a trip for me to have to sit here and try to look at something that happened that I've read about and try to base I remember.
This is what bothers me.
Try to base what I remember off of that. You know, it's a mind fuck. You know?
Let's just stop right here. Okay? Now, one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit here and listen to this kind of gibberish, okay? That's not, I'm not going to waste my time doing it. No, wait. Now listen, I'm going to start talking, and you're going to start listening, okay? All right. I'm going to be point blank with you, pal. Right now, your hind end is the one that's hanging over the edge, and Ryan could care less about it.
Okay.
Okay? Do you understand me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you better start thinking very clearly.
Okay.
Because it's you that is on this chopping block.
Okay.
Am I clear to you?
Yes.
Now, do we need to go back and go through this step by step?
No.
Well, I think we do, and that's what we're going to do. And I don't want to hear, all of a sudden I just think I maybe fabricated all this and, No. What I want to hear is exactly what Ryan told you, because that's what's going to keep you in a position to where you're not going to be the sole individual out here responsible for what happened to Kent.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I can't be any more clear to you than that.
I understand.
And you need to understand it.
Mark, what do you got?
Look, now, I love this. So he gets in close, he gets into intimate space. His hand comes into intimate distance to the face. That's a pretty big move. So he, I mean, again, he looks like he's going to give him a dance. I don't know whether money exchanged hands on this one, but that's a little bit close, I would say. So somebody's getting a little bit too out of hand and a bit upset here. Why do I think that? Well, he's doing whatever he's doing. I don't know what he thinks he's doing there, but he doesn't get the answer he was looking for. He says, "Do we need to go back step by step?" No, says the interviewee. And he says, "Well, I think we do." What he was hoping for is he's going to go, "Do we need to go back step by step?" And he was hoping the interviewer would say, yes. Look, let's go back to the beginning. Here's what he was hoping for: a yes. He doesn't get a yes. Whatever he's trying to do here is not getting him the answers that he's looking for. He shouldn't have to be getting that close to anybody to be getting to be getting this kind of bad reaction. If it was working, if what he was doing was working, he'd be getting the answers that he's looking for. He'd be getting the results he's looking for. He's not. He's getting agitated. He's getting upset. That lovely bit of acting that he does. I don't want to hear any. Whoa. It's like if Ricky Gervais did a take on a bad interrogation now, because he's got just bad mocking acting going on in this. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. This is where his hands are up and he's trying to get Chuck to stop talking, but he's not being combative, like I was saying earlier. There's no reason to do that. And he says, I don't want to hear you say, oh, I may have fabricated all this. You got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me that he said that out loud. I don't know, man. I think this guy, he took the read technique and he's remembering parts of it and how to do it. The stuff that he thinks will help him, but he's not remembering the intricacies of it or how to use it. The reason I like, like Greg was talking about earlier, the reason I like the read technique is because you can use it like a muscle car. You can put you can use that little line of questioning, and you can do it in your own style to fit any situation or most any situation, not when you're dealing with terrorists and stuff, when you're dealing with normal criminals. But you can, like if it was a car, I always like to say you put paint flames on the front of it and big old tires or small tires with those steering wheels that's a chain, whatever you want to put in it. You can make your car, your technique, your read technique, do whatever you need to do. You just build it for that specific situation and you can change it as it goes along. That's why I like it. But this guy's just using the stock stuff, bringing it right out, going, oh, I'm going to start talking here. And there's no reason for him to do that because the kid's trying to explain what happened. Unless, and the reason I thought he was an attorney to the DA was because he doesn't want him to say anything. He's being too aggressive with him for no reason. There's no reason for him to be acting this way and doing that with him, unless he wants to make sure he gets a confession out of him and makes him say, yeah, I did, which he said he did it, but gets him to beyond a shadow of a doubt that he did it on paper, not in real life, but so it looks that way. Oof. Mark or Chase, what do you got?
So this hands up gesture is taught in several interrogation schools. And depending on which one you go to, they're going to teach you to hold them up and wait or hold them up and talk at the same time. But if you want classic read, what is it supposed to look like and sound like? It's not supposed to be confrontational like this. But here's precisely what the read technique should be looking like. It should be, Scott, hold on a second. I know that's important to you, and I promise you that we're going to get to that. But here's what we need to address right now. That's exactly what it should look like and sound like. So here's 7 ways that this is leading down the road to a false confession. He's dismissing the suspect's perspective completely, intimidation and threat, pressuring to agree, creating a binary scenario, which is to a confession, leading towards a desired confession, ignoring possible recantation is what they call it. So not allowing them to do or say anything, and then forcing a specific narrative. The aggressive move of the interviewer here is a hallmark of something I can't say on YouTube. I'll just say beta male. This is a sign of insecurity, it's posturing, and it's artificial toughness. And he waits until Chuck is vulnerable, making him feel a little more powerful. And I think he takes advantage of this. This is my opinion here, out of his own insecurity and fear that he has no control over the situation. Greg?
Yeah, let me point to how you know that this is not his personality. If I were to explode and be the bad guy, so you come in to be the good guy, doesn't affect me. I've got a great example when I was doing a show for British TV called Torture, the Guantanamo Guidebook. I grabbed this kid and jacked him up because it was what we're supposed to do, one of the approaches. Scream, yell at him, bang my elbows against the wall, all this kind of stuff. And I walked out and the woman was like, you look really upset. I was like, no, just would like a soda. Just walk out. It's acting. And Mark, to your point, some cannot act. Some people cannot act. So they are like, I know you are a terrorist, You know, you can hear them talking that way, and you can't teach people to do that. You have people who want to be an actor who can't. They don't have the ability to change the way they think, to look at it from another's perspective, to project information. What this guy is not, the reason I'm saying that just what you just said about the kind of personality he has is clear, because his fight or flight gets up when he tries to jack this guy up even a little bit. If you don't believe that, he loses verbal fluency. Boom, 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 boom. He starts to go, do we need to do this step by? And he starts stammering and has to correct himself. That tells you something has changed in his head, and we'll see it again. So there's that in him. The interrogation's working on him as well as the other guy. When he's saying, I'm going to talk now, why? That's all you guys have done. Why don't you shut up and let this kid talk? The kid has talked plenty and will tell you anything you want to know, but that's not what they want to hear. They want to get the information in a package that fits their driver. And to your point, Chase, if all I want is a confession, I always said this, I can get a confession from you. Look, I'm a seer guy. I can get a confession from you in 3 days to anything I want. Anything. I mean, you may have never been in that place and I could get it, because absolute pressure, control of all the person's resources, reward where you want it, is the answer to that. This can all be over. This can all be over. Usually when you know a person is pushing to get you that point. Torture is the same thing. Torture is an uneducated person's shortcut to getting a person to feel like they have to comply. This is all about getting both of these guys instead of one. Handful of other things. This cop is stumbling over his own words because he's feeling the duress. You guys have covered everything else. I'll just leave it at that. But you can see that it's even impacting him. These guys they may be senior guys who've interrogated a ton of people. Mark, I think you said it best. Maybe this always happened to guilty people. Maybe. And maybe they happen to people who roll over pretty easily and become guilty people. Don't know. But I don't think anybody wakes up in the morning and goes to set out to send people to jail for something they didn't do. There may be a handful of people in the world, but I do think if you don't know what you're doing and you can't see the things we're talking about here, you probably need some training. That's all I got.
Yeah, finally, Greg, to your point, man, about the beta male thing, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to insult this guy, but his default to that being the solution means that he might view that in other ways. So he's kind of approaching this in a way that he's making himself look subordinate to this other person. Whoever loses composure first in the interrogation room loses the game.
Yeah, and you know, Chase, I've had the Brits would always say you can never go from fear up back to any. You can. You just have to be fluid in your approaches. And when we talk about these approaches or these tools, all these things, Scott, you talk about read being a thing that you both. All these interrogation things have to be that fluid or they're not effective. I had students in the 90s over in Georgia. I would go down and talk to them, and they had a Gumby as their mascot. And their little motto was Semper Gumby, forever flexible. Because when you walk in the interrogation room, every plan that you've had falls to shit. It's just the way it is.
Yeah. And I always like to say interrogation is theater for one, because that's really what you're doing. Yeah, I may have read that in one of your books, Greg.
You probably did. It's my first book. Yeah.
Okay, I probably did years ago. But that's one of the things I always open up with. It's theater for one, because you have to go in and you have to mold yourself to whatever's happening. You know, you have to be the nice guy, or hey, what's happening? Or you have to be the more aggressive person, or you can slide from one to the other. It's theater for one.
One of those tape replays.
Try to base what I remember off of that. You know, it's let's
just stop right here. Okay. Now, one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit here and listen to this kind of gibberish. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time doing. No. Wait. Now listen. I'm going to start talking, and you're going to start listening. Okay. All right. I'm going to be point blank with you, pal. Right now, your hind end is the one that's hanging over the edge, and Ryan could care less about it.
Okay.
Okay? Do you understand me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you better start thinking very clearly.
Okay.
Because it's you that is on this chopping block.
Okay.
Am I clear to you?
Yes.
Now, do we need to go back and go through this step by step?
No.
Well, I think we do, and that's what we're going to do. And I don't want to hear, oh, all of a sudden I just think I maybe fabricated all this and, No. What I want to hear is exactly what Ryan told you, because that's what's going to keep you in a position to where you're not going to be the sole individual out here responsible for what happened to Kent.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
I can't be any more clear to you than that.
I understand.
And you need to understand it.
This is what bothers me.
And you need to understand it. Okay. We're going to start back at the club. Whose idea was it to go get money because you wanted drinks, you wanted dope, or whatever you wanted?
I wanted to go home. It was Ryan's idea.
Ryan's idea. And
to the best of my knowledge, yes.
I don't want to even hear whose idea, or best of my knowledge, whose idea was it?
It was Ryan's idea.
Ryan's idea. And what did he tell you?
That we needed some more money for drinks, and the sister wouldn't give us any more money.
Okay. And he said, we're going to do what about it?
We're going to rob someone.
You're going to rob somebody. And so that led up to you and him leaving together?
Yeah.
And you went to where?
We went to the Tribune building.
Well, before that, you went where?
We went to his car.
To his car, which was parked where?
Down whatever street that is that by George's off.
Where we drove through earlier, you and I and the other two detectives, on First Street. It was parked alongside the street. And you went there for what reason?
To get something out of his car.
Get something out of the car.
To get a weapon out of his car.
To get a weapon out of his car.
In case what we try to do.
Whose idea was it to go to the car to get a weapon out of the car?
It was his.
His idea?
Yes.
And how did he articulate that to you?
Basically that we're young, we're in high school, we just go try to rob someone just regularly without anything.
So you're young, you're afraid you get because you're not a big stature, and you wanted to go to the car to get something out of the car, a weapon.
Yes.
In order to do what with it?
If it came down to it.
If it came down to it.
To beat someone with it.
To beat someone with it. To possibly beat them.
To death.
To death?
Hopefully. Hopefully not. No, I mean, hopefully it wouldn't come to that.
But you went there with the knowledge of getting a weapon, and it could come to that.
And it did.
And it did come to that.
Yes.
And who took the weapon out of the car?
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, if you want to implant memory in somebody, this is a hell of a way to do it. You put them under pressure, you get right in their face. Even when they're friendly, his legs are still spread. You're right in there. You're driving, raising those stress hormones. Brain is turning off. Remember, the brain turns off in the order it came online. So it turns off the last thing that developed first, meaning our prefrontal cortex, and all of our thinking fancy brain starts to turn off. And the animal brain takes over to look out for us and protect us. But if you could see this kid's eyes, his pupils are probably dilated. Yeah, I can't see him well enough to tell all those pieces that I would like from fight or flight. But once you're in that fight or flight, in that limbic brain, everything I'm saying to you is registering in a different way. And he is very specific in his language. Could all be innocuous, could not be trying to inject. Doesn't matter. You're still injecting. And when the guy says the right words, he even goes back at him and reconfirms those words. That's a recipe for disaster. He makes me think of My Cousin Vinny guy, the attorney on My Cousin Vinny, when he goes identical, when he's making back the same point the person said. You listen to those things and listen to this cadence, the pitch, everything he does. He's downward telling as he goes in. This is locking stuff down in that guy's brain. He even tells him which street by name instead of that street we went down today. Which street by name? Look, if I were trying to set a false confession up, I couldn't do a better job. Now, did they do it intentionally? That's for the jury to figure out somewhere else. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah. The detective, he's telling Chuck what he wants to hear, what the detective wants to hear. He's just, like you just said, he's telling him what he wants him to say, or what he wants him to hear, or what he wants to hear from him. That's not the way you do it. Then he scoots up real close and starts in with this TV show thing he's doing. I don't know what he's doing in there. There's no reason to be doing that at all. Not even a little bit. And he's being, here's what we're going to do. And the kid, look at his body language. He's wide open. He's still in that open. I'm listening. I'm like, I'm not being deceptive. I'm just listening. This is so, these things just butt up against each other so hard. Anybody that would have watched this, I think from a perspective that we have and saw that, or just another detective from, an older guy would have seen that and gone, oh, dude, this is not right. And he would have said, you're doing this wrong. And he would have gone upstairs. He would have gone above the guy and said, you need to get this guy retrained. This is ridiculous. This is out of hand. I got to watch what I say. Chase, what do you got?
I trained an entire police department of detectives in Alabama. And one of those detectives was, 28, 29, on the younger side. And I said, we were on a lunch break. And I said, where did you get your interrogation training before all of this? And she said, well, just watching Law and Order.
Oof.
It sounds like it. And what I thought was that was uncommon. It's far more common now that I've been around than you might imagine. So that might be what we're seeing in some of these clips. And what we're seeing here in this video is not subtle in any way. And it was upsetting to watch. It made me upset. When he's saying, I don't want to hear any of this to the best of my knowledge stuff, I cannot imagine a jury admitting this or this contributing to any kind of conviction. I can't imagine. It's the worst I've ever heard. He's instructing a person on how to answer questions and not at all after the truth. This is desperation for confession. So he's walking him into these narratives. I was checking to see if I was frozen there. With each leading question and only allowing agreement with him. I cannot believe this is allowed in court. In my interrogation training, I have an entire section that's literally titled How to Create False Confessions. I have that in my training so that anyone who's ever gone through my course will never be able to say they got a false confession on accident. If they do what I showed them on that slide or on those several slides, then I instantly prove beyond a doubt that they knew that it leads to a false confession. There's a lot of training out there that has a couple lists of what people shouldn't do, but I like to really throw it in people's face so there's no escape from being able to say they were well informed that their behavior might lead to a false confession, which is really what we're seeing here. We're seeing a recipe for false confession. We're seeing high authority, overusage of authority, overusing or abusing trust. And we're on the other side, we're seeing a person who's fantasy prone, highly suggestible, young, impressionable, and already coming in there talking about memory problems. And a lot of these, I've seen interrogations where they manufacture memory deficits, where they manufacture deficits in memory and awareness of deficits in memory just to get someone to start questioning their own. And this is kind of down that line. And I don't think these people meant to harm anybody. I think that they thought this was the job that they were doing. Maybe this was even, and I've seen it before, I promise you, this was maybe part of the training they received. I don't know for sure. Greg?
Mark.
Correct. Mark.
Scott.
That's right. Yes.
It's Ben.
Oh, okay.
All right. Listen, nobody means to end up like this. Nobody means to go into the circus, but sometimes you wake up, the next day and you find you've got a shovel in your hand and you're around the back of an elephant and there you are. You've joined the circus. To your point, Scott, this car analogy, he has got a car. It's one of those clown circus cars. The wheels fall off, the engine steams, 3 of them get out. I mean, it's now a complete clown show. He is the boss clown. He's what we call the August clown. He's the person who thinks they're somebody of status, but really they have nothing. He's a pound shop cop in this situation, and in front of him is this little clown that we call the zany, who's wide-eyed and innocent and has no idea what's going on, and it's now impro night, because what's happening is we got the interrogator here putting out an option, an idea. The subject finishes the sentence. The interrogator then picks up on that and builds again. It's just they're finishing each other's sentences. They're evolving now together this improvised idea of what might have gone on. It's a complete circus for me at this point. I like a circus, but it has to be in the right place, out in a field somewhere, away from everything. You can go, you buy a ticket, you can go and visit. It's all a lot of fun, and then you go home. That circus shouldn't be in your public institutions, especially ones that are designed to protect you and not harm you in any way. So it's tough that you see this kind of behavior, clownish behavior, inside this situation. That's all I got on that one.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think they should be hanging wallpaper in the bathroom at a gas station out near the airport.
One of those tape replays.
And you need to understand it. Okay. We're going to start back at the club. Whose idea was it to go get money because you wanted drinks, you wanted dope, or whatever you wanted?
I wanted to go home. It was Ryan's idea.
Ryan's idea. And
to the best of my knowledge, yes.
I don't want to even hear whose idea, or best of my knowledge, whose idea was it?
It was Ryan's idea.
Ryan's idea. And what did he tell you?
That we needed some more money for drinks, and the sister wouldn't give us any more money.
Okay. And he said, we're going to do what about it?
We're going to rob someone.
You're going to rob somebody. And so that led up to you and him leaving together?
Yeah.
And you went to where?
We went to the Tribune building.
Well, before that, you went where?
We went to his car.
To his car, which was parked where?
Down whatever street that is that by George's office.
Where we drove through earlier, you and I and the other two detectives, on First Street. It was parked alongside the street. And you went there for what reason?
To get something out of his car.
Get something out of the car.
To get a weapon out of his car.
To get a weapon out of his car.
In case what we try to do.
Whose idea was it to go to the car to get a weapon out of the car?
It was his.
His idea?
Yes.
And how did he articulate that to you?
Basically that we're young, we're in high school. If we just go try to rob someone just regularly without anything.
So you're young, you're afraid you get because you're not a big stature, and you wanted to go to the car to get something out of the car, a weapon.
Yes.
In order to do what with it?
If it came down to it.
If it came down to it.
To beat someone with it.
To beat someone with it. To possibly beat them.
To death.
To death?
Hopefully. Hopefully not. No, I mean, hopefully it wouldn't come to that.
But you went there with the knowledge of getting a weapon, and it could come to that.
And it did.
And it did come to that.
Yes.
And who took the weapon out of the car?
Just one more thing.
All right, Mark, how's it looking to you so far up to this point? What do you think you've seen?
Well, we've never seen anything like this. I mean, on the show. So it's good to get through this one and see it. Do go back, watch some of those breakdowns we've done on interrogations where, they're brilliant interrogations. You see some people who maybe don't have so much training, but they're very, very self-aware, very aware of the situation, watching the person all the time, engaged. Although they might not be super trained, they're engaged and they know they're in a difficult situation. They're trying to be professional within that situation. I unfortunately think we don't see as much of that as we should in this situation here. So we have had people on this show who have not been well trained, but they are well. I was going to say well-intentioned. These people might be well-intentioned, but they're not. I think they're checking in with themselves more as to how well this might be going and monitoring the situation as it goes along. Chase, what do you see?
If you're doing an interview, you need to seek the truth and you need to do it with empathy. 1 teaspoon of empathy would have helped a tremendous amount here, and would have gotten probably a lot more information out of these people. So doing it with empathy does not mean that I don't care. It doesn't mean I'm not trying to be Mr. Tough Guy or anything like that. I have a theory that's different than a lot of people. I personally believe if you know or feel like you're being interrogated, then I am doing an extremely poor job. I'm acting kind of like an amateur. You shouldn't know that it's happening. We definitely know it in these clips here. Greg?
Yeah, let me tell you who the best interrogators on earth are. They're 3-year-old. You know why? Because they want to know. They're asking you why, because they want to know. This guy didn't want to know. They want to close this case. They don't want to know what's happening. If they did care, in my opinion, what would have happened is Chase comes in, he says, hey, I think I killed this guy. You know what my first question is? What do you mean you think you killed this guy? I would have gone from there. You mean you don't know? Okay, let's unpack this as we go. And then I would not have automatically said, since this guy thinks he may have killed someone, the other guy is automatically guilty. I think we see a lot of that. And I think that's a human mistake. It's a human mistake because you need closure. But that child would look at the other person, try to figure out what they're trying to tell them. And this is not going on here. When I teach people all the time to interrogate, I give them a very simple checklist of ways to know you're getting into a false confession. It's a simple one. The first thing you got to do when you go in is to protect all guilty knowledge. You cannot bleed any of it. And then you look for guilty knowledge in the person. And if they give you anything, you try to validate incorrect guilty knowledge at the same time. If I try to validate incorrect and you validate it, I know that we don't have the right guy. And then the third one is very simple. We know what confession looks like. Look, Mark, you were talking about people who innately have the ability. The reason that they do is because it's human nature to want to know more about the other person, try to get the information and get to facts. We've created a lot of process around how to interrogate to be more effective and to be more rapid. But we've been doing this since Cain killed Abel. What happened? This is the way things go. So I think as we walk through this, if you can remember to look out for that body language and that deviation that you heard us talk in the past about chin dropping, closing body language, and then opening up, that's pre-confession body language. This guy came in and said, I think I did it. So we're going to beat him up, feed him some information, and then use him against his friend. I'm not a fan of this interrogation. I want to say it was training, poor knowledge, and reading wrong on both kinds of reading, meaning the read method or read technique, and reading body language. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, these guys make everybody look bad. They make everyone that's in law enforcement look bad. Look at everyone that's in the interrogation look bad. When you don't do it right, it doesn't go well, and especially for these guys, it didn't, because they ended up in prison, and they shouldn't have been. They shouldn't have been in prison. And if these guys had done just a little bit of real interrogation as far as looking for the truth goes, then they wouldn't have had that problem, because it takes one of them to go, hey, man, what about this? Tell me about what happened then? Like you were saying, Greg, you just go there and start, or you start over there. And they didn't do that. And it makes everybody look bad. But like I said before, I love the cops. I think they're awesome. It's one of those things where if anything goes wrong, those are the people that show up, and they'll make it right. They'll fix it for you. So they get a lot of bad rap from people who aren't good cops. And there are a few of those as well. But in this case, these guys didn't do it right. And their ignorance in how to do something correctly has cost these guys years and years of their lives. These young guys go into prison for years because these guys think they know everything. I've just squatted all over these guys, but that's the way I feel about it. All right. I think this is another good, fellas, and we'll see you next time.
So what do you got?